4, 3, 2.
With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn for Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. The Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. We are here in the lovely city of Stuttgart in Germany with the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined, just like yesterday, by Freya, Joe, and Ben. How are we doing? Did we all sleep well?
Yeah, slept pretty well. You know, we had such an exciting day one. You know, so much excitement to be had. We've seen a lot of claw happening.
I thought that was a dream.
Yeah, I thought that was a dream. Yeah, I thought I was already in bed. But you know, still so much to play for as we go into our day 2. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, came down to breakfast and Joe was like, I had a horrible dream that we casted a cloth mirror. I'm like, Joe, that was not a dream.
No, it wasn't. I tell you what was a dream though. Dinner last night was especially lovely, I have to say. Like, it's you know, been a while since I've been to Germany and all, and just coming to Stuttgart. I mean, I came here last year, loved it. It's such a wonderful city, it really is.
No, big fan of Stuttgart. Big fan of day 1, though. And I know something that was on your radar a lot yesterday, Joe, is that we had these really good decks that we didn't get to feature on stream. Your Charizard, your Miraidon. It was a bit of a weird how it shook out, but I think we're going to get some of those on stream today. What are you looking forward to today, Joe?
Well, yeah, those 2 archetypes, I think, will definitely show up. Charizard was the most represented deck in day 1, and there has been a decent amount of them in day 2. Miraidon also doing pretty well out there in the field. There are some players on some of the highest records playing Miraidon, so I really expect those to be showing up. There's also a ton of Lost Zone. They are all over the top tables right now.
Yeah, Lost Zone is everywhere. We're also going to be everywhere, though. We have a bunch more events coming up before the end of the season. So as we take a little bit of a look at a roadmap there, we've got some more events. And then, of course, we got EUIC in London, NAIC in New Orleans, and, of course, Worlds in Honolulu. Ben, come on, pick one for us.
I mean, there's still so much to play for today. You know, we're still in our day 2 at Stuttgart, but yeah, like you said, so much more to be playing for in the regionals. We got internationals coming up, and like we said yesterday, these internationals are so crucial this year around with that high CP threshold required for Worlds. That big CP payout for EUIC and NAIC is so important for these players. But you know, it's going to be really crucial for these players to be playing every match like it counts. These CP is just invaluable this year.
Indeed, and by CP you are of course referring to championship points. The winner of the regionals, they get a guaranteed invite to the World Championships. For everybody else, it's try and place high enough to get some championship points at this event, and then go to your locals, go to your league challenges, your league cups, mash those results together with some regionals. And I mean, Joe, I know you're on the grind here. Tell us about the championship point grind.
Well, yeah, I'm still miles away myself. Many players actually have achieved that invite this weekend already, just from making it from day 1 to day 2. There's some generous points to be on offer and plenty more to be had over the next few rounds, getting towards that top 32, that top 16. There's a huge chunk of championship points to be had at the regional and special event level, and also you can try and top that up with the local events, the league cups, the league challenges. They all do add up, so it's going to be a combination of factors. Do well at these big tournaments, but also make sure you're grinding back in your local scene.
And on that exact note, actually one of the players we featured yesterday, Pedro Eugenio Torres, actually did not make day 2, but had a had enough day one placement, they have now made their Worlds invite, so you will be seeing Pedro at Worlds again this year.
Nice, as a player we always see, but remember, it is not just about championship points. There are also some pretty generous prizes on offer. $10,000 for the winner, $7,000 for second place, and this is always interesting to me, because you sit down to that final and like, yeah, I made the final. Well, no pressure, but that one game is worth $3,000. I mean, Freya, how do you keep calm in that kind of game?
It's very, very tough, honestly. Like, you know, when there's so much on the line, what you have to do is essentially tune everything out and think it's just another game of Pokemon. It's not. It's definitely not just another game of Pokemon. But you have to think of it that way, because if you just get in your own head too much and you realize just how much you're actually playing for it, is very, very easy to, you know, get a little bit on tilt, and then suddenly you're making mistakes, and then you're not actually going to be able to get that win.
Yeah, not a problem that we're going to have this weekend personally, which is lovely. But there are a few players that are going to have that, well, potentially going to have that difficulty. Let's have a look at our day 2 players that did go and qualify through day 1, and there are a bunch of names you are going to recognize there. I mean, Ben, do you want to pick somebody out to champion here?
Oh, there's so many names. I definitely can't pick out a champion out of these lot. I mean, you know, if you would have told me any of these people would have won the regional championships, I wouldn't have been surprised. But Alberto Conte representing that Giratina, of course. We got Gabor there as well. You know, these are some of the usual suspects, and, you know, so consistent this season in continuing to make day 2, make these big standings, you know, and, you know, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Oh, it's going to be plenty interesting. I believe we do have the Swiss rankings we can have a look at in a second, and there is one player that I want to shout out, and it's somebody I was talking about yesterday, and that is Alex Norvey, who is actually sitting at an 8-2 record, currently in position for top 8 with Miraidon. Now, that's a deck we didn't get to feature yesterday, but is one of the top decks in the metagame at this particular tournament. But as we said yesterday, Alex Norvey, we're talking about somebody who won Nationals in 2012 in the UK, and then kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, and then just appeared yesterday at Stuttgart Regionals, and I caught up with them and had a very lovely chat.
It's incredible after so many years of possibly being out of the game or more on the fringes that you can still transfer those skills from many years ago and come in and do so well at this tournament. For me, I've got my eye on Ethan, of course. They're top of the standings right now, playing that Mew VMAX. Also Christian in that 2nd seed right now, playing the Sablezard archetype as well. Some of these decks may not be the most popular in day 2, but they're really rising to the top right now.
They absolutely are, but I know what everyone at home is thinking. Ross, give us the Clorf update. Don't worry, I have got you covered. There were exactly 4 players that made day 2 at this tournament with Clorf. At the moment, our best hope rests with Arnaud Bon, who is an 8-2-1 record after winning their first 2 games today. Alessandro Sanvito, going into this past round, was at 7-2-1 after winning their first game. We also have Darren Jax and Teddy Van Tain, who unfortunately lost their first round and having cut at, on the lower end of the records, around about that 19-20 match points. It's going to be a tough route for them into top 8. But we had 4 in day 2, and there's still a chance. There are a couple of Clorf that could still make it. This is important to me. So that's a Clorf to watch. Let's go and have a look at some players to watch. Someone's showing us a Clorf off stream, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, of course, but, you know, let's talk about these players to watch. 3 players that, you know, out of all of the great turnout that we've had, these are the 3 players that we thought would really rise to the top. Wukash unfortunately didn't make day 2. Actually have a really funny story. Saw him up against Snorlax playing with the Rapid Strike as well, so he wasn't a very happy man yesterday. But Tord, Reklev, of course, very consistent. Brennan Kammerman, they're both making day 2. We're hoping for a good showing from them two today.
Yeah, they are absolutely players to watch. And of course, you know, the Kammerman twins have both... There's 13 players coming into this weekend have qualified for Worlds in Europe, and they include the Kammerman twins. Like, that's pretty impressive. Although they have pretty good testing partners.
Yeah, pretty good testing partners. And I also find it so interesting that their approach to the game is so different. Brennan will always stick with the Lost Zone engine, has stuck with it since its inception. Since Lost Origin came out, Brennan has been representing Lost Zone archetypes at all of these top tournaments. And then Owen, they're jumping around. They played some Mew here, they played some Arceus over there, so they actually play really different styles, even though they are brothers.
I know, that is always very, very interesting. What else is interesting? The decks. Let's take a look at the day 1 metagame first. This is what the decks were looking like coming into today. Freya, what stands out to you there?
What stands out to me is mainly Charizard, I think. So Charizard has always been in the mix, but this is one of the first few times in a while where we've actually seen it, as the most represented deck in day one. And as Joe was mentioning earlier, that has kind of converted into day two a lot as well. We've seen quite a few Charizards there. Miraidon still floating about at the top, and then Lost Zone box as well. I mean, I guess that's also very surprising in the sense that was normally the top choice for so long, right? But it seems like relative to the amount of people played at day one, it's having very, very high conversion rates.
Well, you're talking about conversion rates, you're talking about day two. We're in day two. Let's take a look at the deck two analysis. Ben, walk us through this. What are you seeing?
Well, Giratina V-Star, I think, is the surprise of the day for sure. I mean, it took day one by storm. We can see here 15% of our day two decks. That's definitely nothing to be snuffed at. Mew VMAX off the map here. Inteleon VMAX with the Urshifu Rapid Strike, also 7% going into day two as well. That's a big surprise. Charizard, Miraidon, a little bit down, but Gardevoir sticking into that second place most represented deck. So consistent, as we all know, and we're expecting a big show here.
Well, it's interesting you point out Gardevoir there, because this is something Joe and I were tracking a lot yesterday. Gardevoir is absolutely out there, but at least as of the end of play yesterday, we weren't seeing it on the top tables. It was making plenty of day two, but it was at those more kind of mid records, whereas it was your Miraidon, your Charizard, your Lost Zone, your Giratina. Those were the decks that were up at the top tables. I mean, what are you thinking about this, Joe? What's going on with Gardevoir?
I mean, as we look at the day two graphic, there was so many awkward matchups. I think Miraidon, you can always take a loss to that matchup if they just get ahead in the steamroll. That's your cast prediction for the tournament, actually, Ross, the Miraidon archetype. So it doesn't surprise me that you pick up a loss and certainly ties with Gardevoir throughout a tournament as well, because in a best of three, if you just lose one game with Gardevoir, it can be pretty tough. My cast predictions going okay. I had the sheer numbers in the day one field. They've had a bit of a tough time. A lot of Giratina has been profiting, I think, from the amount of Charizard in the field in that day one, but there are still a decent chunk of them out there, so I'm still pretty happy with my choice.
Well, I mean, you say about your choice. How do we all feel about our caster predictions? Me, personally, I'm feeling pretty good. I literally told Alex when I talked to him yesterday, I'm like, look, I picked Miraidon on stream, so no pressure, but kind of win it and make me look good. He told me he'd try, which I really appreciate. I'm assuming he's doing it just for me and, not for any reasons for himself. But, Freya, we've got at least one Iron Valiant doing very well in the field this weekend. Feeling good about your prediction?
I mean, I hope so, right? I think the thing that continues to surprise me, and this is something I didn't get a chance to mention earlier, is that in spite of how proven Iron Valiant is as a strong archetype, it just never seems to have the high numbers. There's something about this archetype. Maybe people are a little bit scared to play it. Maybe they're worried about how polarizing the matchups are, and so maybe people are put off that. They'd rather play a deck that has more even matchups across the board to have a chance to win against anything. So, yeah, I mean, it is there in day two, but really not in the high numbers, and this continues to be the case in spite of how proven it is with that second place at LAIC.
My theory is, I don't like playing Iron Valiant. I played a bunch of games with it and I was like, I'm not enjoying this deck. And I genuinely think there are people out there, it's a very different deck to play compared to a lot of decks in the metagame. I just think some people don't like that play style.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. And also it kind of shares meta percentage a little bit with the Rapid Strike archetype that has also done pretty well, because they do share similar strategies. They're both trying to use the Technical Machine Devolution at times in certain matchups. There's Double Gunner from the Inteleon VMAX, which acts very similarly to a bunch of Iron Valiant EX jumping in and out. So I think they are similar decks. So even though there's this two archetypes, they're actually trying to achieve similar goals, so that will also eat into the percentage of play.
Yeah, interesting. It's, like you said, same objective, but different strategy, and people are obviously favoring that Rapid Strike Urshifu a little bit more in this evolution-based format. People are really taking advantage of the meta, the Gardevoir, of course, the Charizard as well, we mentioned. So yeah, people taking advantage of that, and we're seeing that with that high conversion rate of the Inteleon Urshifu.
Absolutely, and I will say, after giving up on Iron Valiant, Entei is not that fun for me. I played a ridiculous amount of games with Roaring Moon, and not even the Lost Zone version, so I'm Professor Sada all the way here. But we have got an interesting metagame coming in. We've got a lot of the big heavy hitters we were expecting. We've had a few tournaments now in this meta. We've had LAIC, we've had Gdansk, now we've got Stuttgart, and we're halfway through here, and we are seeing some real top players coming in. Your Miraidon, your Charizard, your Gardevoir, your Lost Zone. Giratina, though, I do think is the story of this tournament right now. It's been a good deck since Lost Origin, but it's not been as good in the past few tournaments as it is showing here.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is Counter Catcher, honestly. Counter Catcher was an absolute boon to Giratina V-Star. It makes you more flexible with your counts in terms of boss's orders. You maybe just play one boss's orders, a couple of Counter Catcher, and it's a kind of deck that falls behind anyway. So suddenly you can both do a Chorus Experiment to reach 7 in the Lost Zone and Gust on the same turn, which can just do absolutely blowout turns.
No, go ahead, Ben.
I think there's a lot of players out there right now that are sticking with Giratina as well. We heard from Alberto Conte yesterday, you know, there is a contingency among our player base that is sticking with one archetype and doing well with it, figuring out the meta, and then exploding onto the scene as we see here in Stuttgart. There's been a few additions to the format. You know, people were underestimating the power of Giratina, but now they've figured out the meta, they figured out the list, they figured out the disruption tactic, and, you know, they're taking the game by storm right now.
They absolutely are. Well, we want to hear from you guys. We're going to be here all day, just like we were yesterday. So we want to hear from you guys in all of the normal ways, over on X, over on YouTube, over on Instagram, over on Facebook, /Pokemon, using the hashtag PlayPokemon. Just remember that on X, it is @PlayPokemon. And of course, do make sure you are following our channels on YouTube and on Twitch so that you can follow not only today's action, but all the action going forward for the season. Do remember that on Twitch, we are /Pokemon TCG. If you go to /Pokemon, you're going to get some fantastic video game action. But if you want to stick with a TCG, make sure you're following /Pokemon TCG. And with that, we're going to go and get ready for our first round of the day. We've got a bunch of good action, so grab yourselves a nice, warm, comforting, warming beverage. We'll be back very shortly with our first round of action. This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Day 2 here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Still so much to play for. Championship points, travel rewards, cash prizes. My name is Benjamin Rabaiotti. I'm joined here by my lovely co-caster, Freya Pierce. And we're here to guide you through our round 12 shortly. But Freya, first of all, how are we feeling going into day 2?
Oh, pretty excited. I mean, we've had a few rounds of Swiss already. Of course, we start a little bit later in the day, so things have already kicked off a little bit. We're having some idea of who's getting into those top rankings. We had a quick look at the standings just now on the intro segment over on the couch, and I cannot wait to see who ends up taking this tournament.
You know, it's really interesting, right, seeing the conversion rates. We saw Giratina V-Star coming out on top, and when we have Giratina V-Star versus Gardevoir, it's now time where those little techs come into play, right? Who's playing the more disruption? Who's playing the Jirachi, most importantly, in the Gardevoir lists? And this is really where those fine lines get placed.
Yeah, absolutely. Jirachi, of course, one of the new cards in Paradox Rift that really puts a stopper on Sableye, right? It has that ability that prevents damage counters from being placed by the effects of attacks on bench Pokemon. So, you know, you get that out, and suddenly your Sableye is you're protected from Sableye on your lower HP Pokemon like your Rolts and your Curliers, and it really forces Giratina to take a different strategy with regards to picking those off.
It's really about what you're expecting, right? Going into this tournament, do you play the Jirachi? Oh no, it could be one off for this, that, and the other to help me in those other matchups. But now we're going into day 2. A lot of players know what they're expecting. They're looking on the stats. They're seeing what the high conversion rates are. Maybe they're sweating a little bit. They're looking to play a bit of matchup roulette here. But what are we expecting to come out on top? You know, we see the big representation, of course, but is there any sort of decks that you have on mind looking at that graphic?
You have to think on pure numbers that at least 1 or 2 Giratina V-Stars will make their way into the top 8. You know, it's clearly it over-converted, you know, compared to the amount in day 1, I think it's safe to say. So yeah, very impressive there. Now, speaking of which, let's go into our community choice for this round. So right here, we have 4 different matches that you can pick from at home if you want to get there voting in the Twitch chat. We have Christian against Ethan, Johan against Simon, Tord against Ali, and Teo against Julius. So plenty to pick from. Get there voting in the Twitch chat. You have a couple of minutes there, and remember, it's Twitch exclusive, so get over on Twitch if you want to contribute your vote to who you want to see on stream today.
Some fantastic matchups, and what great names that we have on offer here. I can give you some of the decks just a little bit as a little bit of information. Christian playing the Lost Box. We have Ethan Well playing Mew. I don't have Johan's deck here, but I have Tord Reklev obviously playing that Lost Box. Julius Bernfeld as well, making top standings, who's a popular name here. Of course, well, just in this circuit in general, what a great guy. But, you know, out of all of these here, who are you expecting the community to pick?
I mean, Tord is always the fan favorite at home, right? You know, multiple international champion, world's finalist and top 4. It's very hard to say anything against him. However, you know, Julius also been on stream a couple of times, very well on Finnish player in the community. I could see a thing for him as well. I would love to see Christian versus Ethan. Honestly, I think that'd be an absolutely fantastic match. Yeah, any of these could be a great choice, but I think if you go, I think Tord's probably going to be the most.
Well, the community love Tord. We all know that. You know, we featured him a few times in Gdansk as well. But let's have a look at our top standings here as well. Any names that point out to you here?
Well, I mean, some of them we've already seen right in the community choices. So yeah, Christian comes to mind straight away. Of course, started off today as the highest seed, going, I believe, 801 yesterday. So very, very impressive record, and continuing that today. Clearly, very, very likely candidate for top 8, I think. So he's probably one that comes to mind first.
It's actually a big surprise here. Nathan Hargreaves. I think I saw him earlier in day 1 actually take a couple of losses, I believe. So you know, seeing him at 821, this is a fantastic little journey that he's been on. Seeing himself in 13th seed going into round 12 is fantastic. But yeah, like we said, some of these great players here. Julius Brunfeld, you know, consistent player as we mentioned. Kim Pobega as well, who's been consistently on these standings going into this tournament. Dustin Backman as well, who's no stranger to the top rankings. Alberto Conte that we featured yesterday. Some of these matches are going to be fantastic going into this round.
Actually, one more name I'd like to mention, David Sturm, another long time player. But tends to come in and out of the game sometimes, but clearly has made a little comeback for this weekend and is doing very, very well up in there in 14th place. And we do have our results for our community choice, and to no one's surprise.
Oh, what a surprise. No, we're joking. I mean, I'm interested to see what Tord's got cooking. Obviously, after Gdansk, with that lost box, Tord box, whatever you want to call it. Let's see if he's bringing the same spice here into Stuttgart. What are we expecting here from Tord?
The highest levels of competitive play, I think it's safe to say. It's, yeah, very interesting to see him change decks for the last regionals. I do think, as far as I'm aware, he's on a similar kind of thing for this weekend. Maybe a slightly different list. Obviously, he'll tend to like stick to one strategy, but adapt his list for different events. So probably got a couple of different things going on. I cannot wait to see how this plays out.
I believe so. I think instead of the 1-1 Palkia, I believe, hearing from the grapevine, it's 1-1 Giratina. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
So that could come into play. And not only that, but Ali's playing Lost Box as well. So we all love a Lost Box mirror, but there's sometimes little differences in the lists that we see, little types of text that you can bring into that matchup that really make a difference. We know from back in the day as well, Horlucha. Sometimes a little bit of a difference, a little bit of an edge over your opponent. So let's see if that comes into play.
Yeah, it's funny with Horlucha. That was a card that saw a lot of favorability early on when we just got into the Scarlet and Violet era. Of course, with that ability letting you place 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So you can use that in combination with Sableye to KO 2 Comphase, which is very, very strong. But it's a bit awkward because there's no scoop up net anymore, right? So you can't pick it up, say, if you start with it, and then it's just kind of sitting there on the bench not doing much. So it's kind of fallen out of favorability for that reason, I think.
Yeah, well, let's see if any of these sort of texts come into play. But we know with sometimes Tord, he has a game plan in mind. You know, he's well tested going into this. He would have maybe expected Lost Box mirrors. You know, we know that he plays the Iron Hands EX as well. You know, that could come into play. Well, we know that he played that in Gdansk, so let's see if he's bringing the same old tactic of taking a couple of prizes from Ampy very much. Who knows?
I mean, given that in his own words, like his deck is basically just playing all the strongest attackers in the game, you have to think he's probably playing it again. And yeah, maybe the Giratina being an adaptation, thinking about sort of what you're trying to really aim to do with it. It just gives you another really good one-hit knockout option, right? Lost Impact, such a strong attack. I mean, we're seeing Blossom and Giratina as a deck in and of itself being the most represented in day 2. So yeah, Giratina V-Star has just always been a very, very strong Pokemon. Yeah,
Giratina V-Star as well, being that there's a more focused line in Ali's deck as well. You know, you don't want to be forced to use that 2-prizer in a Lost Box matchup. We always talk about the prize mapping for Lost Box, taking advantage of having a plethora of single prizes. But for Giratina V-Star, with that, you know, that array of disruption, the Roxanne, maybe the Iono as well as the Path, may not come into play here, maybe against Lost Box. Does turn off Radiant Greninja, which can come into play as an option. But I think the reason why Giratina V-Star's done so well, those bad matchups, they're not very popular, right? Lugia V-Star has fallen off the map literally. Right?
That was something I meant to mention earlier. I didn't get the chance to. So yeah, Lugia V-Star, considering how dominant it has been for so long, and even after its period of dominance, it still had a big presence as a top-tier contender. Lugia's just gone. Like, it is nowhere to be seen, and that's honestly quite surprising to me.
Yeah, no, it's super surprising, but this is exactly where players are putting their fingers on the meta, and they're going, Lugia V-Star, maybe not so good right now. Giratina, Gardevoir taking the meta by storm at the moment, maybe a little bit afraid of, you know, the certain additions that it's had from Paradox Rift.
I mean, it's a combination of things, right? It's that, and also the fact that Miraidon is everywhere, and of course, you do not want to be giving up free prizes by having one of your Lugias KO'd by an Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, no, of course, but let's talk about this matchup then. Iron Hands. Ali... The only way that Ali can deal with that effectively is the Giratina V-Star, right? But you don't want to be using that straight away. So I think Tord has a little bit of the upper hand here, I think, going into this. That's my opinion. I might not know. But I think as soon as Tord can get that Iron Hands out, I think that puts a massive problem for Ali up front.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's whenever you're talking about sort of Lost Box not focused on Giratina versus Lost Box focused on Giratina, it always becomes a little bit tricky, right? Because you have this much beefier HP Pokemon that you can use to maybe tank some of the Lost Box hits, but you're also not as efficient with your single prize attackers. It's a very, very intricate interplay when it comes to these two Lost variants going against each other. So it's something that it's always really curious to see how different players approach the matchup.
Yeah, I think as well, it's all about the initial setup as well. I think for the Lost Box, I mean, we spoke about this yesterday, they want to get Storming, they want to use the flower selecting as soon as possible, get as many cards in the Lost Zone as quickly as possible to start utilizing the Lost Mine. We speak about Lost Mine so much, we all know it, we all love it or hate it, depending on your play style, but I think that, you know, they want to be using that option as soon as possible. I think that's definitely going to be Ali's play, but I think for Tord, again, it's that Iron Hand. It's such a massive problem, or is going to be such a massive problem for Ali going into this one, I think.
Yeah, for those of you who perhaps might not be aware, of course, Iron Hands EX having that amp you very much attack does 120 damage, but if you take a knockout with it, you do get an extra prize card, which is one of the most devastating effects you can have written on a Pokemon trading card.
And I think that with the amount of, I call, squishy Pokemon that Lost Box has, there's a lot of low HP on that board, right? Comfey, 70 HP, Manaphy, 70 HP, Sableye, 80. You know, the amp you very much is such a viable option for Tord going into this, you know, because we know that that board is going to be littered with Comfey. And, you know, I say that, it's easier said than done, right?
It is,
Yampi very much. Quite an awkward attack cost with 4. You know, the Mirage Gates have to come thick and flying, I think, for Tord. And it's going to be all about that setup. It's going to be getting those flower selectings, getting the Colress at the right time. We saw it in Gdansk, you know, he had some awkward hands at times, and, you know, he's going for the same strategy here as well in Stuttgart. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tord, of course, one of the masters of consistency, I guess you could say. He's obviously, with a deck like this, you're sacrificing a little bit of that consistency for options with attackers, but there is no doubt in my mind that Tord has built this list to the maximum levels of consistency that it can have based on what the deck is trying to do.
Yeah, and it's gonna all for Ali, I think it's hitting the disruption at the right time. If you can manage to take the knockout on the Iron Hands as well as Roxanne to some lower cards in hand, I think that's the way that Ali can really take advantage here. But let's have a look at Tord. I mean, community, no stranger to some of these accomplishments. World's finalist, of course, taking the quadruple in the ICs, LAIC, NAIC, UIC, OCIC as well, all in different years, of course, 2022, 2017, 2023 as well. You know, he's a fan favorite here.
If we were to actually put as many accomplishments like matching these as we're already showing on screen, we would literally only see accomplishments on screen. That's the kind of level of accomplishments that we're dealing with. So yeah, Tord, insane skill player, one of, if not, perhaps you could argue the greatest in the world. Of course, that's up for, there's always a massive debate.
Always a debate, but
he's got to be in the running, in the conversation at least.
Here we see both players just having a bit of fun here, going into round 12, having a bit of a chit chat. Yeah, of course, Tord, no stranger to a stream game as well, so he'll be calm and ready. Ali, the same as well. It looks like having a little bit of a laugh here before we get into our round 12. But this is really crunch time for a lot of these players. You know, these wins here in day 2, they really make a difference. And a lot of these players will be thinking, right, okay, how many wins do I need to get guaranteed top 64? How many do I need to get into top 16, possibly even top 8 for some of these players? You know, every win counts. And this is what I was saying earlier in the intro, you know, every play counts, every card, you know, you really have to start, you know, all of our players play seriously, of course, but I think that even in day 2 now, all of these little micro decisions, you know, that's what's so crucial here going into day 2, and especially when you're playing a deck like Lost Box as well, those flower selectings even, you know, that's what can really make or break a game.
It's like we always say, day 2, the later on you go, you separate the goods from the greats, right?
Yes.
If you're in day 2, you know you're already good enough to make it past most of the rest of the competition, but now we really start to see the cream rise to the top.
Yeah, no, for sure. We see both our players shuffling up just a little bit more. Before we get into our round 12, who we got here, do you think?
Who we got?
No, who are you going for?
Who am I going for? I mean, you
I put you
like. I hesitate to. It feels like such a cliche, right? Yeah, it's you have like a multiple, not a multiple world champion, multiple IC champion there,
yeah,
and you've got to think that he's favoured, right? But I also want to give credit to Ali, right? He's clearly made it into day 2, up against Tord. It's the underdog story again. He's in with more than a fighting chance, so. Yeah, I think it's likely on Tord, but you never know what could happen.
Well, we all love an underdog story, especially our Pokemon players as well. And here we see the flip for the first turn. I think Ali maybe opted to go second, I believe. And I think this is a popular decision that for the Lost Box players. Of course, going second, you're able to hit the Colress first. You know, you're able to, you know, spit innocently first as well. And especially in these Lost Box matches, if you can start taking the first prizes, you know, that's where the momentum really starts in this matchup.
Yeah, attacking tempo is very important. So being able to take the first prize, as you said, can be quite relevant. Or maybe you could even go for a turn 1 of Beseeking, you know, set up your Lost Zone really nicely so you can do some nice plays later on. Now, go over to the prize cards, and that is...
I heard you like energy. Yeah, for Tord, quite an awkward prizes here. 2 dark energy, 1 water. That energy line isn't that thick. He does play the 4 dark energy, 3 water energy as well. So it is quite awkward for Tord, but you know, with the Battle VIP pass in hand, he will be able to do that prize checking as soon as possible.
It might look through and think, you know, hold on, I'm not really missing anything, and then realize, oh, like my energy's missing. Yeah, like there's not a lot of. Not a lot of just like plain color cards in my deck, just all the other Pokemon and trainers.
Of course, and the 1 lightning energy is not going to be that much of an issue for Tord. He does play 2, and of course only the iron hands that can utilize the lightning energy, unless you're going to be attaching it to anything else with a colorless attack. Yeah. Does play Roaring Moon as well, of course, and again Kyogre, the same sort of strategy from Gdansk. Essentially just swapping out that Palkia 1-1 into the Giratina 1-1.
Yeah. Now, he's not cut off from any energy type based on this pricing, because so he has still access to 2 darks and 1 water, but this does mean that he's cut off from a potential Radiant Greninja play, and that could be awkward. Yeah,
that can be quite awkward, especially if you're forced to in these earlier turns, you know. You see here at Battle VIP Pass, though, you can imagine those flower selectings do come up and running thick and fast. Just a little price check here. What have I got available to me? We spoke about this yesterday, especially with the Lost Box resources, usually so thin, especially when you're playing a deck like Tord's here. You know, there's so many different attackers, so many different options. You know, it's all about utilizing what's available to you.
And we can see Tord figured it out already, right? He kind of made sure to sort of pick out all the energy and look at them and you see, yep, there's...
Yeah, that's what I got available to me.
Meant to be a lot more than this.
That's what I got coming for me in this game. Interesting to mention as well, similar sort of 60 to Gdansk, only playing the 4 Colress. That's pretty thin, right, for a sport line. But of course, it's coming up well for him. 2 day 2s now with this archetype.
Yeah. Oh, very awkward decision already. As Tord between Marathi and Sableye actually just lost in the Sableye.
Yeah, just the 1 Sableye as well in this deck as well.
So there will be no lost mine from Tord this game.
No lost mine at all. Jet Energy and Forest Sealstone. That can be quite awkward. Does have Nest Ball in hand, so can opt to go for an early Star Alchemy if he wishes, but opts for the Jet Energy instead. We spoke about how important the Jet Energy is for these Lost Box decks. You know, switch outs in a company with you know, a free retreat with the Comfey, with that retreat cost as well. Such a good utility card.
Very much so. Although Tord maybe considering going for the conceal cards first, and no, it decides to attach to the active and manually retreat, going into the Comfey that way. 1 more flower selecting, and it's
again quite awkward.
Was that Cramorant and a Roaring Moon?
I think it's Lumineon.
Lumineon, okay, and yeah, not wanting to bench that, not wanting to put down an easy 2 prizes for Ali. Content with 3 in the Lost Zone, that's pretty decent for turn 1.
Yeah, sees how important the Cramorant is here in this matchup, and here we see Ali just doing the same with his own Battle VIP pass, of course, going second as well, is able to use a Colress turn 1 for him. He's possibly hoping for a Cramorant of his own.
This deck is blinding me right now, I've got to say, looking at
a lot of gold. Ali bringing the bling, for sure. And here we see Ali opting for the 2 flower selecting, starting that Sableye. Not always ideal. Does have the 1 retreat cost, however, though, so a switch out will mitigate, you know, having that Sableye stuck in the active. Here we see the prize checking of his own here, just checking what are my options, what are my plays here, what's my strategy. You can imagine, you know, this is quite a familiar matchup, right, for a lot of our players. Lost Box has been around for a while, you know, and especially Giratina as well. You know, it's a V-Star that we've seen over and over again. So this is a matchup that our players will be familiar with.
Yeah, very, very much so. And Ali, like Todd, having a very good look just to make sure that what's actually prized. The prizes aren't really too awkward for Ali. There's like 1 Super Rod, a Sableye in there, and 1 of the Giratina V-Stars, but it's a good enough spread that, again, he's not really going to be cut off from being able to access anything. Yeah,
nothing too detrimental. Does play 2 copies of the Super Rod, so does still have 1 available to him in this matchup. And of course, here we see the Jet Energy being played here from Ali. So switching into the Comfey, we see here flower selecting, flower power being used. Yeah. Oh, another Battle VIP pass. I think that's a Giratina V-Star as well. And here we see the second Battle VIP pass being played. He's popping off here.
Yeah. Okay, no, this could be a little bit awkward now because there is 1 Giratina V-Star in the prizes. So having just lost in 1, that means there's only 1 left in deck, actually.
Yeah, there's only 1 available to him. And we saw a quite familiar issue in our stream game yesterday with Chriso as well. So this could come out to be detrimental for Ali in the later turns. You know, there's only so many options Ali will have to deal with the Iron Hands, as we spoke about earlier. So if Tord is able to get that up and running, and especially if Ali isn't going to be benching the Giratina V here as well, you know, we could see some awkward turns here for Ali.
Yeah, quite possibly. Now, Ali, after the second VIP pass, opting not to grab a Giratina V, so I think Ali is trying to go a single prize route here in the early turns, just thinking, don't want to give up any easy 2 prizes, so I just want to get out with my Cramorant, get my Radiant Greninja, and all my other single prizes. Another Comfey comes into the active, flower selecting for 1 more. Is that a Colress?
I think that was a Roxanne.
It was a little bit.
I think that's possibly it.
It's a little hard to see. It was a supporter of some kind of just...
Possibly an Iono, I think.
Yes.
There.
So,
switch car into the other Comfey. We see another flower selecting here. I think that's Manaphy.
It's Manaphy and Giratina V, I think.
Oh, quite awkward.
Yeah, not very nice flower selectings here for Ali. So
again, maybe Ali doesn't know that Tord plays the Iron Hands, and again, I really don't. I don't like this either option.
No.
But opts to get rid of the Giratina V.
Well, you have to keep the Manaphy, right?
Yeah, you're kind of forced to, right? When you're staring down a Radiant Greninja as well. But of course, having a full board, you know, you have a full board already, so Manaphy isn't going to be an option.
Yeah, it's very fortunate for Ali that Tord has 2 Water Energy prizes. Otherwise, Tord could go for an absolutely devastating turn here.
Yeah, Tord going for the Nest Ball here, just getting out that Iron Hands nice and ready. And of course, an issue here with not benching the Manaphy, even the Radiant Greninja is also a threat. Of course, not going to be able to Moonlight Shuriken with the 2 prized Water Energy. But again, for Ali, there's two major threats here on the board.
Yeah, there really is. Now, so if Tord can get 7 in the Lost Zone, we are without doubt seeing a Ampy very much this turn, and Tord is going to take a very early 2 prize lead. Did somebody fly across the table?
I think there was a card that flew over the table. No problem. Our players are well in tune with the game state. That's a little chuckle there as well. We love to see it.
That Battle VIP pass is gone, right? See ya.
See you later. Nest Ball for the Iron Hands here, so let's see if Tord can pop off. And here we see a Colress. Big 5 here is hoping to maybe get some Mirage Gates, get that Iron Hands up and running. See a Darkness Energy. Isn't going to be wanting to get rid of that if he wants to keep Roaring Moon as an option.
Oh, there's Giratina V, actually.
Giratina V as well. I think Tord has enough options in his deck to where he can sacrifice the Giratina V, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something... You've seen your opponents put down a board of all single prizes. You don't really... Giratina V is not going to be a focus in this matchup at all.
Yeah, playing a heavy line of Super Rod as well, playing the 3, so can easily just get that into the Lost Zone. Here we see an Ultra Ball hitting the Lost Zone as well. One more card in that Lost Zone, in that Mirage Gates. And now going to be active. And here we see another flower selecting. Oh,
easy one.
Yeah, easy option there. Easy option for sure.
And actually drawing out Lightning Energy is pretty nice. So you can, that means that can be your end detachment for turn, and then you're just a few Mirage Gates away from being able to power up this Iron Hands. But I guess the key question is, are there enough energy in the deck to actually accelerate?
Yeah, that's another problem as well.
And there it is, Tord sees finally.
Tord sees. Likes the energy and the prizes for sure. And here we see the heavy ball. Hisuian heavy ball, such a good card in this deck. You know, it gives you the ability to not only get those basics out, which is going to be so important in Tord's deck with the amount of options he has, but also just have a peek at your prize cards, you know. And here we see the first Mirage Gate being played. Does have Pokestop in hand, so can get another one out if he manages to hit it. But here we see the Mirage Gate come down. I really like using the Mirage Gate first, you know, thinning out the deck. You know, maximizing your potential to hit another Mirage Gate from the Pokestop.
Yeah, something that's quite nice about Mirage Gate in this specific deck is because Tord plays so many different kinds of basic energy, you're almost always guaranteed to have like 2 different types, so you actually can, you know, accelerate properly. Of course, Mirage Gate you need to attach 2 different basic energy types, so you can't just attach 2 of the same. So you're more likely to be able to do that when you're playing like 5 different basic energy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, totally agree. Couldn't agree more. And I like the synergy in here as well. You know, I don't have to remind our viewers, you know, with concealed cards as an option to discard, you have a plethora of Super Rod in your deck as well. You have the option there to get those energy back into the deck in order to use the Mirage Gate. Here we see a Pokestop.
1, 2.
Oh, and he hits the Mirage Gate. So important here. Does have the lightning energy in hand. I think there was another energy still in deck as well. So can Mirage Gate here for 1 or use the Super Rod to get the darkness energy back into deck?
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic Mirage Gate there. And also the other mills were Pokemon as well. So, you know, you don't mind that. You can just Super Rod those back in. Like, it's the trainers that, well, the non-item trainers that you really care about milling.
Yeah, they're still valuable resources. And does have Pulpad in hand as well, just as a just in case. But goes for the Cramorant there, just on the bench. Maybe we'll see a Spit innocently. Maybe doesn't want to use Ampy very much too soon.
Yeah.
What's awkward here for Ali, though, is what do you bench here? Do you bench the Giratina V? Or do you bench the Manaphy? Because Ali won't know obviously Ali won't know Tord's prizes, so won't know that Moonlight Shuriken isn't going to be an option. But I think here, it's what threat do you, what's the biggest threat for you? What's your preference here?
I think, so here's something that's interesting about Tord's list. Tord actually does not play Manaphy.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think if I'm Ali this turn, I'm thinking, I want a Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, you want to be taking you want to keep the momentum going. Tord's taking the first prize here. Ali wasn't able to use Spit innocently last turn, so wasn't able to keep up with the prize race. So going up 1 prize, you know, doesn't sound bad here for Ali, but goes for the Nest Ball for the Giratina V. Yeah. So sees that Iron Hands, realizes, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, that Ampy very much is going to come thick and fast here.
Yeah, you want to be able to respond on a 2 prizer by knocking it out, right? So yeah, the Giratina V absolutely makes sense to go for here. I think that maybe at this point you kind of recognize that, yeah, I want to keep the Manaphy, but at the same time, I'm not seeing much of a build towards a threat of a Greninja, so I can afford to like hold off on it for now. And so Giratina V is the more important priority.
Yeah, of course. Here we see the Jet Energy come down for Ali. Another Flower selecting.
Yep.
Other cards here.
Oh, was that a Path to the Peak and a
I think it was a Path to the Peak, yeah. Path to the Peak coming down, not too much.
Oh, it was a Roxanne, actually, the other card. Okay.
It was a Roxanne, yeah. I like keeping the Roxanne here. I think Roxanne is a bigger issue for Tord to deal with than the Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak, of course, only turning off that Radiant Greninja.
Oh, although big problem here for Ali, no more ways to get cards in the Lost Zone. So no Greninja this turn, at least. It's going to be mirroring Tord's play, retreat and Spit innocently, which is also still fine. Yeah,
keeps up with the prize race, of course. But now Tord having to deal with that Giratina V as well.
Yeah, and
which is also another issue.
Oh, and there's a big problem here. If Tord goes for the attack with the Iron Hands this turn, and then Ali then responds by deciding to do Moonlight Shuriken, that Iron Hands is just going to KO the Greninja and take another 2 prizes.
Yeah.
So you kind of, depending on what Tord does at this point, you're forced to respond to the Iron Hands straight away. Otherwise, you're going to fall way too far behind.
Yeah, really true. Here we see the promotion of the Greninja escape rope off the top there for Tord. Here we see another Mirage Gate, Darkness Energy, nice Water Energy as well. I actually don't think last turn Ampy very much was an option. I think the Jet Energy was actually attached.
Oh, and then he drew the one lightning. And the others in the prizes. Okay, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and there was no way to discard the Lightning Energy. But here we see a Moonlight Shuriken, like you said, last turn as well.
Oh, and then this is where...
This is where it gets awkward, because I even like damaging the Giratina V here as well. You know, having a little chip damage on the Giratina V star for later turns, you know, whittling down that HP is always going to be a fantastic option as well. Here we see the Pokestop.
Oh, wow.
Lovely. Just while the doctor orders 3 items. Mirage Gate, Escape Rope, and I think it was a Super Rod, right?
Yeah, and with this, I mean, Tord can take like a double knockout here on 2 comfes and just stop Ali from even more from being able to get to that crucial 7 in the lost zone. This could get very ugly very quickly for Ali.
Certainly could. And here we see a Colress coming down. Battle VIP pass, no use to him now. Definitely hitting that lost zone, and now 9 cards in the lost zone for Tord. Here we see another nest ball being played. Can opt to go for the Roaring Moon. I really like this because this is the only way that Tord can deal with that Giratina V-Star effectively. Doesn't have any sort of damage output from any other Pokemon that can deal that massive 280 damage. So I like having the security of benching that Roaring Moon for later turns.
And important to note, the key that was enabled this turn to happen, like Tord took 1 or 2 Water Energies off the prizes. Like, were it not for that, this turn would not be possible. So Tord getting very fortunate there with the Hisuian Heavy Ball shuffle, putting the Water Energies at the bottom so he could take 1, and now this play is possible.
I really like using the Moonlight Shuriken here as well because it puts Tord in a position where he only needs 3 attacks in order to win the game. Taking 2 prizes off this Moonlight Shuriken against 2 Comfes, then an Ampu very much against another Pokemon, and then, of course, the Roaring Moon, Frenzied Gouging on the Giratina V-Star, and that's the game.
Yeah, it's what's going to be key for Ali this turn, that he did take that Roxanne earlier, and he's going to need to fire that off. If he wants any chance of a comeback, he needs to stop Tord from being able to accumulate more attackers and more resources.
And that's also live next turn, right? So if Ali can manage to knock out the Greninja here, taking consistency off the board while also disrupting the hand back to 2, that could be really detrimental here, and Tord will probably hope for some sort of way out of that. And of course, with, no attackers at the moment being live, on his board, that could be an issue.
So Moonlight Shuriken KOs both the Comfes. Of course, we were absolutely expecting that. No more ways for Ali to get more into the lost zone right now, which is very tricky. Even made him even more so by the fact that, you want to Roxanne this turn, right? But if you're Roxanning, you're not doing a Colress experiment. So you have to somehow get 2 Comfes on the board as well as Roxanne and have enough switch outs to use them both.
Yeah, really awkward for Ali. Here we see a big poker gear here. He's going to be hoping to hit that Colress. Of course, Roxanne being live now, Tord is down to 3. However, like you said, does still need to get some more cards in the lost zone. Does fortunately hit the Colress from the poker gear. Yeah, that'll be very big for Ali.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate, because this absolutely is the same way you want to Roxanne, but you just can't because of the double Comfes knockout. It's awkward position to be in for sure. And
it's almost like Tord's disrupting Ali now, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take out your consistency off the board, I know that Tord doesn't play any disruption, doesn't play Iono, doesn't play a Roxanne, but it's still harming that consistency from Ali.
Yeah. And after this, he's really agonizing.
Really awkward, isn't it?
I think you have to, right? You need to hit that 7. You need to make your Mirage Gate live. Speaking of Mirage Gate,
there it is. But you don't want to be, at the same time, you don't really want to be using Giratina V-Star on the Radiant Greninja as well. It seems like a bit of a waste, right? You're only taking 1 prize. You're not taking multiple prizes in one turn. You're not going to be knocking out any of the other threats. Moonlight Shuriken, not really that effective at the moment with no Comfey. Only Sableye is going to be an instant knockout for Tord with Moonlight Shuriken. So, you're not taking a major threat off the board either.
Yeah, there's no... 130 is such an awkward number to hit, right? You either have to, over knock it out with a Giratina, or you just fall a little bit short with attacking from both Cramorant and Sableye.
You can set up for a later turn. You can spit innocently and, hope that Tord doesn't have a way of getting loads of switch cards, and then, of course, take a knockout. But here we see the Moonlight Shuriken, another Mirage Gate. This actually really surprised me, because I think that using the Mirage Gates early on, you're whittling down resources in order to keep that Giratina V-Star up and coming. So you only have 3 attackers on board. I mean, yes, you do have the Sableye, but at the moment it's not taking multiple prizes, right? It's only going to be setting up damage for later turns, and Ali will require streaming that consistently.
I mean, there are still 2 Mirage Gates left. This one was the first one he has used, so there's definitely, it shouldn't be too much of an issue in the long run, but it's definitely could be awkward later on. I guess after this Mirage Gate, I imagine one is going to go onto the Radiant Greninja, of course, and then maybe attaching the other onto the active, because I don't think I saw a switching card in the hand. You
do get instant satisfaction. You do get 2 prize cards, of course. That's not a problem, but you're taking your own consistency off the board. I think that's why I'm so surprised here. I think the security option here was to just go for a simple spit innocently.
It's but if you do a split innocently, you're so far behind again, right?
Because, I know it's awkward.
Tord just comes in because no matter what happens, Tord is going to be able to come in with an iron hands and be able to take 2 prizes.
Yeah.
If you attack with the Greninja, at least Tord takes 2 prizes, but you also take 2 prizes.
Yeah, it's awkward, but it keeps Tord in a position where he's still taking multiple prizes regardless. Yeah, it's an awkward one. Here we see an escape rope come down.
So, I mean...
It's going to be a Comfey, I would imagine. Yeah, Comfey coming out here, realising that, OK, my 2 bench Comfey are going to be knocked out, perhaps, but at least I get a flower selecting next turn.
And I guess I was wrong. There was a switching card in hand. So, yeah, because of that, Ali able to use the Mirage Gate, the spare energy from it, put it on the Giratina, so that will be ready for a Star Requiem potentially next turn, as long as he can find a grass energy and a way to get free more in the Lost Zone. Yeah, and here's another awkward decision. If Ali decides to nest ball here for another Comfey, that Moonlight Shuriken again is taking another 2 prizes. Yeah, that's...
Yes.
But Manphy's still in hand, right? So you can just bench it.
You can bench it, yeah, that is the option, yeah.
Yeah, so I imagine that Ali will just do that. You wouldn't bench the Comfey if you didn't also put down the mitigation to stop another 2 prize turn.
You'd have to bench the Manaphy here.
Yeah. So
it's looking like Tord's perhaps going for a Ampy very much next turn, I'd imagine is the option.
Yeah.
Really staring down that Roxanne. Ali was hoping to use it this turn, but that just wasn't the option. And here we see the Moonlight Shuriken taking 2 prizes here for Ali, keeping him in the race, both now down to 3 prize cards.
Yeah, and it makes sense to go for the 2 bench ones, right? You don't want to give Tord the option of what Pokemon to have active, make him stick with the Comfeys in case he's changed his mind on which one is actually best to put active.
You can imagine as well that Tord will have a switch out, but at least it keeps him requiring more, right?
Granted, Tord has got the whole world in his hands.
of course. As we mentioned, Ali was perhaps hoping to use the Roxanne this turn, but Tord with a bit of an accordion hand. Plethora of options for him.
I think Tord's deck is, because the Mirage Gate is being played now and Tord is looking through his deck for the energy, I think Tord's deck is smaller than his hand at this point.
Yeah, I think so. But I think now only 1 Mirage Gate is an option, right? I think 3 have been used.
Yeah, as I see, there's one. Actually, you see 2 in Discard Pile and 1 there. So yeah, there's only 1 Mirage Gate left.
So only 1 Mirage Gate left. So an Ampy very much. Giratina V-Star into the Iron Hands, but Tord is going to be only down to 1 prize card. So this is going to be a real interesting couple of turns. And here we see a big Colress continuing to thin down the deck.
Yeah, and this is very important because I'm sure Tord knows that a Roxanne is coming, right? So the more useless cards you pin out, very easy decision there with the Giratina V-Star and the Battle VIP pass. So now if you do get Roxanne, your chances of drawing into that last Mirage Gate get higher and higher.
Yeah, having the Cramorant there as well as another attacking option to have on board. Here we see switch card Colress, I think it was. No, it couldn't have been Colress. I think he's used 3 or... Oh, no, it was a Colress. It was the last... It's the last Colress then.
Yeah.
For Tord.
Switch card going to the Lost Zone. Yeah, we do see that last Mirage Gate in hand ready to go. So with only 3 cards in deck now, there's at least a little bit of a chance for Tord to find it if he gets Roxanne. I'm sure he'll have that in mind. Deck thinning is so important in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, especially with the Lost Box. You don't want to be drawing into useless cards, especially when you're going to be Roxanne next turn. And here we see an Ampy very much.
Well, not quite yet. Benching the Cramorant, another card thinned out from the Pan/Slash deck.
Yeah.
Maybe you think about benching 1 more?
At least here you have quite a nice escape rope play for next turn. You're taking out the Greninja, right, for that, so that's 130. So if Tord's able to find escape rope next turn, that's also an option. And here we see the 4th Mirage Gate.
Set up with the checkmate.
Yeah, this is a checkmate now for Tord, right? So even if Ali was able to bring out the Giratina V-Star, that Roaring Moon, instant frenzied gouging for 2 more prizes.
Yeah, and with that, with that, there's nothing Ali can do. Ali can knock Roxanne when he wants. Tord has the game set up on board already. That Super Rod plus Mirage Gate being crucial.
Yeah. And you'd imagine here Ali seeing the writing on the wall.
So
this one.
Okay, so Ali's line now changes slightly. What he has to do is get the KO on the Roaring Moon of a Gusting card, like a counter catcher, and Roxanne, and hope that Tord doesn't find a Gust of his own. That's the move.
You're forced to take out the Roaring Moon, but just an escape rope. The Pokestop is still in play. Ali had Lost Zoned the path to the peak for the Roxanne as well, so it's an awkward line of play here for Ali. Only the grass energy with the Mirage Gate. That's also quite awkward.
Just a bit, but as long as he has an energy in hand, that's okay. You know, not going to be an option to go for Start Requiem this turn, because I think there's no easy way for Ali to get the extra free in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, that's right.
But still,
it's going to be forced to use Roxanne here. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I think you have to put Tord down to 2.
It's Roxanne plus Countercatcher, knock out the Roaring Moon, and pray. That's the line.
And yeah, you'd have to play the Path to the Peak as well. But this is really interesting line of play, because if you put the Path to the Peak down, you'll have to be drawing into that Countercatcher naturally, right?
I mean, yeah, but there's also no like ability draw power on Ali's board anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. There's no Greater Greninja.
No. As in, like, using the Pokestop to get the Countercatcher.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess you could do, but at the same time, playing a path is too important, so I think you just have to hope that the 6 from the Roxanne will get you there. You don't want to risk Roxanne and not playing the path.
And also in this way, you will have to hit the path as well from the Roxanne, right?
Yeah, because, sure, path only stops Greninja, but Greninja is 2 extra draws that Tord could use to find the cards to close out the game. So it's every single card option you remove from Tord counts. So
the path to pick definitely had to come down.
So 6 cards there. Does Ali find it? One more card?
One more card. Oh, there's a Countercatcher! Countercatcher. Ali is able to take the knockout here on the Roaring Moon. Lost Impact will take this out. And now it's all on Tords to find a way to get that Giratina V-Star out of the active.
Unbelievable find off the last card of the Roxanne, finding the Countercatcher to KO the Roaring Moon. So now it's up to Tord. Does he have the ways to win? It's a boss!
Oh, and it's a boss!
His orders!
Does have the boss in hand for the Gust, and Tord going 1-0 here in our round 12. What a game, right down to the wire. Roxanne, it's a lie, Freya, it's a lie. Tord able to get the boss off the Roxanne to 2. That's well, what a game. What a game, yeah. Speechless.
Unbelievable. What a fantastic nail bite to end to that one. Wow, so Tord able to find off of the Roxanne to 2, the boss's orders to take the game after Ali found off the 6th card of the Roxanne, the Countercatcher, to make the play that could keep him in. This is why we love to look at cast Pokemon.
I mean, Roxanne. I mean, the Roxanne to 2 is so exciting. You know, it was all about whether Tord had the options available to him to get that Giratina V-Star out of the active. Ali did what he could, right?
He did,
and that was the game plan. That was the game plan all along. The disruption, the path, did exactly what he could for this matchup, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. And you got to play your outs, right? Just because it didn't work for Ali doesn't mean that anything that he did was wrong. He absolutely took the correct line. Tord just proved that Roxanne was a lie again.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show the power of Tord's deck here. You know, there's so many options that were available to him. Use the Greninja, use the Iron Hands, use the Roaring Moon. There were so many options available to him. Utilized them perfectly. Mirage gated at the right time to set up these plays for the later turns. Used all of those Mirage gates pretty early on. You know, well, I say early on, in the same turn to try and set up that kind of board state to say checkmate.
Yeah, absolutely. The players are setting up now, in any case, ready for game 2. After we've got to calm things down a little bit just to come down with that excitement at the end of game 1. Ali's hand didn't look amazing. Like, the choices of starters were like a Cramorant and a Sableye, which really you don't want to start with either of those in an ideal world. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but does have a Mulligan draw to work with, and it does have a Chorus Experiment and an S-Ball, so maybe able to find something to work with.
Yeah, and has the energy in hand for the retreat cost next turn as well. Tord here just shuffling up, did have a Mulligan last turn. Just drawing his first 7 here as well. Tord's going to be looking for a very similar game plan to last. Has the perfect starter in the Comfey as well.
Yeah, you'd love to see it now. Let's take a quick look at both these players' prize cards, and only 2 energy prize for Tord this time, so going to be feeling a little bit happier about that, I'm sure.
pretty fortunate for both players to not have anything too detrimental. Path to the Peak is in the prizes for Ali, so you know, could harm the kind of game plan that he was going for last game as well. Here we see the first flower selecting Escape Rope, hitting that Lost Zone. Here we see an Ultra Ball as well, getting rid of 2 energy. These are resources that Tord is able to get back with the Super Rod as well. So here, just doing a little prize check as well. A nice deck search turn 1 is always fantastic, especially with the Lost Zone as well.
Yeah, two Psychic Energies in discard pile already, which actually I think they're the only 2 that Tord plays. It's So having a quick look at the list, yeah, I think it is. So a little bit awkward there, but of course you kind of getting back with Super Rod, so it's really not the end of the world. Toward doing another energy check as well, thinking don't really want to end up pricing all my energy again, but this time the deck energy-wise at least being a lot kinder.
Yeah, Ali does play 3 Path to the Peak, quite a heavy line for Giratina, so one hitting the prizes isn't going to be too bad for him. See another Comfey, sorry, coming down for Tord. Getting rid of those 2 Psychics again. The synergy of this deck, right? You know, you've got these ways of discarding energy, but it's not a problem.
No.
You've got the Super Rod, you've got the security of that, and especially it kind of plays in turn, right, with the Mirage Gate. If you're able to Super Rod them back in, you know, it's always going to be live for you. And here we see another Flower Select. Quite awkward, Pokestop and Colress is going to opt for the Colress, so crucial for Tord. You know, being only it's a 5 supporter line, so you know it's the full Colress, it's the 1 boss's orders as well. So you know, utilize it, understanding the importance of each of these supporters, and here we see a double nest ball from Ali.
Yeah, after a great start there, able to get out a Radiant Greninja and then probably get out Comfey as well. Start doing some sort of slash letting set up Losso nicely, and Ali does have the turn on Colress's experiment ready to go in hand as well, which is going to be a boon for him.
He'd be hoping for a turn 1 spit instantly as well. Getting rid of a Comfey on the board, especially with that energy attached, is going to be a nice retreat for Tord next turn. So getting rid of that will only help him further in the prize race, but also give a little bit of an issue to Tord in terms of consistency.
Also taking a quick look through with the nest balls, just have a look at prizes again, realizing that, yeah, nothing too awkward to work with here. There's a couple of energies prized, so 1 grass and 1 water, so you might have to bear that in mind a little bit, but on the whole, shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, 1 Sableye as well. You know, it could... There are a lot of options, of course, to get Sableye out. The 1 Sableye that he does have available to him, but could be an issue if he does have to draw into it naturally. In the later turns, perhaps Giratina V already on the bench here. I would have thought that Ali would have liked to get that down early enough last game, but it's slapped down on the board pretty early on here. And here we see perhaps so here we see the concealed cards, drawing 2 here, Colress and a Jet Energy. Only going to help him here. It's going to be hoping to somehow hit another Comfey perhaps. So we see,
I think that's between 2 energy. No, is it Roxanne?
No, it's Roxanne Psychic. You'd imagine he'd have to keep the Roxanne, right, if he wants to continue on that same game plan. There's only Roxanne that Ali does play, so you see another Colress. Does have Iono as well as an option for disruption as well, but just seeing the value in the Roxanne.
Yeah, but, I mean, Roxanne almost won him that game 1, right? So yeah, you definitely want to keep that around.
Definitely want to keep it around for sure. You see a Colress as well, Giratina V-Star. Perhaps the choice here, but here we see Nest Ball and a Jet Energy, 2 quite valuable resources, I would say, in Lost Box, but again, seeing the importance of the other Comfey. Of course, we do know he does have to hit another card into the Lost Zone in order to use the spit instantly. Does have a switch card, and also the retreat still available to him, so it does retreat into the other Comfey, and here we see another Flower Selecting. Yeah. Ooh, 2 very important cards, but I think with a full bench already, may want to get rid of the Battle VIP Pass unless you wanted to get maybe a Manaphy down early on.
Yeah, it's a tough one because obviously Manaphy was really did a number on you, or not put play down a Manaphy meant that Radiant Greninja really did a number on you last game, and yeah, given that you play 2 Counter Catcher, maybe just valuing the guaranteed pickup of that Manaphy, or even a second Giratina, that could be another option to go for as well.
Yeah, it does play the 2 Counter Catcher, so this is fine, but again, it's minimizing the potential or the options to you later in the later turns.
Yeah, and
maybe asking if he can swap over.
Yeah, he's
again going for the Battle VIP Pass for the Giratina V.
Yeah, you can tell he's agonizing over it.
Yeah, I know he was flirting with the option of the Manaphy, right?
Maybe at this point thinking Tord start was a little bit slower. You know, there's only really a couple of Comfey out, and oh wait, how did he not have the switch out?
Yeah, didn't have the switch out. Yeah. So here we see another Colress coming down. Tord playing pretty fast here, wanting to rip through this deck. Battle VIP Pass, you imagine, is going to be hitting the Lost Zone. Sableye also, maybe perhaps not the game plan for this turn. can hit the Lost Zone. It is his only Sableye, so it's not going to be an option for him. Lost Mine now.
I mean, he didn't really need it last game, right?
Yeah, it's not the game plan I would have imagined. Here we see a Flower selecting, Super Rod hitting the Lost Zone. Has to keep that Iron Hands, especially if you're going to get rid of that Sableye. If you want to be making, you know, two prize card turns, going to be having to keep either one of those. And here we see a Mirage Gate coming into the hand, not seeing the value in the Forest Seal Stone.
No, there's not really any Pokemon V you want to bench this game, right? No. You don't want to bench Lumineon, you don't want to bench Giratina, so yeah, why bother with the Seal Stone?
You'd imagine he's trying to hit a Colress here, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, he started the turn with Colress.
No, he started with Colress, yeah.
Yeah, but another one would be nice.
Another one for next turn, because I think you have to start attacking soon, right? So I think, you know, I think what's awkward here is that, well, for one, Ampy very much is now active, and with 3 Mirage Gate in hand, this is going to be an option for Tord. And here we see a Mirage Gate being slapped down here.
Yeah, there's more lightning in deck, so
yeah. It is live here for Tord. You see, we see a Lightning Energy in the Darkness being slapped down onto the Iron Hands.
And another Mirage Gate going down, and there is a switching card in hand, right?
Yeah, there's a Jet Energy in hand as well. So can opt to maybe attach to another Comfey as well as the Iron Hands, and then attach the Jet Energy to the Iron Hands itself, get it in the active, and of course setting up a nice little pivot for the previous, for the following turns. Oh. Yeah, I really like this play. Yeah, Jet Energy onto the Iron Hands now. We'll put it straight into the active, and you can imagine an Ampy very much coming up soon.
And that's going to be a very, very good for Tord, taking like an early 2-prize lead already, and especially in a situation where Ali doesn't really have, right now at least, a way to get the Giratina V-Star going. There is a Colress's experiment, and there is an energy in hand, so you can maybe dig for it, but I don't think I see a Giratina V-Star.
4 is a really awkward number as well, because Colress doesn't get you to the 7, so you're still forced to be getting into using a Flower selecting, but now Ali's needing a Giratina V-Star, Mirage Gates, and also a switch out. So it's pretty awkward here for Ali, but again, I can't tell you how much he has to be knocking out this Ampy very much. It's such a big threat for him.
Yeah, you have to deal with this right now. If you don't deal with this, Tord takes another 2 prizes next turn, and then suddenly you are way, way far behind. So it needs to be Giratina V-Star or bust. 5 cards off the top from the Colress's experiment. Does he find a way to get the Giratina V-Star?
Does he find a way? 2 energy, pretty awkward. And a Psychic, oh well, and a Psychic as well. I think there's 4 energy here. 3 energy, sorry.
Yeah, it's 3, and then I can't quite see what that the last card is.
Again. Perhaps a Colress?
The glare too much. Oh, there is the Giratina V-Star in hand already.
And there was there was a Giratina V-Star in hand already. Okay. But is forced now to find Switch Out and Mirage Gates, but there's nothing there for Ali, unfortunately.
No, there's a path. There's some other gold card, I guess. Maybe we can find out if concealed cards.
Have the concealed cards. Manaphy and a path to the Pig. Oh, these are really awkward here. This is really awkward for Ali.
So I think there is a Jet Energy in hand, so what you can do is just Mirage Gate and then Jet to the active, but you need to, if you're going to do this, then there has to be enough energy in the deck. So there's 1 grass in the discard pile, there's 1 in the prizes. Is there going to be enough? Yeah, you have to get to Super Rod first.
Yeah, you have to Super Rod first, get those energy back into the deck. Again, I'm talking about the awkwardness. It's you know, it's how you play this out, right? You know, you're using resources. You have to get rid of the Iron Hands. You couldn't escape rope for a simple spit innocently. You're being forced to use the Giratina V-Star, and now it's going to be whether Tord can react with a big knockout with the Roaring Moon again.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an okay turn from Ali. It is, you've done what you needed to do, right? You need to answer the Iron Hands, and you have the means to do that. But it's now a matter of what comes next. There is a bench slot free, so maybe now Ali goes for this Manaphy, fearing that maybe Tord could respond with a Radiant Greninja, and yet we do see the Manaphy go down now. And I guess after that, it is just going to be Lost Impact.
Yeah, I do like the Manaphy coming down, mitigating the risk of the Radiant Greninja. I think other than knocking out the Giratina V-Star, it was the only way that Tord could take multiple prizes this turn. So unless Tord can manage to conjure up a Roaring Moon EX, Tord may only be taking 1 prize here if he's lucky enough. But here we see Colress, another Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, that'll be an easy choice.
The Lost Zone, yeah.
And then maybe thinking about a Dark Energy. That might make it a little bit awkward, because then you have 2 in the discard pile already. I guess if you have a Super Rod, it's fine. But otherwise, might be a little bit. Oh, there's a Super Rod from.
Yeah, there's a Super Rod. Yeah, there's a Super Rod in hand. There is Mirage Gate as well. but needs to be hitting the Roaring Moon somehow.
Yeah, and he's in front of his Pokestop or Giratina
V-Star with a 1-1 Giratina, hitting the discard pile. Not a bad, not too bad for Tord.
It's 3 cards out the way, I guess.
Didn't need it last game, so not a problem. Oh, 2 really awkward cards to get into the flower selecting, Boss's Orders and the Radiant Greninja.
But you have to go with Greninja, right?
You have to have the consistency, right? If you're taking multiple prizes, you still have to hit the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, and that was a VIP and a
Mirage Gate. So no options. Can, of course, spit innocently this turn. But you want to be taking those multiple prizes.
Yeah, but with that, I don't think a Roaring Moon is going to happen this turn.
No. And now, if passing over to Ali without taking prizes here, it's giving Ali the option to just use Moonlight Shuriken, right, for multiple prizes.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit awkward. There is 1 Water Energy in the Lost Zone, so Ali has to make sure that he can it is 1 in hand. So I guess he could gate 1 and then attach the other. Yeah. But it is absolutely possible.
Yeah, hit Luminion from the flower selecting there. Another Battle VIP pass hitting the Lost Zone, which is always good to see. Tord's just conjuring up any sort of idea here.
Yeah,
what he can do.
There's no amazing line, I think it's safe to say.
Palpad getting 2 Colress back into the deck.
It's the card you always want to see, right? Just Chorus again and again.
Doesn't shuffle up. You can imagine a Luminous Sign maybe coming out here.
Okay, interesting going for that now.
3 Colress still in the deck.
Yeah.
Unfortunate not to be hitting any in the hands via flower selecting or concealed cards. Forced to use the Luminous Sign, sorry. And this is again another weird turn of events where Tord's got a 2 prizer on the bench, and that could be quite tasty for Ali if he's able to find any sort of gusting option.
Here's an interesting card, Energy Recycler. Not one that one that's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit in these Lost Zone toolbox decks ever since Super Rod came out. Does let you get back 5 basic energy. So
I think the reason for this is the Kyogre.
Yes,
right? So the Kyogre having that option, it's invaluable, right? Getting those 5 energy back into the deck. The Aqua Storm. It just makes it that much better, of course.
So Tord just Mirage Gated onto the minion. I think we're going to see an Aqua return this turn.
I think that's the safe play, right? Because you want to be getting that 2 prizer off the field as soon as possible. But I think what's awkward here is that a Mirage Gate has been used, and it's not going to be used that effectively. Of course, you're doing that 120 poke, but... sorry, the 120 poke, but you're not taking prizes here.
No, and also 160 is like... It's not a nice 2-shot number, right? Like, it's 160. What do you have in your deck that does 160? Not really much.
You do have Arm Press, so Arm Press is an option with the Iron Hands, but still quite an issue for Tord to get out. You know, he still needs a lot of pieces to the puzzle in order to use that. You use 1 Mirage Gate on the Luminion again, not that great.
Yeah, so... Okay, very important decisions here for Ali. Opted to go for the Chorus Experiment, did find the other Water Energy, so now it's going to be very important for Ali to discard that with Conceal card so he can Super Rod it back in, so he can make most use of this Mirage Gate.
And I think the main problem here for Tord as well is that 3 Mirage Gates have been used. So now, with that Mirage Gate in hand, he must be thinking, right, what's the best way I can utilize this?
Hold on, is Ali thinking of foregoing the Water Energy?
Going for the Water Energy, yeah.
So, but now he can't Moonlight Shuriken anymore. There's 2 waters in the Lost Zone, he only plays 3.
So with 3, you only need to use 2, right?
Yeah, but there's 2 in the Lost Zone.
Oh, there's 2 in the Lost Zone. Yeah. There's 2 in the Lost Zone, so now Moonlight Shuriken not an option. So Ali unable to take multiple prizes this turn.
I guess maybe Ali thinking that that's not the right move to go for. Maybe there's something we're missing here, but like it would seem to me like Moonlight Shuriken would be the best option here.
Yeah, for sure. I think here the map, the ideal prize map for Ali is to take 2-2-2, right?
But no.
I'm not seeing the value in it. Manual attachment to the Giratina, which is also awkward because, of course, with only 9 in the Lost Zone, Star Requiem can't be used either.
No.
And he hit in Pokestop, Colress, Boss, Mirage Gate.
Oh.
Again, not fantastic.
Support is the worst thing, just about the worst thing to discard from your Mirage Gates. Can't get those back in, from the Pokestops, rather.
Yeah, it doesn't play Palpad either, so no way to recover that Boss's Orders or the Colress either.
No, that's not going to work.
9 in the Lost Zone. It was 10.
Okay.
11, sorry.
Yeah, our counter wasn't updated. There we go. So
That's absolutely fine. Here we see Confei being promoted. just drawing the back into another energy recycler. And what's the line here for Tord now?
Okay, I'm trying to think back a little bit to Ali. Maybe Ali didn't have a way to get this Giratina out the active. Maybe that's why the Moonlight Shuriken wasn't viable.
I still like that play, though. I was really surprised because
No, but if you can't retreat the... Yeah, because you only have switch cart, right? So if you don't have a way to retreat the Giratina, then you can't do the Moonlight Shuriken. Maybe you just didn't have enough energy resources to both attach to the Giratina to retreat and do the Moonlight Shuriken.
Maybe keeping the Mirage Gates as an option as well for the Giratinas rather than the Radiant Greninja. But again, having the option to take multiple prizes in one turn. Yeah, quite interesting decisions here being made. And you see a Spit Innocently from Tord. Again, keeping that Mirage Gate for a later option. Of course, only having one now, it's all about how do I use this in the best fashion. What's my method here?
I mean, what could be really nice to Tord if he hadn't lost on his Sableye is to do a Lost Mine next turn, but of course that option no longer available to him because of the Sableye going away.
And this is when we talk about the Lost Box mirrors, you know, or the Lost Box archetype mirrors, I should say. I know this isn't strictly a mirror match with the Giratina V-Star and this kind of box-style deck, but this is where these fine lines are placed. It's all about resource management, right? Exactly what we think about. Those two water energies hitting the Lost Zone means now, you know, Ali has a couple of awkward turns. Now Tord using 3 Mirage Gates is also, you know, going to hinder his game plan just a little bit more as well. And here we see a lost impact on Cramorant as well. Again, not the fashion you maybe want to be using it. No. Only one prize card on that kind of small Pokemon, but Roaring Moon in hand as well now for Tord.
I guess the one thing that is the same grace for Ali is that, so we did see that boss's order hit the Lost Zone. I do believe that the Tord only plays 1, so...
Yeah, Tord only plays 1.
So there's an option for Tord to like power up a Roaring Moon and gust the other Giratina V-Star to win the game in that regard. So, you know, Tord is going to knock out this Giratina here, and it's going to go down to like, you know, 2 prizes each. But then Ali could, in theory, just knock out 2 more single prizes and win the game that way.
The boss's orders hit the Lost Zone for Tord.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I'm in agreement.
yeah, in full agreement. That's fine.
Yeah, so
another chorus from Tord, drawing 5 here, big 5 cards.
Ooh, a lot of energy.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy. And this is exactly the kind of position that we saw Tord in last. You know, he's running through the deck, and now resources are starting to run out slowly.
Yeah.
You know, options, you know, they're becoming less and less as the game goes on. Of course, when everything was live, you have, you know, your ideal setup. You have 7 or 10 in the Lost Zone. You know, everything's hunky-dory. But, you know, as the game goes on, you're forced to be using these resources, and sometimes it just doesn't go, you know, quite right.
Is Tord maybe thinking of finishing off the game by perhaps doing, I don't know, you get back the Iron Hands doing Escape Rope, or oh, maybe you get your Giratina line back. Yeah. Okay, this could also work.
You can get the Giratina line back out, but with only 1 Mirage Gate, I think it would be a Spit Innocently here on the Giratina V-Star, taking a knockout. You know, keeping the board in a position where Ali can't take multiple prizes in one turn. We know the Moonlight Shuriken, again, not an option for Ali, so forcing the 1 prize board state.
Maybe finish off an Iron Hands.
But in order to use the Giratina, the Iron Hands.
The flowers letting.
And that's very awkward.
Literally the 2 cards you just got back. Oh, and then again,
fantastic.
Now Iron Hands isn't an option either. Wow, yeah, that's very, very strange game, this one.
But I think with all these plays running through my mind right now, so manual retreat into the Cramorant, Spit Innocently for knockouts, and does still have the Roaring Moon in hand with the Mirage Gate.
Yeah.
So I think that's the line of play here for Tord, but I wouldn't have thought that this would have been the position we're in with the amount of resources that have been used, but just holding on, I guess. And the Giratina V hitting the bench.
Yeah, there was another Super Rod just there.
Yeah, there was another Super Rod. So, again, this is... Okay, so going for the Giratina V rides will mean that Ali will be able to take game next turn, but will need quite a lot.
Yeah, but Tord has to do this because he needs an option to KO the other Giratina V-Star. So, like, having to go for it right now. And there is a switch card. Spit Innocently will finally finish off that Giratina V-Star. Free hit KO coming in.
And in the same token now, Ali with boss's orders in the discard pile. Gust not an option, so...
Yeah, of course, they're even on prizes, so no counter catcher. So actually, Tord's pretty safe here.
Yeah, Tord's pretty safe. You'd imagine a Spit Innocently coming out here, having the security of the fact that Tord has no Gust himself. Ali's still able to take a prize here to keep up with the race, but just checking the discard pile, how many energy are still in there? 2 psychic energy, quite a few energy in the lost zone as well to boot.
That Pokestop discarding the sword is really, really hurting right now.
Very, very awkward. Very, very awkward.
I mean, if you can dig for that, maybe you can power up a Giratina, boss's orders a Giratina V, and then you can actually tie up this series. But as it stands right now,
oh, and we just have just a short issue that the just a short issue that the judges brought up, which we're looking to just satisfy that just quickly here, keeping it alive of the game state here from our judges, but we'll wrap that right up for you. But looking at the game state now, so Ali had no option to Gust, has the Cramorant on the bench, still able to take that 1 prize, but for Tord in the same token, doesn't have Gust himself. No. Didn't also have another Cramorant as well, so unable to take 1 prize. They're both in this kind of one-upsmanship situation.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's going to be, like, we're very close to time as well. That's an important
note. That's another important
There's only 3 minutes left, so we're at that stage now where every single, mini fort counts.
Yeah. And this is exactly what we said with the Lost Box variants. When they're facing off with each other, it's all about who can utilize the resources more efficiently. Am I using my Mirage Gates correctly? My switch outs, how many do I have left? What are my disruption options? It's all those little nuances that make this matchup what it is.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, and it's all about keeping up to date with what options are available to me. We see this now with the Gusting options, but also with Tord with the Mirage Gates, using 3 earlier in the game, in order to use the Ampy very much, and now with only 1 available to him. It's all about keeping that as closely in your hand as possible. You're really cherishing that resource as the game goes on. But I wouldn't have known where that would have gone. No, really.
No, neither would I. There's some very, very strange turns over the course of that game.
Yes.
I think it went in a direction we weren't really expecting, it's safe to say, for either player for that matter. And these final few turns, I mean, this could really, really go either way. I really can't wait to see the end of this game. So
when I saw that second water hit the lost zone, I was thinking, no, he's in the middle of a decision here. I would have thought, no, you can't lost zone that. That's your only way to take multiple prizes. And I think if that were still an option, of course, didn't have the switch out for that turn.
No.
But if you were able to keep that, take the multiple prizes next turn, in this turn specifically, if you were able to use it last, you would have been in a situation where only 1 prize card was required for your next turn. Yeah. So it would have put Ali in a great position, but these are these little micro decisions, especially with these Lost Box variants. You're playing the Colress, you're playing the flower selecting. We spoke about it earlier in the caster lounge. It's these little decisions whereby you're getting rid of resources and you're saying, ta-ta, bye-bye, because you cannot get them back.
No.
Right? And it's these little decisions that make the game what it is.
Yeah, it really is. Now, just whilst this little sort of judge thing is going on, we're going to take a little quick break to video. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back soon with the outcome of this game.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today I'm going to run you through why I love the Paradox Rift expansion. First of all, Paradox Rift introduces a new Future and Ancient mechanic. These are new classifications of cards that also have different cards there ready to support them. Very similar to the Single, Rapid and Fusion Strike mechanics of the past. Let's start off with the new big scary Future card, Iron Hands EX. Ampu very much deals 120 damage for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy. However, if you KO something with damage from this attack, you can take 1 extra prize card. This is devastating for 1 prize attacking decks, since you can swing the prize trade back into your favor. However, 1 card that 1 prize decks are starting to use to combat Iron Hands is Cloth. Its unhinged scissors attack is perfect for cutting through Iron Hands like hot butter, since unhinged scissors does 30 plus 160 damage if Cloth is affected by a special condition. This is very easy to fulfill by playing a spicy seasoned curry. This will burn Cloth, which is now swinging for 190 damage or 170 after a double turbo energy attachment, which is fine because after applying weakness, it KOs Iron Hands EX in 1 hit. Another card Cloth players can use is Luxurious Cape. This is a very fun card that when attached to a non-rule box Pokemon gives it an extra 100 HP. but they do give up an extra prize card when they get KO'd. This would give Claw from earlier 220 HP, or give Snorlax 250 HP. It would also give Sableye a terrifying 180 HP, making Luxurious Cape one new tool that Lost Box decks might start to use. However, they do have to be careful of the new Jirachi card, because this prevents all damage counters placed on your Pokemon from your opponent's basic Pokemon. This makes Lost Mine useless if your opponent was to have Jirachi in play. One deck that will definitely be playing Jirachi is Gardevoir, but they also might opt to play Screamtail. Roaring Scream does 20 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on the Screamtail. With Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX being absolutely perfect for getting 8 damage counters on Screamtail, Gardevoir players will have access to a very easy 160 damage, which they can also use to target the bench too. Another card Gardevoir players can now use is the Evolution TM. This is a tool card that provides a 1 energy colorless attack to the Pokemon it is attached to, and this attack will allow you to evolve any 2 of your bench Pokemon by 1 stage. This will allow Gardevoir players going second on their first turn of the game to immediately get 2 Curlier into play, all ready to draw cards later on. But they will have to be careful of the new Devolution card that allows you to de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon by 1 stage, also for 1 colorless energy too. Iron Valiant EX has the ability Tachyon Bits, which lets you place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon whenever it hits the active. This allows you to get a potential 80 extra damage in a turn, as long as you have enough Iron Valiant EX in play and enough switching cards to maneuver around them. Medicham V's Yoga Loop slots perfectly into an Iron Valiant deck, since it can allow you to skip your opponent's next turn as long as the 2 damage counters that Yoga Loop places KOs one of your opponent's Pokemon. You can even use Xatu to help power up Iron Valiant so it can attack too. While its attack Laser Blade only does 200 damage, which isn't that great, it is good enough when you sprinkle in all the extra damage from Tachyon Bits. Xatu has the ability Clairvoyant Sense, which allows you to attach a Psychic Energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Then you also get to draw 2 cards as well. This kind of a deck could destroy evolution decks like Charizard. However, Charizard does have a new tool too, Skeldurge EX. Skeldurge EX has the ability Incendiary Song, which allows you to discard a 5 energy from your hand. And if you do, your Pokemon do an extra 60 damage this turn. This helps improve Charizard EX's low damage output in the early game. One card that has no problem with damage output though is Roaring Moon EX. Frenzied Gouging for 3 energy actually KOs whatever your opponent has in the active, but it does deal 200 damage to itself, leaving Roaring Moon with 30 HP. Although you can play Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to boost Roaring Moon's HP by 60, leaving it with 90 after a Frenzied Gouging. Calamity Storm does 100 damage plus 120 damage if you discard a Stadium, giving Roaring Moon a nice backup attack also. Professor Sader's Vitality will help you get energy attached to your Roaring Moon, or any ancient Pokemon, since it lets you attach 1 basic energy from your discard pile to 2 of your ancient Pokemon in play, and then draw 3 cards afterwards. This, in combination with Dark Patch, will allow Roaring Moon to attack as early as turn 1. Another card that has no problem with damage output is Golden Go EX. Its Make It Rain attack does 50 damage for each basic energy card you discard from your hand. It is very easy to get a ton of energy in your hand with cards like Superior Energy Retrieval. Golden Go's ability, Coin Bonus, also helps you draw cards, allowing you to draw 1 card or 2 cards if Golden Go is in the active. Counter Catcher is also set to return to the format. Counter Catcher is an item card that when you are behind on prize cards let you swap your opponent's bench Pokemon with their active, allowing for combat decks like Gardevoir to have a fantastic means of swapping their opponent's active. Whew. And that rounds up some of the best cards from Paradox Rift. Will any of these cards do well here this weekend? There's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking one prize card against these certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an H prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Qian Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Qian Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of trickery, using both Canceling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting wave availability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Canceling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hello everyone and welcome to Guess the Pokemon, where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows.
Oh, wow.
I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one. Floatzel. Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokedex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous. I promise. I did not. Absolutely promise.
Okay, guys.
Okay, here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No?
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
You can have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I wanted... Is it?
It's Gengar.
Hey, back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to two. Can't just actually get two in a row.
Okay, Shay. Okay. You've proven yourself, Leo. You're still...
Leo's just here for the vibes.
I had a good guess. I mean, you went for a crazy ghost type, right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well. So,
Yeah, true. Fan favorite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon Go so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse. Item knocks your opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Bronzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or
Grumpig.
Psychic.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Actually, Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these.
I'm not even close.
Two new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's dead.
It's Palia. There we go.
That's very
Let's
good.
go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG,
Yeah,
so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. I thought, psychic fairy dancing?
Yeah.
Why did you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the one and go. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
But I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined by Amanda and Ben from Go and TCG, respectively. And we're going to have a chat about how exciting it is to see Pokemon events have such fantastic attendance in recent years. Ben, why don't you kick us off?
Well, I think at the high level, as soon as Honolulu was announced, I think all the TCG players were just scrambling to see when their next local events are. And not only that, but I think with the increased prize pool, the travel awards still being an option as well, I think players now more than ever are just looking to get right into the competitive play. And, you know, we can only see that with the increasing numbers. So, yeah, I think as well as the game just being in such a good place right now, you can see why it's just ever popular. Amanda, what about Go?
Well, Go, I mean, we're the newcomers to the scene, right? We've only been at it since the 2022 season, but it's been really impressive, especially we've seen it in Europe because, I mean, I think about it, Liverpool was the very, very first one a couple years ago. Now we're already at capacity for a couple of our events. Yeah. Normally our day 2s are top 8s, but lately we've even seen some top 16s. And I believe the Latin America International Championship this year was 256, which was at full capacity. So it's really exciting, and it's only going to continue to grow from there. It's our first year with championship points. It's our first year with locals. So, I mean, pay attention because Go is going to be kicking off. What about VGC?
Well, like you've been saying, it's been incredibly exciting seeing so many players at these events and everyone getting involved in the fun. Yeah, the tickets for all of these events always disappear in a matter of minutes. And I just think, you know, to be able to enjoy the game, share the love for the game with friends, you know, it's endless amounts to talk about. There's so much going on, and sharing the passion with everyone is so exciting. And we've a recent development over the past couple of years is having day 2 Swiss rounds rather than just having day 2 reserved for the top 8. and that means that you have even more opportunities to play against players who have a similar record to you, and just learn from them. You can get so much more out of the tournament, and there's so much learning to be done. It also means, of course, that the metagame develops that much faster, because everyone is trying to counter what's done well, and then they try and counter that, and then some people are 5 steps ahead, and yeah, easy to get lost amongst it. But yeah, it's such an exciting time for the scene.
Yeah, I think like most people joke around, getting a ticket is your round one. Yeah. You know, we see that joke a lot at the moment, you know, and it's totally right. You know, we just have so much increased competition, and everybody wants to participate. And like you said, they want to get better. They want to play, you know, some of the best in the world. And, you know, we see representation, especially in the EU this season, from all over the place. We've had people from NA, we've had people from Australia as well. You know, is that something that you get with Go or VG?
Yep.
Or?
We've got a lot of people coming over, and a lot of Europeans are also going to the US or down to Latin America as well to have some sort of a qualifying, especially, like I said, introducing championship points was a really, really big deal for Go in the sense. And I know a lot of people have already qualified just by the championships alone, and which is incredible. In the past seasons, it was only the first place person who qualified, and second place qualified, and it cascaded down. This time it's only the first, and we have to get the points just like in your other games as well.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's so fantastic that trainers are given the opportunity to see so much of the world through playing this game, and going to places that people might not have even considered visiting before, and traveling around and making those memories with friends, experiencing a new culture. I mean, that's what the game is all about.
Sure.
And on that note, that seems like an appropriate place to wrap up. So thank you for joining us for this segment, trainers. Make sure you check out which events are going on near you, or not near you, as we've been saying, and make sure you get involved in the action. We'd love to see you at an event very soon. But we'll be getting back to the action right here very shortly.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We've got a bit of an update for you on the judge call there. So it does seem like there is an investigation for a deck list error going on right now. So currently, one of the towards deck is being taken away for a deck check, and that's just whilst that's going on, where we can just keep you company here at home. Yes,
we can chill. We can have a little bit of a chat. Yeah, unfortunately these things happen, but it's not a problem. We do have judges galore here at Stuttgart, and they're ever present. Of course, they do such a fantastic job. But Freya, let's have a little bit of a chill again. Let's talk about the meta. Going into this meta, day one, of course, there were no surprises with some of the top decks, you know, your Charizards, your Miraidons, your Gardevoirs. But of course, Giratina V-Star, I think that's the big surprise going into this tournament. We saw it in Gdansk, but it wasn't that highly represented. It didn't have a fantastic conversion rate either. But why do you think there are people that have brought this deck, thought that this was the best choice for them, and of course, went on a storm with it?
I think it's just people realizing that the deck never really got worse, right? I think it's kind of people realizing, and like we talked about earlier when we started off today, counter catcher is so huge for this deck, because the amount of times where this is one of the decks that's one of the best at making use of Roxanne, right? You know, a Roxanne in the late game, plus combined with a very strong attacker in Giratina, puts you in a very good stead. But sometimes it faltered where, at that same turn where you needed a Roxanne, you needed to take out a very fearsome and big threat on the bench.
Yeah.
With counter catch now be a thing, you can do that. You can Roxanne and bring something up on the same turn, and I think that sort of 1-2 punch is it's such a small thing, but I think it makes a huge difference in the power level of Lost Zone Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I saw somebody testing it just on the Friday before these regional championships. They were testing it, they were going through the game, they were 4 prize cards down, and they were like, oh, I'm just going to scoop. And I was like, no, wait a minute, you've got Roxanne, you got Path, just see how this goes. And they ended up winning, and that's exactly the sort of game plan. You know, it just seems never, when will we learn?
Yeah.
Giratina V-Star, you know, the comeback mechanic, when will people learn? You know, it's never going to go down easily, you know, with those certain comeback mechanics. And now with the addition of counter catcher, like you said, it still has Roxanne as well as the addition of Iono now as well. You know, it has so many options, and with that awkward HP of the Giratina V-Star, it's a big boy to take down. You're only getting 2 prizes if you knock it out. It's got 2 fantastic attacks, so we can see why it has its kind of cult following.
And to that exact point, if we go now over to the day 2 deck analysis, look at that jump up in percentage.
Yeah, huge.
Like Lost Zone Giratina V-Star by far having one of the most impressive conversion rates out of all the day 1 decks.
Yeah, we see the 3 biggest decks, I would say in the format, we have the Charizard, we have the Miraidon, we have Gardevoir as well, still sticking around. I think because it has such a high representation, you will always see the representation into day 2, but it's all about those decks outside of this 3, which it's, you know, who are the biggest losers? Who are the biggest winners here? I'd say the biggest loss that we have in our day 2 now is Mew VMAX. It's straight off the board, right? It's not in our top. It's not in our top 6 represented. But the biggest winners here, Inteleon VMAX with the Urshifu Rapid Strike. What's your take on this? Because I know you're such a big fan of the Entei Iron Valiant, right? We spoke about this before in the introduction. It's kind of the same strategy done differently. Why do you think people maybe favor the Inteleon Urshifu instead of the Iron Valiant?
I guess ultimately you're just dealing with bigger HP Pokemon, right? You know, you have both Inteleon and Urshifu have absolutely huge amounts of HP, and that's not really something you ever like sort of pass up. Especially some of this make use of Cheryl. You can use to like heal off those Pokemon when they take a lot of damage. So there's definitely something to be said for that. Also the fact that you have such a fearsome attacking Gale Thrust as well with the Urshifu. Like 154 energy is insanely efficient.
Yeah, and we're forgetting G-Max Rapid Flow. You know, it's ever present. It's always coming in and out of the formats. I think it has such a strong attack, 120 to 2 Pokemon. It has different options available to it as well with supporters like Melanie. It of course has Octillery as well, you know, ever present in that deck. You know, just a deck search for a Rapid Strike card, so powerful. We talk about these sort of abilities in which, you know, they let you go into your deck and find a card, you know, so powerful.
Now, we do have word back from the judge now. We can confirm what happened. So, the deck check's been performed, and Tord has received a game loss for playing an Ultra Ball instead of a Nest Ball. So, there was a minor deckless error there, playing an Ultra Ball instead of a Nest Ball. So, now so there'll be a game loss there. We're going back into the game at 1-1, and now things will proceed.
Yeah, and, you know, we saw the game plans being utilized back in the 2 games that we saw. You know, of course, the game was cut a bit short in our last one, but I think both of these players now familiar with the game plans of each other, and now they'll be fully in tune with what each other are trying to do.
Yeah, although there is of course one small thing here, which is there isn't a lot of time left on the clock, so unless one of these players can win very quickly on the first few turns, we are probably going to see this match end in a tie.
Yeah, we're just going to get confirmation as well as whether that time will be extended with that judge call, but we'll get that confirmation shortly. But here we see both of our players just shuffling up for game 3 here now. And, you know, going into this now, so of course, Ali would have taken that win, so he'll be deciding whether to go first or second here. This is always a conversation that's been coming up now with Lost Box, right? Do you want the ability to use a supporter turn 1, or do you want to give, you know, your option of evolving first to your opponent?
Yeah, it is a bit of a tricky one. Yeah, and also we got an update. The time is correct. Of course, when the judge call happened, I think the timer was paused. And,
okay.
Oh, is it... Oh, okay, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So both players realizing they're unable to take a win maybe in 2 turns. Both players just showing the... showing
they have more than one Pokemon, basically, yeah.
Showing the different options they have to get more Pokemon out, towards showing the Battle VIP pass to get 2 more Pokemon out. Unfortunate end.
Yeah.
Of course, no winner, but both players still live in this tournament.
Very much so.
You know, we speak about day 2. You know, each player, after each game, they're thinking, oh, I've taken a loss, now what do I need? What do I need now to make top 16? What do I need now to make top 8, you know, and top 64 as well? And then championship points come into the play as well. I need 40 points for my, for my invite as well. You know, these are the sort of decisions and these sort of problems that you have going into this competition in day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure both these players still in with a chance making it to top 8. We're going to take a quick break now, guys, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with the rest of our Swiss rounds for day 2.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
Lost Zone Box, despite losing Scoop Up Net, is still a massive threat in this format. Corvus' Experiment and Comfate allow you to get cards in the Lost Zone fast. Comfate, when it's in the active, can use its flower selecting ability, which lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes into your hand and 1 goes in the Lost Zone. This, in combination with many switching cards, allows you to grow your hand and grow the Lost Zone extremely fast. Corvus' Experiment is a supporter card, which lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Then you get to keep 3 and put 2 in the Lost Zone. This opens up the door for cards like Cramorant to attack for free, Mirage Gates, which allow you to accelerate 2 energies from the deck, and Sableye, which will allow you to place 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon for 1 energy. Honestly, it gets a little bit silly. This makes Lost Zone box decks extremely versatile, and they can even make use of Radiant Greninja's attack, Moonlight Shuriken, to Grief Evolution decks, or go extremely aggressive in the active position with Radiant Charizard's Combustion Blast attack. Cards like Snorlax and Zamazenta can also be used in Lost Zone Box to add extra offensive pressure also. No matter what happens, Lost Zone Box will be a top tier contender, and it's something that quite honestly you have to keep your eye on as a player. Another thing I want you to keep your eye on though is this stream, so don't go anywhere, next round coming up soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Benjamin here, giving you a recap of our latest regional championships in Gdansk, Poland. 977 competitors have travelled to Gdansk from all over the world to compete. Following the latest set release in Paradox Rift, and with the Latin America International Championships happening a week prior, our players were still playing in an unsteady meta, with many decks still being playable options going into the competition. Players' deck choices were as important as ever, placing heavy significance on the regionals meta. The choices around what cards players were including in their decks and what archetypes they were expecting to play in the tournament would ultimately decide their success. The meta on the day was just as varied as predicted, with no deck having over 17% representation. Rhydon EX, Gardevoir EX, and Charizard EX ended up as being the most played archetypes going into our day 1. Throughout day 1, our live coverage had seen a wide array of decks and archetypes, which just represented how volatile the format was on the day. Players had made their best judgments on what decks and what cards they included in their decks would best counter the competition's meta. After an explosive 9 rounds, Mew VMAX had ended up being the archetype having a fantastic day, representing 20% of the total decks coming into our day 2. And after another incredible 6 rounds of fantastic play, our standings had finally concluded, going into a top 8 that still had even more surprises in store for us. 5 different decks had taken the top standings, while Palkia V-Star had taken the first seed, piloted by Luke Kirkham. However, it was another deck that surprised us all. Łukasz Mazukovic was tearing up the competition with his Snorlax block deck, beating 2 Charizard EX variants played both by Thomas Jones and former world champion Robin Schultz to put himself into the final of the regional championships. It was then his final opponent, Aaron Kingma, and their Charizard EX deck being the only challenge that stood in the way between Łukasz and taking home the championship. After an explosive final, it was Łukasz and the power of the block that was able to take the win, winning the regional championships and earning him his invites to the Pokemon World Championships in the process. We had a fantastic time in Gdansk watching all the action unfold, and we hope you did too, whether watching at home or at the event. We hope you can stay tuned to catch all the drama. Until next time, trainers, catch you later. Championship Sunday here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and welcome back. My name is Benjamin Raviotti. I'm joined here by my fantastic co-caster, Ross Gilbert. Ross, how are we feeling as we go into day two?
I'm feeling good, but I do feel like that last game was a really fun game, and then we had a big break.
Yeah.
And I feel like we need to get back to some really good action, Ben. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking for us to get into a new game and, really heat up the action, and I think we've got a good one. I'm a little bit excited about this game coming up. I don't think we've got players with headphones on yet, so we can't give out the decks just yet, but I'm feeling pretty good about this next one.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a chance to have a look at the meta, had a look at who's on the top tables, what decks are being represented, and there's some really interesting matchups now starting to be played. We spoke earlier about now how important the techs are as we come into the last few days, and especially we've spoken about Gardevoir as well. Do they play the Jirachi? Do they play the way around Giratina? How many outs do they play to path to the peak and Roxanne? This is where it really matters now.
No, it absolutely is. These last few games are really going to determine who gets into top 8 and who doesn't. And as the top 8 looks at the moment, it is kind of interesting. There are a couple of Inteleon sitting there in top 8. There's a Roaring Moon there in top 8. We got Lost Zone Box, Miraidon, we got a Mew. We've got a couple of Mew, in fact. And I got to say it, I'm sorry, there is a Clorf in top 8 position right now.
Oh, you couldn't wait to get that out.
I left it till last. I was a good boy. But this, and don't get me wrong, right? The fact that Clorf is coming out this tournament, it's exciting and it's different and it's fun. And, we've had a nice good time with it. Santa Clorf is coming to town.
It's here. Yeah.
In this tournament, it is a legit deck.
It is. It's totally legit. I like the fact that people have the ambition to bring it, because we spoke about it before. When we had the mirror, and we had it in one of our earlier rounds yesterday, it does have fantastic type coverage going into this meta. It has the Clorf for Miraidon, and the Electrode for the Roaring Moon and the Charizard, and they are around. They can take advantage of the meta, and one's taking it by storm by the sounds of it, Ross.
And I mean, it is a little bit unfortunate. So Arnaud Bon is our kind of our Clorf player to watch, with a current record of 9-2-1, started off 3-0 today, has been paired against a Mew this round though, which is going to be significantly tougher. Last round they took down a Charizard, you would expect that. Yeah, this time they are against a Mew. But as much as Clorf is in top 8 position at the moment, there are a bunch of decks that aren't. Charizard is just outside, Iron Valiant is just outside, Gardevoir, it's still not there. I'm not saying there's not going to be a late run, but I am saying that Gardevoir and Snorlax Control, they don't look like they're going to be making waves this tournament.
That was my pick.
Sorry, Ben.
No, yeah. As we, of course, get into the later day 2 stages, we're starting to see those standings solidify. But here are our players shuffling up for our game. Gino Peely with that Lille Regional Top 32, and that was with Rapid Strike Inteleon, which he's representing again today. Such a fantastic record with that deck.
Yeah, some good accomplishments there. So we can now reveal the decks. We've got Roaring Moon against Rapid Strike, and it is the Professor Sada's Vitality version of Roaring Moon, the one that I mentioned in the open. common. We've seen it played with Lost Zone. That is one of the ways to play it. This is it feels weird saying this for a set that's been out a few weeks, but the more traditional way to play it. You're playing Dark Patch and Professor Sada's Vitality, and this isn't like the Lost Zone. With the Lost Zone, you're going for the early Cramorant and then building up into Roaring Moon. This is a one where you go fast, and you've got like one more Pekko, and that's about it. You don't trade well with single prizes. Not such a big deal in this matchup.
Yeah, here we see the prizes coming down as well. 2 Professor Sada's Vitality for Luigi as well. That's going to be quite detrimental. We know how important it is to have these explosive turns with this Roaring Moon variant. Fantastic to see as well on the top stages, by the way. But we're starting here with Gino. Let's see what he has in his starting turns. Here we see the Earthen Vessel come down. Starting to get those water energies out. Ever important in this deck to be able to use that double gunner ability on the Inteleon VMAX.
Yeah, that Earthen Vessel is a great card. We got out of Paradox Rift. Lets you discard a card from your hand to search for 2 basic energy. And it is nominally a card for ancient Pokemon, but it's one of those ones that's really just a great utility, and we see it coming in a whole bunch of different decks. There's nothing that limits it to being played with ancient decks, and any deck that needs to get basic energy out, it is phenomenal. So we've got Luigi, Vezzoni, and Gino Pilli here. And yeah, this one's going to be a fun matchup. And for Luigi, I'm just thinking there's some tasty free prize VMAXs, and Roaring Moon one-hit KOs anything.
And I think what's important here for Luigi is that these Roaring Moon EX... Oh, and it's just a pass from Gino, just the Remoraid in the active. Luigi might be able to even take the donk here if he has the cards to do it. Does have the town store, able to maybe get...
he doesn't even need money. He can do it with more Pekko.
Yeah, he can do it with more Pekko even, if he's able to find a couple of switch outs. Here we see the tracking shoes, opting to take another tracking shoes, certainly tracking up the deck here. And here we see Town Store hitting the discard pile. Another Professor Sada Vitality, I think, has another tracking shoes in the hand as well. Really ripping through the deck here.
It really is. We're looking for free energy on a Galarian Moltres V, but remember the ability Dire Flame Wings can get one from the discard. Free energy on a Roaring Moon, which is going to be more difficult with Professor Sada's Vitality prize, or 2 energy on a Morpeko, and that would get the win. The easiest route here, switch Morpeko to the bench, attach Dark Patch, get it back to the active, and then get a KO on that Remoraid. It is absolutely possible here.
Yeah, of course, and here we see the Battle VRP pass getting that Moltres, as we mentioned. Squawkabilly so important here to have that explosive turn, get these energies into the discard pile, activating your Professor Sada, activating your Dark Patch as well. So important for this archetype. Does Town Store for the Forest Seal Stone as well. It's going really well at the moment for Luigi.
Luigi's got access to a lot of cards here. You're going to get a new hand of 6 with Squawk and Seas. You haven't used your supporter yet, and you can cherry pick any card you like with a Forest Seal Stone. There is a decent chance this is going to work.
Yeah, of course. I think the hand is quite awkward, though. I think I saw 2 Professor Sada's Vitality.
And there's 2
fantastic.
prize.
Yeah, Ultra Ball as well. I think I got rid of the Dark Energy as well there. Just activating, of course, like we said, the Dark Patches, and also the Sada's Vitality, maybe even going for a turn 1 Vitality here before using the Squawk and Seize. Could be an option here for Luigi.
Yeah, that's always a fun one. You just need to draw a couple of cards. Now, you have, and there is, you absolutely called it there, Ben. It was going on to the Roaring Moon. I kind of like this play. Now, obviously, it's the only one it can go on to, but you're just setting up different attackers.
So all he needs here is an energy switch and an energy, and is able to use the Morpeko for a donk here.
Yes, now that is the other one we didn't get around to mentioning yet. The energy switch will absolutely work. You don't have to get the Morpeko to the bench in Dark Patch. Energy switch, energy will work, and we do have Forest Seal Stone in play, so he only needs one of them.
Yeah, of course. And
energy there's an energy.
I think with that Vessel, oh no, opting to go for the Galarian Moltres, but we'll use the Squawk and Seize here as well. And with the V-Star, is able to use the Dark Patch. Morpeko free retreats, hits the Dark Patch as well.
I think that might be it. Morpeko does have free retreat due to having no energy on due to the ability. There is the 3rd energy there, and we Team Energy Switch.
Energy switch onto, hits the energy
and then
switch.
An energy switch back, and that is going to be the KO with Roaring Moon. We didn't see which attack was used. I'm 90% sure it was Frenzied Gouging for the KO.
Yes, of course. Luigi had a number of options available to him there to take the knockout on that poor little Remoraid in the start. But this is exactly what Roaring Moon does, Ross. Exactly what it does. It does what it says on the tin, so to speak.
Well, it's a moon that roars.
It's a moon that roars. I can't really say anything else. But having those explosive turns, capitalizing on those poor starts from a number of these decks.
You're absolutely right, Ben. This is why I love this build of the deck. Yeah. I like playing fast, aggressive decks. That has been my MO for the past many years. This is the new deck that I like playing with, this and Miraidon, because they have that ability to go fast. Do need to point out, if this was a Lost Zone variant, could still have done that with a Cramorant, for instance, but let's not worry about that. Let's worry about, and then here's the thing. Look at how many energy got on the board turn one. We saw a Professor Sada, we saw Dark Patch, we saw Energy Switch, we saw Squawk and Seize. A lot of stuff was done for Luigi turn one going second there. There's a lot of actions.
Energy just goes flying with this deck, right? You're discarding a lot, you're getting a lot back with the Dark Patch and the Galarian Moltres V as well, with the Sada's Vitality. There are a lot of options for Luigi to manipulate your energy across the board. Gino, gonna be hoping to just get set up in this game, but thinking about this matchup as well, quite awkward for Urshifu, I would say. The numbers not quite right for Urshifu to be capitalizing early on, I would say.
No, it's hard in the early game. One thing I've got my eye on, though, we know that the Roaring Moon does 200 damage to itself, leaves itself with 30 HP remaining. So you've got stuff like Double Gunner to drop damage counters. What you can potentially do is either leave it so that the Roaring Moon KOs itself, or, of course, when the Roaring Moon takes a KO, that puts it into really easy Yoga Loop territory there. So there are a couple different things Gino can do to try and keep the Roaring Moon in check, because that's the only real way you're KOing these big free prize VMAXs.
Yeah, Gino opting to go second there as well, only starting the Squawkabilly, which is, again, quite an unfortunate start.
One Metachan, there's only one in the deck, and it's prize.
And those prizes for Luigi, I talk about it all the time. Hey, Luigi, you like energy? Well, it's in your prizes, unfortunately. There's 4 dark in the prize cards for Luigi, so might be harming, his consistency going into this game.
Might be?
Yeah, might be, Ross, might be.
Plays also, 10.
Yeah, and 2 Earthen Vessel as well. You know, of course, 6 available to him in the deck, but, you know, that 4 might come out clutch here for Luigi.
It genuinely is going to be hard. One of the things we need is to get energy in the discard because of your Professor Sada's Vitality, because of your Dark Patch, because of your Galarian Moltres ability. And if you've got the Earthen Vessel and 4 of your 10 energy in the prizes, that is going to make it a lot more difficult to access. Now, we do get one turn one. Obviously, Greninja discarding it with concealed cards is great. Then we see an energy switch onto Roaring Moon, and let's just say it's a good thing that this is turn one going first.
Yeah, let's just say that. Luigi with a really optimal start here. Town Store as well, coupled up with the Forest Seal Stone, would go quite nicely here for this initial setup. Maybe even keeping it for the later game. Can of course go for an Ancient Energy Booster Capsule, but yeah, goes for the Forest Seal Stone. Star Alchemy, always a fantastic way to get yourself out of a tricky situation, and Luigi seeing the value in that. Attaching it to the Galarian Moltres V. And now you can imagine a Squawk and Seize coming out for Luigi and hoping for just as an explosive start as he had in the previous game.
Yeah, you said it a second ago, Ben, that Gino's not putting a lot of early game pressure on with this deck. No. It's a deck that needs a turn to evolve up into its V maxes to really start doing lots of damage, which means that Luigi can set up this Roaring Moon here, knowing that it's pretty gosh darn safe, but also saying to Gino, like, hi. And here's the thing, right? If you don't evolve into the free prize V maxes, well, actually, Calamity Storm is really good against those Pokemon V if they don't evolve, and then you don't take any south damage. So Luigi's got a great option here to basically just start KOing everything Gino's got.
Yeah, and I really like this attachment of Bravery Charm on the Squawkabilly. Squawkabilly, maybe it may have been quite an easy couple of prizes to take for the Urshifu. You know, with that G-Max Rapid Flow, it's quite a low HP count of 160, and of course, being a 2-prizer, it is vulnerable for for Luigi, and Gino may have been able to take a couple of prizes on that, but not now, not now.
It's actually really easy, because you do 120 with your Urshifu. All you need now is one double gunner. Use Radiant Alakazam to move all the damage that's been done onto the Squawkabilly. So, yeah, that Bravery Charm, it's really easy to KO Squawkabilly in this deck. It's good play. We're back over to Gino, and needs a better turn one than last time. And honestly, starting Squawkabilly, it's not terrible, but you certainly don't want it in the active.
No, you certainly don't. It's a really vulnerable two-prizer. Of course, Luigi is going to be hoping to go for a 3-3 game plan, and what I mean by that is taking out 2 VMAX consecutively, and that is going to be an option because Gino is being forced, essentially, to evolve into those Inteleon VMAXs. Double Gunner is going to be really important in this matchup, as you said earlier. A lot of awkward HP counts here, especially when you coupled up the 230 and then boosted again by 60 with the Ancient Energy Booster Capsule. So Gino's, it's a lot more of an intricate game plan for Gino here. And here we see the Nest Ball. And we actually, incidentally, we spoke about this earlier. The Inteleon Urshifu is very... it's very intricate in those starting couple of turns. You really need an explosive start. You need to get your Battle VIP passes down. You need to set up optimally in order to get your game plan up and running. Yeah. So here we see Gino using the Ultra Ball there. Already had the Nest Ball for the Remoraid. Imagine evolving into an Octillery pretty quick, fast. Here we see the Ultra Ball for the Urshifu V. Of course, the primary attacker in this deck.
Yeah, I saw Joe play against Freya the other night, and Joe was playing against Iron Valiant, so wasn't able to get the Octillery out. This deck is so different if you don't have access to that Rapid Strike Search every turn. It becomes a significantly worse deck. Gino actually taking advantage of Luigi's Town Store there. Of course, Stadium Cards do work for both players at the same time. Going and getting that Forest Seal Stone of their own, so that's going to give them the chance to search for any card they want here, or well, any turn in the future.
Yeah, I really like this play, you know, taking advantage of what's on the board. Of course, Town Store, quite an easy option for Gino to just pick out a Forest Seal Stone. Of course, Star Alchemy is going to be really important, especially in this turn where Gino's going to be looking to get set up as quickly as possible. It's really interesting, of course, you know, has the Rapid Strike energy, but not seeing the value in that at the moment. Attaching to the Squawkabilly will give you a retreat option now. Maybe retreating into the Remoraid as a sacrifice, because of course it is an easy 2 prizes for Luigi to take here.
Yeah, you said about Luigi going for a free prize map. That is absolutely possible. But if Luigi's ready to take prizes next turn, you can switch that up a little bit. You can go after, you know, a 2, a 3, and a 1, or a bunch of 2s. And that obviously opens up potential KOs with smaller Pokemon. So you're not rushing to... And like I say, you know, because you do so much self-damage of Frenzied Gouging, if you can take some of those prizes with your Calamity Storm or with your Galarian Moltres or whatever, then that does sometimes make it a little easier. Because, yeah, Frenzied Gouging will take 3 prizes, but against a deck that drops so many damage counters and, well, it's prized, but normally has access to Yoga Loop, that can be a little bit awkward. But you were absolutely right, Ben. We do see a pass with Remoraid in the active, so now it's over to Luigi. Are we going to see any kind of gusting? Because, I mean, how much do you really want to KO the Remoraid? Maybe with more Pekka, honestly.
Yeah, I still don't mind it. It still puts Luigi on a 3 attack game, basically. Taking out a VMAX and a V and the Remoraid will still give him the 6 prizes he needs to take the game. Gino's still in quite an awkward position, because it puts him in a way that he needs to take multiple prizes in one turn in order to take advantage of the prize race. We see a concealed cards here.
I do just want to add, of course, Morpeko, obviously a good Yoga Loop target.
Yes.
We know Yoga Loop's not an option right now. Yeah. Luigi doesn't know that, so that would make that a slightly risky play. And here's the free energy onto the Roaring Moon. And now there's 2 Remoraid down to an escape rope here. If they were played, which they're not in the deck, wouldn't do any good. There are 2 boss's orders. Can we see some gusting here?
I don't mind just taking out the Remoraid, because you're not needing to use Frenzy Gouging. You mentioned earlier about putting the 200 damage on yourself. You know, maybe not wanting to use that option, keeping the 3 energy on the Oh,
here is Illuminion for the boss's
going
orders.
for the aggressive style.
Everything you're saying, Ben, I absolutely agree
Yeah.
with. Taking out this one prize, and it opens up a 1-2-3 prize map, which is going to be on the board. There's a Squawkabilly there as a 2-prizer, so there's always going to be a week 2-prizer available. But Luigi apparently channeling his inner Ross here, going, you know what, I want to go fast, and I love this, taking out the only Urshifu on the field, and the one that's got that Forest Seal Stone on, which has obviously been used. But still, it's the only Urshifu on the field, and I like this. I like this very much indeed. This is a deck, and I know there are better ways to play it sometimes, but you have that option to just go Super Broom, and I love it.
Not even needing to use Frenzy Gouging either. Taking out the Urshifu is technically the only threat, really, for Luigi. Is unable... well, Gino's going to be able to take prizes with Inteleon VMAX, with GMAX Spiral, but it puts him in an awkward position now because you're obviously Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is an evolved Pokemon, so at some point he's going to have to put down another Urshifu if he wants to be able to use the Urshifu VMAX, of course. Here we see a double gunner coming down. I'm just interested to see where he's been placing this. Yeah, the Luminion is a great option here. It's a very low HP Pokemon, 170, now down to 150, slowly approaching the GMAX Rapid Flow numbers that Gino's required in order to take multiple prizes in one turn. So I like this play.
It's a good play, but I'm going to build on something you said a second ago, that there's only one vent space, which means you can only play one Urshifu. And if I'm Luigi, I'm doing everything I can. If that Urshifu hits the bench, I'm doing everything I can to KO it, so then my opponent has no good attackers. And one of the best things about playing a Roaring Moon deck is when you're down to 1 KO remaining, because you can just go, oh, I literally have an attack that can KO anything. Yes. I love being in that position. So there's only 2 boss in the deck and one's been played. It's going to be awkward, but you kind of have to try and go for an Urshifu this turn. And if Luigi can gust and KO it, that is going to be so awkward.
Yeah, this is really not great for Gino. Unable to find the artillery, so it's unable to attack this turn. Can't find any Rapid Strike energy, didn't draw into it with the research, so it's going to be just having to manually attach a water energy. And now this Inteleon VMAX.
That's a pass, Ben.
Yeah, and it's looking like a great Frenzied Gouging option now for Luigi. The VMAX, such a tasty option for Luigi to take in order to take 3 prizes.
Oh, and then, yeah, I mean, just set up another Roaring Moon. It is that checkmate scenario we keep calling out here. If you can Frenzied Gouging for 3 prizes, you know it's going down afterwards. It's not difficult, right? But if you can take that out while leaving a Roaring Moon with enough energy on to attack, you just don't care.
No, of course.
I love that. Oh, he's got the V-Star. I want... It's a Professor Sada. I love the idea of this. You can search any card you want. And now you could have gone boss on the Squawk. That seems a little bit greedy here. I love this idea because essentially you're just building up for the future. Now, if he's got an energy switch here, that would be awesome, because obviously he's going to over-energy potentially the active here if he plays a Sada.
I think going for the Sada onto the benched Roaring Moon will set up that checkmate play that you were talking about earlier. So in getting those 2 Roaring Moon available now, you're only needing 4 prize cards to take the game. So having 2 attackers now will give Luigi, you know, the satisfaction, I suppose, of having those 2 attackers ready in order to take the game. I like taking the 3 prizes because it puts an escape rope play as an option, because of course you only need 1 prize remaining.
Yep.
Squawkabilly still a great option as well, but going for the safe play, which I think is the Sada, and the Dark Patch coming down onto that Roaring Moon on the bench.
So you have an energy switch, because if you play Sada, you can put an energy to the active and to the bench Roaring Moon. Energy on the active does nothing. A 4th energy is completely irrelevant, but if can be combined with an energy switch would be relevant, but no, it looks like we just get into 1 energy there. Haven't used attachment for the turn yet.
No.
So a basic energy. Oh, there is an energy
switch. There's a Dark Patch as well.
Oh, but he didn't get the energy. But there's a Dark Patch, but I don't think he's got energy in the discard.
Well, in order to use the Dark Patch as well, you will need kind of a retreat here as an option for next turn if Gino is ever able to take a knockout on this Roaring Moon in the active. That energy booster capsule, so vital here, because even a double gunner not taking a knockout, it wouldn't anyway. However, it does limit Gino's options here quite a bit.
No, it gives an extra 60 HP and means you can't be affected by special conditions. So the one in the active doesn't have one. Oh, wait, no, it does have one. It's hidden quite nicely, but it is there. So it has actually got a little more HP than we would usually expect. It's got 90 HP remaining. So I don't see how Gino comes back from this.
No, me neither. Unable to take multiple prizes in one turn is not what Gino would have asked for. Just looking for the artillery there. Knowing that Luigi is only on one prize card as well. We know that Gino doesn't really have any single prize attackers anyway, but it puts Gino, like we said before, in this checkmate scenario where Luigi can easily take the game next turn.
And I've got bad news for Gino. There's no Roxanne in the deck. There's 2 Iono, so you really need to be going for one of those 2 Iono. It's not always the easiest to find. And this was a professor's research, so it's not coming out. So Luigi's got access to his hand, which does have a dark patch in. So energy would win the game. A switch would win the game.
Unable again to find rapid strike energy, but still does have the artillery. Can evolve 2 artillery here as well, which is great. Does have, of course, the energy already attached. So the water energy will do it, so can use GMAX Spiral. That's not a problem for Gino. We'll be able to take the knockout on this Roaring Moon EX, but it's the Roaring Moon EX on the bench, which is the biggest threat for Gino. Is going to be hoping... Of course, you said earlier about the Roxanne. He would have loved a Roxanne, put Luigi down to 2 cards, but without any sort of hand disruption, Luigi is going to have maximum options here to be able to find the dark energy for the frenzy gouging.
And I mean, that's it for Gino right now, right? It is literally just, I hope my opponent whiffs. I hope my opponent gets nothing. There is a scenario here where Luigi misses for like a turn or 2, and then Luigi's able to take a couple of prizes and leaves a Roaring Moon, so it can't use frenzied gouging without creating
and he top decks, sorry, Ross, he just top decked the darkness energy for the frenzied gouging, and Luigi able to take the game here in our round 13 of day 2, putting Roaring Moon on the map here in the Stuttgart Regional Championships. What a game, showing the explosive power, Ross, of the Roaring Moon.
No, I love that, and I know that was a good interruption there. That was a hype moment. I love that. We saw the Roaring Moon coming in, and look, I was talking about how much I like this deck. I love this deck. But it's one of those, it's not getting as much love as Iron Valiant. It's not getting as much love as, Miraidon with Iron Hand. It's not the Paradox Rift deck which is being the most hyped at the moment. But hopefully everyone watched Luigi's game then and was just like, oh, that's pretty nice. But it was, that was an easier route through those 2 games. Of course, we had the donk in game 1, which is always a win. And in game 2, we saw one Urshifu hit the bench. And it got gusted and KO'd immediately. And these rapid strike decks, when you're playing against high HP Pokemon, you have to be using those Urshifu, because you're just not doing enough damage otherwise. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we saw. There's another world here where all of those Roaring Moon get a lot more damage on, and all of a sudden Frenzied Gouging becomes too awkward to use, and then there's a very different scenario. That's just not what we saw here, Ben.
I mean, Luigi's game plan was a lot more linear, I think, in that matchup. He's just looking to take big knockouts as soon as possible. A little bit more intricate for Gino, and of course, if you're unable to get those explosive turns, get the VIP pass down, get all those Inteleon set up, get those Urshifu set up as well, it puts him in this kind of tricky situation where he has to deal with the aggression of the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon, feathered and lethal in that match. Of course, showing just the pure aggression. Game 1, a donk, of course. It can happen. It can happen. And then in game 2, like we said before, Gino just couldn't deal with it.
No, absolutely not. And that's the thing. Like, one of the things we said with Roaring Moon is, look, if you're against these single prizes, it comes super awkward. Morpeko, like one copy of Morpeko is not doing it against a lot of matchups. But if you're against a deck where they're like, hi, I want to use giant free prize Pokemon for the entire game, I mean, Roaring Moon is eating. It is a matchup you dream of, and it can get awkward if enough damage is peppered around the field quickly enough. But as we saw in both those games, the window is incredibly small. You have to get going really quickly, because I mean, in that second game, we had 2 of the Earthen Vessel prize and 4 of the 6 energy. You'd never have known it looking at that start.
No, you certainly wouldn't. And showing the power of all of this energy manipulation, right? The Dark Patch, the Galarian Moltres V, the Professor Sada, using all of those options. And I'd just like to mention Dark Patch, because Dark Patch, when released, people were saying, how can I abuse this card, right? Are there any Dark Pokemon in the format to where we can use this effectively. And there really wasn't. People spoke about Darkrai, V-Star, but it just didn't hit the mark. But it's great to see a card in the card pool from, you know, a year ago, or maybe even 2 years ago now, coming back into the format. This is what we love to see, Ross.
We do. It was a year and a half ago.
Oh, a year and a half.
Exactly
Okay.
halfway between. Of course, it's a reprint of a card from a long time ago, which was an absolute staple. So it comes back in Astral Radiance, and you're like, hang on a second. We've seen this card before. We know how good this is. And then we all spent a month or two fumbling and then went, we don't have enough good Darkness Pokemon around right now.
No, yeah, it just shows the creativity of the players, right? Because I think when this Roaring Moon came out, they thought, oh, this is a fantastic Pokemon. What dark support is there out there? We of course got the Professor Sada in the same set.
Which helps.
People thought, Dark Patch, remember that card? Remember that card? Oh yeah, it's still there. It's still in format. Bung 4 in that deck immediately, and it just helped that game plan of aggression, and that's what Luigi, it was a masterclass. I love to see it. I love to see it.
And I mean, Energy Switch becomes a really, really big card in this deck, because there are two things that are a bit awkward. Obviously, your Dark Patch goes anywhere, that's good. But your Professor Sada's Vitality only goes onto Ancient Pokemon, and Moltrez's Dire Flame Wings only goes onto itself. So you can get that energy on the field, but then you play a bunch of Energy Switch, and it goes onto the right Pokemon. So, you know, you've got something like your Roaring Moon, it can take an energy from the Galarian Moltres. Or you can sit Galarian Moltres on the bench and just use its ability turn after turn and have what is essentially a free attacker that you put no resources into at all to come out later on in the game. Of course, there isn't always a later in the game when we see games like that. But it's a deck I've got an awful lot of love for. It's just... it can struggle. It's got some bad matchups, especially against strong single-prize decks. But I think that was a great showing of the power of that deck and why it's one of the top new decks from Paradox Rift, even though it doesn't always get as much plugs as the others.
No, and we saw surprises in Gdansk. I've casted out 2 Clorf games and a Roaring Moon. If you would have told me, Ross, on Friday, you'll be casting Roaring Moon and Clorf, I go, come on, forget about it. It's not that popular. But you know, these players are showing the ambition to bring these decks, bringing it to the big stage, and doing well with them, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of creativity left in the format, and a lot of people are saying good things about this format we're in at the moment, Ben. And I'm kind of agreeing with them, because we've got those decks, like every format has those good decks. Your Charizard, your Gardevoir, your Miraidon, your Lost Box, and then they're going to be stuck. And everyone's going to play Mew as well if you're in Europe, and they're going to be everywhere. But just this weekend, we've seen Clorf come out of nowhere, and yeah, as much as we're having fun with it, I'm sorry, this weekend it is a legit deck. We've got Roaring Moon as one of the absolute top seeds in the tournament this weekend. It's not in Top Cut yet, but it has got the inside track to top 8 as it stands at the moment. And then we've got Giratina V-Star, and no one's pretending that's a new deck.
Oh, yeah.
But if you watch LAIC and then you watch Gdansk, and you told me that one of the best plays for this tournament was going to be that, it doesn't quite match up as well now, does it?
I think looking into our top standings now, Luigi is now going in with a fantastic record into round 14. Do you think Roaring Moon has the potential? Do you think if it just squeaks out of those bad matchups, it'll have the ability to take it all the way?
Absolutely. I do think Roaring Moon could take the tournament. I mean, if we look at the top tables, that was not the only Inteleon in position for top 8 at the moment. And clearly, you know, Roaring Moon kind of likes Inteleon. You know, we've got some Miraidon, we've got some Mew. Roaring Moon loves playing against Mew.
It certainly does.
Doesn't even need to use frenzied gouging there. So, yeah, honestly, if I'm looking at the matchups here, I weirdly don't want to play against Clorf. But there are some good matchups at the top table for Roaring Moon, and that's what happens so much. Nobody has a deep tournament run without some luck. Yeah. Roaring Moon, like so many decks, it needs to hit some good matchups. But I'm looking at the top tables right now, I'm kind of liking it.
Yeah, this is why I love Pokemon, because going into this meta, the anti-meta deck was really the Inteleon Urshifu, and we can see that from the great conversion rate, right? It's got a great conversion rate going into day 2. There are a number of players that have taken this all the way now and got fantastic records, obviously, Gino being an example of that. But then you got people playing the anti-meta, again, with Roaring Moon, taking that risk. Of course, there are Lost Box running about, there are some bad matchups, but if you're able to hit those Inteleon, hit those good matchups like you say, you're able to start building, you know, building that good record. You know, you got a bit of a story to tell, you got a journey going into this tournament. Yeah, but we hope we can see just as much variety as we saw in Gdansk going into our top 8 later on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for the whole claw thing going on this weekend, I'd be championing Roaring Moon as loud as I could here. You know, Freya's all over the Iron Valley, and as we know, and, you know, we had a little segment we recorded, which we've shown on the stream this weekend, and I made it quite clear where my allegiance lay. I gave Freya a chance to change my mind. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. I told you I was all about the Roaring Moon, and we know the top tables are going to change. You know, 1 or 2 rounds, it's going to be a little bit different, but right now, Roaring Moon is a good position. You know what else is a good position? Sitting on the couch, having a chat with Joe. So let's go and have a winner's interview, shall we?
Thank you very much, Ross. Yes, we are here with our round 13 winner, Luigi, playing the Roaring Moon deck. What made you choose Roaring Moon for this tournament?
Yeah, I have this deck, and it worked very well so far, so I'm very happy. Also, I was lucky in the matchups because I face many good matchups like this one in the streaming against Urshifu. The matchup is very nice for Roaring Moon. And I have a very straight version without water energies. I prefer something very straight, and well, so far it worked quite well.
Yeah, I was going to ask about your list a little bit. Choosing to play Town Store and Moltres, do you prefer that to the Pokestop build, and why is that?
Yeah, basically I hate Pokestop. It's a terrible card for me. I mean, every time I use this, I put in the discard pile something which is very important for the game. So the idea was to remove the Pokestops, and then I put the Town Store. I have the Moltres. I use the Forest Stone in order to do the GX, the V-Star, and that's well, I prefer this version. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not better than the other one for everything. For instance, with Guardi is very difficult because you don't have the attack of Greninja. But for Miraidon is better. I mean, it depends on the meta, as usual.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So is Roaring Moon a deck that you've been playing since its release, or was it just for this weekend? Was it a metagame call?
No, when from the beginning, and I played this deck in Brazil. And unfortunately, I lost the win and in, but I mean, I did a good score in Brazil. Then I won a local tournament in my town, Torino, with this deck, and now I'm doing quite well in this tournament.
Yeah, doing excellently well with that 10-2-1 record. Looking pretty good for that top cut. Just a few more rounds to go. And it seems like you're very experienced with Roaring Moon. This is your best result so far, but I've also heard that your son is also doing very well in the tournament. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, my son is, I have a son, and basically my son introduced me to the game. The name is Alessandro, and he played today, he played very well. He played a very difficult deck, control deck, on the same list of Alessandro Cremascoli. He worked a little bit with him, and well, he did very well. He lost in final now, but it's a great day for my family.
What a great weekend so
Yeah, great
far.
weekend.
That's fantastic. And is that mostly your playtesting partner? Are you just playing together at home? Is that normally how you practice?
I can't play as much time as my son because, you know, I have to work, I have also a daughter, I have a wife, so I have many other stuff to do. But, well, Pokemon is now the best way to share time with my son. And this is very important for me and for my family.
Yeah, it's a fantastic family activity when you're both having such a great weekend. There's nothing quite like it. Well, thanks so much for talking with us. Is there anyone else you'd like to shout out?
No, nothing, just...
That's just the family thing. There you go. Thanks so much. Well, we're going to be following your run. A couple more rounds to go left in Swiss. And we're going to be seeing if Roaring Moon's run is written in the stars.
Thanks a lot for the interview. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it. JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca.
Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player to ever play this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time. But what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's flower selecting and Colress's experiment placing cards in the lost zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and Destabilize Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a water energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be water energy from Moonlight Shuriken, or psychic energy to spread damage with Stabilize Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory. In a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map, Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stuttgart, to Germany, to the Pokémon TCG Regional Championships. My name is Ross Gilbert. I am joined once again by Freya, Joe, and Ben. And here's the thing. We've all decided we are phenomenal artists. I don't think that's an unfair boast. We are all ridiculously good at drawing Pokemon from memory. And if you stick around for the next couple minutes, we are going to prove it. We're not joking. We're not, we don't need to be humble. That's how good we are at drawing. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick ourselves a Pokemon. We're going to draw it, and it's going to be so good, the others are going to get it instantly because of our aforementioned artistic prowess.
I'm getting like flashbacks to art in school. Not good ones. Not a good way.
Time to choose your fates. These are all random.
Here we go. All random. Time to see what I have.
Maybe.
We're all trying to get it at the same time. There's no competition here. Just anyone guessing correctly is a win for everyone. Pokemon's the real winner here.
The person who gets it first is the winner.
Participation is the winner.
Well, I can't even see right now.
I can't see.
Yeah.
But they're not trying to guess.
We can watch through this.
Yeah. We can watch on this.
Actually, yeah, we can watch on the telly, to be fair.
The best view we'll ever have.
Oh, Aron, the middle one.
It's more like a face to me now.
Some kind of fossil.
Some sort of butterfly?
Morph!
No, it just screamed claw.
Oh, Zygarde.
Zygarde's a good one.
Oh, it's cryogonal.
Yes. Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice.
really well
I
done.
like that. Yeah. That's cool.
It looks better, but trying to give it the overall shape. Right?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I wouldn't have got it, but yeah.
Bar is
I wouldn't have got it, but yeah.
Bar is set at that cryogonal. All right, I guess it's my go.
Is anyone else thinking there might be a theme to this?
There could easily be.
Maybe.
I'll do for you what you did for me. So, or that works too, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
It's gonna be cast form, but the sunny one.
I love it when you like look up, like thinking, like, where was it again?
I'll give you the mic.
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Okay.
Mamoswine.
Is it Iron Hands?
Oh, Swanna. Oh.
Altaria?
Oh, I'm so in trouble.
Dugong.
I'm in so much trouble.
Tyranitar.
This is so bad.
Tyranitar?
Delibird?
I don't know how to do this. I need an eraser.
Baxcalibur.
Baxcalibur is a good one, yeah.
I looked a bit like Baxcalibur.
Is it Dugong? No, it's not good Dugong. It's standing up.
Giant tail. Geodude.
Chenpao? No, it's got to be Chenpao.
Chenpao?
Life right now.
Lowland Vulpix.
Chenpao?
Yes! Come on! I knew it about a minute ago. Sorry. Just wanted you to keep drawing.
To be fair, with the tails, I can see what you were going for. I think that was like...
I just wanted to
put it on 2 legs. Why do I put it on 2 legs?
I just wanted to see you in pain. It's great.
Are you okay?
I'm still thinking it might be Chenpao.
I was thinking Chenpao. I saw the tail. Baxcalibur was a good one, though.
I can only apologise for what we've just seen.
It looked a lot more like Baxcalibur initially.
That poor Alolan Vulpix. Right, my turn.
Yeah, I guess so.
We only get the writing. We don't get a picture.
You
This
think?
is being drawn from memory, we should say, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, fine. Okay, I'll drop the mic.
Yeah, I guess it's quite like your cryogonal, because it's quite a distinct shape, so it's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some key features for Vulpix as well.
Yeah, but talk us through your process, Ben.
I'm thinking possibly head first.
I'm interested in the angle that you're approaching this whiteboard, personally.
Making it more difficult. I think it has ears.
No spoilers of what you're drawing.
No.
We have to guess.
Yeah.
Cubchoo.
No, it looks more round.
Yeah, Cubchoo. Sorry.
Wait.
So focused on drawing. This is great. This is the nose.
Oh, that needed way more of a
You got the snotsicle.
icicle.
Yeah, you got the snotsicle there.
Icicle, that's fantastic.
And then
Yeah, that does look like the finished article.
Yeah. Favorite Pokemon, and I'm absolutely
I think
destroying it.
there's a plush somewhere around here.
Yeah, hold on.
For comparison.
I do want to have a look.
Yeah, there we go.
What a reference!
That's
brilliant.
That's yeah, iconic.
That could honestly, like, you know what, fair play. That could have been a lot worse.
Well played.
It's brilliant. A-level.
I'll put him back. Yeah.
I got a point, that's all I really care about here. So I'm not getting a point of my own one, that would probably be cheating. I'm just like, what's winter themed and has ears? Cubchoo!
Fantastic. Right, it's just you remaining.
That was great.
Oh, this is not going to go well. Hit us up on Twitter, on X, with the hashtag #PlayPokemon if you remember my Kyogre at Worlds.
Or if anyone actually got what we've just drawn.
Yeah.
Oh.
You almost showed me the answer there, just so you know. I didn't see it, but you almost...
Yeah.
I hope everyone's playing along at home right now.
No, I can't do it right. I'm not...
Hey, maybe...
You need to show
the screen.
Show people what I'm drawing.
I'm seeing a Santa hat.
Delibird?
Yeah!
Yes! Come on! Delibird, it's fantastic. I can spot a Delibird for miles. One of my favourites.
Like this, but but then I was like...
Yeah, you got to finish it.
In-joke. Oh, no. I told you guys before I went on, if it was Delibird, I'd draw an American football.
Yeah.
Then I was like, that's a weird in-joke, no one else. No, I'm not drawing the Pokemon. I can't draw the Pokemon. I drew the accessories. You got it from the accessories. I'm calling that a win. I'm giving myself 2 points.
If I'd had Cloth, I would have just drawn scissors and just hated the right answer.
I can spot a Delibird for miles. That's great. That's fantastic.
Okay, well, here's a quick question, because we haven't got any more to draw. We're out of cards. Hardest Pokemon to draw that you can think of off the top of your head?
I think Zygarde is normally pretty tricky. The complete form of Zygarde, that's really a tricky one. It's always Pokemon that are also like obscure that don't have a key feature that you can sort of latch onto. Yeah. That's also one that you really have to watch out for.
I'll give you one, Eternatus.
Eternatus is really tough.
Eternatus is pretty difficult.
The thing is, you can just go big and zigzaggy.
Yeah, like a giant, like a...
get there.
Yeah,
Because a lot of the Pokemon that really intricate features, they are like very unique in appearance. So yeah, it's the ones that are kind of a little bit more obscure and like a little bit more simpler in shape, where you can't distinguish them as well.
Yeah, good point. Do you want to play a quick game? Quick game another?
I go for another round.
We could give each other, we could do some peer review of more Pokemon to draw.
Well, so who's picking them? We could pick our own Pokemon to draw.
Sure.
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's all go for not just easy ones. We're not all going Voltorb, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah, that's the rules. That's the rules.
Okay.
I like the rules.
Okay, right, Freya, pick us a Pokemon.
So I pick one and then I draw it myself. And you
pick
Yeah. Go on.
So you have
you draw it. You draw it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can't get away with it. You got to draw.
When there are no cards, we are our own cards.
Yeah. Just the second thought.
Just got to get drawing.
Right, here we go. Voltorb. Poliwag.
Oh,
Natu?
Themed.
Zatu,
nice. Yeah, nice.
It was an obvious one.
Nice.
Yeah, one of your favorites, Freya.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like it. Yeah. I was thinking Poliwag with the little waggy tail.
Right, I've got to think of one quickly now.
Here's the thing. You guys at home can judge us here on the difficulty of the Pokemon we choose to draw.
That's also really true.
Are we really going for it and kind of being heroic? Or are we just being, a little bit cowardly in our choices?
Yeah.
You can make that choice.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna go for a Pokemon.
Sorry.
Right. Joe's gonna turn us.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to think of a theme as well.
Okay.
To still be like kind of in keeping.
In the festive mood.
Still trying to be festive, I think. All right. We're gonna go for this.
Yeah. Go on.
What we got?
Voltorb.
Napoleon?
Oh, nice.
What?
Just from that.
Oh, the head spikes, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Pretty characteristics.
That is the key. For anyone
This is where we're talking about key features, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. One of Joe's favorites.
Also one of my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah. For sure. Right.
Choice.
Draw the hat.
Yeah, exactly. You got to draw the big tail, presents, all that sort of thing. Right, go on. I'll have a go. Here we go.
Do you have your pen?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Give me a pen. Right, go on then. Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
You're still going for this choice of whiteboard, and I really respect that. Okay.
Ooh.
Are these beaks or are these?
Not quite sure what's going on here, to be honest.
It looks like a bird of some description.
Yeah.
Oh, Fletchling.
Oh, Farfetch'd?
Yeah.
Hey, the leak.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah. We should have drawn the leak first. That's brilliant. That's
There you go.
one of my favourites. I've got this guy plastered all over my room, and I still don't know how he looks. This is great.
I have some terrible news, guys. I would love to.
No.
I was going to go so complicated. It was going to be so good. But unfortunately, I haven't got time to do mine.
No.
I know it's upsetting. I
don't believe it.
I will make it up to you guys in the future. But right now, we're going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We have got more lovely TCG action coming up very shortly indeed. Hey trainers, welcome back. My name is Ross and I'm joined by the lovely Freya and Joe, and there will be no fence sitting in this segment. I'm going to make them make a choice. We have got two Pokemon that were on the booster packs for Paradox Rift, the two big Paradox Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. They are of course Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon. Freya, I'm going to make you make a choice. They are both good decks in the Pokemon TCG right now. Choose.
Well, I mean, it's not that hard. I played Iron Valiant literally just now at Gdansk, so... No, but there's a very good reason why the sort of I'm Valiant as a card and as a deck concept appeals to me so much. So I think there's something to be said about cards that win the game unfairly, if you know what I mean. Iron Valiant is one of the very, very few cards that enables a turn 1 win going first. You know, you can do your attack on bits, so you can knock out a low HP Pokemon, and ever since the rule change where you couldn't attack your going first anymore, there's not very many cards that can do that, and to be able to win before your opponent even gets a chance to play the game is something that is really, really hard to pass up.
It's hard to pass up. It's a little bit mean to your opponent, but you got to take those wins any way you can get them. So, Joe, can we convince you to say nice things about Roaring Moon?
Yeah, Roaring Moon, I think, is an easy one, really, because it's just so overstated. It's a monstrous basic. It has 230 hit points, which is like a new threshold in the TCG now. 220 for a long time was the number that we had to be hitting for basic multi-prizes. So having that extra 10 hit points can be massive. You can push it even further with Bravery Charm or with Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. You can go to 290, which is absurd for a basic, let's be honest. And then both attacks are incredible. The Frenzied Gouging, being able to knock out anything is just crazy. You can get through, stage 2 EXs, which have, over 300 hit points. You can get through 3 prize Pokemon very, very easily. And then you also have a great attack that doesn't damage yourself, and you can deal 220 with the Calamity Storm. So really, really handy where you just get rid of stadiums as well, so you're less worried about Path to the Peak. I feel like this card is just really overstated as a Pokemon, and it has an insane amount of support cards around it as well.
Yeah, it's a very, very good card in that regard. That would be my choice, incidentally, not to gang up on you, Freya. Now, of course, both these decks do have some pretty big weaknesses. I mean, how do you feel about the fact that these Iron Valiant decks, against big, beefy decks, things like your Rapid Strike deck, they can struggle to take out those big 2 and 3 prize Pokemon at times?
Yeah, so you're not wrong, so I'll definitely concede that, but I think the thing that it has going for it is that Iron Valiant is so versatile in terms of the way attacking bits as an ability works, that there's multiple partners that you can pair it with. So the most popular pairing we've seen right now is Entei, for example, that can really push those, you can do the attacking bits and then push those extra little numbers that you need with the Burning Rondo attack. But I also think it's important to consider what's going on in the metagame right now. So we're seeing all these comeback cards that are sort of coming into play, and stage 2 decks being more prevalent than ever. And Iron Valiant is much better at preying on those. It can sort of lock those decks out of the game before they get to the point where they have that power spike in the late game and they can actually do their thing. So being able to put a stop to them before they can do anything is really worthwhile.
That's a fair point, and Joe, you've got to be very quick on this one, but I've got to say, almost the opposite problem for Roaring Moon. You're great at taking out those big Pokemon, but can it really trade with little Pokemon so well?
Yeah, I think it does need to weave in 1 or 2 single prize Pokemon to try and make that trade a little bit more favorable. I think we've seen Water Energy and Greninja as a combination, which is really cheeky and can force Manaphy onto boards at least, which is important. Also, just more Pekko and Galarian Moltres, just the single prize option. I think these are cards that I think do go into Roaring Moon, because I think you need to have 1 or 2 single prizes to keep up with other players trying to skew that prize trade. I do think that is definitely important, but Roaring Moon is still pretty much at the helm of that deck.
Yeah, it definitely is true that Roaring Moon is an absolute monster, so I need to make a choice here, apparently, and I'm sorry, Fred, I'm going to go Roaring Moon.
It was always destined.
It's always destined. I like big, aggressive decks that take big, aggressive KOs. And there's something about dropping 2 damage counters every turn, which I like the turn 1 win before my opponent's even started. That's always fun. But the mid-game for that deck, I'm sorry, you've not convinced me it's going to be enough fun. Whereas mid-game giant KOs, oh, I'm all over that. But we want to know which of these 2 you would pick, so make your choice and then join us for some lovely Pokemon TCG action. We are going to be right back.
round 14 is very shortly underway. Only 2 more Swiss rounds left until we have our top 8, and you are not going to want to miss a single round of action until then. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm here with Joe Bernard. Joe, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. A little bit embarrassed from Pictionary just a moment ago. Just had to have a look and see what an Alone Vulpix actually looks like. But getting straight back into the action, this is where our players cannot afford to have a single error at this point of the tournament. We need to have straight wins from here if you want to make your run towards that top 8. It is so ruthless trying to get those points earned throughout the day to get yourself into the top 8. And just a quick update on our players right now. Christian Fontenot is our currently highest points earning player right now, with Lost Zone Box playing a Charizard Sableye base build as well. And there's also Theo, who is playing Inteleon VMAX. We have just seen it lose recently on our last feature match, but there's another Inteleon that has been feasting on the Lost Zone builds around the top tables right now.
In fact, we have the standings ready for you guys at home, so you can keep track along with us, and we can have a look to see who's likely to make top 8. As you can see there, it's the top 8 is starting to slowly but surely cement itself. 2 more rounds, so there could be a few more surprises still making their way up there. But yeah, as Jared mentioned, Theo and Christian there sitting at the front. Ethan still on an absolute tear from yesterday. We're in a very good spot with that 3rd seeding.
And Gabor both playing Mew VMAX.
Yep.
I think Ethan is playing the double turbo energy build that is using a Luxray, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure which build Gabor is going for, but they have gone for Judge Path builds in the past. We've already seen Alberto. There's also Charlie Belfield, a couple of Giratinas out in the top tables as well. That seems to have really capitalized on the day 1 field with such a huge amount of Charizard EX coming into day 1, but it's also continued on this really good record for a couple of our players.
Yeah, it really has. And another deck, of course, to mention Miraidon EX. We haven't really seen much of it so far, but there, Alex Norvey, the 8th seed, still with a very good chance of making top 8, and in fact will be our feature match player today.
Yeah, we actually have somehow managed to dodge a lot of the Miraidon EX. It's not intentional at all. We just seem to have not lined up those games, but we are finally going to start seeing some Miraidon EX action. It's impressed at the LAIC, continued onwards in Gdansk, where it just missed out on that top 8 placement with Juho Kalama, basically flying the flag from the Miraidon the entire time. But there are other players that are piloting it to great success this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it is funny how we kind of like missed it up until now, but considering how a big presence has been in the metagame, especially since the release of Paradox Rift, like, is Miraidon going to win again?
I mean, there's certainly a chance it makes at least the top 8. I think that could possibly be why we saw so much Charizard this weekend, possibly trying to be a reaction to Miraidon. One of the trickier matchups for it, but by no means unwinnable. We know many of our Miraidon players are using Path to the Peak, Judge, Iono, in addition to all of their aggressive cards and just trying to establish early iron hands. So there are different ways you can sort of combat the format as Miraidon, and you're still that consistent shell of a really nice, fast-paced, all basic attacking deck. So it's an exceptional one, and it doesn't surprise me at all that it's on the top tables again this weekend.
Yeah, so here we have our deck spotlight here, of course, for Miraidon EX, and yeah, as you mentioned, Charizard EX not a great matchup, so kind of a great answer to it. Also, like Lost Box, right? We see that Lost Box has kind of seen a bit of a resurgence. Perhaps that also an answer to Miraidon EX.
Yeah, the Lost Box got a little bit better with Iron Hands, but it really depends on which Lost Box. For example, Christian, who is our top seeded player right now, they're playing a Sablezard list, and the Radiant Charizard is really good at answering an Iron Hands EX immediately. If it's other Lost Zone builds that are trying to cobble together some Mirage Gate combos, the Iron Hands can still be extremely effective. So even in its bad matchups, Miraidon can find avenues to still make it work with their variety of attackers. I think this really is undersold how complex the Miraidon can be in terms of selecting your sequence of attackers and also sort of hedging between how many you hit from Generator on the opening turns as well. So it's actually a more complex deck than some people would expect.
Yeah, it really is. And it's also interesting how the evolution of Miraidon in general, right? At the very start, we saw Rob Kimbram do well at the EUIC with this build playing the Regieleki VMAXs, but as it's gone on, people really cemented around this build with the Flaffy, of course, with the Dynamo ability, allowing you to attach extra lightning energies from the discard pile. You instead rely on that Raichu V to get the big one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, and like you said, it carried on at the World Championships, where we saw some Path builds from Andrew Mahone, definitely a prominent player in the game, as well as Sage and Park doing well with Miraidon. So players definitely gained confidence from the World Championships results and have carried on with it. And with the Paradox Rift inclusions, most notably that Iron Hands EX, but also the Tapu Koko EX is another card that I have my eye out on, and I believe Alex is playing it in their deck list as well. So that could also be a card that comes up. It can cause an instant paralysis, which is also really powerful, I believe, in particular against Charizard EX players.
Yeah, absolutely. When Charizard is it's not the deck with the most maneuverability. Generally speaking, you're playing quite a low amount of switch cards, so you can paralyze a Charizard in the active. Chances are you just get to buy yourself a free turn, really.
Yeah, and paralysis is definitely one of those status conditions that causes more fear than the others.
Very much so.
Sometimes the poison ticks and the burn ticks, they can push into KOs, which is fine. It's almost just like a substitute for damage. But paralysis potentially buying a turn, especially with the amount of hand disruption that we have in the game right now, can be a massive swing in a game.
Yeah, it really can. And I'm sure that's probably why Alex considered playing it in his deck. And to me, it's more surprising that it hasn't been played yet, in the list, because it was one card that was talked about a lot in Paradox Rift.
I really expected it, yeah.
So there's this great new option, but it's not really seen the most use yet. So Alex kind of maybe finally picking up on it.
Yeah, it's a great thing to see the creativity with this archetype. It's not all set in stone. There's still going to be some debates between the Miraidon players list. There are still some very, very aggressive builds out there that are using Peony and as many as like 18 basic energy, going full theme deck with it to just cherry pick some generators in the early game and just have really good ratios of hitting your lightning energy to pop off with your early game attacks. But then there are some that are trying to have some disruption elements in there as well. And that seems to be what Alex has gone for, especially with their attacking choices.
Yeah, very, very much so. And I am very much looking forward to seeing the list finally in action. Our first Miraidon on stream that wasn't a caster battle. It's,
and that's Ross's pick, of course. Let's not forget that. Ross is backing the Miraidon to do well this weekend. It seems like as we look at the other tables towards the top, there still is, like we've mentioned, a couple of new VMAX. That could be one of the bigger challenges for Miraidon around the top. But there are also a number of these Lost Zone builds, which I think is pretty good for Miraidon overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, so Iron Hands can just prey on those small HP Pokemon, right? The Ampy very much can just take 3 knockouts in succession on anything that Lost Zone puts out, and then suddenly you're there winning the game, and you take away that big advantage that Lost Zone box decks have, where it's single prizes. So every time you only take 1 knockout, 1 prize, but suddenly you're speeding up your game plan, and you don't have that trade advantage anymore.
And talking of like aggressive style archetypes, I know, Freya, you've been sort of more towards the Iron Valiant trend of things for aggression. What makes you prefer that archetype compared to a Miraidon list?
I think it's more along the lines of the unfairness of being able to win going first. Like, you don't get to do it all the time, but there's something about having the chance to do that and just, occasionally steal a win out of nowhere that really, I think that's one of the biggest appeals to me, because when you get past that point, you're essentially, it is kind of a slightly more difficult way to achieve the same goal, but even in the later game, being able to just spread damage around the field, and maybe you do most of enough damage to knock out something, but then you just finish things off with the tachyon bits, I find that really, really appealing.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the most terrifying abilities when it came out at the World Championships, actually, when the Iron Valiant EX was first revealed. And I think many players all kind of gave a whoa moment, because being able to rack up those damage counters on evolving and engine-style Pokemon is still one of the biggest boasts in the TCG. And like you said, you can stop your opponent even drawing a card and having an action in the game. It's not that frequent, but the way these builds are created, it can happen in certain situations. If you are able to Squawkabilly, have some trekking shoes in there as well, if you get the right combination of switching cards very early on, you can just take a game away from an opponent, and that is a huge factor, especially in 50 minutes best of 3, I think.
Yeah, and also it's one of the decks that makes best use of Yoga Loop, right? Of course, that fearsome attack and better Champ V, where you place 2 damage counts on a Pokemon. If you take a knockout with it, you get an extra turn, and if you're taking extra turns against your opponent, chances are you're in a good chance to win that game.
As we get to our table then, we have both our players with headsets on. This is going to be a really interesting back and forth. Even though it is going to be a Miraidon mirror match, I feel like there is, like I said, some intricacy here. Both players are using some copies of Path to the Peak. Both players have their Bravery Charms, which can be used to try and push yourself out of one-hit KO range from opposing Raikou V and Miraidon EX as well. Got to keep an eye on potential Lost Vacuums, which I believe one of our players is using. So there are going to be back and forths in this game, and at the heart of it, there's still going to be this element of how many Flaffy I can develop during the game to sort of ease the pressure on hitting from Electric Generator.
Yeah, Miraidon Mirror is fascinating, right? Because it's one of those, you always want to go second, right? You want to be able to get the first attack off, and usually it's whoever can take the first attack can win the game. But there are other intricacies you can do, right? You can maybe try and force a one prize knockout, maybe without an Iron Hand, so that you can kind of skew the pressure that way. It's very much, it's about as racy of a mirror as it gets. So really very, very high tempo gameplay, but it's really, really cool to see all the same.
It's interesting that you say you'd love to go second as like a no-brainer, because I do think when the lists are playing Path of the Peak, sometimes going first, getting your own tandem unit out, and then using your own Squawkabilly and getting a path to sort of end the turn can still be a big win condition, especially with so many single prizes in the deck list where we have Aura, Mareep, Zapdos. If you go first, you could quite easily get 2 single prize Pokemon developed, get one into the active position, especially if you're after the peak. That can be a big boon in the mirror as well. So I think it's not as simple as let me go second and let me smack first. I think there's going to be a lot more intricacy than that.
Yeah, it's I guess it's easy to forget, right, that even though Miraidon is a very aggressive deck, most, if not all of the successful builds are path to the peak builds. Yes. So yeah, you know, in that case, yeah, going first, getting the setup in and stopping your opponent from setting up actually becomes crucial.
And as I look at the deck list, I don't think Alex has any way of bouncing path to the peak either, so they definitely have to keep that in consideration. I know that Simon is playing a Lost Vacuum as well as 1 copy of Beach Court alongside 2 copies of Path to the Peak, so that Stadium War is also going to be really interesting as we get into our game and our players are getting set up here, ready to rumble.
Yeah, so both players are almost ready to go here. We can see the shuffle and the cut. And it would be very interesting. We didn't quite catch who decided to, who won the flip, who decided.
That's the thing. We don't even know who's going to win the flip.
No,
we don't know if it's right to go first or second. There's debates for both here.
Yeah,
as
that really
mentioned.
So.
And I think the intricacies of both deck lists are going to be really important. I think Simon is playing double Iron Hands and the still just 1 copy of Double Turbo, but it's sort of setting the stall out there a little bit more. Has a couple of copies of Judge alongside Iono, as we're finally going to start seeing some prize cards. Quite a few supporters for both players here. Yeah. It's almost the exact same prize cards.
Wait, there's literally only 1 difference.
Yeah. Even in similar positions, some of them. That's crazy.
Both prizing.
Bravery Charm is massive, as is Electric Generator.
That is true.
At the moment, it's still a dead heat based on these prize cards.
Okay, so let's see. The bases have flipped over. Raikou start for both players. Who is going first? It looks like it's going to be Simon.
Who has that Raikou V, as mentioned. Also Miraidon EX in hand, so can begin to tandem unit. There is going to be a debate of how many Pokemon you put into play in the mirror match, because of course, both of you are using Lightning Rondo, and the more both players fill up their bench, the more that Lightning Rondo can dish out. So for me, I would like Simon to at least hold off on a bench space, maybe even 2 bench spaces, whilst they still want to develop as many Mareep as possible and give themselves a good chance for the next turn to have some draw power.
Yeah, it's a tough balance to strike, right? You don't want to enable a very easy turn 1, Raikou V knockout, but you also want to make sure that you have everything. So maybe, yeah, just limiting to 2, maybe 3 on the bench. Again, then at that point, I think Alex won't be able to dig for the knockout, but it's yeah, very, very tricky balance to strike.
And also, whenever you're pulling a Pokemon out of the deck, you're increasing your odds of hitting Electric Generator, and that's still going to be a big factor. So there's going to be this balance struck between the players of wanting to stay out of range of your opponent's attacks, making it less easy for them to launch their own, but also giving yourself good opportunities to maximize your Electric Generator percentages.
And it looks like the choice from the tandem unit there is going to be a Mareep and a Raikou, thinking, I want to get Raikou on the bench because, of course, Electric Generator only attaches to the bench, so if I have it in the active, not going to be as easy to power up.
I believe there's a generator in hand, as well as Forest Seal Stone. So we're going to see a complete shuffle up here from Simon, and we might be firing off the first generator. We don't necessarily have to this turn. You can hold on to these resources to be sort of burst and surprise attacks.
Especially with the energy in hand, right? So you're not going to miss the energy drop for the turn. But no, going to fire it off now. So here we go. Electric
I don't
generator.
mind this either. I actually, oh wow, the double hit immediately. That's fantastic. Personally, I'd like this going on to the Miraidon EX over the Raikou, and exactly that's what we're going to see here.
If he hit 2, right?
Yeah, now it doesn't matter what Alex does in terms of their board state, because the Miraidon has that base damage of 220, it's just far more threatening and really limits what Alex can do in terms of stopping Simon from taking a 2-prize knockout next turn.
Yeah, if there was only 1 energy hit of the generator, maybe there could have been an argument on the Raikou, but with 2, yeah, just put it on the Miraidon, guarantee the 220 damage, and you put yourself in a very, very good spot to start with.
And it looks like someone from this board state should be able to quite happily just hold the remainder of the hand. They have Forest Seal Stone for next turn. Going to be a quick Fleet-footed in here. There is still a turn attachment you can go for. I think that's even easier now that you've just picked up another energy off the top.
Definitely.
So you can do that quite happily. I don't mind this on the active at all, especially if you're going to try and limit your bench. It would force the most out of Alex next turn and try and force their own Miraidon EX to get fully powered up.
Ooh, a little bit risky there with the bench of the Mareep. That now means that if Alex has a full bench, 200 damage will be enough to KO the Raikou V.
Someone also going to put a Forest Seal Stone on and actually activate it straight away. This is a small surprise from me. I wouldn't mind holding this at all, just so you have the option to Boss's Orders on turn 2.
But this is probably going to be for Path to the Peak, right?
Could easily be Path, though, you're right. And this is why we mentioned that going first sometimes is monstrous. And we must stress that Alex does not play a bounce to Path to the Peak at all in their deck list.
Yeah, so actually this goes back to your argument about going first right now.
Pretty good, look at the board state. And then a Path as well. This is a huge challenge for Alex to overcome.
Yeah, and with Alex with no Path bump, is going to be relying on all the other consistency cards in the deck to get out a Pokemon. So now it's going to be so much trickier for Alex to get 5 on the bench. And now with Simon having done this, 4 on the bench makes a bit more sense because you're kind of a little bit more protected.
The good news news for Alex is that we are gaming. We have, I believe, Arven in hand and a number of lightning Pokemon already.
Oh, wow, okay.
You can begin your quest to attack with a Photon Blaster this turn. I'm not sure how easy it is, though. And this path, as I said, is going to stay in play as long as Simon wants it to. Alex has no counterplay to this stadium card.
Yeah, and that's tough for multiple reasons, right? It doesn't only stop the tandem unit, but now you can't even Squawk and Seize, and I don't think I saw a draw supporter in Alex's hand.
No, it's just Arven, which can be like good for the immediate future. Maybe you have to hold on to Forest Seal Stone for next turn. That could be a potential option. But that's as long as you can move the Raikou, and that's not always easy. So, yeah, tough break that the path has come down so early. Really well identified from Simon to use the Forest Seal Stone so proactively. Alex can potentially even Super Rod back these Lightning Energy in if you're going to Arven for Electric Generator of your own here. Yeah, you also need a switching card. There's a few pieces you need from this Arven. Possibly just finding a switch out for Raikou, going into Zero Aura this turn and hoping that Simon with a 3-card hand can't take a 2-prize knockout next turn and try and build from there.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you can go about it. Looks like, yeah, we're going to fire off the Arven. I imagine going to be grabbing a Forest Seal Stone as well as an Electric Generator.
I actually prefer just a switch card here, personally. Okay. I feel like it's such a high roll for you to take the first 2-prize KO. And if you're not combining it with a Bravery Charm, you're still just putting all your resources into one KO. Based on the hand size from Simon, I actually really prefer going for a switch. Hope that Zero Aura tanks the hit instead for a turn. And you're holding on to Forest for next turn to get a Professor's Research instead.
That does make a lot of sense.
You're so all in. The only debate around this, though, is that there are 2 Professor's Research in Alex's prizes. So if you do go for the tempo approach, you have good odds of actually getting a research for free anyway. And that's why we are seeing a generator, possibly.
So he's going for it, having looked through the deck, made the assessment that, going for the early aggression is worth it. And if he takes the prizes in the orders that, most players do, this will be rewarded with a double research.
Certainly will be rewarded. I'm not sure if you could have to Forest Seal Stone for the switching out as well. So you really are putting yourself all in here. We could Super Rod those Lightning Energies back into the deck if we wish. Or we could just be going for the generator as it stands. It is nice to hold some Lightning Energy in the discard pile for future Flaffy, of course. So we are just going to see the generator. There are 2 in the prizes, 2 already discarded, so it's not high odds for the double hit here. But we do still hit 2.
Wow.
This is massive. A full tempo play from Alex Northey. We can get the turn attachment. We can Forest Seal Stone for switch carts, initiate the prize race, and we know with Caster Vision that there will be a Professor's Research as that reward.
Yeah, so very, very, very good to turn one here from Alex. About as good as you could ask for under Path of the Peak, I think, safe to say. Forest Seal Stone, yeah, going to go onto the Raikou V, finding a switch card, just an attach from hand, and Photon Blaster will get the knockout, unless looks like Alex is just giving it some think.
Wow.
Oh,
okay,
wait,
so here we go. We're not going full tempo then.
Okay.
Could still be the attach retreat. This is a tricky one. I'm going to see the Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, maybe there's something we're missing here. Maybe he's thinking that going for the attack here doesn't make sense. Maybe we want to go for something else. So he's going for another generator. Oh, we went for the research.
Is that just a research for next turn? That's fairly reasonable as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was debating. If you're going to go for this line, I prefer rather than generator, you just go for a switching card to sort of prep an energy on one Pokemon and just hope the Zero Aura can tank a hit.
Yeah, especially because from Simon's current board state, it's unlikely that their 9 hands is being threatened. But kind of going for it this way around instead, it looks like.
That's kind of what I was wondering about. If you do go all in with the generator play, you just leave yourself with nothing. And even though we know there are researchers that could have been found, it would have been incredible. Alex can't really hedge on that all times. So we are going to pass things over to Simon, as Alex has had to sort of settle for a setup turn. And I'm not sure, yeah, it doesn't look like Simon can capitalize on this. They have Professor's Research in hand, so they may be forced into a single prize knockout. The only other way you could take a multi-prize KO here is if we can Professor's Research and find the 1 copy of Escape Rope that Simon plays.
I guess you could also do it if you can research into Iron Hands and get enough energy on it.
That would also be true.
Yeah.
That's asking a lot, though.
Yeah, it is asking a lot.
The turn attachment onto the Raikou V here.
Yeah, I think Simon recognizing asking for maybe a bit too much in that regard. So instead, just the attachment onto the active and Professor's Research is the next move. So 7 cards found. What does he get off this?
Escape Rope would be the best situation possible.
Doesn't look like it, though.
For second Flaffy, so he can get even more energy developed on the board. There is Iron Hands there, so you can maybe start prepping it, knowing that you could Iron Hands later to sort of fix your math, especially if you hit into a Bravery Charmed 2-prize Pokemon, then you could Iron Hands for 3 prizes later.
Yeah, looking really good, and then that would make it so that Zero Aura being knocked out still fits nicely into the prize map.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to see that Ultra Ball of 2 Lightning. It's a pretty obvious choice when the best Pokemon to put into play in this spot will be a second Flaffy.
Yeah, without a doubt, that's the so 2 Dynamos to turn now is going to put Simon in a very, very good spot. If you can just keep bringing back the energy, that's usually how you're going to out-tempo your opponent, right, in a mirror match situation.
Because Alex still being starved of that tandem unit means that Simon's going to have no issue chaining attackers. That's just going to be a constant factor because there are the double Dynamo turn by turn. That if we are getting into that exchange, Alex is going to be the one on the back foot because they're going to need to keep hitting from their generators every single turn until they can start finding some more Mareep pieces. So even though Simon's only taking a single prize, that's not as good as you would like this turn. You're still on a much better board presence here.
Yeah, very much so. There is that beach court ready to go as well. So if Simon did want to, turn off his own path, he has the option to do that, but probably not much reason to do that right now, let's be honest. So instead, just going to go ahead and Dynamo to get that Miraidon charged up. That's now ready to attack. 1 onto the Raikou as well. So yeah, they're almost already 3 attackers ready to go.
This is looking really solid for Simon. Only allowed to take 1 prize, of course. That's the only small crinkle here from the game plan, but everything else has gone pretty much perfectly. As we pass over to Alex, who's going to immediately promote their Miraidon. They should quite easily have a way to take a 2-prize knockout. As we know, they took a Professor's Research last turn. Can also Super Rod back in the Zera Aura at the very least. It's going to keep 2 Lightning Energy in the discard pile, hoping to find some Mareep this turn, as well as a turn attachment from this big 7 cards. But the good news is for Alex, even though the board's not that great, they are going to be on the most optimal prize map where you're looking to always take a 2-prize knockout. It means Alex could win in 3 turns' time from this position.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, decent position to be in. And Simon didn't put down the Iron Hands and hasn't put any energy on it, so that kind of threat isn't really being established right now either.
Yeah, so Simon would still have to attack 3 times as well to win on their end, even if they wanted to weave in the Iron Hands. Gonna see, well, we do see at least an energy attachment, and the free retreat Zera Aura is back in the mix, which is actually really handy. No Mareep is the small issue here, no Ball Search either. Yeah, the peak's not doing too much.
No, it's kind of sitting dead in the hand, of course. So when there is a stadium card in play, you cannot play a stadium card with the same name, just get it out of your hand. So those are just stuck there now.
Yeah, on the balance of probabilities, honestly, hitting your attachment, getting a free retreater, this is massive. And let's see how the generator treats them.
There's 1.
1 attachment is pretty solid. You probably put it on the Raikou without the Forest Seal Stone. If you put it on the one without, then you can Bravery Charm later. That's why it's a slight preferred choice for me here. But in this case, it's just going to be the Raikou with Forest Seal Stone currently planted on it. Also, not hitting Bravery Charm from this big Professor's Research is a bit of a shame for Alex, where you would hope that your Miraidon EX could tank a little bit longer.
How many Bravery Charm is Alex playing? Is it
2 copies?
Okay, so there is 1 that he still can find then.
Yep, there is 1 of the prize cards.
Yes.
Good point. But we are going to see the first 2-prize knockout and picking up those Professor's Researches, which is fairly handy.
Yeah, because there's no draw in the hand before that, right? Or
yeah, there was a research.
Okay, but
it's still handy because Judge is certainly a factor, not just Iono in Simon's deck, who has already got a pretty nicely laid out prize card and has Iono after this, so has already got a really good turn waiting in the wings here.
Yeah, especially because there's a Miraidon in here attacking now, so Simon can take this KO without putting too much more on the bench and therefore prevent a return knockout from Alex's own Raikou.
Exactly. This is huge for Simon. And the Zapdos is also interesting. If you put that into place, start using Flaffy onto it, it then would allow your Zapdos to finish off a Zera Aura and get you back onto an even prize trade. So you can see why that's coming down onto the field before this Iono. Going to be disrupting Alex. That's 3 Professor's Research getting shuffled to the bottom of the deck, which is a huge problem.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, it better than, than getting all discarded at once. So maybe if Alex can find a way to shuffle the deck, then it'll be fine. But
that's true.
But just the fact that they're gone when you would have been on to draw more cards next turn, yeah, not ideal. There is an Ultra Ball, though.
Just 4 cards for Alex to work with. Simon has got a hand of a Bravery Charm as well. That could be huge.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Miraidon EX even more now. Means that even with Electric Generator high rolls, essentially, from Alex, you're still going to be fairly safeguarded.
Yeah, maybe now you can even, if you have the Bravery Charm, you can even risk benching the 5th Pokemon, right, if you wanted to, because the 5th Pokemon would enable the Alex to take a KO on the Miraidon with a Raikou, but if you have the Bravery Charm, then it doesn't matter.
For me, I don't mind putting just 2 on Zapdos, honestly. You've got a pivot in the Raikou V already. I do understand the logic of putting another Miraidon down, though, just because chaining Photon Blaster is so much aggression.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you're thinking about the prize map, right, that's you want to just keep on with that chain of aggressive attacks. It just makes sense to go for that. Now, here comes the double Dynamo. So, yep, onto the Miraidon. So not going to go for the Zapdos plan here. Instead, just going to be Photon Blaster, KO the other Miraidon. And Alex really needs to have a phenomenal comeback turn this turn. And from that hand, I don't see much of it happening.
Yeah, Ultra Ball would normally be fantastic for Mew EX to unlock some card draw, but not going to be possible with the Path of the Peak developed, not even getting any free fleet-footed cards, anything like that. I think Alex is going to be in this position where you want to look at your opponent's discard pile, just make sure you know what they're playing and what they've used so far, because you're starting to go a little bit downhill at this stage. So it's at that point where the game may be going beyond you, but you want to keep an eye on what resources Simon's used to take that knowledge into games 2 and 3 as well.
Yeah, and I think another problem for Alex as well is that with that Zapdos coming out, you can't even use a Iron Hands, for example, to tank a hit, because being 230 HP, the Zapdos makes the Miraidon do enough extra damage to take the KO on that too.
Completely correct. Alex is in this tough position. You can't even go into Iron Hands at this stage. You cannot give away more prizes to Simon here. It's going to be too easy for Simon to close the game at this stage. It feels like Alex has just been stunted by the path for too many turns now. The Mareeps are great, but they're a couple turns too late in this instance.
Yeah, the path plus the Iona really just getting rid of all of those extra draw cards. Yeah, you can attach, you can bring up the Raikou.
The Raikou V.
But Alex is playing no way to remove tools, right?
Yep, no Lost Vacuum in the deck list, so it's a huge chunk of damage. You can maybe finish it off with a single prize Pokemon later, but that's fine for Simon anyway.
Yeah, because there's only 3 prizes left.
Awkward, so it looks like Simon's in a really strong position. Let's see how they can get themselves into the most winning position possible here. I'm not sure if there's any Lightning Energy currently in the discard pile, so they'd have to find one to just turn attach this turn, but there is already one in the hand, so that's not going to be an issue. I'm trying to find any wiggle room for Alex at this stage.
Did Simon draw an extra card, or...?
No, that was just the start of the turn.
Oh, the start. Okay, I thought you already drew a turn already, never mind.
I think we're looking good. It could be as simple as attach, retreat, get your hit in. Obviously, Simon's a little bit concerned about Alex playing Lost Vacuum, doesn't yet know that there is none, so has to be a little bit concerned that, in theory, this is dangerous for Simon, because if you're using a 2-prize Pokemon here, there is a way, in Simon's mind, that a Lost Vacuum can end the game with another Miraidon coming to respond on the active Pokemon, so it's still a little bit precarious for them. We know they're in a great spot, but they don't right now.
Yeah, and that comes into the mind games a little bit, right? I think Alex maybe recognizes that this game was already lost, but if you're doing that attack, maybe in Simon's mind, he's thinking, oh, Alex is doing that because he has the potential for a Lost Vacuum, and that might change the way Simon plays a little bit.
Especially because Simon is playing Lost Vacuum themselves.
Yeah,
it's fairly common, I would say. It's a really good mirror tech card. It's really good against Roaring Moon as well, and just being a natural Arven searchable path bounce. It's like a pretty reasonable card to have in any list.
Yeah, very much so.
Boss's Orders pickup for Alex could be the last hope, maybe bringing up Flaffy, buy some time here. I'm not seeing many other lines available.
Maybe...
Is time even your friend, honestly? Do you just want to go to another game and give yourself 2 opportunities to close out this set instead? It is going to be the Flaffy trapping option, just a pass.
And does Simon just have the out already?
We know there's research at the very least.
Oh, that was a judge that was just drawn there. No switch out yet.
There is 1 double turbo energy in addition to switch and escape rope. The switch cart is currently shut down, of course.
Yep. 1 off the generator, so yeah, just good to thin 1 extra card out of the deck. So imagine after this, it's just going to be research and hope to find a switch out.
Yep, even if we don't hit the research this turn, Simon's in such a strong position, to be honest with you. Alex is really on fumes, trying to buy a number of turns, but it should be pretty routine for Simon to end the game here.
The only potential comeback option I could have maybe seen is if Alex somehow had a way to try and drop the Iron Hands and then KO the Zapdos with the Iron Hands, that would then bring the Miraidons back out of range of a KO, and then it would force Simon to find a boss.
That's the exact line that Alex has to try and piece together here. But maybe denied if this Professor's Research gets any of these switching options here.
Yep, so a lot going in discard, doesn't matter, just needs to find a double turbo energy or switching out. 7 from the top. Does Simon find it?
Will Simon be going 1 game up here in our round 14? A massive game. And the double turbo energy can be attached retreated here. We should have everything we need. Yeah, the attachments, the retreats, and that's going to be game 1 to Simon in this round 14 game in our Miraidon EX mirror match.
Yeah, just wow, phenomenal stuff. And if we talk about the debate about going first or second, I think you've just been very vindicated right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is a debate.
It is.
It paid off very nicely for Simon in that game, though. And let's not forget that this was blind game 1. They didn't know that they were coming up against a mirror match, so sometimes you just choose to go first because, hey, I get an extra turn attachment because I've gone first, and that can really help Miraidon again, ease the pressure on electric generator hits and whatnot. But when you know that you have the path potential and you've seen a Raikou V from the opponent, it's pretty obvious that you want to get that path developed pretty early.
Yeah, absolutely. And even more so now, right? So now it's not blind anymore. We're going to game 2 and both players be very much aware of what they could do. And I think Alex will definitely choose to go first in this instance, given what just happened to him.
I would say so, because Alex also plays 3 copies of Path of the Peak, so it's fairly likely that you find that path very early and do essentially what Simon's just done to you, deny the tandem unit, because we have just seen from Simon they were able to keep a really steady flow of energy thanks to constant Dynamotor recovering throughout the entire game. Just having a steady chain of those Photon Blasters isn't easy without them. That's pretty much what Alex has just witnessed. Yeah, so exactly. Trying to do the reverse on the opponent in game 2 has got to be in the plans here.
Yeah, it has to be. So let's see how both these players sort of get started in this game. Alex, having a look at the opening hand here, looks like, oh, that is not an amazing opening hand from Alex, actually.
Not ideal. Forest Seal Stone isn't live. Oh, there's Nest Ball.
There is
Forest
Nest Ball.
Seal
Okay,
Stone.
okay.
This is actually a really good start.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that changes everything.
All it takes is one Nest Ball for the Miraidon EX players to be in the game, because you can tandem unit out so many Pokemon. We're looking at some prize cards. A 1-1 line of the Flaffy for Alex isn't ideal, but you do play a 2-2 for these sorts of situations. And we'll see who's been forced first. It looks like Alex is choosing that first and getting the momentum, and has the Nest Ball to kick things off. We can get Miraidon EX, and in turn that can tandem unit out certainly a V Pokemon, so we can access this Forest Seal Stone. You would imagine the Raikou, and I'd also like to see a Mareep hit the field as quickly as possible.
Yeah, probably going to try and find as many setup things as they want. And there it is there with the Miraidon tandem unit. Actually able to use it this game, unlike in the last one. So going to be able to find 2 more basic lightning Pokemon. Off to a great start here.
Yeah, already a better start than in the first game. The tandem unit is such an integral ability for this archetype. It allows you to play such thin lines of your attackers, because you know you can go into the deck and cherry pick them as and when needed. And it's also going to allow us to have a really good turn 1 here. Alex shuffling up pre-Forest Seal Stone, but could even be going for a Squawkabilly EX early here. I think they have quite a few binnables from this hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Bravery Charm, a couple of energy, a research, but yeah, I think you're probably fine going for a Squawkabilly here.
It is going to be the Forest Seal Stone. It could just be Path of the Peak guaranteed. It's going to go onto the board, so maybe just turn attachment onto your benched Miraidon EX is the best choice here.
I guess if you would have the research in hand, right, then you know you have your draw for next turn.
Yeah, because sometimes you put Squawkabilly into play. It can be capitalized on by Pokemon Go Zapdos as well for a 2-1 trade up. And when you're pretty well set, you have Rope, you have Bravery Charm. This is okay for next turn. You really don't need much from then on. So yeah, seems pretty solid to me. Guarantee that Path of the Peak. You've seen how detrimental it can be.
Now, of course, the one difference being here, unlike Alex, Simon does actually have a ways to counter this. If he can find his Vacuum or his Beach Court, he could actually get his powers back online.
Yeah, actually 4 outs, because there's also 2 Forest Seal Stone in the deck.
Yes, of course.
Well. So even with just these low number of cards, the Forest Seal Stone can sort of fill those gaps. And already Simon has researched double Ultra Ball. Getting rid of a couple of boss's orders is awkward, but you're actually going to be getting into the game here and seeing a decent number of cards.
Yeah, and with the research, plenty of ways to try and dig for this out to try and get rid of the path. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes off of this first Ultra Ball, actually. Do you still go for the Miraidon in hopes that you find the counter, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like Miraidon's still the best choice in the opening stage. And then the second Ultra Ball, I don't mind going just for another Flaffy, or just get your free retreat Pokemon in the mix. Actually not playing Zeraora, Simon. They're just using Mew EX as their free retreat pivots. I guess they also have Beach Court to try and be sort of like a pivot Pokemon.
Yeah, it'd be a pseudo free retreat option, right? Give all your 1 retreat basics free retreat, but actually just going to go for that Mew straight away.
I believe someone has another Ultra Ball that can be played before Professor's Research here. The Mew EX not online, but as we said, it's a free retreat pivot, so maybe someone has a switching cart in hand, wants to get the Mareep out of the active as quickly as possible, knowing that you can retreat back into anything after this Professor's Research.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially with the switch cart in hand. Yeah, so the switch cart into the Mew so that you can, any attack that you put down now, you can generate it to it and maybe get a turn 1 attack going. So after that, though, not enough cards to play the Ultra Ball, so just the research here.
Big 7 cards for Simon. Can we find a combination of outs with Forest Seal Stone plus a V Pokemon, or can we find a natural Stadium bounce? No, we can't. Lots of lightning energy. Not what you want to see here.
Not even an option to power up the Iron Hands, of course, with that 4 energy attack cost for the Amp you very much. Only 1 generator. I guess you could do the first attack if you hit 2 off the generator.
Yeah, you could arm thrust. Arm press, I should say.
Arm press, 160 damage. Oh, it does find 2.
Well, that can make life a little better, especially because you're knocking out the Zapdos.
Oh, yes.
You actually will allow your Iron Hands to tank a hit from a Miraidon. So this double hit is huge here.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. About if you can't get counter to path, at least you can get an irrelevant attack, right?
Electric Generator changes games. Here we were thinking this is going to be a pretty awkward pass, and Alex is going to be in the driver's seat. But here we go. Simon suddenly bounces back with a crucial knockout because you're targeting this Zapdos. So the 230 hit points will be massive to keep this Iron Hands EX relevant and on the board here.
Yeah, especially because Alex doesn't play any way to get back Pokemon, right?
No, does play one Super Rod.
Okay, so
in the deck list.
So you could maybe get the Zapdos back and still go for a KO that way, but still, that's a lot to ask for.
And it's so much harder to recover your Zapdos when you no longer have Tandem Unit. There's a path to the peak in play, so you'd have to naturally draw into the one of Super Rod and like one of your remaining Nest or Ultra Ball, which is just so much fewer outs.
Yeah, I guess there's a debate here about whether we played Escape Rope now, but no, deciding not to. I mean, if you play the Escape Rope, no matter what Simon brings up, it could be a relevant knockout, so there could have been an argument to do that, but Simon, or Alex deciding, no, I'd rather just keep this Iron Hands in the active and go for it.
Yeah, also just lets you react to the other side of this Professor's research. Sometimes you want to keep your attacking Pokemon on the bench in case you find an out towards the Flaffy, of course, which is exactly what we've seen here. We can Ultra Ball away another path of the peak and a Lightning. We have another Rope in hand, so Alex will still be able to take a comeback here with at least one prize card, can manually attach to this Miraidon EX that has the Bravery Charm, let's not forget.
Oh, that's very true. So it's just like with Simon, Alex can put up a Pokemon that isn't very easily knocked out by what Simon has.
Yeah, the pendulum is swinging back and forth. This is what I expected from the matchup, really, where there are knockouts flowing every single turn, and they're just trying to outmaneuver one another right now. Fortunately, the second Escape Rope for Alex is going to be clutch here to maintain and keep up with the prize race.
Yeah, so attachment from hand plus Dynamotor is going to be enough as long as Alex has a way to doesn't need a way to retreat. You're going to have that Escape Rope.
Escape Rope. Tough call for Simon. Doesn't want to give up a free retreat or the Mareep, really. I think it does have to be Mareep just so that you're still forcing the most attacks from Alex to take out the 6 prizes. And it does allow you to just manually attach onto Iron Hands again next turn and maybe 2-hit KO this Miraidon EX.
Yeah, I think that is the best choice here. I mean, yeah, maybe later on, if Alex wants to kind of even out the prize race again, you could knock out another single prizer, but Simon could also just only put down 2 prizes from now on to prevent that. But then also, if you're doing that, then you don't have access to Dynamotor for the rest of the game, and that's going to be a problem.
Going to be a big problem. Simon has drawn into another Flaffy as well. Speaking of problems, that might make this Professor's research a lot more awkward. Simon is not playing any Pokemon Recovery, so instead it might be an Iono for 5 cards here instead for both players.
Oh, okay.
Or you're just going to research the lot and say no to Flaffy the entire game now.
Wow, okay.
That's huge. It means you're going to be all in on turn attachments and electric generators from this stage onwards.
Yeah, this Simon is clearly taking a risk here, but feeling like it's worthwhile. That's
classic Miraidon hand, all energy. Bravery Charm's handy. You don't really want to put the Mareep down anymore because you've just given up a single prize, and this is another easy single prize.
And yeah, you don't really want to attack with his Iron Hands either, right? Like, well, what do you
can hit for 160, and then you can amp you very much next turn.
Yeah, I guess
that's a way to take 3 prizes over 2 turns.
Yeah, I guess that's the best option
to me. Bravery Charm would also protect yourself from a Zapdos being recovered and put onto the board again.
Yes, yeah, that's true. If
the alternative is that you could Bravery Charm Mew and try and protect yourself around some more gusting plays. It is going to go into the active, though. This protects the Iron Hands EX as much as possible, and I think because that's all Simon's working with, it makes the most sense here.
Yeah, I think in these situations where your back's against the wall and the cards aren't working with you, you have to you find these small lines that can still maybe give a chance of making a comeback. And these kind of lines are really what separate the good from the great players, I feel.
Let's see what Alex Northey is working with. They've only got 1 attacker currently powered up. The Flaffy can help out a little bit, and there's an Arven in the mix. What's going to be the best avenue for Alex here?
It's like Arven to start with, so can find quite a bit off of this. There's another Bravery Charm that could be found. There's no point getting a Forest Steel Stone, of course, that's already been used.
Possibly just prodding with your Raikou V is your best line here.
Yeah, you don't want to... the last thing you want is to keep this Miraidon in the active, right? You don't want to give up 3 prizes.
Yeah, this healing could be relevant as well.
Oh, with the switch card, of course.
You have 270 hit points on the Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm. You would be healing down to 130, so you'd be out of range. It would amp you very much.
Yeah, so as long as Simon can't get rid of the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, that's true. It would force extra outs. We know it's in hand.
Yeah, we know it's in hand, but yeah. But
just a one-off copy.
Yeah, Alex doesn't necessarily know that. So there it is, Dynamotor again onto the Raikou. I do believe there was an NG in hand, right? So you can just...
You can prod with the Raikou V, or you could just use it to pivot and come back in with your Miraidon EX.
But
I feel like prodding with the Lightning Rondo is the best choice, personally.
Yeah, I think so. You don't want to risk this Miraidon getting KO'd for 3 prizes. That would be about as bad a turn as you could ask for in this given situation. So switch cut coming in, healing 30, so 130 damage now onto the Miraidon, bring in the Raikou, and I imagine we're going to be seeing a Lightning Rondo here.
This game is so close. Both players are holding on to a couple of pieces, but also working on fumes a little bit. Alex able to develop another Mareep. for now to try and continue to build up this board, and it also pushes an extra 20 damage with the Lightning Rondo attack as well, of course. So this Iron Hands is being set up for a 2-hit knockout. Let's see what Simon can construct here.
What was that draw for turn? It's a switch.
It's a switch. That's not too handy. You at least can go for the vacuum proactively and then go for Judge.
Yeah, I think...
Alternatively, you could vacuum away path to the peak just to give yourself some draws on the other side of this Judge.
Well, that is true, yeah. After, you know, if you play out some cards and then you can draw again with Muse Restart, that could be a good option.
Because if you unlock the path to the peak and just Judge yourself into one Miraidon, suddenly you can tandem unit, maybe get a Raikou to respond on this Raikou in the active for Alex.
Yeah, or that actually...
Tough call.
Putting the Mareep down, I mean, we know that it can't evolve into anything, but maybe just considering for the extra bench damage for Raikou.
Yeah, that could be in the thoughts. Also the debate of the Lost Vacuum. If you don't get rid of Bravery Charm from Alex, you don't have this lovely Amp You Very Much play. But maybe unlocking Path to the Peak, yeah, going to keep the Amp You Very Much play open here. I do like this choice, because it feels like this is your best 2-attack game plan.
Yeah, I think so as well. So here we go, Judge coming in. Four cards for each player. It's not a lot to work with, and given that Simon decided to Lost Vacuum the Bravery Charm, there's no option to maybe draw more of Restart, but let's see what Simon can find here.
We need 4 massive cards. Just one Path Bounce remains in Simon's deck, and that is the Beach Court. We could possibly go up and down in hand size if we can unlock this Mute EX to draw some more cards with Restart. We need to work possibly towards some more electric generators as well. There's no real reason to go in once again with this Iron Hands EX because it won't be.
It's a Beach Court and a Raikou!
Is that going to be enough? Oh, well, we can start drawing with Restart and Fleet-footed.
Exactly. If there was ever
a chance.
Like, if there was ever a turn to take a risk here, this would be it. You bench these 2 Pokemon, you play down a Beach Court, you restart and hope to find a generator.
Generator would be huge. Still has turn attachment as well, let's not forget.
Oh, that is very true as well.
Fleetfoot can help us out. 2 big cards from Mew EX here.
That's
couple Pokemon not great at all.
That's not what you want in the slightest. Squawkabilly long since past its usefulness, and Miraidon, a great card to find, but not when you can't put any energy on it.
And where do we go as Simon here? Do you retreat back into this Mareep, possibly? Do you just take the Fleet-footed card just to see a card? It is going to be the Mareep as the sacrificial lamb, literally.
Yeah. Unfortunate turn for Simon. I mean, potentially a very, very insane comeback turn there, but not to be. And now, of course, Alex has access to abilities again. So
Alex has Boss's Orders.
Oh, no.
Boss's Orders up the Iron Hands and take away the Amp You Very Much line that Simon has been eyeing up the last couple turns.
Is there a possibility for another KO with a Amp You Very... Oh, no, not with the Bravery Charm, right? Like
Bravery Charm's keeping that out of range.
Yeah, so it has to be just a regular KO, but still could be very much worth it, right? You just take out the only threat with energy on Simon's board, and then what does Simon do from there?
Yeah, because Alex still has to win in 3 attacks. So if you take away Amp You Very Much, that means that Simon still has to take 3 attacks to win the game. So denying the Amp You Very Much line, which has been spied, is so important here.
Yeah, so...
Boss's Orders is going to be a massive option. Yeah, Raichu V coming into play as well. There is enough energy kind of scattered around this board that it starts becoming a good way to play around Bravery Charm.
Yeah, and especially given that unlike Alex, or unlike Simon rather, Alex has been quite nicely been able to set up Mareeps and Flaffies, so has plenty of access to Dynamotor, will be able to charge up to a very, very big finishing attack with the Raichu V later on if needed. But not going to go for that right now, just going to focus on the Zeraora for now, give that free retreat option for later.
Surely it's Boss's Orders here.
It must be, right?
I'm terrified of this Iron Hands finishing my Miraidon EX.
Yeah.
We're just having a double check of how much damage remains. We currently have 5 bench Pokemon for Alex, 4 for Simon, and the 20 base with Lightning Rondo, so we will get the job done here.
Yeah, even better, of course, you don't want to be attacking with the Miraidon that already has damage on it, so instead just attack the Raikou that's absolutely fresh, take the KO, and then you are only 3 prizes away from winning, and Simon has no attackers left on the board, no energy, and not much of anything.
Yeah, and crucially, no way towards Flaffy. Already 2 discarded from an earlier Professor's research, with no Pokemon recovery in the deck list. That Mareep's there just as a cheerleader right now.
Yeah. Energy for turn off the top of the deck. Miraidon coming down. You can use the tandem unit if you want just to thin 1 more card out. I imagine Simon will consider going for that. Going to attach from hand as well.
We're once again in this situation where we need to hit big from generators this turn.
Yes.
We have to do it this turn. We have to do it next turn as well.
It's generator or bust here, and just
a unit coming in.
Yeah, to that end, just fin one more Pokemon out of the deck, get that one extra, bench slot filled. Going to go for that Iron Hands. I mean, it's not likely that it's going to be able to be powered up, and you're only working off generators, but might as well get it out of deck for the option, because if you can take a KO on this Raikou and then follow up with a KO on the Miraidon with damage, that would be an avenue for Simon to win in 2 attacks.
And it also blocks the likes of Escape Rope as well, just because it has that higher threshold of hit points right now. So definitely makes sense to get the Iron Hands. It can be used just as a sponge if need be as well. If nothing goes well this turn, you could retreat into the Iron Hands EX and just try and buy a turn that way. It's going to be Iono for 5 cards for Simon, 3 for Alex.
So, there's 1 generator.
When there's a generator, there's a chance.
Yep.
Never underestimate them.
I mean, Simon has not played many over the course of this game, right? There's still a decent amount of energy in the deck. You've got to fancy his chances. Oh, there's 5 off the top. Oh, he finds none!
Curse of the commentator. There are a couple of prizes. There are a couple of lightning energy in the prizes, and a couple of Pokemon have been KO'd.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's rough.
I think now is the time where, well, we have a quick fleet-footed card. Is that another generator?
Oh, it is.
In the wheel.
Oh. Number 2.
Surely from this one, we're going to hit some lightning energy, Freya.
Find it. There's 3.
Not like
this.
1. 1 energy.
1 is not going to do it.
Ready to go. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to retreat into Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, that Beach Court.
Try and be that sponge.
That Beach Court's still in play, of course, reducing the retreat cost of all basic Pokemon by 1, so can retreat that Raikou for free, bring up the Iron Hands, and then, yeah, just pray that Alex can't.
You can keep the same thing with Bravery Charm, I suppose, if you want to, but I feel like, well, because you don't have much draw power in the hand, you may just have to Bravery Charm the active here.
Yeah,
I prefer this, because if you put the Iron Hands in the active, your hand is too clogged up. You actually can't, draw towards any switch outs. So this is the best option as we pass back over to Alex, who seems to be in the ascendancy in the second game.
Interesting that Simon chose not to play the Path to the Peak in this instance. Maybe wanted to keep the option for the retreat with the Beach Court.
Yeah, I think that's important here, because you do need to move that Raikou and needs draw power, to be honest. As we see an electric generator.
Another miss.
Also going to miss for Alex. We've been fairly even, I think, on the generators from both players here.
I think so as well.
It's mostly been about the board states in terms of how many Flaffy have made it onto the field that have been the big differential right now. Can Alex work around this Bravery Charm? We know that Alex doesn't play any Lost Vacuum and now does have Boss's Orders in hand once again. So can continue to Lightning Rondo. Has another generator as well.
Okay.
Played here.
Can we find any energy off this one? It finds 2 this time. Wow,
goodness.
okay.
Now you can get another Miraidon EX prepped. That's going to make life even more easy for Alex here. If you're taking out Simon's Miraidon EX and you've just seen them spend most of their remaining generators, this feels you're really in a great position.
Yeah, especially when there's... I mean, if you KO this Miraidon here, like, what attacking options does Simon even have? Like, are there even any generators left? I mean, I think we've seen, like, at least 3, right?
It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, wow. Yeah, Boss's Orders. Stop getting those damage counters out. I want to take 2 prizes. And it's going to be a big Photon Blaster into Miraidon EX. And as expected, it's going to be a concession for Simon. We're going 1 game each here with 14 minutes left on the clock to see if we can get a winner in our round 14. It's been an exciting back and forth, Freya. It's going to be a little bit of generators here, there, and everywhere. It does allow Simon to go first, and in both situations, our players have got the early path developed, and it's been a real differential, I think, in these series and how they've panned out.
Yeah, because in both those instances, if you don't get your tandem unit online, you just can't set up, right? And we saw how in both those games, the person who isn't able to set up the Flaffy loses. So that just makes the that makes all the difference in the world.
Flappy is such an integral part of the deck, the only evolving Pokemon the deck chooses to play, and that's because Dynamotor is guaranteed energy. How many times have we been saying the board state can change based on how many electric generators you hit? Well, having the guaranteed turn-by-turn attachments allows you to keep up with these attacks so effectively. So Simon had a really awkward Professor's Research there. A Flaffy top deck for the turn really changed the tide of that game, I feel, in some instances. Might be looking back now at the decision between Iono and Professor's Research when they possibly could have protected at least a Flaffy during the game, but didn't quite have that luxury. And in that case, Alex was able to pounce with a couple of back-to-back Boss's Orders. I think even took the second boss from prizes, so was really able to tempo out on Simon. But yeah, really interesting back and forth we're having right now. We've seen some intricacies, we've seen the Stadium Wall, we've seen Bravery Charm come in at times, and some players have gone for tempo, others have gone for sort of passing with single prize Pokemon and made those matter. So there is a lot to be said in this final game.
Yeah, it was a tough call there with the Iono versus the Research, because you wanted to go aggressive and find everything, but yeah, discarding those Flaffies meant there was just no late game staying power for Simon, and Alex was able to capitalize on that. Once you KO'd the Pokemon that had been generated onto, like, you just went out of steam completely.
Prizes aren't too detrimental for either player, and once again, we have a snap of both players having a Raikou V in their active position. A Miraidon EX for Simon, so they can begin to tandem unit. I also think Ultra Ball's in that hand, lots of lightning energy in there, but should be able to Squawk a Billy and see a ton of cards and try and look towards their own path of the peak, more than likely.
Yeah, and there's actually no draw support in the hand at all, so Squawk a Billy going to be very important. The fact that it's not prized, very, very key there. But going to start off with that tandem unit, and yeah, going to want to get out at least one Marip and probably, I mean, you could go double Marip here if you want to, maybe get out Zapdos. There's a couple of different like really good lines you could take that sort of give you the edge in that in this mirror scenario. Yeah,
typically I would say that Zeraora is like a really good pick here just to give a free retreat Pokemon onto the board, but doesn't actually play it in the list. It's only Alex that is using the Zeraora. So the Flaffy is an obvious choice, and just a second Miraidon EX. It's actually one of the better attackers in the matchup, so that also makes sense. You can continue to tandem unit as well if you'd like. It's going to be a quick Ultra Ball here to get rid of a couple of lightning energy. You still can turn attach one before a Squawk and Seize here.
Yeah, and it's going to be, like I said, it's all about finding that path to the peak. We know that Simon isn't as likely to find it, only playing the 2 copies in the deck, but if you can find it, then this game might look a lot like game 1.
And if Simon's going this wide on the board, do you proactively tandem unit out a Zapdos here as well?
Yeah,
I feel like that's pretty reasonable,
I think you do, right? I think if you're already committed to this, then you know that if Alex can find the setup before a turn 1 knockout, you kind of just accept that that's a risk that you take, but you just want to go for this path.
Yeah. The only debate here is that if you're putting it into play and then maybe it gets randomly trapped or something like that, it also means that it's one less Pokemon that Alex needs to find to Lightning Rondo, and even if they don't have tandem unit, they could just get there naturally cobbling together some basics. So could just be keeping that second tandem unit open to see what's happened after the Squawk and Seize. That's also fairly reasonable.
Yeah, it is. I guess the other thing is that if you do that, of course, it is one less card that you're thinning from the deck, so it like
generators, very marginally less likely. As we're going to see the first electric generator here, does hit a couple lightning at the end, and that again changes the board state completely.
Wow, okay.
2 energy ready to rumble on Miraidon EX. Also a manual attachment ready to go, and that's before a Squawk Ability EX comes down on this board.
Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal stuff. It's not just the fact that it's 2 energy accelerated, it's also 2 more cards pinned from the deck, so now you're even more likely to be able to hit what you want. So yeah, phenomenal stuff.
Simon going to be ending this board with at least 3 energy in play, 2 in the discard pile, ready for Flaffies later down the line, and it's going to be seeing 6 fresh cards here. If we can end on a path to the peak, this is a monstrous turn 1.
Yeah, big Squawk and Seize here. Finds the Forest Seal Stone!
Yeah, and we've seen that Simon is not afraid to forest turn 1 to path to the peak, especially when you're holding Professor's Research for next turn. You can get a quick fleet-footed in. If you randomly draw into path, that's great. I believe we still have the fleet-footed open here.
Yeah, probably.
Everything else is perfect. You're holding onto your own path to the peak. Bounce if you need to next turn. You have Rope, you have Professor's Research. Everything has come together for Simon on this turn 1.
And Simon not even bothering to not show the path. I think Alex knows exactly
we all know what's happening here, folks.
Yeah. There could have been an argument to fleet-footed first, because then maybe you find the path off of that, and then...
That's what I was expecting,
yeah,
to
exactly.
be honest with you, but
not in this instance. They're just going to waste no time and then do fleet-footed and finds another research. Okay.
Yeah. It's better than finding a second path of the peak, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
What a way to end your turn. You've got 3 energy established. You're holding on to researches. You've got escape rope when required, and path of the peak is ready to go.
Actually, Alex could be in a spot of bother here.
Well, yeah. Path of the peak's just come down.
Well, but not only that, but I don't think Alex has a draw supporter in hand.
Is it just the Nest Ball that's in hand? I saw Bravery Charm, a number of energy. Yeah, Boss's Orders is the only supporter in hand for Alex. It's going to be a quick pay retreat from Simon here. Being as defensive as possible, doesn't want to feed a 2 prize Pokemon in the active. Nope. So is just going to leave the Flaffy.
Yeah, there's going to be a big draw for Alex. It's an Ultra Ball.
That is also not great. It would be fantastic were it not for the path of the peak, which Simon searched out pretty quickly with the Forest Hill Stone.
Yeah, but as it
stands, in a lot of trouble.
That's very, very rough. So Nest Ball to start with. There is an electric generator in Alex's hand, so maybe the aim of the game here is to just try and get a Pokemon down and just generate it to it so you can attack. That seems like a pretty good option
for next turn, so that even if a Miraidon EX comes at you first, you can reply immediately to it. That does make a lot of sense. You also just want to play the electric generator so you can have a higher likelihood of finding supporter off the top deck, because that's what Alex is living on right now.
Yep.
Doesn't have much else going for them.
Riding off the top, so Nest Ball finds the Miraidon. There's an Ultra Ball in hand as well. Do you play that at the same time? There's some cards in hand that you'd rather not discard, but at the same time, you kind of don't really have a choice here, given that you want to just thin out the deck as much as possible.
And we're shuffling up, so possibly Alex is holding on to the rest. He's going to think twice about it. Yeah, I mean, it's really not great.
Yeah, it's...
maybe cut if you like, I suppose, is the debate going on at the table. Alex is going to fully shuffle, knowing they don't want to Ultra Ball. guaranteeing an attachment definitely makes sense here. When you can't draw any more cards, you go into that theme deck mode where you're just going to attach an energy a turn and hope that helps. You can at least Bravery Charm. Oh yeah. You can Bravery Charm to protect your Miraidon EX at the very least. Big generator though. Could still help out here. Double energy.
Okay.
So as we said, you're not going to initiate the prize race. No. But you have a Bravery Charm to Miraidon EX in the back, ready to respond if Simon does get aggressive onto this Raikou V.
Yeah, so again, Alex making the best of a bad situation, still doing the right plays, making sure that he's buying himself enough time to maybe get enough top decks to find a research and get himself back into this. So with the Bravery Charm as well, going to be very, very important. And with it has 2 energy ready to go in hand as well, so you could attach one to the Raikou maybe, or you can just attach to Miraidon.
I think that's the last debate for Alex here. Do you sort of split your threats, attach to the active while still Bravery Charming? You're still getting kind of the same thing accomplished, and you're also safeguarding yourself. You have seen a Lost Vacuum get Squawk and seized away, and you're pretty certain that your opponent doesn't have more than one Lost Vacuum in the Miraidon matchup, so...
Oh, looks like actually going to Ultra Ball away. Well, it has to be Energy Boss, right?
I'm really not sure about this.
No, I'm not sure either, because...
Alex has played it and is still not sure about the choice.
But, he's committed to it now.
Now it makes your choice of attachment so much more important. Double energy. Yeah, it's got to be the boss's orders and the lightning.
Yeah. But that's awkward, right? Because maybe you could have, made use of the boss orders next turn to take a cheeky KO on something and get some prizes and sort of get yourself going again.
I think Alex has basically just thought twice about, well, what if my opponent escape ropes? Do I want that situation to happen? Can I safeguard myself around that a little bit better? I understand the Ultra Ball, but first of all, I would have liked it before the electric generator. It just so happened that we hit 2. That's great news. But now you really are left on nothing, and you want to get the turn attachment in. You want to go down to 0 cards, but you can't. The only reason you wouldn't is so that you're sort of like bluffing your opponent that you have stuff for next turn. But the way the hand's mapped out, I feel like it's reasonable to just pass things over here.
Yeah, and obviously at the end there, just deciding to attach to the Miraidon, so fully committed to that. So up to Simon to respond here. There is an escape rope ready to go. There's an Iron Hands, a bunch of energy again. Definitely, he's in the driving seat for sure, but this is very important, right? When you have the lead, you don't want to throw it away. You want to still consider your options carefully. You want to make sure, right, my opponent's had this really, really awkward start. How can I make sure that I don't give my opponent a window to come back into this game?
And honestly, even though Alex has no cards in hand, this search of Zeraora is massive because Simon would have certainly slammed an escape rope were it not for the Zeraora choice here. It completely changes what Simon wants to go for this turn.
Yeah, so in that regard, although it didn't seem ideal at the time, actually probably made a lot of sense to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be the Beach Court instead now. This is you're unlocking part of the peak for Alex, which is a huge relief for them. And you're going to come in, take the first 2 prize knockout, and probably just research the remainder of this hand away.
Yeah, do you put down the Iron Hands as well, maybe, just so that you can, start to...
Simon does play 2 copies, so I think you have license to allow them, or allow this one to go. Going to be a quick search with Tandem Unit, just to, like we see, just scouting to see if the other Iron Hands was in the deck. Just going to reset here with a shuffle, and then we're going to see a Professor's Research. I imagine this second Iron Hands will be discarded.
Yeah, if you're playing 2, then it does make a lot more sense. And don't want to play the rope here, I guess, at this point, because then we'll just bring up the Zeraora. So instead, just the research. 7 cards found. It's going to be nice to find maybe some more generators. You can get
Bravery Charm would be massive here.
Bravery Charm, or just a Nest Ball for Mareep, so you can start getting your Dynamotors ready. And not the worst draw there. Definitely some options there, but also no Bravery Charm is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted. You at least wanted a Flaffy to start getting some free energy onto this board. Bravery Charm would have been another great way to safeguard your own Miraidon here. Because even though you're going up in prizes, your hand's not that great. Judge doesn't feel so strong on the other side of this hand next turn, because you have to assume that there's going to be a Miraidon staring you down. So trying to get to work on your next attacker is a little bit rough now for Simon.
Yeah, it is a little bit. And, I mean, to here with the Flaffy, there was 1 prize, so they're likely to find it. You would need to find an Ultra Ball, but even so, missing it is definitely rough there, as we do see the first knockout of the game. There's the Ultra Ball, a little bit late off the prizes.
Let's see the top deck. Can Alex do anything but launch an attack here? Well, the Tandem Unit's open, let's not forget, so we can at least start seeing some Mareeps come onto this board.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big right, and it's very important to get these down early on, because you know that this is how you're gonna get back into the game, right? If you can get the Flaffies out, you can start doing the Dynamotors, start charging up maybe a Raichu V to take a big knockout later, or an Iron Hands to take an extra prize knockout. And it's also thinning out your deck again, so maybe you can find a useful draw supporter.
This is huge, and at the very least... Oh, it's an Iona! What a top deck! Alex keeping us in suspense and is able to get a fresh 6 cards here. What a swing in the game.
unbelievable. Now this
taking a
changes
KO.
everything all of a sudden because now of course Alex is going to take a 2-prize knockout, and oh no, Simon has taken 2 prizes already. Never mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still.
We'll be leveling up the prize race, but as a Bravery Charmed Miraidon, we can even bank another energy. It doesn't seem that strong on the Zera Aura, but it could be used to knock out Squawkabilly with its second attack, which is relevant, and it's going to be helping out with Raichu later on. We even see the bounce of Stadium here, so it's going to be a huge amount of cards required for Simon to take a response KO.
This is actually a huge comeback turn.
What a big turn. And Iono top deck completely flips the game on its head.
Simon's stunned. He's like, what did my Ryan just get knocked out? What?
This is insane.
Unbelievable.
What a turn from Alex. Simon has energy, has an electric generator, has their own Iono.
Yeah, but you've got to be a little bit careful now, right? I mean, okay, there is one thing that's important to note. Time is running very much short. These players do not have a lot of time. They need to, if they want this game to actually end, they need to be playing a little bit faster because as it stands right now, it's going to be very tricky for one of them to take all their prizes.
A miss from electric generator as well. That's going to slow things down, Freya. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Simon to launch an attack now of any kind. And there is Iono in Simon's hand.
Oh, there's something very much going in Alex's favor right now. Other than the Miraidon, there's only single prizes on Alex's board, whereas Simon has a lot of multi-prizes.
Yeah,
so
as we get to this end game, the board state does become more and more relevant, you're right, in terms of how your opponent can close a game against you in turns of time. So it is looking all Alex right now. Will there be enough time for both players to conclude the game?
Yeah, I mean, there is an Iono day. Surely you have to play that, right?
Yeah. Where do you attach, though? Do you Bravery Charm active, attach active, and then Iono?
Yeah, I guess. You just wanted to stop your opponent from taking prizes. So, you know, if you can...
It's going to be active.
You make your active unknockoutable, and then you do Iono to reduce the chances of a boss's orders. Maybe that's just your best chance.
Just a boss's orders going to the bottom of the deck for Simon, who will be getting a fresh 4 cards here. How can it change the game with 20 seconds left on the clock? Ultra Ball could allow Flaffy here to start getting some energy onto the board.
Yep.
So that's handy, not for now, but over the next couple of turns as we get towards this end game.
Yeah, better late than never finding that, because Dynamotor going to be the potential key difference maker. Oh, well, what did Alex draw off of that? Ooh, no boss's orders there, unfortunately.
It is going to require either Raichu or boss's orders to close out the game on Alex's end in 2 turns. As we're going to get confirmation of time. It should be Simon on turn 0 here. And that means that Alex will have 2 turns to take 4 prizes, and that is very possible based on the board.
Yeah, it is. So absolutely down to the wire here. Simon has got the Flaffy in play. He's going to be able to Dynamotor onto the Raikou, and will be able to, not quite take a knockout this turn. No. Can maybe set up a multi-prize turn next turn if you can find the Lost Vacuum. Unless, wait, was it already used?
I think Simon's just on the defensive now. The Lost Vacuum's been used. Yes. Can't attack this turn. They're on turn 0. We're passing over to turn 1. Simon is just saying, I really hope Alex does not have the combination of cards to win in 2 turns. This turn, I think it should be a fairly easy Raichu V knockout. That shouldn't be too tricky based on this hand right now. We have Generator, we have Lightning Energy, so we can grab Raichu. And then Iono. It's actually not that easy because the Tandem unit's still locked. It's not on mine.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a problem, but it's not impossible.
Be even in the deck right now.
Oh no, it's prized!
Oh, it's in the prize cards? No! Oh, that's so awkward for Alex. Now, can Alex work towards escape? No, Escape Rope doesn't get you there either, unless you get an Iron Hands attack. You could, oh, my goodness. If this Generator hits 2 energy, we could Iono, find Escape Rope and double turbo energy. That's the only thing we can look for here.
But even...
Or if you can take a single prize knockout this turn, you could Iron Hands through a Squawkabilly for 3 prizes.
Yeah, I guess.
So if you find a switch out, even if the Flaffy's brought up for a single prize knockout, Alex could still win in 2 attacks.
Does Alex have any Escape Rope left? Because
not too sure. We've seen 2. Have we seen 2? Oh, well, there's 1 from the Generator, which we can't find. So there's 1 in the deck at least. Thanks, Electric Generator. No help for Alex, but helps us as casters to see that there is still Escape Rope available.
Yeah, there's unprized as well.
Yeah, there's still a very foggy means of taking 4 prizes over 2 turns, and it's thanks to the potential to amp you very much here for Alex. Still a huge Iono, though. Yeah, it has to be Escape Rope this turn.
Yeah, so 4 cards drawn here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Stone is open, but we also need a V alongside that.
Does Alex find the Escape Rope? Oh, give me a suspense. No.
Don't see it. I don't see Forest Seal Stone either.
Oh, is this...
I don't think we're going to be able to get there.
No.
There was a combination of cards. This isn't that combination.
No, this is not going to be enough, unfortunately. And I think with that, there's no way for either player to take enough knockouts to win, right?
Well, I'm seeing Alex still play, so maybe they're seeing something I'm not. Alex is a seasoned player and just still wants to play to all their outs.
There's a double turbo in hand, but that's not going to quite do the trick.
Of course, has to be concerned that Simon could no longer win in 2 attacks. They only have turn 2 left.
No, exactly.
So yeah, it's all on, can Alex do anything here? And I don't think it's going to be possible.
No, I don't think so either. So maybe now Alex wanting to, well, I was about to say wanting to prevent two prize knockouts, but there's, with Simon only has 1 turn to attack, then yeah, that's not going to happen, right?
It's just going to be an attack with the Zera Aura, the Mac Bolt for 60.
Yep.
60 thanks to the reduction.
That deals with the Bravery Charm buff, I guess.
I mean, it would be relevant if we had enough turns of the game.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing how that changes much now. Simon is on turn 2 of time now. I think the best thing they can construct it. Well, I don't even know if they need to do anything, honestly, this turn.
No.
They have some generators. We can do some casinoing, but I think that's about it.
Oh, it does find 2 as well, a little bit late.
It's going to be for Raichu V again. We're on the turn clock. I don't think this is going to change the outcome of this game.
No, I don't think so either.
With the amount of prize cards remaining for both players here. But it's fun.
Yeah, that's true.
You get to play Electric Generator.
Go on,
part of the reason to play Miraidon. You just get to feel something.
Go on, 2 again. Let's do it. Oh, 0. Okay.
That changes everything. We're going to see another shuffle from Simon, just enjoying their time on the stream. And why not? You're in round 14. You're on a really solid record here. And you're making a show of it. It's been a really exciting back and forth.
I mean, a tie for both of these players, it doesn't necessarily put them out, right? I think when their last round, either player could still have a chance making top 8, I think.
Yeah, a tie is still helpful.
Yeah.
Certainly. So playing towards that is fine. We're going to see a switch carts removing 30 of that 60 damage prod from Mac Bolt.
Again, if there were more time, that would have been quite relevant, actually.
Could have been. And see an energy onto Raichu, and we're going to see the biggest Raichu KO of the stream.
This poor Zera Aura.
There we go.
Oh, my goodness.
We're having fun here. That's part of it at Pokemon. Yes, there's more prizing. Yes, there's going to be the applause as well from Alex. As we are going to be winding down. This is turn 3 of time, and it's going to be the handshake. It is going to be a tie in round 14 here. As you said, Freya, it doesn't necessarily knock both players out, but does make it a little bit more tricky. They are still in good stead to at least get a ton of points and prizes this weekend, but it's looking a little bit trickier for that top 8 at this stage.
Yeah, it is. It has to be a win, and then even then it might not necessarily be guaranteed. Like, we were talking about this just before the match, right? These are, with the event sizes getting to what they are now, you need so many match points to make it into top 8 nowadays.
Yeah, it's like that 35 threshold is kind of safe, and 34, not everyone makes it into that top 8. So a tie is acceptable for both players, and I think it was a pretty fair display when in both instances one player was pretty far ahead. So I think it's pretty balanced on the scale of things. I think Alex was probably in the best position in that game 3 scenario, but couldn't have access thanks to those prize cards, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
Raichu could have been the decisive card in those last few turns of time, but not to be in this instance. Alex is going to have to settle for a tie.
Yeah, make sure you follow along at both the Pokemon channels over on YouTube and here at Pokemon TCG on Twitch as well. We're going to be right back for our next round. Don't go anywhere, guys. We've got plenty more Pokemon action to come today.
Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. And I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Hi, my name's Shay Bowen, and today we're going to have a look at the Miraidon EX archetype. Miraidon EX has access to one of the best setup abilities I have ever seen, Tandem Unit, which lets you grab 2 basic lightning types and put them straight onto your bench. This means one single Miraidon can set up your whole board instantly as early as your first turn. Couple this early game consistency with Electric Generator and you are in for a fun time. Electric Generator lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and attach up to 2 lightning energy you find there to one of your bench Pokemon. This lets you flood the board really fast with energy and even threaten a turn 1 attack with Miraidon's Photon Blaster, which is great for KOing opposing EX or V Pokemon, or you can even use Raikou V's Lightning Rondo attack to provide a lot of early pressure. Raikou can even help out with some draw power, since its ability Fleet-Footed lets you draw a card when it's in the active spot. Flappy also sees play in this deck with its Dynamotor ability, which lets you attach 1 lightning energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. This lets you stream Raikou or Miraidon really easily, and even opens up the door for big Raichu V plays. Raichu with its Dynamic Spark attack does 60 for each lightning energy you discard from all your Pokemon, allowing you to have a really high damage output. Miraidon players can even make use of Arven to search out Electric Generators and some powerful tool cards too, like Bravery Charm, which give the basic Pokemon it's attached to an extra 50 HP, making Miraidon, Raikou V and Raichu V that much harder to KO. And Forest Seal Stone, which gives you access to the V-Star Power Star Alchemy, which lets you grab any card from your deck. This well-rounded deck is capable of toppling anything in its way, and its top 8 placement at EUIC means it is no stranger to big event finishes too. And this is all about mentioning Path to the Peak, which shuts off all Rulebox Pokemon abilities, making it really hard for some decks to compete with Miraidon. So good luck to all the Miraidon players this weekend, and maybe we'll see some on stream here real soon.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Time to shine light on the return of an old favourite from the new Paradox Rift set, Countercatcher. This card shines when you are behind, allowing you to snatch an opponent's bench Pokemon and bring it to the active spot. This incredibly strong gusting mechanic is already seen in many flavours, and is perfect for disrupting your opponent's strategy and turning the tide of the game. It has a natural fit for decks which are typically less aggressive, or perhaps those that give up prizes. But remember, timing is everything. Use it too early and you may waste its potential. But save it for that critical moment to disrupt your opponent's setup and use that to swing the momentum in your favor. Contrary to popular belief, being behind can sometimes give you the upper hand. Let's see how Countercatcher will be used to its maximum potential.
Hi, it's Shay Bowen here, and today we're going to look at Iron Hands EX. Iron Hands EX is one of the poster boys from the Paradox Rift expansion. Its amp you very much attack for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy deals 120 damage, and lets you take an extra prize card if you knock something out with this attack. This really erodes the advantage that 1 prize decks have by flipping the prize trade back into your favor. People can even opt to play the Future Boost Energy Capsule tool card too. This reduces Iron Hand's retreat costs from 4 down to 0 and boosts damage by 20. While the 4 energy cost sounds high, there are plenty of engines that can power up Iron Hands, like Electric Generator and Flaffy in Miraidon decks, Super Cold from Bat's Caliber, Primal Turbo in Lugia decks, and Mirage Gate in Lost Zone decks too, making for a versatile threat that you always have to be careful of.
salivating stuff here in the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We have one round remaining of Swiss to decide who is going to be making our top cut. It's myself, Joe Bernard. Alongside me is Benjamin Rabioti. What are you looking forward to most about our final round here?
Well, I've been walking around the venue at the moment, and the atmosphere is thick, Joe. You can cut it with a knife. A lot of our players at the moment, going into round 15, this is where it really counts, Joe.
Sure does.
Whether they're in winning in, whether they need one more win to make those final standings. Do they need top 16? Do they need top 32? Real exciting stuff.
There's a few names towards our top tables who are accustomed to making those top 8 placements, but there are also a number of players who maybe their first time making into the top 8, really making a name for themselves at this tournament. That's what I love so much about these regional championships. There is so much talent on display. We've also been sort of tinkering away back here to look at the point threshold required. We have quite a few players towards our winning in here. Just a quick update on some of the archetypes that are doing well right now. Christian Fontenot, we've not really been able to have a chance to showcase them so far, but they've really been chugging along nicely throughout this tournament. They were our top seed after day one. They are still at the highest number of match points right now, 35 match points. They are up against Alberto Conti, who is playing Giratina. They're at 32 match points, so they may still have to play that game out. But I feel like with 35 match points, you're already looking pretty safe. They've been playing that Sableye Charizard combination, pretty much a throwback to an old deck list.
Yeah, for sure. And I've got to mention, it's such a stark difference from Gdansk at the moment on these top tables.
It's
in Gdansk,
so much
we saw Mew, we saw a lot of Charizard, but at this one, Giratina's coming back.
Yep.
Had a splash of Roaring Moon coming in out as well. Lost Box still teetering there on about. But Rapid Strike Urshifu, I think that's the biggest surprise for me. It had such a high conversion rate, but still only 7 making it into day 2.
Yeah.
But we're seeing it on the top tables. We're seeing it being the tippy top at the moment.
Yeah, even though the meta percentages weren't that high for Giratina or Lost Zone Box, they combined together to be a really high percentage, and the Inteleon VMAX Urshifu Rapid Strike Toolbox has been kind of feasting, honestly,
for sure.
throughout the tournament, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that make it into top 8. It's actually Theo, who is on our table 2 right now. They're up against Mew VMAX, which is kind of the worst matchup. It's a shame to have missed the Lost Zone players. There are so many in and around, so that does bode well for Ethan Wild, who is on 34 match points currently with that Mew VMAX. They've also been chugging along really nicely on the top table for a couple of rounds here, so that DTE Mew with the Luxray V package has once again showed up in Europe. How does Mew keep doing it, Ben?
Okay, yeah. I mean, some of these names just stand out. We've featured some of them already, but a lot of Giratina V-Star in here and Mew as well. But the Lost Box is so interesting at the moment because everybody's playing a different flavor.
Yes.
It seems like, you mentioned Christian playing, the Charizard, but also Tord, bringing his own little spices here or there as well. It's really interesting because I spoke earlier about the techs, the one-off cards that people are playing. This is where it really counts, right? Oh, I'm hitting these matchups. I'm going into a spread of a lot of Giratina or a lot of Gardevoir or what have you. So therefore, I've got a favorite matchup. Or it could be on the other side. This is where things get really, kind of cutthroat.
And you're right, it's so hard to play against these Lost Zone Box players as well. They flip over Confe, and that's just the start of the story. You start seeing them work towards the 4 threshold. Fine, we all know what's coming next. It's going to be a Cramorant hit, but as soon as they get to 7, it could be anything coming on.
It could be anything, yeah. I mean, we speak about the versatility of Mirage Gate. You can pretty much splash almost anything in there. We saw Tord in Gdansk playing that the Palkia V-Star, which went, you know what, fancy a bit of Giratina this time. But here we see that both our players just shuffling up, getting ready for their round 15. The winning in, Joe. The win and in. You've been here before in this position. What's it like?
Nerve-wracking, no doubt, especially when you're on the stream. David Sturm, no stranger though, we can see, is a Stuttgart national champion. And also doing well at Worlds with a top 32 placement, a Bochum top 8 and a Bremen regional top 32 as well. So David, definitely an accomplished player. So not too surprising to see them once again at the top tables and looking to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, what a story, bringing it back in Stuttgart as well. But Gino, we've already featured on the stream. Didn't have a great time into the Roaring Moon EX. He's going to be hoping for a bit of a better time here against the Giratina V-Star. This is interesting, right? Because the Inteleon VMAX with the Urshifu, a lot of bench hitting hitting capability, a lot of spreading of damage with that double gunner on the Inteleon VMAX. These are the sort of matchups they may be looking to get into.
Absolutely what you're looking to find. That is what we know about the Rapid Strike archetype. You are, as we say, a dodge and weave deck. You're really putting your fate in the hands of your opponents and who you come up against in terms of the matchup spread. And I feel like you have to be quite confident knowing that David has to put down a number of these low hit points Pokemon just to get their engine underway, and that opens the door for Yoga Loops, it opens the door for double gunner mid-turn prizes, and of course you can remove protection sometimes from Manaphy as well to make sure that your Urshifu VMAX is getting as much value as possible.
Yeah, it's not a slogfest, this one. Two very, very intricate game plans. I think, you know, there's a lot of awkward HP costs as well for the Giratina V-Star to hit as well. You know, these are really big HP VMAX Pokemon. The Giratina V-Star and Star Requiem is only hitting the 280, so it's how the game plan approaches going into this one. How do they get around that awkward HP cost and take the game?
And I'm really interested to see how Gino wants to approach this as well, because we know Giratina is a great comeback deck. Yes. It oftentimes utilizes Countercatcher and Roxanne, but Gino, using the Rapid Strike archetype, can actually pick and choose when to take their prize cards. So that could be a fantastic way to deny David some of their biggest power spike cards in Roxanne. So really excited to get our round 15, our final Swiss round underway here, because it could really come down to how the players want to navigate the game, which could be dictating the winner.
Yeah, it'll be the sequencing. It'll be those little intricacies, the little nuances as we approach the game. Both players also going to be trying to get set up into this one. I think for the Inteleon, it's just getting those Inteleons down straight away. Of course, the stage one deck, we all know and love these stage ones. Sometimes can be a little bit inconsistent, but Gino's going to want to get to a good start here. But for the Giratina V-Star, of course, it's going to be getting those, bunging those cards straight into the lost zone as soon as possible, getting new Coloruses, ripping and riding, of course. But yeah, it'll be... let's see how this one goes, Joe.
Yeah, there's other means of disruption for David, of course. There's part of the peak, which can shut down big portions of Gino's deck because they have so many rule box abilities here. We see some prize cards, couple Mirage Gate, couple Chorus for David. That is really rough.
Yeah, that's not good at all. A lot of consistency gone there for David. Not going to be fantastic in the earlier turns, of course. Like we said, you want to get those Coloruses up and going. You want to get those flower selectings, you know, it's you know, makes for a little bit of a funky line of play for David. But here we see the Colress, another Comfey, sorry, coming down.
Yeah, here we are in the thick of it. Couple flower selectings to begin the game for David. Couple switching cards in the first flower selecting. It is the big winning in.
Winning in.
Let us know who you're rooting for in this final game. Who could be making it into our top 8. A couple flower selectings, no battle VIP pass, no other search whatsoever for David. It's just going to be double Comfey pass here.
Not a fantastic start for David. No battle VIP pass, like you said there. You know, the ideal start is to hit them as early as possible, get your board set up, but 2 Comfey isn't going to be what the doctor ordered for David. And here we see Gino, Arvin for the battle VIP pass and the Forest Seal Stone. This is an explosive start.
What a start for Gino in game 1 here. Arvin, just a one-of copy in the deck list, but it's great for moments like this where you can cherry pick not only a battle VIP pass for turn 1, but also a Forest Seal Stone for any other piece required. It could even be double Forest Seal Stone, honestly, because this archetype, the Rapid Strike build, wants to get as many Inteleon V down on board as possible, so you can be threatening as many double gunner abilities across the board. You also have the option to use Squawkability X on the first turn. You want to get your Urshifu, that's still the most dangerous attacking Pokemon in the deck, so this is exactly what you want to see. Your opponent's had a fairly slow start, and you're able to have a really strong one immediately here.
He just had it. He just had it.
That Medicham already being debated?
Yeah, debating the Medicham.
That's scary.
It's a very, very aggressive start here for Gino. Going to be just double checking the hand. What options do I have here? Going to go possibly with the Urshifu and the Medicham V as well. Yeah, this is a fantastic start for Gino, especially with that Forest Seal Stone in hand. Can go into the deck for other options as well. Maybe even another Battle VIP pass. Start getting those Inteleons down. But only opts for one, just for the Urshifu.
Yeah, there's the other Inteleon in hand as well as Remoraid. So you actually do have a few pieces already. Does make some sense. I think Gino also has the Alakazam also in hand. So may just have every piece already.
And it's how you manage your bench space with this deck, right? You know, you have so many Pokemon, so many lines that you have to keep in tune with. You have the Octillery, you have the Alakazam, but you want to be able to use these Inteleons efficiently, knowing that he's prized only the 1/1 Inteleon. It may... Oh, just a pass there from Gino. No further actions there. Of course, played the Yarvan, so there's no draw support available to him. David...
Battle VIP pass top deck for David.
That's not great.
All in there.
Yeah.
At least as a Colress, 2 prize. So it's actually really fortunate to have this option available and can toss away 2 Battle VIP
Easy
pass.
choice.
That is the good part of this archetype. You have the synergy of never seeing those Battle VIP pass again, thanks to fueling that lost zone. David's hit the critical threshold of 4, so can launch a Cramorant attack if they wish.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how David now proceeds from here. Does still have flower selecting.
I see Giratina pieces. I see Greninja in the hand as well, so can continue to draw a good amount of cards here. I do like getting an early Cramorant hit in on an Inteleon, because then you're trying to eye up 2 VMAX KOs to be your entire prize map. It could allow you to attack with Lost Impact and then have your V-Star power on a second VMAX Pokemon.
So opts to Lost Zone the Nest Ball there, which is quite a crucial resource for the Lost Zone deck. Opts to keep that boss's orders for maybe a later turn. Here we see, oh, this is really awkward.
Water Energy versus the last Colress.
The last Colress. I feel like you have to keep the Colress.
Greninja for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, I feel like you have to keep the Colress here.
Yep, I agree with that.
So crucial.
With no Nest Ball available, we can't get any pressure with Cramorant. Possibly we just Abyss Seek here to continue to ramp our Lost Zone. There's also still 2 more cards from Radiant Greninja, but that's your only energy in hand.
You know you have the security of the high HP. You know that the Urshifu isn't going to take an instant knockout against this Giratina V, so I do quite like that play.
The concealed cards here. Can we find a way to get a Cramorant hit in for any tempo? Well, there's Cramorant energy, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got
no, it's Comfey. It's Comfey.
But you can, well, it's risky putting more 70 hit point Pokemon into play.
Very risky.
Energy onto the Giratina is solid. I even like holding on to Switch Cut, honestly, because this is a great way to undo some damage next turn. I also like Path of the Peak, although Gino hasn't played any just yet, so there's an argument to sort of hold these, let Gino be the first player to put a Stadium into play to hope that you make it more awkward for them in later stages of the game.
With no Manaphy on board, however, this G-Max Rapid Flow is looking pretty dangerous right now.
Manaphy in the deck, Ben.
What's that?
Not even in the list. It's chosen to cut Manaphy.
Nope, not at all. Opting to take that risk.
That's going to mean we could see some explosive turn here from Gino.
We see the Ultra Ball. We know that Forest Seal Stone is in hand as well. Star Alchemy is live. Obstacle for the Artillery. Fantastic synergy, of course, with the Rapid Strike deck.
Throwing away Professor's research and Karina's focus. What is David thinking right now?
I don't need it.
Gino is having a fantastic start here. Artillery developed, Forest Seal Stone. You have to imagine the last card's research already. Oh, it's Iono, actually.
Yeah.
So you can even undo a lot of David's early draw here.
And of course, you know that David's only Colress...
yeah, it's getting shuffled to the bottom. Oh, no.
The only Colress in deck is now at the bottom for David. This is going to be quite awkward for David coming up to these few turns. Artillery is live, of course. Urshifu is going to want to be up and running, start taking some prizes. See some Water Energy. I see Melanie.
We
see
have
another Artillery.
No
Stadium.
That's a little bit awkward. You can Ultra Ball and just get a VMAX and take a single prize knockout in the active here. Artillery could find the energy for you, but it's not the ideal situation of a double knockout with G-Max Rapid Flow here. Bit of a miss from the Iono right now.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Gino. Still in a good position, though. Can still take the knockout here, but it's whether Gino finds that as an objective. Here we see the Ultra Ball. You imagine it's going to be for the VMAX, possibly even the Inteleon as well, but we see here going for that Urshifu VMAX. Such a strong Pokemon.
We still have Forest Seal Stone, actually, so we could Forest Seal Stone for a piece.
We can Forest Seal Stone. I think the attack is still there. I think.
Yeah, we can G-Max Rapid Flow. That's actually on the table. I forgot that there was Forest Seal Stone unflipped.
The Forest Seal Stone is there, so Star Alchemy can get that Tower of Waters. Free retreat into that Urshifu and the G-Max Rapid Flow, taking that consistency off the board as well.
What a combo.
Yeah, what a combo.
Colress buried at the bottom of the deck. Both your Comfey getting KO'd. Gino is doing everything in this first game to get in a really great position.
Yeah, it's going to leave David out of luck, maybe. You know, it's all about how strong that Iono was to 6 for him. We know that last Colress is at the bottom of the deck, so it could make for some funky turns here for David, but leaving him with just a Giratina and a Radiant Greninja isn't fantastic. This is very... Oh, this could get
sometimes the Rapid Strike archetype can just flow so beautifully.
This is just popping off, Joe. I might buy 4 now.
already have them. I knew that this was a potential option. It's a big G-Max Rapid Flow for 2 prize cards here for Gino.
Yeah, Gino going...
Most importantly, David with a weak hand and a weaker board state.
Yeah, Gino going 2 prizes up, 4 prizes left now to go 1-0 here in the winning in the Stuttgart Regional Championships. He received the promotion of the Radiant Greninja. Going to see concealed cards, drawing for 2, but with no shuffle options. That Colress is still at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and we're just at 6. Yeah. We're not quite able to Mirage Gate just yet.
No.
Nestball can get us Comfey to get to the key 7 threshold. But it's putting another vulnerable 70 hit point Pokemon onto this board.
You're also making it so that you still need more. You still need more. Of course, you can't get to 7, but then you need another switch out, another Mirage Gate. You still need more in order to get this attack off.
You need to shuffle this Chorus, and it's going to be shuffled in the perfect place so you can cherry pick it from flower selecting.
And you also won't be taking a knockout, really, right?
No.
You know, with no Comfey on the board, no flower selecting.
You even just go Cramorant here and just take the 110 tempo damage. Like I was saying, you can go for a poke with Cram and then finish it off with the Lost Impact. I actually like Cramorant the most here.
Yeah, you know you're safe with the Giratina V. You know that Gino isn't going to be able to take an instant knockout anyway. Gale Thrust only doing 150, even with a couple of double gunners, only going to increase that damage by 40. So you know you can hide behind the security of that.
Well, unless we see a Melanie.
Well, unless we see a Melanie.
Ruh-roh.
Yes.
That would be another huge swing.
Yeah.
If you see another G-Max Rapid Flow back-to-back.
Yeah, that's not fantastic. And of course...
David doing what he can right now.
Yeah, coupled up with a double gunner as well, would be able to take out that Radiant Greninja also. Cramorant, only that 110 HP, is vulnerable to a G-Max Rapid Flow.
If it does have Counter Catcher here, oh, interesting. We see Jet's Energy. You could Counter Catch Radiant Alakazam and hope that you can buy turns this way.
Yeah, you can stall out here, for sure.
An attachment onto the Giratina, then switching into the Cramorant, and it's actually going to be the Counter Catcher into Octillery
with the parts of the peak
after the peak following up. So you are able to take a prize and also, crucially, take away an engine piece for Gino here. Remove that guaranteed search of those Rapid Strike cards.
I really like this. I really like this play because it forces Gino now to maybe research, get rid of that Melanie. That's just another resource for him as well. But you know, he can go for the risky play and go for the Melanie and try and find the Rapid Strike energy. But you know, it's whether
it does commit you quite a lot, doesn't it?
It really it's whether Gino wants to play safe.
Don't tell me that was the top deck Rapid Strike energy. No way. It's going to be back-to-back G-Max Rapid Flow here.
This is insane. And does have the water energy for the double gunner.
Yes.
If he's able to draw into an Inteleon VMAX, this could also... And it draws the Ultra Ball.
And Stadium. It's all there.
He's popping off.
My God, what? This is crazy.
Ultra Ball here for, you would imagine, the Inteleon VMAX double gunner onto that Radiant Greninja. And incidentally, also just do a little bit of a tickle damage on that Giratina as well. We'll be able to G-Max Rapid Flow for another double knockout.
I'm not sure if there's another VMAX in the deck. There is one in the prize cards, but even if you just knock out Cramorant and leave the Radiant Greninja on 20 or 10 hit points, that's still huge. We do have another VMAX available.
Yeah, with the water energy in hand
going
as well.
Full tempo right now.
This is the best deck ever. This is
great. Well, my only. Okay, everything has gone amazingly for Gino right now. I'm not going to argue against this. You are leaving yourself with basically no attacker on board, no Remoraid backup.
Oh, isn't able to...
We do have the Stadium in hand. It's just a sequencing. So that's going to be okay. Do you actually just take a single prize knockout here and set up damage on Giratina to play around Roxanne?
I don't mind either option. I think taking out the Radiant Greninja it reduces the amount of consistency that David has as an option for him.
That's also really true.
And also, without any Colress in hand, it doesn't even have any energy anyway, so isn't guaranteed to have the concealed cards for next turn.
So we are going to Painful Spoons one damage counter, which means we are going to be rapid flowing the Radiant Greninja as well, Ben, and going down to 2 prize cards remaining for Gino in this first game.
Yeah, just taking out those 2 Pokemon there.
Oh no, it's going to be leaving the Cramorant active. So this is exactly what we were saying.
Yes.
The only threatening Pokemon on David's side of the field is just this one Giratina. So getting some preliminary damage helps you in your prize race a lot more here. I actually really like the choice.
We spoke about the awkward HP cost that the Giratina will have for Gino, but, you know, softening that up a little bit.
It's going to be the panic counter catcher and swing with Spit Innocently here.
On the Top Sexy Escape Rope!
No way.
Yeah. Top Sexy Escape Rope has a way to get around this now. That's all really David could do. I'm trying. Survive.
Counter catcher, and Gino's just immediately had the answer ready to go.
And has another Melanie in hand, by the way, Joe.
If we draw another Rapid Strike Energy, that's just the game.
Oh, didn't get the Rapid Strike Energy. I was hoping, Joe. You can only do so much.
You can only do so much. I think you just hold the hand, honestly. You can evolve into another VMAX here.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You're pretty happy holding. You don't just want to use an escape rope because you are so limited on your ways of moving this Radiant Alakazam. So I think you just have to pass.
Yeah, I like the pass play.
Ooh, Roxanne's a pickup. Gino is at 3 prize cards remaining. This is what we need if David's going to make any sort of comeback here.
He's slapping that down real quick.
Yeah, I love the Roxanne option from David. Gino had escape rope, had Professor's Research for next turn. So this is going to be massive. David needs to work towards 10 in the loss zone, keep this Alakazam exactly where it is, and start using Lost Mine as much as possible. He needs a lot of turns here if they're going to make this unlikely comeback.
If you can couple this up with Path to the Peak as well, even better. Refreshing the hand to 6, though, is just what David would have wanted. We see some...
It's just a lot of Ball Search cards. No switching outs either, so you just have to pass. You can't even come in with Abyss Seeking, I don't think. Nestball to get Sableye developed. This has to be your backdoor win condition using Sableye. There's already a Comfey in hand. I'm really surprised by this.
Yeah, you can start sprinkling some damage, but I mean, the 3 prizes were already on board for Gino. I guess the Cramorant's there, the Giratina Via's there as well. So I don't mind
the pass.
You're
never going to use Spin instantly here because it just gives too much to Gino.
Has the TM Devolution.
Another Professor's Research
as well.
Are you kidding me, Ben?
I've been saying it all day. Roxanne's a lie. Roxanne to 2, but still has the Tower Rewards
7 cards here for Gino. Can we close out the game? It still is very much in Gino's grasp here. Escape Rope plus Rapid Strike Energy is still the combination required.
Here we see it, Joe. Rapid Strike Energy, no switch outs.
No, the Escape Rope is elusive right now.
Oh,
yeah. You know, well, the issue with starting to attach energy to the Rapid Strike Urshifu now is that if you commit energy, you're, you're vulnerable to boss's orders.
Yeah.
And a lost impact.
Yeah, lost impact would be detrimental for sure. But
David's still miles away from the V-Star power, though, which is insane.
Double Gunner going to be active here with that energy retrieval, putting 2 water energy back into his hand. And with 2 Atelion VMAX, here we see...
This is looking pretty dangerous. With Painful Spoons as well, you can put an extra 60 onto this Giratina total.
It can even put
2 Double Gunners and 1 Spoons.
Yeah, I can even put the Comfey to 60 damage, I think, this turn now, in total.
If you really need to. They're both getting pretty heavily damaged.
Yeah. And Painful Spoons just here from the Giratina.
As you said, Ben, going to be moving
going to be putting it
more damage onto the Comfey. Just 1 damage counter over.
I mean, 50 damage still puts it in range of a Double Gunner, right? So, yeah, that's fine. Keeping the maximum amount of damage on the Giratina is always going to be quite helpful.
So Switch Cart is handy, but you're having to spend it on a Cramorant, which has no damage counters on it, which is unfortunate. Let's see a big flower selecting here.
Here we see what David gets.
Mirage Gate is finally unlocked.
Yes.
Now getting to 7 cards in the lost zone.
But with
so it's not useless.
Yeah, with no Colress, though, this is not fantastic. Does have Super Rod as an option.
Yeah, these Choruses in the prizes have really made this ramp to 10 cards in the lost zone so slow.
We sometimes see Lost Box get away with it, but not this time, unfortunately.
Interestingly enough, leaving Comfey in the active is one of the better ways to protect yourself. Gino would have to spoon the... Oh, there's the escape rope.
Yeah,
off the top. It's going to be the Rapid Flow. Gino with his choice of Pokemon to spread onto with the Gmax Rapid Flow. It's not too much of a surprise from where we're sitting when the Rapid Strike deck draws as well as that, and as Gino sequences as correctly as that, it looks like an exceptional deck.
No, yeah, for sure. Drawing quite hard and popping off. Just what the doctor ordered for Gino. But yeah, I mean, how does... We spoke about the awkward HP costs, and you know, with the amount of low HP Pokemon that David has on his field, you know, the Gmax Rapid Flow, and with coupled up with the fact that no mana fee for David as well, these Gmax Rapid Flows can really ramp up quite quickly, and when these multiple prizes are being taken, you know, Gino can just come off storming it.
That's true. I think Gino is most likely going to be the aggressor with those prize cards. They have so many routes to earlier prizes than the Giratina player. But I think David, if they were at 10 cards in the Lost Zone a little bit sooner, they could have been making some Lost Mine players and actually been pressurizing some Pokemon a little bit more. So I don't mind David going behind. I think that's quite likely, actually. But as long as you can make your Roxanne, Countercatcher, and Sableye actually matter a lot more than it did in that first game, I think that's going to be the key to games 2 and 3 here, as we still have over half an hour left on the clock. Certainly plenty of time for David to still make it count, as we are on our winning in here in round 15 of Swiss before the top 8 cut. And we're going to start seeing some prize cards. A couple Jet Energy, a little bit awkward for David, but not too shabby, and also looking pretty fine for Gino. As we kick things off in game 2, Giratina lead for David, and has double Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, what a setup for David here. Is going to be wanting to get up and running in this one. Of course, one game down, you definitely want to start taking some prize cards early on against this Rapid Strike Urshifu with the Inteleon start here from Gino, though. It's going to go for the Radiant Greninja, Cramorant, and the Comfey, double Comfey, I believe it was as well.
I think it's the full smorgasbord. I think it's another Giratina as well, possibly here. I think there's another Comfey in hand, so could go complete full board here.
Yeah, great setup for David. Going to be one starting to use those flower sighting, get through that deck as soon as possible, start thinning out, see what options are available to him. Yeah, this is a fantastic start for David.
And this is exactly what you need if you're going to make this comeback. Gino had a rip-roaring start game 1. And now David's just done the same.
Yeah.
Didn't quite spy how many switching cards are in David's hand. If you can start to begin ramping that Lost Zone, that's also a real boon for you if you can get towards your Mirage Gates, if you can get Cramorant pressure early. It's what David was missing all of game 1, so already it's looking like the script has flipped.
Yeah, just tickling damage, just that 110 can really come up beneficial for David in the later turns.
Here's the gang, Lost Zone gang.
Those big VMAX Pokemon with those really high HP costs. Just doing a little bit of damage here or there will put that
David,
Lost Impact as an option.
Be a big concealed cards for 2 here. We currently have no supporter for next turn. We have no switching outs at all. So this is a big 2 cards from Radiant Greninja.
What do we see? What do we see?
To help David out at all.
Mirage Gate.
Mirage Gate and Super. These are late game cards. We already had one of those.
Yeah, this is pretty rough as well. I mean, next turn, no switch outs, no energy to use concealed cards. This is quite tricky for David.
Heartbreak for David. Can Gino have a better turn here?
Takes the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX off the top. We see a Clara, we see Rapid Strike Energy, Ultra Ball.
Might just be squawked away, honestly.
Could we see a possible Squawkabilly? Squawk and C is looking like the viable option here. Is really going to want to have those explosive turns, get set up, put those Inteleon down, get those Urshifu down as well.
No doubt it's a little bit more awkward than that game 1. It was an easy Arven VIP pass for Forest Hill Stone. That's not quite happened in this case, but you can always see a fresh 6 from the Squawkabilly EX. There were many times when Squawkabilly wasn't put into the Rapid Strike archetype, many players opting for the Luminion V over this card, but as the format's developed, and especially with the new age builds, it feels like you always opt to go for early Squawk and C's just so that you can have better access to these Battle VIP pass. And that's what Gino's going to look for here after seeing 6 fresh cards. Could commit the Rapid Strike Energy to the active Inteleon V as well. That does give you access to a little 40 damage poke. And as we know, with Painful Spoons, every damage counter does matter.
Yeah, of course. You don't really want to be getting rid of those crucial resources like Rapid Strike Energy. So it'll be interesting to see if Gino will attach and do a surf with the Inteleon V.
Big
and that's
surf.
just what he's
Surf's
going
up,
for.
Ben.
Yeah, surf's up for sure. The Medicham coming down as well. Definitely wants to keep that as an option with the double gunner.
Yeah.
You know, the Yoga Loop is always an option for Gino. Take multiple prizes, take another turn while you're at it as well. We see 2 Remoraid here as well. Research.
Yeah, not too shabby.
As well.
Can research away the lot if you want to. Maybe use the Earthen Vessel to get 1 Water Energy in the discard pile, possibly, so you can activate your Melanies later.
And the Energy Retrievals as well.
Yep, that's also true.
Yeah, this is quite a good start, actually.
And can Professor's Research, let's not forget.
Yes, and can research. So, you know, and there's not too many resources either. I mean, you can Iono, keep that research for a later play. You know.
Is it Iono?
I believe so.
It might be Karina's Focus.
Oh, it's Karina's Focus, sorry. Sorry, it's Karina's Focus.
I think I prefer the Professor's Research. There's a second Clara in the deck as well for Gino, so you can quite happily get rid of just this other Remoraid, just throw it away and look towards finding more Inteleon V. Still looking to find Urshifu V as well this turn, let's not forget. I do like the choice of just 1 Water Energy. It activates Melanie, if ever you need it to. And as you said, there's nothing wrong with just getting back 1 water with energy retrieval either.
We always speak about how crucial it is for these stage 1 decks to have these explosive starts. You really want to get those pre-evolutions down, get them ready for your later turns. And here we see Gino. Oh,
look at this.
For the 2 Remoraid. That's interesting.
Really interesting. It could limit Gino to either no Urshifu in the opening stages of the game or just 1 double gunner.
I suppose this goes around the escape rope play. So, I mean, you can just put a single prizer up there and still have the security of having another Remoraid on board. I don't think there was
just
much
the Surfer, no additional basics, no battle VIP pass either. That's a tough break for Gino.
No Urshifu either.
Just the 40 damage Surf into David. Let's see what the top deck is. Is it just path for the peak?
Yeah, path to the peak, not great.
We're clogged up. There's nothing going on. It's just a pass.
You're joking. Honest ball VIP pass off the top for Gino.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate start for David, drawing into the path to the peak, showing off his hand there to the camera as well.
If you can believe it, this is the hand.
Here we see Rapid Strike Surge from the artillery as well. Gonna go
start developing
another
more
Inteleon
V. Yeah, Gino playing at pretty nice pace here. Can sense that they are so close to making their way into the top 8, as they're going to be able to just get more damage counters into play with the G-Max Spiral here.
G-Max Spiral doing another 140 if he decides to pick up that energy as well, putting that Giratina really into that knockout range as well. Here we see,
banking more energy across the board.
That's scary.
Oh, it is.
That's scary for David.
Quick double gunner coming in as well. I like this on basically anything but Comfey, actually.
Yeah.
Because switch carts are around, but also it's one of the most vulnerable Pokemon. So.
Yeah, and with no more bench space for the Alakazam either.
180 damage total going to be on this Giratina V now.
Yeah, that's scary for David. Still has no way of getting that out of the active either. What is he top deck? Top deck spell VIP pass. Oh,
what is happening? I feel so bad for David, honestly. It was pretty much wiped off the board game 1 because Gino had an amazing start, and we're in a bit of an awkward matchup. David gesturing battle VIP pass.
A little chuckle there from Gino as well.
Oh, David.
Yeah, I mean, what can he do? What can he do? Not much, not much.
Passes the action back to Gino.
Another devolution.
Really cruising in this second game. Already a game ahead. Doesn't need much else this turn. Has Clara available.
Has Clara available.
More Rapid Strike energy.
Yeah, 2 water. You could artillery, find the other VMAX Inteleon as well. You could go for a double gunner. Double gunner.
More double gunners.
Yeah, more. Are you insane? Gino there using the Rapid Strike Surge. Getting the...
As expected, another Inteleon VMAX coming down. Gino's just getting more and more well prepared. Thinning more cards from the deck is just naturally fantastic. And the board position is just stellar for Gino here. Yeah. It's really just a matter of diligence at this point. Don't get too carried away. You're in a fantastic position. Just make the most of it at this stage.
Yeah, you can see Gino just running away with
Clara, I think, lined up for Gino here.
Yeah, it could even involve into the other artillery as well. While you're at it.
More double gunners available also. And we are going to start seeing these rain down onto the board as well. The same targets by the looks of things.
He was able to retreat. The Yoga Loop is an option as well.
More damage counters.
More double gunner as well. I think we need to discard the other water energy. Yeah, there it is.
Just doing it now.
Yeah, that's right.
And we can just swing in.
Yeah, another G-Max Spiral.
I don't see why not.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure as to why we're holding on to these technical machine devolutions. I'd like to, especially if you start taking 2 prizes, I'd like to burn these from the hand as well, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the concession from David. Yeah. They've had enough.
Yeah, writing on the wall.
Yeah, that is a rough one. Gino, congratulations to them with their round 15 victory. That should be enough match points to secure them into the top 8 with the Rapid Strike toolbox. They played so well in that first game and cruised to victory in game 2. Commiserations for David.
Yeah.
We have those games. We've all sat there, we've all drawn past and looked at the ceiling and gone, yeah, get on with it. It's basically one of those situations for David. It's a shame. They're a real ruthless competitor, fantastic player in the game, and you just weren't able to show off what you can do because your hands weren't getting it done.
Yeah, it's a shame it to happen in round 15, of course, but you know, well done to Gino. showing that you can really punish these awkward starts.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with the double gunners, with the Urshifu, making it look so easy as well while you're at it as well.
It looks easy when you draw that well in game one, Ben.
Yeah, well, you know how it is.
What an incredible combo deck this can be.
The deck just does this.
Well, sometimes it does. I know many players where it didn't work out like that across the weekend, but for Gino, it was a perfect metagame call. And to be honest with you, there is so many Lost Box decks around those top tables. They were pretty inevitable to find one in this winning-in situation. So Gino getting to that threshold where they're going to be facing the better players with these Lost Zone engines, which many top players gravitate towards because it gives you a more balanced matchup spread. Finally finding a matchup that's kind of weak for them, and Gino has pounced on that with a really well-refined build. I think it was Rahul Reddy that was playing it in Gdansk to a top 16 finish, and it looks like Gino's just gone one better.
Yeah, it's taking the risk of taking an anti-meta deck, right? You know, a lot of people would have looked at Urshifu and think, oh, 2 stage ones, 3 stage ones even. You know, oh, I don't really want to deal with these awkward hands. I don't want to deal with having, you know, a lot of jank in this hand, you know, and you know, that's understandable. But if you take these decks and you're able to hit the meta consistently, like these Lost Boxes, like these Giratinas, you can have a pretty fun time, Joe.
And how is this archetype still being under-respected? It won the Barcelona special event, the first European tournament of the season. Sure, Mew came and sort of won the next one. Maybe that was a reaction to Rapid Strike as well, somewhat. But why is this deck not being piloted more? It had great conversion day 1 to day 2. Yes, there are risks with your matchups, but its performance then, and many games we've seen on stream, it is just far and away the strongest archetype when it's flowing perfectly.
I feel like a lot of people were just afraid of playing those 3 stage ones. You know, people don't tend to like that very much. They like to play a lot of their basic Pokemon, the consistency, just play, you know, having a lot of draw supports. You know, your only option here is artillery and natural draw supporters. So, you know, people don't tend to favor those decks, you know. But, you know, Gino just showing, you know, well, why not? Well, why not? I'm just going to feed on the Lost Boxes.
And the deck gains so much. I think, especially with the Technical Machine Devolution, it gained percentage into Gardevoir and into Charizard. So your matchup spread got better from the Paradox Rift format. Even getting Earthen Vessel, thinning the deck is massive for a deck like this in general, and just giving you faster double gunner means that you capitalize on these lower hit point Pokemon earlier on in the game. And when you're able to make that tempo count, that's where the archetype is truly dangerous.
I didn't really see the deck myself as a viable option, but when we saw it in Gdansk, we saw Rahul Reddy in, I think, our first streamed game. We saw Rahul Reddy bringing it out, representing it. And I was thinking, why this deck? Why in this meta specifically? Sure, it was good previous to Paradox Rift, but what did it gain? And not all that much. Earthen Vessel, sure, the devolution, as you mentioned, but people were really focusing on these other archetypes, like, oh, no, add this to Gardevoir, add this to Charizard, but not really thinking, well, hang on a minute, Urshifu was still out there. It can still have a good time in this meta, and that's what we're seeing here.
Absolutely, and just to give a quick update of the other matches going on in round 15, there was one ID in the round. That was Ethan Wild and Theo, and Ethan is playing Mew VMAX. Really good ID for Theo, actually, because they were playing Inteleon VMAX, and Christian Hodas was able to win on table 7. They're playing that Lost Zone archetype, very similar to Pedro Eugenio Torres' list that we saw in day 1, actually, with the Galarian Moltres as well as Roaring Moon, so a couple Dark-type Pokemon in there with Forest Seal Stone, and also Alberto Conti was also able to make it to 35 match points, playing Lost Zone Giratina against Christian Fontenot. I think that's one of their first losses of the tournament, actually, so really good for Alberto to also get onto a 35 match point record.
Yeah, just showing the versatility of the Giratina V-Star as well, taking down a Lost Box variant as well. We spoke about this earlier in a previous round. Sometimes it can be a bit awkward for the Giratina to keep up with the prize race, you know, being baited into using those 2 prizes.
Right.
But, you know, Alberto just showing the versatility of that deck and the different approaches it can have.
Yeah, and Christian Fontenot also not playing the Iron Handsy Lost Zone variant either, so it's still going to be a bit of a Sableye off, and really checking the resources of switch carts and this, that, and the other, so it can get a little bit trickier in that matchup. So fantastic stuff from Alberto. We still have more games coming in, so we're going to try and keep you abreast of all the action, but as the top 8 is sort of rounding out, it looks like there's already a lot of variety, where we've got Inteleon booking its place. We've just seen that. Could even be 2 Inteleon VMAXs based on the ID, which is a big surprise for the tournament, really. We were mentioning it at the start of the show that it had a great day 1 to day 2.
It had a great conversion
all the way through the tournament, with Theo only getting 1 loss so far, and Ethan with that Mew VMAX max. It's ever present in Europe, Ben.
I think there were only 7 Inteleon going into day 2, and now 2 of which are going into... That's such a good conversion
That's busted.
rate. That's a busted conversion rate, even going into top 8. But you know, let's hear from a winner. Let's hear from Gino. Really eager to hear what he says. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here, our feature match winner, Gino. Congratulations on making top 8. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I'm just, it's still all coming down on me. And it was just 2 insane games. I was really nervous. I could tell my opponents was also really nervous. And yeah, it's still coming down. And my friends are all here to support me, which is awesome. And yeah, that.
Now, we were just talking a little bit before that you were just telling me that this is actually your first time making top 8 at regionals, right?
Yes, that's true. Yep.
But what's this mean to you? I mean, how long have you been playing? Is this something you've been working towards for a long time? Like, you know, how you've summarized those feelings right now.
Yeah. When I started last season, I started playing regionals in 2022. And I told my friends, yeah, I want to make top 8 someday. That would be my goal. And here we are, and I've made it, and it feels awesome. It's still coming down. Yeah, still coming down.
Yeah, I bet. Now, let's talk about that match. That game 1, like, the amount of rapid flows that are happening, we couldn't even keep up. Usually, rapid flow, double knockout, rapid flow, double knockout, and then just a few turns later, they're closing out the game. That must have felt incredible.
Yes, that was certainly an insane game 1. I knew my opponent was playing Giratina, so I let him go first. And I had a pretty good opening hand. I opened Urshifu Energy, which is always good. And I don't remember what he did, but next turn, I combined the pieces for the rapid flow, took away his com phase, and the next turn I had Meneley on hand, and I top decked another rapid strike energy. It was insanely lucky, but yeah, sometimes it's what the deck does. So.
It's that matchup in general, is it something that you expected a lot of coming into today? Is it a matchup you tested a lot? Like, how do you feel about going against Giratina generally?
Generally, I feel like Giratina is pretty 50-50. If like both players get to play the game, it's pretty 50-50, but Giratina has a tendency to lock up a lot and then they can't play, and Urshifu just keeps going, which helps a lot. I tested Giratina myself, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. Went back to Urshifu. I played a lot against Lost Box, which Giratina is kind of similar, the similar game plan, and yeah, that.
So now, this is your first ever top 8, right? Again, got to be feeling, it's still coming down a little bit, as you said.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is where it's all in line. You know, there are potentially 3 games between you and becoming a regional champion. What's your mindset going into top 8? Are there any matchups you'd rather go up against, or any like players that you're thinking about watching out for? Like, what's going through your mind right now?
Honestly, I haven't kept up with who's going top 8 and who isn't. I was just kind of busy with my own game. But yeah, we'll see. I really don't know who's top 8 or not. But I reached my goal, and that was my goal, and I got it. And everything beyond here will just be, will be really special.
I bet the top 8 is special already, right? So you can go
very special.
Yeah, so you can go even further, be even more amazing. So everyone at home, we hope you enjoyed that feature match, but don't go anywhere. Top 8 is going to be starting very, very soon, and you're not going to want to miss it for the world.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm here with Christian Herdas. Now, we've not had you on stream, which is a little bit of a shame, but you're having quite a good weekend, I understand.
Yeah, that's right.
So, what's your record at the moment? How well are you doing?
I'm 11-2-2.
And I'm pretty sure that's good enough for top 8, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're in top 8. You're in top 8. Hopefully we'll get to actually see one of your games at some point. Tell me what deck you're playing.
I'm playing like a counter version of the Lost Box with like a Roaring Moon, Iron Hands, and Tropius, and stuff like that.
Well, and stuff like that. Well, one of the cards which really jumps out to me in your deck, which I think is really interesting, super effective glasses. Not many people play that card. Can you tell us what it does and why you chose it?
Yeah, it basically mainly for hitting weakness on with the Minior, but you can also use it with the Lightning type Pokemon for the Pidgeot X. You can take 3 prizes with the Iron Hands, or just to make a better map with the Raikou when you don't have enough benched Pokemon. So it's situational, but it's really good.
Seems to work quite nicely. Super effective glasses, for those who don't remember the card. It turns ×2 weakness into ×3 weakness, so you can use smaller Pokemon to hit for weakness and actually get some KOs you'd be missing. Does Tropius ever come in handy against Charizard by any chance?
It came in handy against the Roaring Moon, actually, because it was my last match for the Top Cut. But it's also for the Charizard with the glasses, as you hit for the triple weakness.
And it works quite nicely indeed. So you've got this weird counterbox Lost Zone deck with your Iron Hands, Tropius, your Minior, which... Were you worried about Snorlax coming in?
Yeah, of course. It was mainly for Snorlax, but also like for Iron Hands in the Miraidon, because you can just one-shot it for basically not really much cards. Just Nest Ball and glasses. So it's pretty good. And it's one prizer.
It's wonderful. It's an unusual deck choice. How did you come to this choice for the deck?
I didn't actually come up with the idea, but my friends were like testing it, and my friends sent me the list. So I tested it for the last few days, and we made some changes, and it was like the final list. But we weren't really sure about the list until the last minute, actually.
And how do you feel about the list now?
I feel like there could be some changes, but it's doing pretty good, so...
It is doing pretty good indeed. So how have your matchups been throughout the tournament? Have they been easy games? Have they been really challenging?
Like, I hit pretty good matchups, I think, and all of the bad matchups I hit, my opponents didn't do well, so... Oh, yeah.
I mean, that always helps. If you can have your opponents drawing badly in your poorer matchups, that sounds pretty good to me. So tell us about your season overall, because I had a quick look at your Limitless page before I came out here. You've got quite a long list of accomplishments going back quite far. What's your proudest moment in Pokemon?
I think it was like top 32 at World Championships. Yeah,
that's my biggest accomplishment yet, I think.
Sounds pretty good. So how's your season going this year? Are you close to your invite now?
Yeah, I'm at that 370 something points right now. Like before this tournament.
Before this event?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're going to be very close by the end of this event. Of course, if you win the whole thing, your championship points will be irrelevant because you'll have the invite anyway.
Yeah.
So looking forward to top 8 then, is there anything you're worried about facing, or do you think you've got pretty good coverage against the field?
I'm not sure what decks made the top 8, but I would worry about decks like Intel and Urshifu maybe, or Iron Valiant.
No, sounds like a plan to me. Well, congratulations. You're clearly having a fantastic weekend with a very unusual deck that I don't think many people saw coming. So good luck in your top 8. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because speaking of top 8, we've got a top 8 and we're going to be showing it to you very shortly indeed.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shransky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hi, my name's Shay Bowen, and today we're going to have a look at the Miraidon EX archetype. Miraidon EX has access to one of the best setup abilities I have ever seen, Tandem Unit, which lets you grab 2 basic lightning types and put them straight onto your bench. This means one single Miraidon can set up your whole board instantly as early as your first turn. Couple this early game consistency with Electric Generator and you are in for a fun time. Electric Generator lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and attach up to 2 lightning energy you find there to one of your bench Pokemon. This lets you flood the board really fast with energy and even threaten a turn 1 attack with Miraidon's Photon Blaster, which is great for KOing opposing EX or V Pokemon, or you can even use Raikou V's Lightning Rondo attack to provide a lot of early pressure. Raikou can even help out with some draw power, since its ability Fleet-Footed lets you draw a card when it's in the active spot. Flappy also sees play in this deck with its Dynamotor ability, which lets you attach 1 lightning energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. This lets you stream Raikou or Miraidon really easily, and even opens up the door for big Raichu V plays. Raichu with its Dynamic Spark attack does 60 for each lightning energy you discard from all your Pokemon, allowing you to have a really high damage output. Miraidon players can even make use of Arven to search out Electric Generators and some powerful tool cards too, like Bravery Charm, which give the basic Pokemon it's attached to an extra 50 HP, making Miraidon, Raikou V and Raichu V that much harder to KO. And Forest Seal Stone, which gives you access to the V-Star Power Star Alchemy, which lets you grab any card from your deck. This well-rounded deck is capable of toppling anything in its way, and its top 8 placement in EUIC means it is no stranger to big event finishes too. And this is all about mentioning Path to the Peak, which shuts off all Warbot's Pokemon abilities, making it really hard for some decks to compete with Miraidon. So good luck to all the Miraidon players this weekend, and maybe we'll see some on stream here real soon.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Time to shine light on a return of an old favourite from the new Paradox Rift set, Counter Catcher. This card shines when you are behind, allowing you to snatch an opponent's bench Pokemon and bring it to the active spot. This incredibly strong gusting mechanic is already seen in many flavours, and is perfect for disrupting your opponent's strategy and turning the tide of the game. It has a natural fit for decks which are typically less aggressive, or perhaps those that give up prizes. But remember, timing is everything. Use it too early and you may waste its potential. But save it for that critical moment to disrupt your opponent's setup and use that to swing the momentum in your favor. Contrary to popular belief, being behind can sometimes give you the upper hand. Let's see how Counter Catcher will be used to its maximum potential.
Hello, trainers watching at home. We hope you've been enjoying the live stream so far. So we've got another little discussion for you. In the current metagame, we've noticed there's a lot of comeback cards that have kind of come in over the last few sets. We have this kind of pool of built-up comeback cards that we haven't really seen for a while. So we thought it might be nice to have a little bit of discussion about the impact that these comeback cards have had, and also whether they're actually, you know, play into comeback decks at all. If they're kind of the decks that use them are built around like going behind to make the most of them. So why don't you start off, Joe, talking about some of the comeback cards we have now?
Yeah, well, definitely. We have some great comeback cards. Obviously, Iono, the big supporter, is the standout card where you're trying to deny hand advantage from the opponent so that when they get to the late game, if they're ahead in prize race, which is typically the best way you can win in the Pokemon trading card game, you're really limiting their options. So they have to have not only have gone ahead in prize cards, but also built up a really big board state so they can come back from having very few cards to play with later on. There's the Reversal Energy card, which is phenomenal as well, great in the Gardevoir archetype in particular. It allows Gardevoir to use single prize Pokemon to have big swing turns into knocking out really high hit point multi-prize Pokemon. So those are kind of the big ones we're seeing right now. And of course, there's Counter Catcher from the latest set, which allows us to use a supporter in addition to bringing up other Pokemon from the bench as well, which can really help your prize mapping, but can also be used defensively to maybe even take prizes from the bench as well and leave something stuck for a turn. So these can be really big combination cards in the game right now.
I think you'd have to go all the way back to like the Gen 3 era, right? Ruby and Sapphire, where we had like so many of these comeback cards together in like one format. You have your Power Hand extension to Counter Catcher, you have Scramble Energy to Reversal Energy, and Rocket Admin to the N, and now Iono. It's really cool to see all these together. And I don't know, for me personally, I feel like it introduces a lot more of a skill element to the game because, yeah, you have to sort of play around those things. As you mentioned, Counter Catcher is like the latest tool that we have access to now. I think this one has really blown things wide open. What are your feelings on Counter Catcher specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think a big deck that utilizes it really well is, we spoke about it just before, Gardevoir EX. I think Gardevoir EX is a great example of these utilizing these great comeback mechanics. So, you know, it usually has that high count of Iono, it has those two Counter Catcher, those two Reversal Energies, and I think the game plan there is not so much as a just in case, like we see sometimes with Roxanne in Lost Box, but it's the game plan of, yeah, take these few easy prizes, that's fine, because I'm going to come back swinging. I'm going to put you down to 4 maybe with the Iono. I'm going to hit you with the Counter Catcher, and I'm also going to attach the Reversal Energy. And that's where we see, you know, with such a large card pool at the moment that we have, you know, players are really looking to utilize having these plethora of comeback mechanics.
And that goes back to what we were saying, right? Which is that it's almost like these decks intentionally playing way too far behind to then win. So I guess in a sense, you know, don't call it a comeback, right? Is it actually a comeback that we're looking at, or is it more just an adaptation for the way decks operate to get towards their ideal winning game state?
Yeah, I think that's right. There are certainly decks that will just try and race. It'll be starting out the gate quickly, look at the Roaring Moons, look at Miraidon, look at even the Entei Valiant. They're trying to take a ton of prizes super quickly. So those decks are trying to really tempo out the opponent and try and push people off the board almost with early prize knockouts. And that can still be a viable strategy. But there are many decks out there, certainly the Stage 2 decks, the Charizard, the Gardevoir, they come on so strong in the late game that is their goal. And they naturally make the comebacks because the archetypes help them, and also the card pool really allows that to be a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sort of summarize, I think that exact set of facts is what lets stage 2 decks in general have the presence that they have, because we haven't had such a wide range of viable stage 2 decks for a long time now, but with these comeback cards, they're now viable because they can fall back and then have that power spike later on to finish the game. So with that, yeah, it seems like stage 2 decks are now the most viable they've been in a very, very long time, and I think the sort of counter cards, the comeback cards are what enables that to happen. So we hope you guys have enjoyed that discussion at home. We're going to be going back now live to the regional championships, so don't go anywhere. We got plenty more Pokemon action to come.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Let's take a look at another card spotlight. This time, Arven. An incredibly versatile supporter card originally from Scarlet and Violet that seems set to unlock the world of possibilities following the release of Paradox Rift. Arven allows you to search your deck for any item card and any tool card that will allow you to then adapt and support various decks in a number of combinations that can swing the battle in your favor. Since its release, Arven has slowly grown in popularity as it's begun to find a place in the format. But now, with all of the tools and items available at its disposal, this could truly be its time to shine. So whether it be to build your board, prepare your defenses, or begin launching an offensive, Arven can soon find itself a staple in many decks.
And welcome back to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm in Germany, I'm Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by the lovely Freya Pierce. How you doing, Freya?
Doing pretty good. We are just about to kick off with top 8, and I am absolutely hyped for the top 8, having just seen a little bit of a preview of what the bracket looks like.
Yeah, we don't have the bracket yet, unfortunately. I'm sure we'll have it in the not too distant future. What we do have is confirmation of the 8 players who are in, and that is pretty gosh darn nice. So, not particularly in order, I should make that clear. We've got, who we got? We've got Alberto Conti playing Lost Zone Giratina. We've got Ethan Wild with Mew VMAX. Teo Grimaud with Inteleon VMAX. Christian Horas, who we spoke to a second ago with that super effective Glasses Lost Box deck. We've got Gino Pilli with Inteleon VMAX. We've got Simon Chan with Miraidon. And Dustin Bachman with Charizard. And I love this, Freya, this makes me very happy, a clean top cut.
Oh, it was.
4 players on 35 match points, 4 players on 34 match points. There's no bubble. If you made 34 or 35, you're in. If you made 33 or less, you're out. It's a clean top cut. These things make me happy.
It's always nice because it means that when you get that record right, you either knew either you had enough or you didn't. There's no thinking, oh, you know, I bobbled out on opponent's win percentage. So yeah, clean cut is always nice to see.
No, that makes me very, very happy. And of course, you know, if we think back to our caster picks, well, who's still in the running? And I bring up caster picks because my caster pick is still in the running. Miraidon is absolutely there, still being represented. Joe's pick of Charizard is still there. I'm struggling to read it, Freya. Were there any Iron Valiant in Top Cut?
No.
There were not. Unfortunately, no Gardevoir either. So 2 of the caster picks are still alive and kicking.
But is Minior in the super effective glasses lost box
It
list.
absolutely is. I was going to mention that. Minior is in the super effective glasses list. Very good into Iron Hands, very good. Well, it would have been Snorlax if it was there, but we got Iron Hand and honestly the Miraidon deck in general. So yeah, that Minior pick of yours still holding up very, very strong. And obviously Path to the Peak, Ben, well, picked an absolute corker for that one.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was a good card to pick. I thought I was being, you know, a little bit cheeky going counter catcher, and Ben was like, well, if you're going to go for a trainer card, why not go for one of the very best in the room?
Yeah, and counter catcher certainly proven to be that. And I think especially we see that with the amount of Giratinas that converted into day 2, counter catcher is a big, big part of that, without a doubt.
Oh, absolutely. Giratina in that counter catcher, absolutely big this weekend. So we've got a little bit of a variety when it comes to this top cut coming in. There are a couple of decks that doubled up, depending how you want to count it. So we do have 2 Rapid Box, as in your Rapid Strike box where you're Inteleon and your Medicham and all of that. That's a proper doubling up into Top Cut. There are 2 of them. You could say there are 2 Lost Zone box decks in Top Cut as well, but it really depends how you want to look at it, because the Lost Zone box, the Sables are that Christian is playing against, well, other Christian, in fact, playing Lost Box with that super effective glasses, they are not the same deck.
No, very different approach. We're talking about a toolboxy, you know, Lost Box versus Sablezard. That's really what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Like, Radiant Charizard with Sableye, really the very, very early builds of Lost Zone Toolbox really focused around this, and now it's kind of like made a resurgence recently, and Christian piloting all the way to top 8 here.
Yeah, that's not too bad, frankly. That is not too bad at all. So we do have the EU leaderboard that we can have a little bit of a look at here, just to show all of these players. Remember, 500 is a magic number for an invite in the EU region. You'll notice there are 13 players who came in with their invite already locked up, and some others very, very close. I mean, you mentioned Freya earlier, Pedro Eugenio Torres, who went and locked up their invite, so all these people on the list. I know Kimper Vega was having a very good run for a long time this weekend. Brian DeVries, again, had a pretty good run for a long time, so I think some people clinched it this weekend.
Yeah, I think so as well. And a few more people will undoubtedly clinch it, probably not on this list necessarily, but maybe the points from, you know, this finish here will actually push them over the 500 points threshold as well.
Well, when I spoke to Christian a moment ago on our interview, he said there was, I think, on about 380 or somewhere in that kind of region. I forget the exact number, but close enough that doesn't actually need to go and win the tournament here to get that automatic invite. And of course, as we know, League Cups and League Challenges are a thing. So what we often see is players will get to that kind of 450 mark-ish and then go, oh, I'll just mop it up with Cups and Challenges. And honestly, if you're top cutting multiple regionals and getting to 450 points, yeah, you should be able to mop it up with Cups and Challenges.
Yeah, I would think so as well. So, you know, any of these players at this point, I mean, even just spiking regionals to this extent and getting to top 8 is going to put you a good way towards getting your invite, no matter what stage you are towards achieving it.
No, it absolutely is. And honestly, for a lot of these players, it's still quite early in the season. Like, we've got a lot of events left. Is this our 4th regional out of 9 in the EU region?
Yeah.
So we've still got a whole bunch of these left. We've done 1 international championship out of 3. We've done LA over in Latin America. We've not done EU in London or NA in New Orleans. So there are plenty more opportunities. And I mean, locals are going to be going on right up to the end. One of my favorite things is there are a bunch of shops who are basically going to find an excuse and go, right, we can run another cup or challenge. It's close to the cutoff, but we're still there. You know, and I know there are a lot of shop owners out there who love giving their players, you know, all players in the surrounding area, you know, that last chance to grab those last couple of points. We've all been there, you know, rushing to those last few tournaments right before the cutoff line. And occasionally we rush to a league challenge and we find out it's actually a pre-release tournament and it's a little bit embarrassing. Don't know who would do that. But most of the time you get to your cup, you get to your challenge, and then you get those last few points. So this is a grind which is going to be going on all year. But Freya, we've got the 8 decks that are going to be making the top cut. What is standing out to you? What are you looking at?
I'm thinking a Rapid Box go all the way, you know. I think 2 Inteleon VMAXs in top 8. Again, looking at this conversion ratios, right, it wasn't in the day 1 list at all. It was, you know, considering how few there were, the amount in day 2 was impressive, and now 2 in top 8 as well. You've got to think it's got a good chance to go all the way.
Well, there's going to be something weird about that, because the last time I was behind the commentary desk, I missed the last couple in Gdansk and in Lille, but I was here in Barcelona. And in Barcelona, I was there in the final, and do you remember what won in Barcelona?
It was Rapid Box, wasn't it?
It was Rapid Box winning in Barcelona. So if Rapid Box wins in Barcelona, takes a couple tournaments off, and then comes and wins again the next time I'm sitting down behind the desk, that is going to seem a little bit weird to me. So, yeah, just find out when I'm casting and just come and play Rapid Strike Box. Give yourself an excellent chance to take home the tournament.
There's a correlation there, you're saying?
Correlation is not causation, but still something you should have a look at. I was really hoping we were going to have a Roaring Moon finding its way into the top 8. Unfortunately, didn't happen. We had some get close, didn't make it. But let's have a look at the day one metagame coming into this tournament. What was actually looking good?
Yeah, we see there Charizard EX again at the top of the field, and one making its way into top 8, so, you know, still through the sheer numbers, right, you expect at least one to convert. Miraidon also with one representation there, but Gardevoir, in spite of like a decent conversion into day 2 and a decent number day 1, not a single one to be seen in top 8.
No, unfortunately, but we were talking about this earlier. Gardevoir's in a weird position this weekend. It's here, it's being played in plenty of numbers, it's representing all over, but it's not converting. And even when it got into day 2, it was getting into day 2 as those kind of middle and lower seeds, you know, the people who were getting in with 19 points. It wasn't giving itself the inside track to top 8, and it's been around all weekend, but it's never really threatened to take home the win. Whereas, you know, you see someone like Miraidon there. Unfortunately, we only have one of them in Top Cut, but we do still have one of them in Top Cut, so that's quite nice to see. Of course, Roaring Moon doesn't make the graphic. I do need to mention Luigi did have a winning in with Roaring Moon in the last round, but lost out to Christian Hodas with that super effective Lost Zone box, and that's how they managed to book their way into top 8. If we move forward into day 2 here, we can see a few changes. That Lost Zone Giratina really converted well, and there is one remaining in top 8.
Yeah, so a really good ratio there. But now, if you look at the Inteleon VMAX, only 7, well, I say only 7, considering how many were in day 2, that's, day 1, that's really impressive. So that means 2 out of 7 of the Inteleons that made day 2 made it all the way to top 8.
And that is a ridiculous conversion rate from day 2 to top 8. And one of the things that's really harsh about modern Pokemon tournaments is there are a lot of players. Now, getting to day 2 is quite nice. There's 19 match points needed to make your way into day 2, and as many people as can make that record can get in. But once you make day 2, we're taking all of those players, 100, 200, depends on the size of the tournament, and we are whittling down to a top 8. That is harsh. So, you know, there were 98 players in day 2. 90 of them didn't make it into the top 8. But 2 out of the 7 Rapid Strike box made it into top 8. That conversion rate is absurd.
Also very interesting to know, from that day 2 graphic, I think literally every single deck that was on there has at least one representation in top 8, apart from Gardevoir. I think Gardevoir was literally the only one that didn't make it.
But like, I think that Gardevoir on that graphic was a little bit of a lie. I mean, it's not a lie. There were that many Gardevoir in day 2. That's an objective fact.
Yeah, but yeah, it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, right? Where a bunch made it into day 2, but not at a very high record. They made it in at the lower, yeah, I remember.
Whereas, you know, the Miraidon, a lot of them were getting up, you know, Alex Northey just fell a little bit short. There were a bunch of Miraidon, you know, coming in all weekend. We were seeing Miraidon at, you know, 702 and, you know, 8-1 getting into day 2. And that makes it so much easier for those Miraidon players to actually make their way through day 2 and actually into that top cut. Obviously, I asked you for your pick. I'm going to give you my pick. You know what my pick is.
Oh, it's going to be Miraidon, isn't it?
It's going to be Miraidon. Obviously, it's going to be Miraidon. Been championing it all weekend. That Clorphan Roaring Moon, that's my little stable I've adopted this weekend. So, yeah, I like me some Miraidon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick as any. I also had it for one of my previous predictions as well, but just ended up timing on that one being a little bit wrong. Now, we do have the bracket ready for you guys at home, so let's have a look and see what our top 8 is going to look like. So we see there, have Christian against Dustin, the other Christian against Teo, Ethan against Simon, and Alberto against Gino.
Yeah, so if we try and have a look at that with the decks then. So we've got Christian with that Lost Box, which is your Sablezard, against Dustin, who is playing just straight Charizard. That's your EX. We got Christian with that Lost Box with your super effective glasses against Teo, which is your Inteleon. We've got Ethan Wild, who is going to be playing your Mew, up against Simon with Miraidon. And then we've got Alberto Conti with your Giratina, up against Gino playing the other Inteleon. And remember that because, of course, this is one of the ones we put to community vote, right?
Yes, absolutely. So you'll be able to pick between all of the top 8 games, and then one of these 4 will be our feature match. So not got the voting quite ready yet, but just be ready.
And I've told you what the decks are now, so there's no excuses for not knowing what the matchup is. You can make that with the full information available. So, I mean, my plan, Freya, has basically been, I mean, in August at Worlds, I was just kind of like, I like Miraidon. And then in Barcelona in September, I was like, I still like Miraidon. And then we get here, and we're in December, and I'm like, I still like Miraidon. And if it's a good deck, and you just keep picking it every tournament, sooner or later, you are going to be right. Speaking of being right, community choice is active. Let's see if you're right in picking this community deck. Make sure you get your vote in. Tell us which of these 4 matchups we're going to have on stream, and then Freya and I will commentate it for you. Think of it like, you tell us what to do, and we go and do it, because we're nice like that.
Absolutely. So yeah, get those votes there. Only exclusive to the Twitch chat, so get there in our Twitch. Again, just as a reminder for the matches, those are your 4 top 8 matches. Pick one of them for us to cast, and with the winner, we'll do.
I'm going to do it again because I feel like I really need to. So, here are your matchups. I'm not doing it again, so pay close attention. We got Christian playing your Sablezard Lost Box against Dustin playing your Charizard EX. We got Christian Horas with your Lost Zone, that is the super effective glasses, against Teo with your Inteleon Rapid Strike box. We've got Ethan Wild with Mew playing against Simon with Miraidon. And we got Alberto Conti playing your Giratina, your Lost Zone Tina, going up against Gino with the other Inteleon Rapid Strike. Hope you were listening. I'm not repeating that.
Yeah. Now, any 4 of these could be a really great choice. I think there's a really sort of good spread of decks and matchups here, so I'm really curious to see what the community wants to gun for the most here.
Well, it's kind of interesting because we've had a bunch of mirror matches on stream this weekend. But they've been really interesting mirror matches. Joe and I had the Gardevoir mirror. That was a fantastic back and forth game. Bit exhausting for Joe having to follow it so closely, but Joe did a grand job. And then we gave Joe and Ben the Cloth mirror, which was a really interesting game. And then, of course, we just had that Miraidon mirror not very long ago, which also was a really interesting game.
Yeah, that's Cloth mirror yesterday was something I couldn't say that much. But yeah, no, in general, yeah, it's funny because mirror matches are often the kind of matches where you think, oh, it's just the same deck going against each other, is there that much going on? But also there's room to outplay, right? Because when you're playing similar archetypes, what you actually do, who goes first or second, and how you react to that can factor in a lot more. Whereas with some matchups, it's just, one deck is going to win because it has a huge advantage.
Absolutely. We'll take the Miraidon mirror as an example. I think it was you were talking to Joe about that one, and there was this big discussion about, well, who should go first, who should go second. And then it became very obvious that in the Miraidon mirror match, oh no, you really, really want to go first so that you can get a little bit set up and try and get that path to the peak down. And we saw that was an absolutely huge play in that Miraidon mirror, going first, getting path to the peak on the board nice and early, and basically locking your opponent out of that turn 1 Squawkabilly, the turn 1 Miraidon, things of that nature. Have you voted yet? If not, you definitely should vote. So that's the kind of stuff we're looking at with Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think the voting is going to be closing very, very soon. And it looks like we finally have our results. So it is going to be Ethan against Simon. That's going to be our feature match. So Mew against Miraidon.
Nice. Mew DTE, that's a double turbo energy against your Miraidon. That's a nice matchup. We got 2 big heavy hitters, 2 of the big decks coming into the day, 2 of the ones we were expecting, and 2 very different decks, although 2 very aggressive decks at times.
Completely unrelated to any of this, there's something that I think is important to mention here, that it's a little bit sad that the caster lineup for this weekend perhaps it isn't quite right, because Ethan is, of course, Amy's partner.
He is indeed Amy's partner, who is going to be playing that Mew. He's been up rocking the top tables all weekend, so apparently caster partner's good at Pokemon.
Yeah, go figure, right?
Well, that goes back to having good testing partners, though. Amy's probably a fantastic testing partner because she knows her way around a Pokemon deck, so yeah.
Amy is here in Stuttgart this weekend. Just she was playing this weekend, didn't make it through to day 2, unfortunately, but she's got to be dead chuffed, and I'm sure she'll be screaming her lungs out at in the audience watching this feature match.
No, I think that is probably a fair point to make. So we got Mew, we've got Miraidon, and I'm going to get to see live how my caster pick is turning out. Freya, Miraidon's going to win, right?
It's actually, so this specific matchup, Mew against Miraidon, is not one I've actually thought much about, if I'm being completely honest. It's in terms of the matchups of the metagame, I think they're both very fast decks. The idea is they want to sort of trade quickly and trade heavily. So if you can, maybe if the Miraidon player can go second, get a very quick early knockout, that could be quite good. Or you can also go first and maybe get an early path to the peak and Mew can't counter it. That could be a way to win as well. There's a few different ways that matchup could go, I think.
Yeah, and there are obviously, there's difficulties KOing the Mew V Max at times because of its massive HP. But Miraidon's kind of fun sometimes because if you can't quite KO something, in comes Iron Hands. And then, you get 4 prizes off a Mew V Max.
And amp you very much for that.
Yeah, amp you very much for those 4 prizes. So no, that's pretty good. And actually, going back to Ethan a little bit, I was there for the last community choice. And Ethan, he was kind of winning for a little bit. It was up against Tord.
Oh, okay.
And Ethan seemed really excited, the prospect of, winning the community choice, being on stream. And unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Tord jumped in the lead, and then we had that game on stream, unfortunately, instead. But Ethan clearly said they wanted to be on stream. Well, it's happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in the best possible way, winning the community choice, kind of revenge on last time.
Yeah, so going to be very, I mean, to be fair, if you're going to be featured right, it might as well be in top 8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, getting into top 8 and getting on stream is lovely. I mean, stream is a bit of a more stressful way to play Pokemon. You've got the white noise and the headphones. You've got everybody watching. It's a little bit more stressful, but it's fun. We hear this from players all the time, wanting to be on stream. Like, when we had Jesper Eriksson on stream yesterday with Clorf, and there was in the Clorf mirror, I had Jesper sending me messages being like, can I be on stream yet? Can I be on stream yet? And actually, in the end, I was like, look, you're a former world champion. You're on a winning in with Clorf. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you asked, because it made sense. It was a really fun matchup.
And it's a very big goal as well, because, when you're starting out, you might be watching these streams thinking to yourself, oh, I wish that could be me one day. And then suddenly you do well enough at a tournament that is you. That's a huge accomplishment.
I bumped into a bunch of lovely people around the venue today who've come up and kind of said hello and introduced themselves and said, this is my first regional. And I love that. There's so many people here for whom this is their first regional and kind of taking it all in. It's very different to first regionals when we started.
Oh, absolutely.
Quite a bit bigger, quite a bit grander. But, coming out to regionals for the first time, it's kind of a big thing.
Yeah, it really, really is. And like this game has only grown more and more, especially, after the tournament stopped for a little bit of a while over the course of the pandemic, and now coming back, the game is absolutely... I've never seen regional numbers like this before.
We've never had regional numbers like this before.
Not.
I mean, we used to have the European Challenge Cup, which was, the biggest tournament in Europe. It was internationals before we had internationals, and that was about a third of the size of this regional. This is absolutely gigantic, and seeing all these new players coming in for their first event and kind of joining in and then playing side events, and then every so often you get those people who come in for their first regional and just win the whole thing.
Yeah, and especially now, there's more access to information than ever, right? Before there was... It wasn't that you couldn't, just come in and win a regionals before, but I think with more coverage at events, there's more people talking about Pokemon online. There's all the information is out there. If you want to put in the effort and to look at everything up and to build a good deck and to practice, you can win a regionals on your first time.
I hear there are some people out there that all they do is just make Pokemon TCG videos all day, every day. Sounds like a fun way to be. But the players are ready now. We are seeing them. We do have Ethan there, who, like we say, wanted to be on the community choice, did do it. We got a top 128 in Bochum Regional. I think it's fair to say this is jumping to the top of Ethan's accomplishments list. Minimum top 8 at Stuttgart Regionals.
That's already a huge accomplishment to add, right? And I'm sure he'll be looking to do even better than that in this match. Now, of course, to do that, he will be having to go through his opponent, Simon here, who actually, this is his first big accomplishment.
First big accomplishment. I did look Simon up earlier to see if there were any accomplishments to share. I couldn't find anything, and that's kind of fun because it's a new player, a player we're not terribly familiar with. But then, at the very least, Simon's going to be, oh, I know Simon. I saw him on stream at top 8 of Stuttgart Regionals. And here we do see the decks. We've got Mew, we've got Miraidon. No huge surprises here in terms of the decks. These are decks with which we are quite familiar.
Yeah, very much so. Mew, it's very much a mainstay, especially at European tournaments, but has been a deck that has never gone below at least tier 1 or tier 2 status. So constantly winning, constantly top-cutting events, and now another top 8 and potentially another win on the line here, but up against the somewhat new kid on the block in Miraidon, that, the Miraidon Ascendant, as it were, starting off as not as much of a top-tier archetype, but, as it gains more and more pieces, getting to higher status until now, where it's one of the most played decks.
It's been really fun because, like I say, back at Worlds, it was one of those decks where, I mean, it was there. We'd seen Zajan Park go and win Korean Nationals with it. We saw Andrew Mahone having a good run with it at Worlds. It was absolutely there, but it was very much a fringe deck. It wasn't one of the top contenders. And then ever since Worlds, as we've been going through this new season, it just keeps getting more and more legit. You know, mid-Rhydon was a bit of a meme for a while.
It was.
People just not, you know, even going back to EUIC when it was first legal, we saw, was it a lovely, oh, I'm forgetting his name, very good friend of mine, made top 8 at EUIC with Miraidon. Rob Kimbram. There we go. Sorry, Rob, if you're watching. The lovely Rob Kimbram went and made top 8 with it. And all we were hearing was, you know, high rolled, hit really well off generators. People not taking the deck seriously. And I think as we've been going through the season, Freya, it's really quite clear it is legit.
Yeah. I mean, the deck has also changed a lot since then, right? When we even talked about this earlier, but when Rob was playing the deck, Miraidon's main way to be played was with the Regieleki VMAX, of course, that increased the damage of basic lightning-type Pokemon. But now people have shifted more towards playing it with Flaffy and then instead relying on the Raichu V to get those big one-hit knockouts instead.
Yeah, that's the way we go nowadays. It's fast, it's consistent, and, you know, recovering energy with Flaffy, bit more important than trying to boost your damage, because actually, most of the time, you're kind of doing enough. We do see Zapdos from Pokemon Go jumping in there, but that's because the difference between 220 and 230 is very relevant now, KOing stuff like Roaring Moon and Entei, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players are ready now to put out the prize cards. Let's see what both players won't have access to during this game. Oh, a couple of power tablets for Ethan. It's workable, but not great. So maybe, I guess against Miraidon, it doesn't matter as much, right? Because generally speaking, you only need one to maybe damage modifier to hit the numbers.
Unless we see a Bravery Charm come down.
Oh, okay, in which case, yeah, that could be quite relevant.
That's one of the things I'm looking for here. If Simon can start getting some Bravery Charms down, and there are 2 in the deck, this could be different, but we are off now. We've got a Squawkabilly against a Mew. Ethan draws for turn, and we are going in our top 8 with a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Yeah.
There is something very important to mention about Mew's deck, about Ethan's deck as we start. So we've talked a little bit before about how you kind of need to play the Fusion Strike energies nowadays to counter against Spiritomb. Ethan does not agree with us. This is actually a double turbo version of Mew.
Yeah, it's a full traditional double turbo version of Mew. This is not one of the matchups that's going to punish you for doing that, though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Miraidon, there's, Path of the Peak, it doesn't matter whether you're playing double turbo Mew or Fusion Mew, Path of the Peak stops you anyway, so yeah.
And that's kind of nice. Like, if you can basically go, well, I'm not playing this, and then, well, the matchup isn't punishing you for not playing it, then you just get the benefit of all those cards you're playing instead. Cramomatic comes down.
Oh.
Fails, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder... Oh, wait, it's actually... I was going to say it's not quite big, but no, there's the Forest Sealstone in hand, so that's going to be absolutely fine there. If I were to guess, probably going to be for a Battle VIP pass.
And then probably for a pair of Genesect, because what you need now is drawing cards. There's already 2 Mew on the field. Your entire deck is, well, it's largely Mew, but there is actually something a little bit weird in Ethan's deck. There is a Luxray V. A single copy of Luxray V, 2 colorless energy, 30 damage, and your opponent reveals their hand, discard a trainer card. You find there, but it's going to be played with double turbo, so it's only actually going to do 10 damage.
And the idea here is, of course, that if you can like pluck out a key trainer from your opponent's hand, maybe you just stop them from playing the game outright.
Oh, absolutely. You think your opponent's got a bad hand, so you just go for it. And it does look like we've got a turn 1 Path to the Peak. We have seen what turn 1 Path to the Peak does to Miraidon.
Yeah, especially with a hand like this as well, because Simon's hand looked not great, but at least you had the Squawkabilly, but but there's the Beach Court ready in hand.
Okay, that's going to be absolutely big, because it's only really turn 1. After turn 1, Path to the Peak is nowhere near as good against Miraidon.
No, the idea is you want to put it down early, maybe stop them from setting up entirely, but as long as Simon can just find 1 Miraidon here, he's going to be good to go.
Yeah, because Miraidon, well, it gets you all of your lightning Pokemon. So you get your Miraidon getting all of that. Your Squawkabilly you can only use turn 1, gets you a new hand. That is a ridiculous turn 1. If you turn that off, Squawkabilly becomes useless because its ability, Squawk and Seize, only works on your first turn. Sure, you can start getting your basics as soon as you got access to abilities, but it's a lot less good after turn 1. It really is a turn 1. It's a 1-turn thing where it's really super effective. Ethan did brilliantly playing it down, just didn't stick.
Yeah, no, also Simon countering the Path to the Peak with the Beach Court, and also has a Lost Vacuum as well to get rid of the choice belt. That could be relevant later on. It sort of stops Ethan from being able to sort of have that pre-ready damage modifier to KO Raikou V, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Raikou has got quite low HP. That one is a bit easier to go down. You only need 10 extra damage, and, well, the choice bound will do it nicely. So we do see this judge coming down. Both players going to a new hand of 4. The thing is, Ethan's playing Mew. There's going to be some drawing going on with that Path to the Peak gone. We have seen that Mew decks can be really hurt when a Path to the Peak sticks in play too long, turning off that Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, though in this instance, obviously with the judge and with Simon countering the Path to the Peak, Ethan's going to have enough, a good amount of draw to like refill his hand. The only maybe problem being he was only able to get out 3 bench Pokemon during his first turn. So Fusion Strike system is currently only drawing up to 4 cards, not the usual like maximum of 6 that you really want to get going.
It's not perfect by any stretch, but hopefully you can get another Pokemon or 2, fill out your hand a little bit. You're right, it's not going to be the explosive drawing we've seen in the past, but it's quite easy to get yourself an extra Pokemon or 2, and then all of a sudden your Genesect get a lot more relevant. And you've, empty out your hand, draw a couple cards. It's going to be all right. Now, we do see the start of the chain here. We got a Miraidon. Miraidon lets you search for 2 basic Lightning End Pokemon and bench them. What you can do, however, is what Simon is doing here. Make one of your choices Miraidon, and then do it again.
Yeah, that is absolutely. There's not a hard once per turn on that tandem unit ability. You can absolutely Miraidon for a Miraidon and then do the same again, and that is exactly what Simon is going to be wanting to do here. So got Mareep down for good measure. Of course, very important, as we saw earlier on, to get those out early so you can start doing the flappy Dynamotors and start really loading up your Pokemon with your spare energy. And it looks like it's going to be 2 Raikou with the second tandem unit.
Yeah, I like this. Raikou, of course, becomes much more effective when your opponent fills up their bench, and that is what Mew wants to do. Mew fills up their bench, because, of course, their drawing, the amount of cards they're drawing is dependent on how many Pokemon they have in play. And you can play with 4 or 5 Pokemon in Mew, but it's not as good. You don't draw as many cards. It's just not the done thing. So in a world where your opponent is going to have a full bench, yeah, that's not bad. And actually, those Raikou take down Genesect really quite easily.
They really do. And, is that a Forest Sealstone?
It is a Forest Sealstone.
Forest Sealstone and Squawking Seas for drawing 6 without discarding anything. That is happy days for Simon right there.
Yeah, now the question is, do you high-five if you Squawking Seas with an empty hand?
I'm sure some people do, but not in this instance, clearly.
Now, we do see a Generator hit off that. That is obviously your early turn card you're always looking for in Miraidon. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Search for some energy. It's a whiff.
With so many energy left in the deck as well, that's a very unlikely miss there. Unfortunate for a miss for Simon, for sure.
That is not ideal. I mean, you're not going to hit double energy off all of them. That is not expected, but you'll want to hit 1. Yeah. Now we see the V-Star power being used. That is the Forest Sealstone. Lets you search any card whatsoever. Do we go for another Generator here and chance it?
No, I think so, right? I think you just want to try, because this is the best point to use a Generator when your deck is loaded with energy. You haven't drawn through much of the deck, but you have thinned out some cards. So, yeah, the earlier you can use it, the better.
And that is exactly the choice that's come down here from Simon, going after that electric Generator. Really doesn't want another double whiff, because this is when Miraidon starts to go out of control, and not in a good way. If you start whiffing on your electric Generators, if you can't draw them, or you can't hit any energy off them, that is when the deck really starts to sputter.
And
no such problem here. Could have even had 3 if the card allowed it. It doesn't.
No. But yeah, that's more you want to see. So yeah, 2 energies. I think as long as one of the Generators hit 2 energies, I think Simon's going to be fine. So hitting 0 off the first one, not ideal, but 2 off the second one, good to go.
That's what I was saying. If you hit 1 off each Generator, generally that's going to give you enough to get rolling. So it's an average of 1, not too bad. Now the question is, where do they go? And I like this, straight onto the Raikou there. So if you've got any kind of pivoting option, and there's no manual attachment been made yet, then you will be able to, attack of a Bravery Charm, and this is what we were saying. With 2 Power Tablet prize, that Bravery Charm gets so much more powerful.
Yeah, and of course, but I mean, it's another thing as well, with Ethan going, with Simon, Ethan going first, Simon can actually just attack on the first turn, so, just attach there onto the bench Raikou, then there's enough bench Pokemon to take care of this Mew. It only has 180 HP, so 5 on one side, 3 on the other is enough with the Lightning Rondo.
Absolutely. So there we go. We got the KO on the Mew, go up by 2 prizes. And this is the power of Miraidon here. Just these early game attacks. And yeah, you're going up 2 prizes before much has happened at all.
Very good draw there from Ethan, as it does draw the Mew VMAX for turn. Finds a Box of Disaster and a Power Tablet. So already got one of the damage modifiers needed for the KO. And then just going to follow up straight away with a Judge.
Yeah, Judge is always a very nice one there to just, you know, basically hurt your opponent. I mean, we've seen Path judge a lot. Path judge is just mean. Give your opponent a low hand while turning off their abilities. But it's kind of weird. Both these players are kind of playing the disruption game. They're both playing Judge in their deck. They're both playing Path in their deck. They're both playing Iono in their deck, so they're both kind of almost copying each other's homework here.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the one thing that in Ethan's favor is that Ethan's playing a lot more sort of ways to get rid of his own path to the peak. So the idea being, you know, you have the abilities locked on your opponent's turn, but then on your own turn, you have the abilities back online. And finds their second power tablet as well.
Okay, when there's 2 power tablet prized, finding both of the other ones, that is amazing. That's and didn't even use Forest Seal Stone because you used that back on turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And
that's wonderful.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Ethan. Could have maybe gone for a Chromatic, but decided no, I'd rather thin the rest of my hand out and just use this Ultra Ball to grab another Genesect. And this way, now you're drawing up to 5.
Yeah, I'm just double checking the maths on that. I believe it is exactly 250 on both sides. Mew's doing 250, Raikou got 250. So I believe that means we are exactly at the number here with those 2, and it needed to be 2 power tablet. Of course, Choice Belt would have done it, but no such luck here. So yeah, this is a great start. And now we've got 5 Pokemon out. We're drawing with Fusion Strike system. I'm liking this, Freya.
And there's another Mew VMAX ready to go and a path to the peak for good measure. So a absolutely phenomenal set of draws here from Ethan. He's finding exactly what he needs from these Fusion Strike systems.
Yeah, path to the peak is much less effective at this point in the game. It will turn off the fleet-footed on the bench Raikou, which is nice. But that is about it at this stage. I suppose you could go and get an extra lightning Pokemon with Miraidon, so you're certainly getting some utility out of it. It's not as good as it would have been turn 1 had it stuck, but it's still going to be quite nice to pop it down, hurt your opponent, because, I mean, what does Ethan really need now? Like, you know, keep drawing double turbo.
Yeah, I guess at this point it is true. Another Fusion Strike system after benching the Mew, finding even more sort of boss's orders from next turn could be really, really great. And actually very importantly, the double turbo energy so you can actually attack.
I mean, that always helps. Being able to attack is generally a good thing. So we do see that path to the peak coming down here. Now we see the KO. Just done enough. And look, Simon going for that Bravery Charm on the Raikou, getting a KO with that. That was absolutely the play. When you consider that 2 power tablet were prized, it was such a good play. It really was not likely Ethan was going to do it. What have you seen, Freya?
Okay, well, I was about to say, Simon's hand is terrible, but then he just draws a Professor's Research for the turn.
And there is an electric generator in there as well that we can go for. And actually, this is lovely because you've got your Ultra Ball. Get rid of a couple of cards that, let's face it, you were just going to discard with a Professor's Research anyway. And then you get your Flaffy to accelerate some energy. You play your electric generator, crossing your fingers that, you know, that hits 1 or 2, and you've still got your attachment for the turn. And this is working very nicely. Should be able to fire off an attack with Raikou while powering up a Miraidon here. Although, honestly, I'm looking for a Raichu to get a giant 1-hit KO, or I'm looking for a poke followed up by an Iron Hand, which would actually close out the game.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that Simon can go about it here, and this is like the risk that you run into, right? When you're up against a strategy that has a way of taking extra prize cards and you're a free prize Pokemon, if you can either just by getting knocked out by Raichu, or by doing the soften up of play with the Raikou to then follow up with Iron Hands, it's very Even's in a good position, but it's still very potentially scary for him. Simon is not out of this game by any means.
Even an escape rope would actually be really nice here, because there's nothing on the bench. That Mew VMAX didn't get evolved, so there's all just Mew and Genesect on the bench. So actually, even an escape rope here would allow a KO from Simon. And there's a couple different ways to go. What you don't want to do is just 2-hit KO the Mew for free prizes.
No.
It's either hit the Mew and finish with Iron Hands, or it is, you know, get a big giant 1-hit KO with Raichu, or it is play something like an escape rope to try and go after the bench.
So looking at the hand currently, I actually don't know if there's a way to do it. There's some good draws there. We found the Raichu, which is absolutely great. Found the Lightning Energy, but I don't think there's enough to actually power up an attack.
Oh, well, there's a Raikou in the active with an energy, and you've got the attachment for turn.
Okay, that's true. So, yeah, but instead, Simon, maybe think about powering up the Miraidon. You do have Dynamotor still.
You do. You've got the Flaffy, can accelerate the energy, so that will absolutely work. So there's no issue here about getting the attack off with Miraidon. you are going to have to attack into the Mew. And look, if you're far enough ahead, it's fine to just 2-hit KO the Mew, but the problem is you're going to 2-hit KO the Mew and then have to take out a 2-prizer on the bench as well. It's just, you know, it's basically a 3-turn win rather than a 2-turn win, which could happen if you could attack the bench or if you could get an Iron Hands next turn.
Yeah. Now, actually, Simon opting to bench the Raichu, so they're leaving that bench slot occupied. So no way to put down an Iron Hands anymore, but maybe Simon valuing just being able to make sure that Raichu is an option in case you can't find the Iron Hands, and if the Miranda gets knocked out, of course, then the bench slot will free up for the Iron Hands that way. Ethan has another double turbo and another Mew VMAX. Gonna definitely want to be attacking with that bench one and kind of deny the easy KO option from Simon there, force the boss's orders out of him. And it's just is it just gonna be power tablet, retreat, and attack, maybe?
It may well be. There's just not the resources for Ethan to, you know, your choice belt doesn't work on a Pokemon EX. You've only got access to one power tablet in the deck. So because of the reduction, no, it actually works out perfectly. It's 220.
Yeah, absolutely. 190 after the double turbo. Yeah, 220. Only one power tablet needed. So yeah, 2 more prizes from Ethan. Finds actually that power tablet that he used was one of the first 2 prizes he took. So very important that he took that. And he just took the other one now. So Ethan has enough resources to get the last 2 prize KO to win. So now it's up to Simon. Can he find the means to go Iron Hands, boss's orders on this Mew, and take the 4 prizes in one go?
And it has to be. Were you able to get a big Raichu KO last turn or an escape rope to KO one of the smaller bench Pokemon, then all you would need here is, you know, just it would have been easy. You could have bossed, you could have Raichu, there was a bunch of options. Here, you're in a really awkward situation. If you don't win the game this turn, Ethan, I mean, there's a lot of those Pokemon that are quite easy to KO. It's kind of like one power tablet will get you the Raichu. You don't even need a power tablet to take out the Squawkabilly. So, yeah, there's quite a lot of options here, unfortunately, for Ethan to win next turn. So, Simon, but trying to get Iron Hands on that bench Mew is going to be a lot of work.
Yeah, so not being able to sort of kind of have the Iron Hands ready in reserve and sort of preset it up and simultaneously missing the KO was absolutely huge for Simon there. So it was a good draw off the research, but not quite enough. And now Simon is going to try and piece together this combo, but it does give Ethan a window of opportunity to take this game away if he can just get the last KO before Simon can set up this Iron Hands.
Absolutely. We do see the Iron Hands being searched out here. It is Simon's only chance of winning this turn. So, and it's a lot to ask for. You've got your Dynamotor, but you then need 3 other energy in addition to the Dynamotor.
Yeah, and also bear in mind that Simon could have saved that double turbo energy and attached it to the Iron Hands to make it easier, but actually opted to discard it off the Ultra Ball instead.
That is, I mean, there's only so many resources you've got. You're absolutely right when you say that, but sometimes it's just, there are other cards you end up needing a little bit more. So we need a Dynamotor, and then it's either attach a double turbo, hit 1 electric generator, or attach a lightning energy, hit 2 energy off electric generator. The problem is you would also need a boss, and we've just played Judge.
Yeah, so this has to be a 2-turn thing, right, which does leave the window of opportunity open for Ethan. If he can just find a boss's orders, then that'll be enough to win the game. It doesn't even need any damage modifiers because that Squawkabilly is right there ready on the bench to be knocked out.
Yeah, and of course, one of the things about Iron Hands is it does have that 230, the number which is becoming more and more relevant in the game right now, which means that you can't just KO it with a power tablet.
So Ethan just drew Escape Rope and Power Tablet. So if Simon goes for a play the same way, just retreats into the Flaffy, then Ethan can just play Escape Rope and it will force Simon to bring up the Iron Hands because that'll be the only thing out of range.
It will indeed. The Iron Hands can take a hit with a single power tablet, and we've seen 3 power tablet be played, and Choice Bout doesn't affect Iron Hands. So we do know that Mew is essentially really tapping out at 220 damage here.
Yeah.
So the Iron Hands will survive, but then you've got a 10 HP Pokemon surviving it. This is not an ideal situation any way around. The problem is if you put Iron Hands active, I suppose it's, just chooses to pass, and we know...
Well, attack.
Well, okay, so...
Yeah. But that means the game's over.
Yeah.
Ethan just retreats and plays a power tablet and just does a cross-region strike, and that will be going to game 2.
That is unfortunately it. When I say pass, I meant essentially end the turn without winning, which is essentially the same thing. We do see a Cramomatic.
That wasn't a power tablet. I was mistaken. Sorry. Yeah, I thought I saw a power tablet, but no, that was in the previous hand.
Yeah, there was a Judge coming down.
It's there.
Another Cramomatic is being flipped here, and that's another Tails.
No, the power tablet's there. I was right. You just play it and retreat and win, right? Am I missing something?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, there it is.
Power tablet retreat and win, and Ethan will take this 1-0. We are going to game 2.
There she is.
There's a reaction from Amy. Hi, Amy.
Hi. Oh, that's wonderful.
That was a good thing to see, Amy. Obviously, delighted to see Ethan taking that first game. And yeah, not 100% sure what was going on with those Cramomatic there, but it did not matter. Just that power tablet was enough. And Ethan, that was a very tight game, because we had the 2 power tablet prized. Every one of those 4 power tablet was incredibly important there. Like, every KO needed the power tablet, and if Ethan had had 1 fewer power tablet on any turn, that would not have worked.
Yeah, the power tablets are absolutely key there, so finding each one at the right time. And with the Cramomatics, I mean, it could just easily be nerves, right? Sometimes you're looking for like the more complicated win condition because you're thinking in a bad spot, and you don't realize you have the simple one right in front of you that just, oh, I played a power tablet, I retreat, I attack. You know, I've done it before. I'm sure you probably have as well.
I get super paranoid when I'm about to win a big game. I'm like, no, this can't be all of it. Can't just be 1 card to win.
Surely it can't be this easy.
No.
No.
Let's play a few. Let's really tighten up this win. And my opponent's just like, you had that the whole time. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, and for your opponent, right, it's something you feel really bad because you think, oh, were you just like, you know, were you just slow rolling it? But then sometimes it's just generally, oh, I did not realize I had this. Yeah.
Want to make sure you get the win. This is a high pressure situation. This is top 8 of a regional. There's almost 1,000 masters playing in this regional, and you know this top 8 game is very, very big. So we've got Ethan playing Mew, one game up to 0 against Simon with that Miraidon deck, and we kind of saw what was going on. Simon had chances, but that first game was a case of Ethan just having what he needed to get those KOs, while Simon didn't have quite enough of the big Raichu KO, wasn't able to get the Iron Hand established, just a little bit short.
Yeah, just a little bit short, and that really was the key turn, right? The turn where it was just softening up with the Raikou rather than, you know, getting a big KO with the Raichu or, you know, setting up something with the Iron Hand. It just wasn't quite enough to get Simon over the finish line, and Ethan just had the tablets every single time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Oftentimes you're going to play against Mew and you're going to be like, oh, they had everything they needed. Like, yeah, have you seen how many cards they draw? Well, we know there was a Path to the Peak in play for a lot that last game, so that does change it quite a bit. But this is one of the reasons why Mew is such a good archetype. You've got Genesec's Fusion Strike system. It draws a redonkulous amount of cards. And it means that a lot of the time, yeah, you know what? Mew does just have what it needs, because it just draws more than any deck other than maybe Gardevoir.
Yeah, and another mulligan here from Simon. You do not want to be giving Mew mulligan cards, not by any stretch.
No, that's at least 2 mulligans now. You can see the well, you can't. We can see the die sitting on top of Ethan's deck there. There's a 2 on it at the moment every time. And we changed the mulligan rules a few years ago. Essentially, when your opponent has a basic Pokemon, you look at how many mulligans they've taken, you declare how many cards you're going to take, and then take that number. You used to be able to take them 1 by 1, and then essentially stop when you've taken enough. Now you have to declare before you start drawing.
Oh, when you say recently, how recently did that change?
It feels recently, but I also feel young, so I don't know. It's probably a while ago at this stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember that change being that recent, I think.
Us a while ago.
Yeah, us showing our age clearly. So anyways, here we are going into game 2. Simon will be going first, looks like, wanting to find that turn 1 Path to the Peak to stop Ethan's setup without a doubt. Start over fleet-footed, and oh no, that is, I mean, if you're going second, that hand is fine, but going first, like, that's, what do you even do?
I mean, next turn, you Professor's Research.
Yeah, but...
Oh, no, there's 2 Electric Generator in hand and no bench Pokemon.
Yeah, even if you do Research, that is a horrible Professor's Research. Just got 2 more Researches and the 2 Generators.
You need Electric Generator to get your energy out, but Electric Generator will only attach to the bench Pokemon, so Simon is crossing his fingers hard that he draws a basic next turn. Any basic will do, just to try and get that energy on the board.
Yeah.
Over to Ethan, and we've actually lost a power tablet turn 1. There's none prize this turn, or this game, I should say. But remember, every one of those 4 power tablet came in really handy in game 1. So it's one of the key cards we're tracking in this matchup. It's something we need to bear in mind moving forward.
Yeah, now, saving grace here for Ethan is that, well, actually, let's say saving grace for, no, it's like saving grace, but isn't even the right word. Ethan has a very, very good setup going, right? He got the Ultra Ball ready and gonna fire off that Forest Fieldstone, and already coming in with the Battle VIP pass off of that. Ethan is once again having a great turn one setup. No, I remember what I was going to say now. The saving grace for Simon is that because Ethan is playing this version, not the Fusion Strike version, there's no risk of a turn one knockout of a Meloetta.
No, not at all. This version of Mew needs a turn to get rolling. Turn one, you get your Genesect down, you get your Mew down, draw a bunch of cards, maybe attach your double turbo, and then it's turn two where you evolve up into the Mew V Max and start launching attacks. It has no turn one pressure. Technically, you could attack with Luxray turn one.
I guess you could, yeah. And maybe that's something that Ethan could even consider, thinking, oh, hold on, maybe Simon's hand isn't great, but it has a good trainer for turn two. But with the commitment of the double turbo to the Mew, not going to be happening.
No, this is really one of those situations where, you know, you put your opponent, you know, maybe you Iono down to one, and then you can go and use Luxray to, you know, get the only card in the hand.
Yeah, and to tell you what, Ethan is thinking about that later on because he has gone and decided to bench that Luxray. Now, it is a very, very useful attacker for exactly that kind of disruption, but that does mean that Ethan will be locked to drawing up to 5 a Fusion Strike system every turn instead of 6.
Yeah, Luxray is a fast Pokemon, but it is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon, so that is going to hurt the draws as we go through. What was the top deck?
It was a Judge.
You have to judge.
Yeah, you have to. Like,
you have to judge.
That is a massive bailout there because, yeah, you don't draw that many cards, but you cannot afford to lose this many resources by researching.
No, it's the electric generator. When you've got no Flaffy down, and we do see a fleet-footed into a third electric generator. Okay. You definitely judge here.
Yeah. If you
cannot.
No, there's no way. Don't do it, Simon. Don't do it.
No, there's no discussion here, Freya. There's no discussion. You have to judge. You cannot lose 3 of your 4 electric generator turn 1 when you're already down a game. Maybe you can chance it if you're even on game, you know, if it's game 1. I still wouldn't. No. But no way you can do that when you lost game 1. That is, oh, that is not a good situation.
Honestly, if that were me, I'd be half tempted to show my opponent my hand before shuffling it away. So like, yeah, there's no way I'm researching all of this.
No, you absolutely, and thank goodness that judge was drawn. Yeah. I mean, imagine, because you have to, if there's no judge there, you have to Professor's Research, you have to get rid of your other 2 research, you have to get rid of your free electric generator. That is not good.
No, not at all. Now, it does mean that these 4 cards from Judge are going to be very, very important, especially because there's no option for Squawkabilly to dig further, right? It's going to be, like, Simon needs to find a Miraidon here, basically.
Yep.
And, oh, there it is.
Okay, that's good. Miraidon basically fills your bench, so you're good. You can have as many lightning Pokemon as you like here, so that's going to be quite nice. And actually, if you go for a second Miraidon and bench the, you bench the Raichu, you will have a full bench. But is there even an energy to launch an attack?
No, there isn't. That's the thing. Like, the Miraidon's a great find, but there's nothing else to follow up with. There's a boss's orders. There's also no draw power for next turn. So Simon's really riding on the top of his deck here. I mean, thinning out with the Miraidon now will help a lot, and I imagine he's going to do the chain of one Miraidon into the other to kind of make those odds more likely. But yeah, it could get very rough very quickly.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is, like, if you had an energy, you'd actually have the KO on Genesect, because you'd be hitting 220. Yeah. It would be really quite nice. You don't have any energy here.
Yeah, and that's so unlikely as well, the amount of energy that you play. So actually, it's a bit of a rough one from Simon, finding, you know, some good cards, but yeah, missing the energy is a big miss.
That's a big thing for me here, missing that energy. If you had the energy, I think you're looking pretty good at this stage. And we do see Simon kind of almost reacting to that, going double Mareep. A lot of the time, we'll see a single Mareep as a little bit of a top-up. This is almost Simon's way of just saying, I'm behind in this game. I need some explosive turns, and double Flaffy will do it.
Well, there is still a chance to dig for a knockout here, because there's a switch in Simon's hand. So you could switch, and then fleet-footed, maybe hope to find an energy, and then you can still get the KO.
And then, of course, because Beach Court would allow you to retreat after the switch. So, okay. Yeah, and to be honest, there's a lot of energy in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. So
there's 13 energy in the deck. Bring it down to, well, there's 2 prize, 1 on the active. So there's 10 energy in that deck right now.
Yeah, it's 100% worth going for. So it's, unless Simon disagrees, I mean, I know it's small marginal, but I mean, it's the difference between taking 2 prizes and not, right? So, well, I guess you could do it this way around. So yeah, retreat first, and then fleet-footed. Do you find an energy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a vacuum.
Oh, I made my call. I called it wrong. That is not what you want to see. Simon is not having the luck of the draw in this game. So it is just going to be a pass here. Not an exciting pass. It's just going to be a regular, ordinary, everyday, run-of-the-mill pass. And this is not what you're looking for. And next turn, Ethan's going to start firing off some attacks.
Yeah, and he's actually debating the switch now because he's thinking, hold on, if I can't take a knockout this turn, I want to at least make it harder for my opponent to do so. So if I switch back into this Raikou with the Bravery Charm, yeah, I'm burning a switch, but it means that I'm forcing my opponent to work harder for the 2 prizes.
Yeah, forces a double. No,
that.
Just into a Mareep. I actually really like this.
This is actually better.
It kind of ruins your opponent's prize map a bit. It means that in order to win the game, they've either still got to KO free 2 prizes, or at some point they've got to gust up your Flaffies. There's another reason to go for the double Mareep that we saw a moment ago, and now we see the Genesect starting to draw with a box of disaster attached.
Yeah, it's actually really, really good stuff. Oh, there's a grabber, so not a card we've seen very frequently, but yeah, going to be able to put that Raichu back to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget that if you use Grabber, that can give away that your opponent only has 1 good trainer card, and then in comes Luxray.
Absolutely. Now, 2 Fusion Strike systems used, and Ethan also not finding some great cards, although there's a Chromatic scanning Battle VIP. Is this going to be a heads? No, it's a tails.
Ethan's not having luck on Chromatic this match at all. It's not going well for him.
No, not at all. Oh, another Forest Sealstone, another Mew VMAX. That's, yeah, you need a way to get this Genesect out of the active. That's the big problem you have right now. You can, get some more cards out of the hand. You can evolve the other Mew. At this point, do you maybe path to the peak? It seems a little bit... It stops the beach court, right? And at this point, you also don't need to draw anymore with a Genesect, so you could have played it down, but like Ethan thinking, no, I would rather just judge my opponent right now and try and find a switch out.
Yeah, I don't mind this play at all. You've judged your opponent, put him down to a 4-card hand. You're really just digging for that switch. I do see the merit in playing Path to the Peak, but then by the same token, Ethan doesn't have everything he needs right now.
No.
And if you put a Path down, turn off your Genesect, and then you get a random 4 cards off Judge, if they turn out to be not great cards, you can actually hurt yourself, and you're 1 game 1. You don't need to be quite so aggressive in your plays. You can play a little bit safer here because you know you've got another game coming later.
Oh, there's another grabber as well, so you'll be able to put that Mew away.
Oh, Mew's going to go down, and it's not a great... What was the last card in Simon's hand? It's a Forest Seal Stone.
Okay.
Oh,
that's live.
This is a situation where I want a Luxray.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You don't have the resources.
No, but that absolutely would have been the best move to make if he could have done that. But now instead, Simon actually drawing pretty well off that Judge. Has a electric generator ready to go and finds 2 energy as well.
Oh, this could be a turnaround for Simon here. You've got that Forest Seal Stone that can get you any cards you want. You've got 2 energy off the electric generator. And that Luxray would have been so good getting rid of that Forest Seal Stone going, well, you've got your generator, but you've got nothing else here.
Yeah.
We do see it going 1 onto the Raikou there and 1 onto the other Raikou, as it turns out.
And then, Forest Seal Stone, you can just put that on the Raikou, which doesn't have the Bravery Charm on it, and you don't need to use it straight away, right? You could just...
Oh, no, onto the Miraidon.
Oh, okay, changing your mind. I guess you already have 1 Raikou powered up, so yeah, kind of diversify your range of viable attackers. It makes a lot of sense. Forest Seal Stone going on, and yeah, just the research.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to research for 7 cards here, so that's going to give you a nice big new hand, and that is quite nice. What have we got? We've got energy. Is that a Bravery Charm? We've got a Flaffy there as well to evolve up. There's some good stuff in this hand.
Yeah, and also, don't forget, the Beach Court's still in play, so this Mareep in the active actually just retreats for free, so Simon's got the attack this turn.
Yeah, he does. This is a big turnaround. Going into last turn, going into Ethan's last turn, it really seemed like Ethan was in a commanding position, but not being able to fire off an attack, and then Simon having this monster turn. You do not expect this to happen when you judge your opponent.
No, you really don't. So Simon's got to be absolutely thrilled at this turn of events currently. So Raikou goes into the active, and this will be a knockout in Genesect, and Simon will finally take the first 2 prizes of this game.
Yeah, and we did see them take the first 2 prizes of the last game, and it didn't make much difference in the end. But certainly, you take the first 2 prizes, you get the initiative, and also, Box of Disaster is going to drop some damage counters.
Oh, that is true.
But it's kind of interesting. Ethan's now got 2 Genesect. You're only drawing until you got 4 cards in hand. The draw is being hurt a little bit here as it stands.
There is another Mew in hand, so you could bench that and draw up to 5 again, but quite nice that actually Ethan doesn't have to burn his power tablet now. The Box of Disaster has put in a lot of work, so you can now just save that for later.
Yeah, that's quite nice, and that's another way around kind of not having those power tablets, because this means that the Raikou is going to be absolutely in range here. So the KO is easy. I mean, the KO is already on board, frankly. The KO is not a question. The question is, what can Ethan do to set up for the next turn?
It's going to be some kind of disruption supporter is going to be ideal, I think, because obviously Simon's hand is quite big right now. You want to be able to prevent a return knockout. That's going to be the big thing that Ethan's going to want to avoid, because if you can make it so that your opponent is forced to 2-shot a Mew, that's how Ethan gets back into this game, but just by taking a 2-2-2 prize map.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different... I mean, we said it out last turn. You can use... Well, you can't use Escape Rope anymore because there's another Movie Max on the bench. But you can go after your opponent's bench with stuff like Boss's Orders or a free in Simon's deck. Or you can go for the 2-hit KO, but you're using Iron Hand, which is not on the board right now. Or you can just go for the big Raichu KO, but you've got to remember, if you're doing that, it takes a lot of energy to actually pull that off, and you need to make sure you've actually got the resources to do so. If you're going to go for that, you kind of need Zapdos on the board, because Mew's got 310, bringing it down to 300 makes the maths much easier with Raichu.
Yeah, it really does. But the problem is your bench is a bit clogged, right? You can't bench the Raichu and the Zapdos here.
Cannot. No, I was going to mention that. So, you can't be just 2-hit KOing the Mew for free prizes, not with the prize map the way it's going, not after what we saw in the first game.
No, exactly. You can, sure, like set up a 2-hit knockout with the Iron Hands to sort of take it, but we saw that it just adds so much more difficulties to your plays, right? Because you need to get so much energy on it. Granted, there's 2 Flaffies coming to play now, so pulling off an attack with the Iron Hands, in theory, should be a lot easier this game.
I mean, you can double Dynamotor and attach your double Turbo Energy, and that's going to work out quite nicely, frankly. I mean, it does mean that, you know, the double turbo brings you down to only doing 100, but as long as you can do 210 to the Mew first, and you should be doing 220 to the Mew, you're going to be okay. The maths is going to work out there. And yeah, I mean, you just need to be setting up for a play like that. Of course, Ethan's got 2 Mew V Max. Simon is going to have to gust to pull that play off. There's no way Ethan is just going to leave the Mew in the active heavily damaged.
Yeah, and without a doubt as well, Ethan will disrupt Simon's hand before taking a knockout to make that gusting even less likely as well.
Absolutely, he probably is. He's got an Iono in the deck. He's got free Judge in the deck. So, yeah, hand disruption with Mew. It's weird that, you know, everything that used to be a Mew counter is now a Mew staple. Path to the peak, hand disruption. We used to play these to try and beat Mew, and now Mew's like, oh, good idea. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Oh, now very, very important thing to note here. Simon is finally opted to use that Star Alchemy on the Forest Seal Stone, and actually is going to get the boss's orders.
Love this. Like this. What I really like about this, he's combining it with benching a Raichu. So what you essentially do is you boss something off of the bench, KO with the Miraidon, but then it doesn't matter what's active next turn because Raichu can go smash, and of course, if Ethan takes a KO, that will open up a bench space for the Zapdos, which isn't prized, and that means that 5 energy getting discarded will mean a 1-hit KO with Raichu, so that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for here.
So it means you don't need to set up a 9-hand, you can just load up a Raichu and a bunch of energy on the field and take the win that way, absolutely. Very, very good stuff. So now it's just a matter of what the boss's orders, and even Simon just going for a Genesect here, wanting to make sure that Ethan has as little access to draw as possible, and given that one Genesect's already been KO'd and there's no way to get them back, Ethan's now going to be limited to only 2 Fusion Strike systems per turn.
Yep, and we have actually got the Zapdos in hand for what it's worth if we're going the Raichu route next turn. And the Bravery Charm is on the Miraidon, because this is something that is absolutely on my radar here. If this Miraidon can survive this turn, then we're actually going to see that there's already enough energy for Raichu, but also the Miraidon can just gust and KO something else. So this Miraidon with a Bravery Charm, if it can survive this turn, will essentially lock the game up for Simon. It becomes a very, very good odds of winning at that point. But it's all over to Ethan. We're going to get this KO.
Wait, he just Ultra Balled away to Zapdos.
I mean, if he's going to get enough energy with a Raichu, it's fine. Essentially, the Zapdos acts as another energy.
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah.
Raichu works in multiples of 60. Mew has 310. So if you don't have the Zapdos, you need to discard 6 energy for Dynamic Spark for the KO. With the Zapdos, it brings it down to 5 energy, and then Zapdos will do that extra 10.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, right, because it means that now you're relying on a generator. If this Miraidon gets KO'd, there'll be 2 energy on the field from the Raikou, and then you can do double Dynamotor, and you can attach 1 from hand, and that would be 5. But then, if you're doing it this way around, you have to get that 6 energy, which means that you need a little bit of an extra push.
Or you just boss's order something on the bench, and then it's easy. So there are a bunch of options around for Simon to get these last 2 prizes. Now we see the first one. Are we going to see... I think, do we need 3 here?
It's... Well, no.
Oh, no, we don't, because we've got a lost vacuum. We need one. We've got one. Ethan's got the KO here, and we're going to be right back. Oh, and a judge as well. I mean, you said this yourself, Freya. Yeah. Ethan is going to disrupt the hand before he takes the KO.
Now, judge is, it's a bit unfortunate because that's, an Iona would have been a lot better there. You know, giving your opponent 4 gives them a few more likely outs to hit it, but unfortunately, no access to Iona, so was forced to judge instead. It's still, it's better than what, you know, doing no disruption at all, but Ethan is really going to be crossing his fingers that Simon does not have an out to win.
I also kind of want to get a path to the peak if I'm Ethan here.
Oh, without a doubt.
Because, I mean, firstly, it's nice to turn off abilities, but with Beach Court in play, you do actually get an extra card because you just put the Raikou active. Regardless of whether you want to attack with it or not, you draw with fleet-footed and you've got the guaranteed retreat.
Great. Oh, look at that
energy path to the peak. It's not ideal.
It's not, and even now looking at it, oh, look at Amy's reaction.
Oh, loving that we got the Amy cam for this game. So, I mean, the KO for Ethan isn't the issue here. It is what's going to happen next turn. And it literally is. I mean, it's, you know, to use a football expression, we're in Europe after all, next goal wins. Next KO is going to end up winning this match. And Ethan doesn't really need anything. What have you seen?
Grammatic here. That is a heads.
Oh, that is a heads. I mean, path to the peak would be fun here, just to try and just shut. And now, did Ethan play the grabber?
Yeah.
So he knows how terrible Simon's hand is.
Yeah, exactly.
So now,
so yeah, there's no reason to grab the path to the peak.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still you're still cutting off the draw from the Raikou here, which is what I'm particularly liking. But
and also, so yeah, you don't want to give your opponent the flexibility of the beach court unless there's already a path in Ethan's hand. Maybe maybe we could have missed.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head here.
No.
What did he get off the Crammatic? I didn't see.
It was the boss's orders.
I mean, I like that as well, because then you got the kind of guaranteed win next turn. So, Simon's on a one-turn clock. It's simple as that. Either Simon gets a KO this turn, or he loses.
Big draw, and it's an electric generator. That could also do the trick.
No, it couldn't. You can only get to 5 energy, even if you hit 2 energy off the generator.
No, we have 2 Dynamotors.
Oh, and the Dynamo. Oh, you got loads of energy. Flaffy's good at getting energy, right?
Yeah, but this goes back to what I was saying before. Without the Zapdos, you need 1 off this generator, because there's an energy in hand, so you go double Dynamotor, attach from hand. If you hit 1 energy off this generator, you win the game.
Yeah, that should be quite nice. Of course, you need to get 2 energy onto the Raichu, but that's going to be easy with your Flaffy being able to accelerate it.
Yeah. And if Simon hadn't have discarded the Zapdos, he'd actually have the win right now. He just with the tandem unit.
Yeah, the tandem unit just goes and gets the Zapdos. You got 2 energy out, 2 with a Dynamotor, attach for turn, and then you can just retreat and do 310 exactly with Raichu there.
I think, if I was seeing Simon's deck correctly, there's 2 lightning energies left in the deck. And that deck is not looking massively thin.
No, at the moment, it looks like we can do 300 damage. There are 2 on the Raikou, 2 energy, 2 from the Dynamotor, 1 attach from hand. That's 5 energy. It's actually kind of annoying he drew so much energy, because if you draw the energy and it's in your hand, it's not in your deck available to use with the electric generator.
It was a very unfortunate turn of events to Simon. Exactly not what he would have wanted to see in any situation. So it all comes down to this now. Electric generator. Can Simon find 1 energy to close out this game and take us to a game 3?
Not
3.
Yet.
5,
oh,
there it is!
Double energy off the electric generator. Did not see that coming. And we see the thumbs up from Ethan. Yeah, okay, fine. You've got enough energy. Let's go over the game 3. Who needs Zapdos, eh? Who needs Zapdos?
Wow, and Simon, you can see from the look on Simon's face, he knows that was absolutely by the edge of the seat there. Wow, what an incredible finish. And we're going to a game 3.
Oh, I want a game 3 here, Freya. I want a game 3. Game 1 and game 2 were fun. I'm well up for a game 3 for this one. This is, I mean, community vote. Thank you. You've done us a solid here. You know, we're at your mercy. You're telling us which game we get to commentate here, and you've gone and picked the right one. The lovely crew picked us the right set. It's December. It's the festive season. We get the winter set. That's a win. And now we get a great top 8. That's a win as well. So, I mean, this is my favorite kind of best of 3, Freya. We've already seen Ethan win a game, and we've seen Ethan's plan. This is how Ethan wins. And then in game 2, we saw Simon win a game, and this is how Simon wins. We didn't see these weird, cheeky wins. We've seen one example of each deck doing what each deck does. So now we get to go to game 3 and see which can, you know, do their plan the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, of course, Ethan will be going first again. And what I'd be curious to see is, can Ethan get a turn 1 path that sticks?
I mean, that would be huge. Turning off the Squawk ability, turning off the Miraidon ability, you know, both of those turn 1 absolutely would be big. So, yeah, that, you know, turn 1 path to the peak, getting set up, that is huge. Simon's taken the first KO both games, even game 2 where it was not looking great. And that's the thing, Simon did not have the best luck in game 2. And yet still managed to pull it off.
Yeah, and a really impressive recovery as well. Even perhaps making it a little bit more, harder for himself and having the unfortunate draws with the judge at the end, drawing a bunch of energy, but still finding 2 off the electric generator.
That was nice. Oh, we got a reversal from game 2. It's Ethan who is mulliganing now.
Oh, okay.
So he is going to be giving Simon an extra card here. At least 1 extra card. Assuming Simon wants to take it and it's turn 1, you want to get set up. Yeah, taking the extra card.
An interesting decision here though, between, so you can either start with the Raikou or with the Raichu. I mean, Raikou obviously gives you the extra draw, the fleet-footed, but no, looks like an opt to start with the Raichu here.
I want to put the Raikou down. Oh, no, we did put the Raichu down. I like the Raikou personally. I like the fleet-footed. And also, we've seen in the past 2 games, Simon loves attacking with the Raikou in the early game. Because Ethan is basically forced to fill up his bench by the nature of the deck that he's playing, that means you fill up your bench, you do 220, and all of those lovely Pokemon, you know, V go down.
Yeah, quite an interesting heads-up thing here. Normally, we don't see players going second, putting down an extra Pokemon, you know, before the setup. But of course, Simon, knowing that Ethan plays Grabber, doesn't want one of the Pokemon to be grabbered away, so actually just puts it down to keep it safe.
Yeah, I love that. Nice heads-up play. There is a combination here of kind of playing Grabber and playing Path to the Peak and really locking Simon out of the game from the very beginning. So yeah, this is one of those situations where you kind of have to. You can't play a supporter turn 1. Usually your hand is safe. Not here.
No, absolutely not. So another mulligan, incidentally, from Ethan. So more resources for Simon. And of course, going first, there's no way to disrupt your opponent's hand other than Grabber, right? So it's going to be a little bit unfortunate for Ethan because it means that Simon's going to have more outs to find a potential counter to a Path to the Peak.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. So,
and then again,
another mulligan. That's 3 mulligans so far. I mean,
this is not what you want.
I mean, if Simon wants an answer to Path to the Peak, he's got 3 extra cards to do it.
Okay, to be fair, there's a beach court already in hand.
Okay, but he's still got 3 extra cards to do it. But you're right, he does already have a beach call. That's going to help. That's obviously going to help. Yeah. But of course, you know, Ethan doesn't know that, so Ethan is still going to be looking to get that established turn 1. And also, at some point, get a basic Pokemon.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? So another 7, does Ethan finally find one here? I mean, it is a low basic count in the deck, so, you know, this does happen on occasion, but there it is. There's the Mew.
Yeah, and a Genesect there as well. Plenty to go. You know what I love, Freya? We're in a best of 3. We've got 30 minutes left for game 3. There's none of that both players rushing to try and get a resolution malarkey. Oh, no. Wait. 3 Genesect, our prize for Ethan.
Oh, my.
3 Genesect, our prize. This is game 3. Now, to be fair... Oh, wait. Oh, no. There's 2 Miraidon prized for Simon. For a second there, I looked at his deck list, but there's 2 different types. There's 1 Miraidon available for Simon, 1 Genesect available for Ethan. Just to be clear, that is not fair.
No, that's really not ideal.
Much worse for Ethan. We've been talking about this Fusion Strike system, and here's the thing. What are you going to do? Like, I mean, this is where Ethan's going to find out there's no more Genesect in the deck. Because what you really want to do is fill up your bench in order to maximize the draws you get from your single Fusion Strike system. But then if you do that, then you draw the Genesect and you can't play them down and get more Fusion Strike system.
So then, at this point, it's debatable. Do you force yourself for the Hisuian Heavy Ball instead, just so you can get a Genesect out?
Well, yes.
Well, it seems like Ethan is still going for the Battle VIP pass. You can get a couple of Mew out, so, you know, maybe your first Genesect draws a decent amount, and then you can find your way into the Hisuian Heavy Ball. And yeah, we can see the reaction on Amy's face. It's not a good situation to be in.
There's only 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball in the deck. There are 3 Genesect in the prizes. They are way too important. Look, Ethan's a better Genesect Mew player than me. Let's be perfectly clear about this. You know, he's made it into the top 8, not me. I would have gone Hisuian Heavy Ball there. I know it's 1 fewer Pokemon, but but then again, here's the awkward thing. You've only got 1 Mew. So if you go for the Hisuian Heavy Ball for the Genesect and your only Mew gets knocked out, then you can't Mew next turn.
Yeah, which is obviously very rough. So here's the one.
You don't Hisuian Heavy Ball.
So there's the 1 Fusion Strike system, and then just a pass. Wow, that's rough.
I mean, I think that's a good way to put it. Like, as much as I was quite bullish on going for the Hisuian Heavy Ball, you would then leave you for the lone Mew. And my point is, it's really bad to not get an extra Genesect out. and it's really bad to leave one Mew there that could be KO'd on your opponent's first turn. Both of those are bad decisions, and you have to make one of them.
Yeah, it is you're in a tough spot if you do, and you're in a tough spot if you don't. So over to Simon's turn. There is a nest ball to start things off. Simon's hand is looking very, very strong. I mean, it was already decent to begin with, but then with the amount of cards that Simon drew, yeah, just even more so. Now, double Miraidon Prize is a little bit awkward. That means that you can't do like a chain of tandem units, but there's still the one left, so can still do one tandem unit and start to set up the Mareeps, set up the Raikos, and the sort of get himself nicely set up that way. Is there even an argument to not go for Squawkabilly? I mean, I'm not sure what else is in Simon's hand. There was a lot there resource-wise, but it seems like you recognize that your opponent's had a very awkward start, so maybe you don't want to give your opponent the chance to take an easy prize later on with a Squawkabilly.
Yeah, I still kind of like Squawkabilly, and the reason I like, and there's reasons for and against. The reason I kind of like Squawkabilly, my opponent's got one Genesect down, and I don't think they've got a very good hand, and I want to dig for Path to the Peak.
Yeah. So yeah, there is the hand there. So yeah, but some energy is a generator, boss's orders as well. I mean, if you wanted to, you could maybe try and go for a very aggressive, power up an attacker with a generator, and then try and knock out the one Genesect left.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the Path to the Peak is kind of like a little bit extra. Using boss's orders to KO the only Genesect, it's asking a lot, and it's not an option now that the Ultra Ball is coming down, discarding it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be, well, frankly, a little bit mean, but yeah, that would be a very aggressive play. And that's a play that absolutely could have worked out. Okay, so we do see the Ultra Ball there. Decisions to be made. Actually eyeing up that Mew, bringing it to the front there.
Yeah, because, I mean, that gives you a little bit more utility, right? You have the research in hand already, so you have the means to refresh this hand specifically. And the Mew, later on in the game can just, maybe if your hand gets disrupted, you can top up your hand with that restart ability.
Yeah, and then it's still kind of a two-prize liability, but it's going to be there for the whole game, whereas Squawkabilly is a one-turn thing. And yeah, the hand is good. And if you've got a good hand and you don't need a huge amount of stuff, maybe having Mew there as a utility for the game is a better option in the end. I tend to just Squawkabilly all the time because I like seeing extra cards. It is not always the right play.
No, it's not. It's there when you need it, but not just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. And that's something very important to remember when it comes to these kinds of early game setup cards. So electric generator, finds 2 energy already.
Already, actually have 3 energy off of that. That's amazing. So we could see a Miraidon KO this turn. And in terms of the maths, what we got, so you don't actually need the Miraidon. You can do it with a Raikou here. With free bench from Ethan, assuming Simon fills his bench, then that would be exactly 180 damage. So yeah, that would get the Mew.
Yeah, so that's absolutely what's going to happen here. And yeah, you got to assume that you can also put the Bravery Charm on the Raikou as well to make it extra harder for Ethan to take a knockout, especially given that one of the power tablets got burned just to draw more with the Genesect just now.
Oh, I think that's an absolutely fantastic play. Again, we know that it takes 2 of the power tablets to get the KO. Even with a Lost Vacuum, you still actually have to have 1 power tablet. So that works nicely. We do actually get do we get draw with Mew?
I mean, you can do, yeah. There's only 2 cards in hand, right? So you can do restart for 1.
It was touching the Mew, but then he changed his mind for a second. I think he's going to manually attach to the active Raikou and then draw 2 with the Mew, which I like very much indeed.
Yeah, there we go. Restart and drawing, Squawkabilly and Lightning Energy. But that's fine, right? You don't need Squawkabilly anymore. Just, discard it.
That's not bad at all. And Lightning Energy in the discard when you're going to have a Flappy next turn is actually wonderful. We got more energy there. Oh, and Simon, it looked so good for Ethan in game 1 and even for bits of game 2. Game 3 does not look like the first 2. Simon is in a phenomenal position here, and there's nothing really Ethan can do about it at this stage. Simon's deck is just firing in a way that Ethan's isn't. Although, prizing free Genesect in game 3 of top 8 when you're on stream, that is a kind of thing you will be complaining to your friends about for a long time.
Yeah, and let's face it, that's a very valid complaint, right?
Absolutely.
It's one thing to lose it on the last turn of the game, think, oh, if I only had 1 more turn, I would have won. But no, when you start the game and you say, I've priced 3 of my Genesects, like, what are you meant to do?
My general theory of Pokemon is you shouldn't complain about luck, because the vast majority of the time, there's something you've done in your deck building or in your play which you could have used to turn that luck around. There are very few instances where I think a player genuinely just got really unlucky. This might be one of them.
Yeah. So, electric generator and then switch cards.
So we are switching into the Raikou here. Just getting it into the active. Of course, you will have another fleet-footed to use if you want to, and we do. And actually, the combination of Mew and Raikou has been drawing a fun, pretty funky amount of cards here, which is pretty nice.
And the KO is already there ready as well, because as we mentioned, 5 on the bench, 3 on Ethan's side is 180. That's already enough for a KO on the Mew. Now, if you could take out the one with the energy, that would be amazing, of course, but not an option given that you already done your support of a turn. That boss orders is looking pretty for next turn, though.
Oh, it's looking very nice for next turn. And if even, well, you know that the free Genesect are prized. There is no way Ethan goes VIP pass for double Mew when you've already got a Mew out if you've got Genesect available. No way that happens. So Simon knows there's only one Genesect available. That was given away from the Battle VIP pass. You don't go free Mew, 1 Genesect to set up.
No.
So as long as you can not give up a prize this turn, you know you can boss the Genesect and completely cut Ethan off from draw in a way that Path to the Peak never could.
No, absolutely not. Now, I've got to say, Simon's hand after this KO isn't looking amazing. There's like no option to redraw cards. Like, it's giving you had the boss's orders, so then at least you can take some kind of KO. Oh, that's a Feather Ball. You can use that to find the Mew VMAX.
Already got a Mew VMAX.
Oh, you can find another one, or I guess you can find another Mew if you want to. Oh no, actually you can't, because there's already one's been KO'd, and then there's the other ones are already all down. So yeah, just find another Mew VMAX just to get out of the deck as another card to fin, and then yeah, give me Fusion Strike System for 3 cards.
I mean, finning your deck is really, really important when you're really not drawing very many. Giving yourself every little tiny fraction of a percentage chance of drawing what you need becomes absolutely huge. And remember, Mew is drawing until you've got 3 cards in your hand over on Simon's side of the board. Genesect's drawing until you've got 4. It's not much better than a Mew here. Can we draw ourselves out of it? There's a Cramomatic. That could be huge. There's a Power Tablet. If he hits heads on Cramomatic, he can get the Lost Vacuum or the Power Tablet and do it here. Or just boss his orders up the Raichu, and that KO is already on the board.
Well, you need to, right? You need to take prizes. You need to start getting the Genesects out. And luckily for Ethan, there's 1 Genesect, there's 2 Genesect.
I mean, that must be one of the most relieved feelings Ethan has ever had playing the Pokemon trading card game. Because next turn, like, Ethan is actually tied it up. Ethan is keeping up. And now he's going to have access to his Genesect. And I love what Ethan's done here, because there are 2 bench spaces available. Ethan has played this beautifully, hoping the Genesect are coming out, and they are.
Yeah, and also it's a very important draw for turn there. Simon actually drew into an Iono.
Oh, nice. Oh, I've just realized quite how good that is.
Exactly, like that was actually a key draw there, because before that, I mean, there wasn't that much going on in the hand. There was a boss's orders and, a couple of energy and a Mareep. But now with this, maybe Simon's thinking, hold on, there's no Genesects coming down. Chances are maybe there's a few coming off the prizes. Maybe I should consider doing an Iono here.
Well, like I say, the Battle VIP pass gave away to Simon that they were all prized. So you know there's a decent chance he even got 1. So putting it to the bottom of their deck so they've got to search for it, they cannot draw into it. Oh, I like that play very much indeed.
Yeah.
So
it is a tough decision though, because you're running on speculation, right? You're kind of trying to think through like what actually happened here. Like if I play back the last few turns from Ethan's side, if I had like a bird's eye view as to what's going on with him, like how do I actually carry this forward? And interestingly enough, Simon went with the tandem unit, but opted not to get anything.
Maybe just looking at his deck, figuring out what's there, thinking he doesn't need anything. It really depends what you're going to be attacking with here. If you can attack with a, Miraidon, or if you're going to go into the Genesect or Mew, there's already 7 bench Pokemon. So you're only actually hitting 160, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit rough. I mean, really agonizing of a decision here.
Oh, because you've got a flat Mareep in hand you're about to play down. That's why.
Yeah, I guess so. But there was obviously a sort of a agony in Simon's mind about whether it's worth benching something else. Maybe thinking about that Raichu again. We saw that was the absolute, the clutch attacker to finish off maybe even in game 2. So maybe thinking, do I really want to commit this bench slot to another Mareep? But deciding to go for it, and yeah, now debate on whether to attach the energy, and maybe thinking about just a boss's orders, just a KO on the Mew. Yeah.
No, I don't mind this at all. Bringing up the Mew, getting yourself an extra couple of prizes, getting it down to only 2 prizes remaining, and really making Ethan work to stay into this game. Let's be clear, right? Ethan got the Genesect off the prizes, and that's lovely, but it's still, hopefully next turn it can work out. Simon's deck is running hot now.
Yeah, it is, and Simon's running hot, and being able to put himself in a very leading position without working with much in hand. I mean, he's going to fin out this hand now even more by attaching manually to this Miraidon. So got another attacker ready to go. It'd be interesting to see what he actually opts to attack with this turn. I would go for the restart, of course, as well, just to top up the hand a little bit more. There's a Forest Seal Stone. Oh, actually, that's a really, really big find. He's not fired it off yet, so you can just put that on a... Oh, wait, there's one on the Raikou already. Never mind.
It's all right. It's nice to see the KO coming in on the Mew. And, of course, we've seen that Psychic Leap used so many times in the past. You need a Mew V on the bench in order to be able to do it. Well, this is taking a Mew V off of the bench. This is going to be kind of awkward. It's taking one of those plays away from Ethan here. Simon is going to be 2-hit KO and a Mew V max. This makes it a lot easier for him.
Yeah, there's another Electric Generator fighting. Only one energy off that one this time, but still a very good pickup. Can just commit that to the Raikou V, have more attackers ready to go. And of course, the more energies you load up now, the easier time you'll have later in terms of being able to load up a Raikou V to take the last knockout to win.
I mean, as it stands at the moment, Simon needs boss next turn for the win. It really is as simple as that. He's got the KO here with the Raikou. He's got a Miraidon, which is literally just ready to attack as it stands at the moment. So there's no real issue here at all. It's a case of you KO the Mew, you're down to 2 prizes, you've got an attacker, literally boss's orders next turn will win the game.
But you want to keep your options open, right? Because,
absolutely.
Yeah, because boss's orders will win the game, but then if you can also have the option of building up a Raikou to win, then that's just another option for a win condition that you have. So you want to keep your options as open as you possibly can. As you see, even there, finally benching the 2 more Genesects, so going to be able to draw up to 5 now. There's a Forest Seal Stone in hand, of course, just going to play that just to use it, not really going to be able to fight it off when it's already been used this turn. There's a Choice Belt, an Ultra Ball, and another Judge. Really, this is the turn that Ethan wants to see Iono.
Yeah, and Iono here would be huge, putting Simon down to 2 cards in hand. We're not actually there with a KO yet because there is a Bravery Charm on the Raikou, so you will need 1 more modifier.
There's a Cramomatic. Oh, but it's a Tails!
That would have got the modifier, or indeed the Lost Vacuum, though, that's fine.
That is very, very big. Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball as well can get the last Genesect.
Oh, that is going to make a big difference in the drawing here. So we do see the Lost Vacuum coming down, getting that escape rope into the Lost Zone. There goes the Bravery Charm. So the KO is on the board for Ethan.
So you know how we were saying before, oh, Path to the Peak doesn't matter that much?
Yep.
This time it absolutely does matter because there is a Mew EX on Simon's board. So if Ethan can do an Iono plus Path to the Peak to shut off the Mew, that will give him the best chance at disrupting Simon and stopping him from being able to find a boss or the energies and the Raikou for the win.
I agree, and of course we've still got the Beach Court and we've got the Raikou there as well, so that is 1 free draw as well after using something like a Mew that Simon is going to have access to. So the combination of Beach Court and Raikou there absolutely working. And oh look, that Genesect is, oh, it's on the bench now. Who could possibly have seen that coming? This is what the Mew deck is supposed to do.
It is, so absolutely phenomenal stuff. There's a Luxray, not really what you want here. You're going to be racing for prizes, so not going to be wanting to bench that. There's also a Cramomatic and a Switch, so this could be another chance to find the Path to the Peak. Or the Iono. Oh.
Yeah, the KO is on the board. That's easy. It's now Disruption. We see heads. Back to the Amy cam. Amy is delighted. We're all delighted if we're cheering for Ethan here. So we do see the heads, and you've called it, Freya. It is an Iono coming down, and this is wonderful.
Yeah, because what you can do here, you can go for the Iono, and then after that, you know, sort of put your cards to the bottom, draw more, and then find the Path to the Peak off of the Iono. So definitely more important to find that first.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's whatever's going to be most disruptive. If you think your opponent's got a terrible hand, you can go straight for the Path to the Peak. But Path has no chance of finding you Iono. Iono does have a chance of finding you the Path. So we do see it hitting the field here, or hitting the discard pile. And now, what does Simon get off these last 2 cards? A boss will guarantee the win, but honestly, enough energy on the board will do it.
Simon does not use his V-Star power yet, so actually even needs to find another Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Forest Seal Stone on the Raikou as well.
Oh, yeah, that's game, frankly. If you don't get rid of the Forest Seal Stone, you just Forest, there's a grabber, there's Judge Path, which is a fun combination we see used quite a lot. But yeah, Simon is going to be able to go and grab that boss's orders. There's none in the prizes. There's, I think, 3 in the deck for Simon, so I'm fairly sure there's 1 that is going to be left available here. Grab it off the Forest Seal Stone, attack with Miraidon. That will be the game. Ethan needs to find a way. Well, he needs to find a Lost Vacuum here. There's 3 in the deck.
So, and there's 1 been used to get rid of the Bravery Charm. So yeah, this is going to be a huge Genesect. It is Path to the Peak plus Lost Vacuum to stay in the game for 5.
There's a grabber.
6.
There is a Path to the Peak. That's not going to do any good. And it is worth remembering here that Path to the Peak turns off abilities of the Pokemon, but that does not stop Forest Seal Stone, because that is an ability that can be used by the Pokemon, not an ability of the Pokemon. That is a very important distinction.
Yes, it is.
This should be pretty simple here. It should just be use your V-Star power, go and grab a boss's orders, grab a Genesect off the bench, you free retreat the Mew into the Miraidon, and then you move on into top 4.
Does Simon not see it? Wait, how many bosses does Simon... Oh, wait, how many bosses does Simon play?
He plays 3.
He plays 3. Okay, so there's 1 left in the deck. Unless... I mean, I think I saw 2 in there, right?
There is a V-Star power coming down. Is there a boss's orders left in the deck? I think
sure there
is.
Yeah.
There is a boss's orders left in the deck. This is going to close it out. Ethan extends a hand, and Simon is moving forward to the top 4 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Turns out Miraidon is pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. A absolute phenomenal series, you know, back and forth in all those different games, and even that right there at the end, even with that horrendous start, almost able to pull it back, but just missing that key lost vacuum to stop the Forest Seal Stone from being able to find the boss's orders to win.
And that was rough. Ethan needed so much on that last turn. You need to make sure that you've got your attacker set up to get the KO. You need to get rid of the Bravery Charm. You need to get rid of the Forest Seal Stone. You need to make sure you play the Iona. You need to get the Path to the Peak down. We asked a lot, or the game asked a lot of Ethan in that last turn, and unfortunately just was not able to pull it all off. So close there for Ethan, but after a fairly nice game 1, just wasn't able to close it out in games 2 or 3.
No, absolutely not. But still, you know, huge commiserations to Ethan. There's, you know, getting top 8 at regionals is a absolutely phenomenal achievement, no matter which way you look at it. Ethan's got to be pretty chuffed at that finish.
Oh, that is going to be something that you are going to absolutely cherish. Top 8 at a regional, especially in 2023, with the huge numbers of Masters we're seeing, is an absolutely phenomenal achievement. And doing it with that double turbo energy Mew, don't need any of that fusion strike stuff. No, very well played by Ethan, and congratulations for such a phenomenal finish. You know, it's an awful lot. You know, I can think of over 900 players that would have loved to get the finish that Ethan got this weekend.
Yeah. So with this, Ross, your caster prediction starting to look better and better. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it's still on the board. We'll have to see how it all works out in the end. But yeah, I've had faith in Miraidon. I've had my faith in Miraidon the whole time. I love that deck, but I do like to go fast, and you know, it did kind of let me down yesterday. But we do have a live bracket that we can have a little bit of a look at here to see where we are going. So it looks like Christian Hodas with that Lost Box with super effective glasses is into our top 4. And it looks like we've actually set a top 4 matchup. Alberto Conti's Lost Zone Giratina is going to be coming up against Simon's Miraidon. We literally just saw
that was the game we just saw. Although meanwhile, an absolute nail biter still going on there at the top of the bracket. We see Christian and Dustin are currently 1 game apiece. That is, of course, the Charizard against Lost Box Sablezard match. So yeah, very, very close.
Wow, we are 1 game away from being able to start our top 4. That makes me happy. Let's have a look at the top 8 decks that are going to be what we are seeing here. Lovely team backstage already got this together for us. So there you can see confirmation of the decks, and this is fun. Frankly, this is fun. I like this top 8. Yeah, we got a couple of Inteleon, but just a conversion rate 2 out of 7 is just absurd. And then we got a nice selection of decks outside of that.
Yeah, you got it. It's a really. It goes to show how varied this metagame has really been. There are so many decks that are viably good enough to, you know, win a regionals at this point, and I think a topic like this really proves it.
Yeah, we got a lot of different decks. And Mew, unfortunately, already bowed out, which is a little bit upsetting to see. I know there are a lot of Mew fans out there and a lot of North American players who are confused how Mew keeps doing so well in every European regional. It's a good deck, is the best explanation that I can give you there. But what we've got there is a nice mix of decks, a nice mix of players, and like I say, we are one game we need. You know, we got 1-1 in the last match. 1 game is all we need, and then we set our top 4. We move on to top 4.
Yeah. Now, perfect timing there. I do believe we are ready for an interview with our feature match winner. So please take it away. Let's hear from our winner.
Yes, thank you, Freya. I'm with the winner of our last round, Simon Chan. Simon, you're going into top 4 now after an explosive top 8 game. It was enthralling. I couldn't keep my eyes off the screen. How are you feeling, I must ask?
I'm feeling very good, very good.
Yeah, I mean, it was an explosive game, like I said. You know, there were a few hairy moments for you here or there. The judge in game 2, specifically for me, that was where, you know, it really kicked off for you.
Yes, I was very lucky. and I'm happy for it. And I thank my opponent for the game.
Yeah, it was a really fantastic game. You seemed to have a game of one-upsmanship. You know, Ethan was going here, you were going there. You seemed to just keep up with the race, didn't you? But Miraidon, I must ask, are you feeling good into that matchup?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. If I can go first and put my sheeps on the bench, then I'm fine. Or going second if I have the path out. Lucky like I had it 2 times, so I was lucky.
Yeah, you played really well, to be honest. You know, you say you're lucky, but you played to your outs. You said you got those Flaffy ready for the as well for the Dynamotor. You know, for your second attackers here or there. Let's go back to the tournament though. You're in top 4 now. How has your tournament been over the past 2 days?
I didn't understand, sorry.
How was your tournament for the past 2 days?
Yeah, it was very cool. I had a lot of fun. All my opponents were very nice. We talked a lot, we had fun. And yeah, sometimes I had luck, sometimes not.
That's the game.
It was very fun. Yeah.
It's the game we play, right?
Yes.
It's the game we play. Are there any significant matchups that you've had?
Yeah, the matchups against the Urshifu Intellions. I had 2 of them, and I just won because they both players they bricked 1 turn, so I could win. Otherwise, I wouldn't win this matchup. Yeah.
Fantastic. Any shoutouts?
Yeah, shoutouts to Pokémon Liga Toon, to my friends and all my opponents for the good game.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Simon, for your insights. We hope to see you do well now in our top 4. But for now, we're going to have a little break before our top 4 matchup. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Jacob. I'm from here in Melbourne. Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing. I wasn't even expecting to get anywhere near this far. I had so much support along the way, and they just kept pushing me to go. So I'm just gonna do what I do and try and win. Winning Worlds, I honestly would have no words. It would be such a great experience.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm from California. This win just kind of reassures me that me and my team are on track for everything we put into the game. You know, we're getting out what we want to get, which is tournament wins. So it means that we're on track. We could always be doing better, but we're doing something right. My strategy this tournament was to play a deck that beats Lugia, but that isn't Lugia. Worked out pretty well overall. The Lugia matchup's close, it's probably about a 50-50, but I got to play a way more enjoyable deck than Lugia itself. Winning Worlds would be great.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. This feels crazy. I haven't even processed it towards excited, still like confused more than anything else. My strategy this weekend was to play aggressively with Palafin, coming in with a team that is wholly your own and that you're playing better with than anyone else is so important. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeops Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre. But to get to that point, you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
My name is Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the roller coaster history of Mew v Max.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, and the passive pick coming down, and that's it. What is going on?
Ever since Mew v Max was released in Fusion Strike, it has been a force to be reckoned with. Out of the gates, it relied on the speed that Alyssa's Sparkle gave you when used in combination with Meloetta. This gave you an unrivaled first-turn pressure that no other deck in format could match. If games weren't immediately tied up in the first turn, Mew v Max would come swinging in with a beefy 310 HP, 3 retreat cost, and 2 awesome attacks to boot. Max Miracle gave you great utility by going through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, allowing you to never have to worry about Safeguard or the Rhydon VMAX Skyscraper ability ever again. But Cross Fusion Strike was the star of the show, allowing you to use any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. Most often we will be copying Genesect V's Techno Blast to deal a solid 210 damage, but more on that later. But it also opened the door for some sneaky Psychic Leap plays to remove damage from play and preserve your Mew v Max. Power Tablets gave you extra oomph you sometimes needed to close out games, since for each one you played, your Fusion Strike Pokemon did an extra 30 damage this turn. This meant with 3 Power Tablets, you could KO V-Star Pokemon. Something that wasn't too hard to do, since Genesect V also let you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you had in play, which was often 6. And it was this straight up damage dealing variant that got a top 8 placement at the 2022 World Championships, with Andre Chierson at the helm. However, that same day, while Andre was battling in top 8, Michael Pramrot in the London Open was tinkering with the deck. And he actually removed the Fusion Strike energies, Elisa Sparkle and Meloetta, instead opting to play maximum aggression cards like Trekking Shoes, Cross Switches and Double Turbo Energy. Kristen Chiomi took it one step further in Bilbao by adding some disruption cards like Path to the Peak and Roxanne. His theory was Mew VMAX could already draw a ton of cards and be very aggressive, but how about if he was to end the turn by attacking and putting a Path to the Peak in play to effectively stop the opponent from doing anything. This was now the new way of playing Mew VMAX, and it was very successful. And when Lost Origins released, this new version of Mew was by far the most popular, since it was able to navigate the first huge Mew counter we ever saw, Drapion V. A card which would one-hit KO a Mew VMAX for 0 energy. While Mew was still getting the odd result here or there, like top 4 at EUIC, it was around this time where Mew VMAX started to become less of a top-tier deck, since anyone could opt to play a Sky Sealstone and a Drapion V to make sure they would beat Mew VMAX. Although there was one weekend where Fusion Energy Mew had a massive resurgence, winning Hartford, Malmo, and then the Lima regional events too. This joy was short-lived though, since Paldea Evolve had another disastrous Mew counter. This time it was Spirit 2. This card would aim to stop the Mew player from drawing cards, since it would stop all Genesect V's abilities, turning them all off. This saw Fusion Energies become the new way to play Mew again, since a Genesect with a Fusion Energy would still be able to draw cards. But this was another massive thorn in Mew's side, one that seemed to put the nail in the coffin for us budding Mew players around the world. Until the 2023 World Championships, that is, when Vance Kelly managed to take a Mew VMAX deck all the way to the finals, where he would square off against Tord Redcliffe and his Gardevoir deck. And Vance, despite all the odds being stacked against him, with Spirit Tomb and Drapion V being in format, was able to win the 2023 World Championships with Mew VMAX. What's next for Mew? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Hi guys, I'm Ross Gilbert and I'm joined by the lovely Joe and the lovely Amy, and we wanted to have a bit of a chat about changes that have been made this season to the qualification for the World Championships of the Pokemon trading card game. In short, the bar has gone up. You need more championship points to get that qualification to Worlds. What do we think, Joe?
Well, yeah, really tough invite this season. There's lower best finish limit as well, which means every tournament matters now. You really need to put a lot of effort in because you have to maximize the regionals and special events that you are attending.
So Amy, one thing I'm wondering about with this new, lower best finish limits, higher championship point threshold, is that going to change the deck you would pick for a tournament, with every tournament being so much more important now?
I think so, and I think it will make a difference to the deck choices that we're going to see. I think maybe less risks will be taken, and certainly for me, I will be taking many less risks. I think it's going to be more imperative than ever to make sure that your deck is refined down to the number.
I mean, one of the things for me has always been that big question of, are you going to win or are you going to cut? Are you taking a bit more of a risk to try and actually win the whole thing? Or are you going for a nice consistent deck with decent matchups across the board? I want to top cut and get some points. Winning the tournament isn't necessarily my goal. One of the reasons I love Miraidon so much, fast, consistent, likely to cut. I mean, Joe, where do you come down on that? When you go to tournaments, what's your goal?
Well, it previously was just play it safe. But I think now, because you can get an automatic invitation from spiking the tournament, now players can go for that risk. They can go for broke and end up getting an automatic invitation from winning a regional or special event. That's new this season. So there's a bit of everything for everyone now.
Yeah, this is something which I love about the new format this season, because we've seen it before where players have, won a regional and then somehow fallen short of qualification. That was possible. And we want all the regionals winners at Worlds. That just makes sense. So, I mean, Worlds, it's supposed to be exclusive, right? It's supposed to be difficult to qualify for. What have we been hearing around the community since these changes have been announced? How are people feeling?
I think people generally are excited. From what I've seen, people are really really enjoying the changes that are being made. I think people are enjoying the fact there's more compensation for these events, for those who do well. I think that there's a lot of excitement around kind of being able to go to these events and being able to shine brighter than before. There's more participants at these events. The cups and challenges locally seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The stakes are really high, but all I'm hearing is positive things right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great time to be a Pokemon fan. We've got locals back now, League Challenges and League Cups. They are all over. My timeline is constantly filled with people reporting how they've done at Cups. Seems like half of them have won and half of them have scrubbed out every single weekend. We talked about the increase in prize money for regionals and internationals, which is something people are very excited about, and the attendance numbers this year. We are seeing tournament numbers. You know, when we started this commentary, Joe, in 2016, we could not have imagined numbers like this. And that means that not only is that bar slightly higher in terms of championship points, but, you know, I was talking earlier, I went to a 5-round top 4 regional a few years ago. That is well in the past.
Yeah, we just had Pittsburgh, the largest regional championships ever, almost 1,800 players. And I think that's going to continue throughout the season. I hope we can replicate that in Europe as well. If we could push 1,000 Masters in a tournament, that would be absolutely exceptional, because I think there's people out there wanting to play in these tournaments. So we can definitely start hitting those bars. And I think the kickers now for regionals and special events, they are reflecting that. So I think, you know, even with some less powerful days, and if you have some awkward losses, some bad matchups, that sort of thing, you still come home with something. You're still working towards that goal, because the kickers are going right the way down now with these larger tournaments. So I think you're always coming home with something from a regional event.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of big changes, and like you say, the kickers, more people getting points at an event, a big part of that. Well, hopefully you guys are going to be joining us at events all throughout the season, so hang tight. There's more Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
$975 players came here this weekend to try their luck at becoming the next regional champion in the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And now we've whittled it down after 2 days of extensive competition to only 4 remaining. Joe, top 4 coming up. How are we feeling?
Feeling excellent. I've just been watching the other top 8 games. As we had one of our games on stream, I was trying to follow along the others, and the tension was palpable.
Yes.
It was some exceptional games being played, some very last-ditch efforts as we got down to game 3 for at least one of those games. We can actually have a bracket, have a look at that and see how our matchups played out in top 8. Some really interesting stuff. I was following along. The last to finish was Christian Fontenot there with a 2-1 victory against Dustin. It was a very close back and forth. Of course, Dustin was playing the sort of Lost Zone variant of Charizard EX. That's my favorite deck right now. That's the deck that I've sort of been following along. It's partly why it was one of my caster predictions as well, but it has finally been overcome by Christian, and that was a real nail biter, the last one to finish.
Technically 4 different decks in top 4, you know, makes for some really exciting stuff. That matchup between Ethan and Simon in that previous round that we featured was absolutely explosive. You just couldn't keep your eyes off it. It was a proper back and forth. But, you know, some of these matchups now, you know, it's getting to the really fine wire. We've got Christian Fontenot against Christian Hodas, which is going to be our feature game, featuring those 2 Lost Box variants, but slight differences, Joe.
Yeah, massive differences, actually, because Christian Hodas is going to be playing a build similar to Tord's in many ways, where it has the combination of Roaring Moon and Iron Hands EX. Some of the most powerful attackers in the new Paradox Rift expansion have found their way into the Lost Zone variant just by virtue of Mirage Gate being such amazing energy acceleration. Christian is playing some other really interesting cards, having a Tropius in the deck list, having Minior in the deck list, and stitching it all together with super effective glasses of all things, Ben.
Yeah, and I mean, let's remind ourselves of our top 8 decks here. Were there any surprises for you going into this one?
I think the top 8 and how it shaked out has already been surprising to me, to be honest with you. Both of the Rapid Strike boxes were facing Lost Zone engines. However, the Lost Zone engines got the better of the Rapid Strikers, and I think that's against conventional wisdom.
Yeah, I know. Well, with the anti-meta deck, maybe the meta decks just found a way, but here we see Christian Fontenot and all those achievements there, definitely not to be snuffed at. Regular Regigigas player back in the past, but representing the Lost Box variant with that Iron Hands. And a few more tricks up their sleeve as well, definitely in their deck list. I see a Tropius as well, as you mentioned, but here we see Christian Hodas as well. What achievements these are.
Yeah, world's top 32, Bochum top 16, as well as Bremen. So enjoys coming over to Germany and getting some big results. This is into the top 4, though, so this really does crown those achievements, and what a way to do it with such an interesting archetype, a real rogue one. As the Lost Zone variants, you can see the super effective glasses in Christian Hodas's list. We had to showcase it because, man, that's a wacky choice, and I can't believe it's paid off.
Taking advantage of the meta. I mean, just like the Cloth with those, we're taking advantage of the weaknesses of the fighting and grass type. You know, Christian playing all sorts of tricks. We mentioned the Tropius again, but of course the Iron Hands, the Galarian Moltres V, you know, really taking advantage. And of course the Minior as well with the super effective, definitely gets rid of Snorlax. But here we see both of our players getting started with Christian kicking us off here with Comfey in the active as well. This is definitely an ideal start, but however, I see a Nest Ball there for Christian. Can definitely play that, get another Flower Selecting off with that Comfey. I see a couple of switch outs as well, and we're rearing to go, Joe.
Yep, what a great way to start our Masters top 4, 75 minutes on the clock, best of 3 here. Christian Fontenot is playing with the Lost Zone Sablezard approach with Sableye and Charizard at the helm. So it's going to be pretty much a Puritan single prize deck. It's going to hope to only give up 1 prize at a time. Has their opening deck search with the Nest Ball here. Christian does have ways of taking multi-prize knockouts. Of course, Iron Hands EX is going to be one of these big cards to follow during the game. If the Iron Hands is sort of left on the board unchecked, it could be Christian Hodas's means of really getting one over of Christian Fontenot. But this is a pretty decent start. As you said, a couple switching cards in the opening hand, as well as a few Flower Selectings. We're going to be on our Lost Zone mission, of ramping up our Lost Zone engine to get Cramorant online, and well as working towards Sableye. 10 is a crucial threshold for Christian Fontenot.
And that Iron Hands is definitely what we see on the face of it as being, you know, the strategy for Christian Hodas. But then it's all about how whether, you know, Christian Fontenot can respond there, you know, with that Radiant Charizard. Does play some options to get around it. Does play the Mirage Gate to try and get that Excited Heart ability up and running early on if Christian Hodas is able to take some prizes as early as possible.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this one, Ben. Immediately, a tough Flower Selecting.
Nah, you're joking.
Chorus Experiment versus Battle VIP Pass. It's a nice problem to have, but it's a shame when these two cards come up against each other. So we are going to have to sacrifice a Chorus's Experiment in order to get a couple of basics developed. You can see a Manaphy coming onto the board, as well as a Jirachi. So you're protecting yourself against Sableye, but also against Greninja. Interestingly enough, though, I'm not sure if these players have actually played against each other just yet, because Christian Hodas has no Water Energy for their Radiant Greninja, and they play no Sableye in their deck.
No Sableye. Well, this is the problem. You know, you face up against the Greninja, and that's all they have at the moment on their board. You don't quite know what they have in store for you. You know, do they play the Sableye? And you kind of have to play this little guessing game. And we see the Jirachi come down as a sort of security, right, against the potential Sableye. But I think what's interesting here is going to be how Christian Hodas can get that Iron Hands up and running as soon as possible, or even if that's the game plan. But with no Sableye, there's no other options to take multiple prizes. You touched upon the Radiant Greninja, no Moonlight Shuriken available, with no Water Energy, of course. So Iron Hands is the only way to get ahead of the prize race early on.
I think we've just got a quick split sleeve here. Should be a pretty easy solution through the shuffle. It was caught pretty quickly, so this shouldn't be too much of an issue. Christian, like you said, is having a pretty good turn. It's actually quite funny that both of these tech Pokemon normally would be so correct to get these established so early, and it was definitely the right thing to go for when you don't know your opponent's deck list, especially when you're staring down a Radiant Greninja on that first turn of the game. But it's just going to not work out too well. I'm sure Christian will readjust their strategy going into games 2 and 3 if required. But regardless, they've still developed double Comfey. They have a Cramorant ready to go, and they're happy enough to pass things over to Christian Hodas here. He's going to kick things off with Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, conceal cards as well straight away. Questioning is whether Christian does have any resources in hand available to him, but does have the Nest Ball, can get a Comfey out, get those flower selectings up and running. Definitely wants to get engaged and get started in this matchup. Does want an explosive start, maybe even a Cramorant of his own.
Yeah, that's the ideal situation.
Yeah, get ahead of
the prize race.
Yeah, initiate those prize races, like you said. Get one prize, get up and running. And we see here just a little deck check. I can't imagine those super effective classes coming into play here. There's not so much. Not many targets against Christian Fontenot's deck. Doesn't play any multiple prizes, doesn't play any Vs, definitely no VMAXs, of course, no V-Stars. So those super effective glasses maybe, you know, a bit useless here. Maybe wants to start getting rid of them in the Lost Zone, discarding them early on, thinning out the deck. And here we see a Galarian Moltres and Raikou as well, coming to the front of the deck. Can't imagine that they may be options here. They can be some vulnerable 2 prizes.
It can, but it probably indicates that we have not much else apart from Forest Seal Stone or Town Store possibly in the deck list. Yeah, there we go. We see the Town Store coming down. So the Forest Seal Stone is going to unlock this hand a little bit for Christian Hodas. A great consistency booster. We've seen in so many turbo engines of Lost Box. This would be such a staple combo in the list.
I really like having this. It's definitely having that sense of security, right? You can get all your pieces up and going. We talk about how explosive that these Lost Zone decks need to be in order to get set up. You find your little pieces, you find your Colress, you find your Battle VIP Pass, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yep, it is going to be the Chorus's Experiment choice from the Forest Seal Stone. No surprise there, as Christian wants to work towards that 4th threshold so they can initiate the pressure, as we've mentioned, but also work towards that 7th threshold as well, because Iron Hands EX is going to be the key threat that Christian wants to try and reuse. Let's see the big 5 cards. More Colress in hand for next turn.
No Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, some difficult choices here.
Can't even see any Nest Ball either. Does have switch outs, does still have...
so many switch outs, but no Ball Search.
Does have Fleet Footed as an emergency option.
We might be at that stage.
Yeah, we might be there as well. Of course,
Moltres is happy enough to hit the Lost Zone. That's not all that useful, as with the Super Rod. Sometimes a combo piece, but yeah, it looks like Christian Hodas is going to be hoping for one big Fleet-Footed here to unlock their hand. Any Comfey, Battle VIP passes is the dream, of course.
We've seen this on stream, though. The Fleet-Footed sometimes does come out as... Well, what do we see here?
Nest Ball.
That's massive. A Nest Ball, plenty of switch outs in hand already as well. Can get a Comfey out, can start to use Flower Selecting, maybe hit another ball search
more Comfey. We're getting slowly there. It's going to be a turn attachment of Gift Energy. This could allow you to retreat Raikou into that Comfey, but it is going to be a pass. We're holding on to the resources instead here and just hoping that the Raikou V can tank for a turn.
Yeah, starting the game with only 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Not ideal. You would have thought that a Spit Innocently would have been the play there. It does get the... Christian starts us off by using Town Store for the Devolution. Technical Machine Devolution. I can't imagine that will be useful in this matchup. But
just see the first thin it out so you never draw that card. We're going to see a big Chorus now as they easily work their way to 4 cards in the Lost Zone. This deck is all about the 4 and 10 threshold. It doesn't have many Mirage Gate, just 1 copy. So it can't really work in a Radiant Charizard until Christian Hodas has begun to take prize cards. So I imagine there's not going to be much outside of a Spit Innocently here, but Christian with a much better hand so far.
Yeah, I think for Christian Fontenot, the strategy here is to keep getting those Radiant Charizards out, right? He's got plenty of Clara available to him. He's got Super Rod as well. It's all about whether he can stream that game plan. It's whether he can just keep using the Radiant Charizard over and over again against these big multi-prizes.
And part of the scrutiny of this deck is that you have to constantly thin the junk out. You have a number of cards that are just text for other situations and other matchups. You're growing this hand size, but you're also trying to filter all this other stuff. So when we work towards this very specific late game, needing to move Comfey in and out of the active, having to have late game Claras to reuse that Radiant Charizard like you mentioned, you want to make sure that even if you are getting hit with hand disruptors, you're going to still have really good outs to close a game here, as it is going to be a spit innocently from Christian Fontenot to start pressurizing the Raikou V here.
Yeah, that's definitely ideal. Just having that setup damage on the Raikou will mean that Spit Innocently next turn will take those 2 prizes. We see here the Town Store being used, thinning out the deck.
What is this?
Yeah, what is that?
The super effective glasses has made it to top 4. You can believe it. Christian Hodas with a really creative build of Lost Box, but we are looking for some fleet-footeds to help out. The Chorus's experiment is finally here, though.
Yeah, big 5 here for Christian. Needs to find something to get up and running in this match.
Well, there's Iron Hands, there's some Mirage Gate, some pieces.
Iron Hands, you'd imagine that's definitely being kept in the hand.
Still no Bull Search.
Yeah, still no Bull Search.
Really would want to, well, we've held the Nest Ball, so we can go for a Cramorant play this turn.
Yeah, with
that's probably the best situation here.
2 in the Lost Zone. You have the Gift Energy for the retreat as well. Or, well, you still have so many switching cards in the hand as well.
These are 5 massive cuts, all so important.
We talk about
the switch card is the only easy choice here.
Yeah, we talk about awkward Colress and awkward flower selectings. This is definitely the start of it here.
Boy, did Christian Hodas wish it was the likes of Tropius in that top 5. Just get rid of it.
Just get rid of that, but definitely can't get rid of the Iron Hands. We talked about how important this might be in this matchup, giving him the ability to take multiple prizes per turn. Here we see the fleet-footed Roaring Moon. Not fantastic.
Still not great in the matchup. It really feels like Christian Hodas is going to also remain a 1-prize deck for the majority of the game and only weave in Iron Hands when it's necessary.
I think we talk about the advantage of Lost Box using all of these little single prizes, the Sableyes, the Cramorants, but I think what Christian Hodas is going for is going to have to rely on is maybe some 2 prizes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not the Cramorant that I was expecting. It's going to be Nest Ball for Comfey, so you're not coming back in and sort of getting ahead in the prize race in this instance. We're going to start flower selecting, perhaps.
Yeah, start thinning out the deck, start getting some resources up and running, start filling out that hand with options for the future turns.
Can we get towards any Lost Vacuum shenanigans? Could that be what Christian is hoping for here?
An important switch card. I believe that takes it out of range of Ace Innocently now as well, which is great.
Yep. Importantly, not getting you out of range of Sableye for later.
No.
Which is a shame.
No,
but you do have more switch cards that you can try and use again on future turns.
Yes. Here we see the flower selecting. Couldn't see what 2 cards it was. The Comfey coming down.
Maybe Countercatcher.
Maybe expecting a Spit Innocently knockout next turn.
You could just attack with the Raikou here.
Yes. Take a nice easy prize here, but you're starting to whittling down those prizes. You're starting to activate that Excited Heart ability on the Radiant Charizard.
There was another Nest Ball rooting around in the hand, so it could also be a Cramorant.
Yes.
Also.
Here we see the Cramorant coming down with that Nest Ball, and it might be the play that you mentioned.
Seems like an easy response here.
Yeah, I like it. Getting the prize race up and running for yourself. Take 1 prize. With that,
you spend double switch card here just to push your Raikou V out of Sableye range. I think I like it, honestly. It's just going to be immediately into Cramorant, though. Because I'm concerned that this Raikou V is just going to be easily slammed into with a Sableye, because Christian Fontenot is pretty close to 10 cards in the Lost Zone now. They have 6 currently, 2 Comfey on board, and a Chorus's Experiment already in hand. They can start using Lost Mine this turn, and that would be really scary.
Yes, here we see the Town Store just thinning out that deck further, just looking for another option. Here we see,
I think this is the Town Store.
Nice little deck search there, seeing what options he has here.
Yeah, the other Technical Machine Devolution is in the prize cards, so it can't be thinned for free.
1 already in hand as well. Not much hand disruption going on in this match either.
Yeah, surprisingly, there's just 1 Roxanne between them.
Yes.
And it's from Christian Fontenot.
Yes.
Christian Hodas is all gas instead.
Yes, all gas for sure. No Iono, just the 1 Roxanne, like you said. So we'll see if that comes out later in the game, of course.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, we're grabbing Sableye here. I think Christian already has lined up a pretty nice way to 10 cards in the Lost Zone and Psychic Energy, so it seems like a no-brainer Lost Mine onto Raikou V here. Because Christian Hodas, with the Iron Hands EX already in the bench, is likely to come in to try and respond on the Sableye, but that's when you should be in range of your Radiant Charizard. So it should be really easy for Christian Fontenot now to keep up with 2 prize knockouts.
Yeah, here we see the Colress coming down as well. Another Battle VIP pass, easy choice for Christian. Hitting that Lost Zone, putting him up to...
Gear.
Yeah, putting him up to 8 in the lost zone. Wants to be hitting that magic 10, like you said.
Possibly keeping the lost vacuum also helps out. Guarantee your way to 10 cards here.
Yes.
Another easy choice for Christian Fontenot. Going to get rid of a Fog Crystal. It's a really nice boast that Sablezard has. A bit more space for even more ball search cards.
Yeah.
So we see the escape probe now.
And with that config coming into the active, another flower selecting will put him up to the 10 now. Sableye, Lost Mine now active.
The Beach Court going to go because it was up against Radiant Charizard. So
yes.
That decision was kind of made up for you. But this is everything you need as Christian Fontenot here. You've got your 2-prize KO lined up with Lost Mine. And you're already holding on to the Radiant Charizard Raihan combination for next turn. This is everything you want to have.
Yeah, this is a very easy Lost Mine as well. And with no hand disruption from Christian Hodas as well, Christian Fontenot is going to keep that massive hand.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
The hand size is huge, and it's stacked full of great cards, and it's not going anywhere.
No, when we speak about how he's having, well, he's got to have to stream the Radiant Charizard, you know, constantly to start taking these massive 2-prize knockouts. And with a hand like that, you'd imagine that's definitely...
It's going to be pretty easy, actually.
It's going to be pretty easy for him.
How can Christian Hodas navigate their way around this? They're likely going to weave in the Iron Hands EX to reply on this Sableye. They could just go for Cramorants to just keep a 1-prize Pokemon in the active position, but it feels like the longer you wait taking your prize cards, the easier it, the easier it is for a Radiant Charizard to come down. At least if you come in early with Iron Hands EX, you are at least forcing Right Hands, Mirage Gates, Double Turbos, those sorts of cards.
It's really awkward as well, because even if Christian Hodas is able to use Ampu very much now, it only puts him on 3 prize cards remaining, and Christian Fontenot is just going to take those 2 prizes, put himself on 2, and even if Christian Hodas is going to be taking another Ampu very much out as well, that's another easy 2 prizes.
Mirage Gate coming down as expected. We're going to be loading up on Iron Hands EX here. Going to be 1 Lightning. Well, no, we already have a Lightning ready for the Ampu very much, so we're going to get rid of a Darkness Energy and a Grass Energy. Keep more Lightning Energy around in the deck, just in case you can reload your Iron Hands EX, which makes a good amount of sense here.
Yeah, I feel like this is something you have to do to just get ahead of the prize race. The Ampu very much definitely the strategy here for Christian.
There's a Zinnia's Resolve coming to the hand. Okay. You don't always see that in the Lost Zone engine. It's just a one-of copy. It does allow you to keep growing a hand size as we finally switch card into the Iron Hands. We have a manual attachment to get our way to 4 cards. And it's going to be the Ampu very much option. Can Christian thin any other cards? They're going down to 3 prize cards this turn, so have to also be aware of the potential of Roxanne. Yeah, going to throw these super effective glasses on just because you never want to draw these again.
Yeah, I like this. And of course, for Christian now with that Radiant Charizard, with Christian down to 3 prizes, is going to have to find a way to attach 2 to the Radiant Charizard in order to use Combustion Blast.
Well, I've got good news. There's already right hand in hand.
Yes.
So should not be too tricky.
Yeah, easy enough.
Look at the hand size for Christian Fontenot here.
Yes, I mean, this is massive. You know, we talk about how powerful hand disruption is at the moment in this game, and this is just a prime example of that. Has so many
reading
options.
A book right now.
Yes.
How many cards they have to read right now, staring them down. An awkward Lost Zone decision there with Flower Selecting. It's going to get rid of a 2nd copy of Sableye.
Relying on that 1.
But it's Charizard's time. That's we've got far enough into the game where it is just going to be Combustion Blast taking the wheel here.
Yeah, and putting himself only 2 prize cards away from taking this game as well. And here we see the deck search.
Yeah, unsurprising, it's going to be a manual attachment to get this Radiant Charizard ready to rumble. With 3 prize cards taken from Christian Hodas, the Excited Heart will reduce Combustion Blast down to just 2 energy, including that fire for the turn. So as long as Christian Fontenot here has Switch Cart, which you have to imagine with his hand size. Oh, wow, it's Escape Probe.
Oh, Escape Probe, interesting.
But we do also have the Counter Catcher in hand, so we can bring back the Iron Hands anyway here.
Yeah, using that resource, maybe thinning the hand down.
It's got to be just Counter Catch this Iron Hands back up. It's too threatening.
You'd have to, yeah.
Straight back into the Iron Hands then. And it means Christian is going to be 2 prize cards away, going back up in the prize race.
And it puts Christian Hodas in a really tricky situation because he can't really put down another 2 prizer, right?
Yep.
It leaves it vulnerable to Christian Fontenot just taking the game with another Charizard. So awkward times for sure for Christian Hodas. Let's see how he responds here.
I also like Christian Fontenot putting down another Cramorant, to be honest with you. I feel like that's pretty safe at this stage. Also just going to throw away Technical Machine Devolution. no longer required. Can continue to thin with Lost Vacuum as well, just draw into any of these cards.
It's also how he responds to the Radiant Charizard itself, because, you know, with that 160 HP, it's really awkward to deal with. You know, Christian Hodas doesn't have any single prizes that can deal with that sort of damage.
Yeah, this is a gap in the sort of attacking toolkit for Christian Hodas.
Yes.
Christian is just going to continue to put themselves into a better and better position, power padding back a couple supporter cards, just in case there is any hand disruption. I really like to see the diligence here, protecting every situation. We've seen now the Combustion Blast. What a fantastic attack.
Yeah.
Taking a 2-prize KO on the Iron Hands EX. It was too dangerous to be kept around.
Christian putting...
Now Christian 2 prizes away.
Yeah, I was just about to say, 2 prizes away now from taking game 1 in this top 4. What a fantastic position to be in. We spoke about how awkward this is for Christian Hodas now.
Does Raihan change anything?
See
go cherry-picking any card in deck.
Well, again, is how you deal with this Radiant Charizard, right?
Well, we could be reloading Iron Hands. You could do the old arm press for 160.
Yeah, you could.
It's your highest hit point Pokemon at the same time.
You could deal with the Radiant Charizard, but you would imagine with a hand like Christian Fontenot, he's able to just stream that Radiant Charizard again next turn.
Yeah, possibly bossing orders around the Radiant Charizard this turn. Just use Cramorant to take a single prize knockout, then Iron Handsing your final 2 prizes is the best way to map out the game here for Christian Hodas.
Yeah, that's certainly a way to do it. Of course, not putting down a 2-prizer, you are limiting Christian Fontenot's ability to take the game next turn.
Yeah, Christian Hodas actually does have a decent line here. It's just whether or not it's going to be hand disrupted away from them.
Yeah.
Because Christian Fontenot does have the Roxanne available. I'm not sure if it's in the hand just yet, but really Christian has to go for a Cramorant knockout on something that's not this Charizard, because of course Cramorant does not hit for weakness with Spit Innocently.
You would imagine
looking to keep your pieces for Iron Hands next turn.
You'd imagine the Roxanne is in hand with the hand size, but yeah, we see the boss here, Spit Innocently on that Comfey. Just removing a little bit more consistency from Christian Fontenot as well at the same time. Taking the prize, and Christian Hodas only 1 Ampu very much away from taking this game.
And this is a big turn here. Christian Fontenot cannot win this turn, but could lose next turn as long as Christian Hodas is able to rebuild an Iron Hands. So it's going to be whether or not Christian Fontenot can work towards Roxanne to make it more tricky for Christian Hodas to rebuild the Iron Hands EX.
No more Comfey available either. The Les Ball misses there, so only 1 flower selecting available. We did see Roxanne in the deck there.
But the deck size was large. There was a decent number of cards there. It's not great odds to hit this Roxanne.
This is a big flower selecting now. Let's see what he gets here.
VIP Plus is always going to hit. Oh, it's the Roxanne!
It's the Roxanne as well. This is absolutely huge. This could really swing the game here for Christian Fontenot. What a draw there from the flower selecting.
Absolutely insane. Can Roxanne here, has the manual attachment to get this Comfey out of the active position. And everything Christian Hodas has done last turn to set themselves up has just been wiped away. They will only have 2 cards. That's not a lot when you want to reload a 4-energy Iron Hands EX.
You're not going to be getting a lot of resources in your hand from that Roxanne, especially with that, like you said, that 4-energy requirement on the Ampu very much. And not only that, but Gust as well will be required in order to take the game. So even more resources
Still counter-catcher for Christian Hodas. So, I mean, you have to find a supporter at the very least.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine.
Probably a Chorus's Experiment or that Zinnia's Resolve.
Yes,
something along those lines that goes haywire.
You'd have to imagine, the retreat into the Radiant Charizard there. And a nice Combustion Blast to take the 1 prize, putting himself only 1 prize card away from taking the game 1 here.
This is going to be super interesting. Let's get our first glance of Christian Hodas's hand.
I think it was Nest Ball.
I see Chorus, I see Nest Ball.
Nest Ball.
We can get the Iron Hands onto the board.
Hold me,
We need to be looking towards Mirage Gate here. Is there more than 1 Mirage Gate even in the deck?
There is Escape Rope.
Let's have a look at how many Mirage Gate have been played. I know at least 1 has found their way into the Lost Zone.
Countercatcher.
I think there's a Darkness Energy in hand, so you could continue to draw cards with Radiant Greninja.
I think I see the 1 Mirage Gate. Oh, there is 2 Mirage Gates still available.
2 Mirage Gate in the deck to work towards here from a big Chorus's Experiment.
But you don't want to draw into the energy at the same time.
Yeah,
from
you're
Chorus?
dicing with energy. You could draw back into Super Rod as well.
Yeah.
This is a low odds play. Don't get it twisted. There are enough gates in the deck to do it.
1 flower selecting and a Colorus. You'll be able to see 7 cards, maybe even a concealed cards from the Greninja as well.
Going to be the Chorus first. 5. You don't need to have it all from these 5. Those are not that helpful, though.
No. Escape rope is there, though.
Escape rope is a piece. Definitely is a piece.
You have the lightning energy as well.
Yeah, that can be manually attached if you wish.
So it's just the 2 Mirage Gates that you want here.
We have 2 draws from Radiant Greninja, and you get to keep one of your draws from flower selecting.
Yeah, and you keep 1 energy as well, 2 energy in hand.
For an attachment,
also.
correct, yeah.
So you do have the manual attachment. Here we see the concealed cards. Big 2 here for Christian. 1 Mirage Gate.
And an energy card.
Oh, this flower selecting.
I don't think we can get there off of 1 flower selecting. We can use a Mirage Gate and get a couple energy out here. Does that mean that Christian Hodas has to just leave an Iron Hand in the active position?
It's unfortunate.
Hope for the best?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's only Darkness Energy in the deck as well, so only able to attach 1 energy from that Mirage Gate.
No, it's going to be a concession. It's going to be game 1 to Christian Fontenot here. Christian Hodas not able to rebuild thanks to a really, really well-timed Roxanne. And Christian Fontenot knows, wow, what a clutch play that was. 1 flower selecting towards the single copy of Roxanne. And found it in the nick of time.
Showing the power of disruption, right? Fortunately, of course, to draw into it, but, you know, showing the power of it, putting Christian Hodas to only 2 cards, you know, making it difficult to get that Ampu very much up and running. Was still quite close, considering...
The prize map was there.
Yeah.
The line was there.
Considering, you know, putting him down to 2 cards, he still, you know, he nearly got there.
Yeah, got to C9 still, so had a decent chunk and a good attempt there, but not quite able to line it all up. As we said, drew into too many of his energy alongside the Mirage Gate. It did have to be a pretty specific combination of cards to get it done, especially because you needed the rope, you needed to get the Mirage Gates whilst not drawing other energy pieces. There was a lot you had to find, in fairness. So Christian Fontenot finding Roxanne, crucial moment. And that means they're a game up here in the top 4 of the Masters Division. The high stakes tables right now, with so many points and cash prizes on the line, and even booster packs.
So much on the table here for both of our players. But it's really awkward for thinking about this game on a high level. I think it's really awkward for Christian Hodas to deal with that Radiant Charizard, right? I think that's something I underestimated going into this game. That 160 HP cost is really, really, really awkward.
Yeah, and normally when you are worried about an attacker, you just kind of ignore it. Radiant Charizard can't really be ignored. It comes straight back at you with 250 damage. That's not really something you can just shrug off.
And with no disruption available, you know, you've got to expect it coming out over and over again. You know, Christian Fontenot does have Claras as well. We've seen this before. You know, we've seen Radiant Charizard and Lost Box before. They play a plethora of Clara, so they're able to get the Radiant Charizard back out with the fire energy and continue attacking over and over.
You don't like to see that. 2 of your Comfey as well as Radiant Greninja in the prize cards for Christian Hodas here. That's not going to make life easy for you. And you've started your Tropius of all Pokemon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the worst card, but it's certainly not great. It's only got a 1 retreat cost. That's one thing going for you. And we do have at least a Nest Ball to kick off the game for Christian, but I don't think it was a fantastic hand.
A lot of consistency gone now with these prizes. The Radiant Greninja conceal cards now gone. 2 Comfey as well. So he'll only have 2 available to him to start this game up and running.
And half the deck's upside down right
half
now.
the deck is upside down.
That's what happens when you mush your deck together in frustration, when it doesn't all come together in a game 1 situation.
Yeah, for sure.
That's one way to check through the deck. You just see what's facing upwards.
Yeah, for sure. And you can imagine this is going to be a Comfey coming straight down, start getting those flower selectings up and running. Didn't happen for him in game 1. So you can imagine going for a explosive start now.
We do have energy to retreat, but nothing else. So it might just be a panic flower selecting here, Ben.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we've seen Christian Fontenot do it with the Roxanne.
Yeah,
Christian Hodas can do it as well. Hit a battle VIP pass, you'd hope. But yeah, all good starting the Tropius as well.
Gonna have to retreat this and go into 1 flower selecting 2 cards. And we're going to need to start seeing more basic search. The Battle VIP Pass is the critical card right now. Even if just finding another Nest Ball here or a physical Comfey, your last one remaining in the deck, would be massive. Because if you just get this 1 Comfey knocked out, that is all of your draw power.
2 cards, big 2 cards. It's a lightning energy.
Mirage Gate, I think.
Mirage Gate, I think it was, yeah. No other options to get Pokemon out on the bench here.
That ain't it.
No, that ain't it at all.
Yeah, counter.
Oh, it was counter catcher. It was counter catcher.
Also not helpful.
Yeah, not fantastic either.
That is not what you want to be. You're a game down in the Masters top 4, and you've had a pretty slow start. Passing things over to Christian Fontenot here. If they can get a KO on this Comfey,
I was just about to say,
it's going to be massive.
If they're really able to punish this
they have
poor
Battle
starts, they
VIP
have Battle
pass.
VIP pass. That's one piece to the puzzle
I
here.
saw Fog Crystal in there as well. There's going to be a lot of basic ball search here. Christian Fontenot has a fantastic start in the second game.
Yeah, he's going to be looking to get up and running here. You can imagine this is going to be a Comfey, perhaps even the Cramorant as well. Maybe even two Comfey.
Yep.
Really start getting up and running.
Yeah, it depends the missing pieces. We couldn't quite catch that from above right now. But yeah, when you start Battle VIP Pass, you already have a Comfey in the active position. There should be some pretty easy ways to get that Spit Innocently rolling, especially if there's a Chorus's Experiment in hand.
And it'd leave Christian Hodas in a really tricky situation if he's able to take the knockout here, because of course 2 are in the prizes, as we mentioned. Only 1 more Comfey would be available to Christian Hodas in order to start, you know, getting through your deck, getting through your resources, start up and running, and start taking knockouts. Yeah, tricky situation, but
I'm happy to see Christian Fontenot take their time with the prize cards right now, because it's so easy to see your opponent have a weak start, you're a game up, you're thinking everything's groovy, and then you just miss a step and everything goes wrong. So I like taking the time to have a look through your prize cards, keep a level head here. That's what you need in these top table games in the Masters top 4.
Yeah, we usually see players get really excited when your opponent...
I'd have been cheering at that point.
Yes, I'd have been screaming. But here we see the Fog Crystal for the Comfey, like you mentioned. Stellar option, fantastic utility card in this deck. Can switch out Sableye, Psychic Energy, and also the Comfey.
Oh boy, it's a Chorus's Experiment as well. We really... Oh yeah, I see lots of switching cards in there.
Switch card as well.
There should be... Yeah, I think there's another Fog Crystal in the hand, so you can pay retreat one of this Comfey. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is really, really good for Christian Fontenot.
I think
what a start.
We've seen enough basic search. We don't need the Artisan or the Nest Ball here. Those are easy choices.
Definitely don't want to be putting down
easy choices.
Definitely don't want to be putting down that Artisan. You don't want to give Christian Hodas the option to get
actually just going to throw away a Cramorant. And like you said, yeah, going to get rid of the Artisan. That's the least valuable card.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, that's the only route for Christian Hodas to get more Comfey right now.
Here we see the Flower selecting as well, Battle VIP Pass.
It's turn 1 and you still don't need Battle VIP Pass. You've got so much basic search.
That's the worst card. Come on. And I think it was a Beach Court.
Yeah, seems like a good card again, not to play, but just to hold. Oh, wow. He's going to go for the Battle VIP Pass. Again, it's one of these situations where we have Caster Vision. We know that this Manaphy isn't all that relevant, and possibly the Jirachi isn't all that relevant, but Christian Fontenot didn't know that at the time, so
yeah, not going to be
also pretty reasonable. You can also just start pre-loading Radiant Charizard, because as we know, it's such an awkward Pokemon to knock out.
Yeah, I do like it.
Here we go. It's going to be the Jirachi and Sableye.
Jirachi and Sableye, as you said, maybe getting up another attacker as an option. We see, you know, 3 cards already in the Lost Zone. You can imagine getting to 10 will be that bit easier now. Putting a second attacker down as the Sableye. Start, you know, putting that down as a threat against Christian Hodas. Here we see the manual retreat into the other Comfey.
This is getting us to 4 cards.
Yeah, getting us to 4 here. Just needs a retreat now.
Got the switch cards galore.
Already has the switch card into the Spit Innocently, and this is huge.
This is throwing their cards around. They know what a great position they're in, thanks to this Spit Innocently. And Christian Hodas, they have draw power from a Zinnia's Resolve, but I'm not sure what else.
And how do they respond to Mirage Gate in hand as well? Resources you definitely don't want to be getting rid of. Thankfully,
you're drawing cards with Zinnia's Resolve, but you're not going to 4 cards in the Lost Zone.
You're not putting more cards in the Lost Zone. I think that's the problem here.
You even keep, I mean, if you keep Super Effective Glasses, you actually have the option to Lost Vacuum. We have seen Lost Vacuum and Forest Sealstone. That could be the only way that we can still get to 4 cards in the Lost Zone here.
Was there even a V Pokemon they could attach the Forest Sealstone to?
Oh, there's no... Yeah, you're right. There's no Pokemon to attach the Forest Sealstone to, but you could still use it just to... Yeah, I mean,
it's actually a good thing that they drew. It's actually a good thing they drew into the Iron Hands in the first place, because you could have been leaving just a Tropius on the...
Yeah, we needed any basic here. That's...
Give me
we
anything.
have our back against the wall right now for Christian Hodas. Do not get it twisted. It's just the pass.
It's just the pass. Rough here for Christian Hodas. Let's see if they can punish the poor start here.
Well, I got bad news for you. There's more Chorus's Experiment. Christian Fontenot is not slowing down right now. They are continuing on this rampage with such a great opener here.
Yeah, Christian Hodas must be thinking, can I borrow that for just 1 second, please?
Where are my ones of those?
Yeah, I need one myself.
4.
Come on.
Having to get rid of a key piece here. Interesting to see the Raihan and Palpad get discarded here. I kind of like Raihan.
I suppose with the Raihan, though, you're realizing the good start you have right now. And I suppose...
That's true.
Yeah.
But I also think that if an Iron Hands does hit the board and you can just come in with Raihan attached double turbo and wipe the Iron Hands off the board, then you're really laughing.
I suppose, but I think with Christian Hodas only having one in the lost zone coming into their turn 3...
That is true.
That is very true, Joe.
Yeah, you're right.
Awkward situation here.
Yeah, another spit innocently is all it needs.
Yeah.
Christian Fontenot going 2 prizes ahead, and Christian Hodas with just 1 card in the lost zone right now.
Super odd, not helpful. We do see a right hand, so can arm press this turn.
Yep, that's very true.
Yeah, it can arm press, can start taking some prizes.
Please tell me there's a lightning energy in this hand, because if we have to right hand we have to grab the lightning energy and stay on a pretty dead hand. This does not feel great.
No, it certainly doesn't. Clutching at straws here, really. Even taking the arm press is a bit threatening. Of course, starting to take prizes, that Radiant Charizard starts, threatening you here.
Yeah, I think Christian is recognizing that you need to start ramping this lost zone, and with 2 Compe in the prize cards, 1 knocked out, it's going to have to be a Colrus for next turn. You're hoping that Iron Hands EX can tank a hit for a turn, because the board is full right now for Christian Fontenot. So they are limited to just this 110 or maximum 120 damage with a Lost Mine.
I mean, even for Christian Fontenot, Spit Innocently and a Lost Mine will take out this Iron Hands. So, if you're not dealing with the arm press and you're not applying pressure, it's how you deal with that. Does have the gift energy. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, sorry.
2 lightning energy for the arm press, correct, yeah. That's the trouble. And we're just going to see more Colrus. We're getting towards that crucial threshold of 10 very soon as well.
Does have that double colorless as well. Might come in very relevant.
Yeah, really nice card to hold.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Hisuian Heavy Ball and Battle VIP Pass again. Easy choices for Christian Fontenot here. And now at 8 cards, could get to 10 with an easy Lost Vacuum of their own Technical Machine Devolution, whilst thinning the hand, because again, they just have such a silly hand size at this stage. It's Colrus every turn of the game, has got a few flower selectings in, and they are really just starting to get into the
look at that hand.
ascendancy.
That's a dream. Look at that hand.
It's hard to hold it all at this stage.
Yes.
You've got to sift through so many options of what the best card to get rid of with your Lost Vacuum if you want to get to 10. I don't see why not, really.
Yeah.
To get to 10 just early. It's going to be an escape rope just for yourself to keep flower selecting. This is another way to ramp your Lost Zone. I think it was Clara versus something. Clara hitting the Lost Zone. Another switch card here.
Switch card, yeah.
You get to keep Fire Energy. Maybe just retreating Fire Energy is important for Christian here, so you open up more Raihan or more ways to get accelerating to your Radiant Charizard. There are 2 copies of Raihan in the deck list.
Yeah, this is relevant. And a nice Spit Innocently, again, puts it in range of a Lost Mine in the later turn, drawing that Minior as well. Not going to be relevant here. And here we see a big, big Colrus. Oh, no Pokemon Search either.
This is a big, big problem for Christian Hodas.
Yeah, this is an issue.
You have Minior Switch Cart, so that your Iron Hands is not immediately knocked out from a Lost Mine.
You're pretty much forced to put down that Minior to even stay in the game, right?
Yeah.
With no Pokemon Search now from this Colrus, and with Christian Fontenot able to take the knockout on this Iron Hands, it'll mean that they'll be able to take the game.
Christian Hodas is in a terrible position here.
This is the one thing he didn't want to
The jaws are slowly shutting on them. Iron Hands, you can protect for a little while longer, but even then, you're even just giving up another single prize knockout when you're up against a single prize matchup.
Yes.
Still a big problem for you.
Yeah, of course. Just eyeing up that Minior as well, just to stay in the game, Joe. Doesn't feel great.
Certainly doesn't. It's going to be the switch card play as we expected.
Yes.
Because this is your only threat on the board.
They're doing what they can. They're doing exactly what they can here to stay in the game. However, no other switch outs, right?
No.
So it's just a simple pass.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Christian Hodas. How can Christian Fontenot capitalize on this even more? We know their hand size is insane. We know they've played Colrus every single turn.
I like, if it's available, just to switch cart into the Sableye, keep that Minior in the active.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing. Fog Crystal for Psychic Energy immediately going on to the Sableye. We have 9 cards currently in the Lost Zone. We know there's Lost Vacuum available to get ourselves over that threshold.
Get ourselves to 10 very easily. And keeping that Minior in the active it requires Christian Hodas to just have that many more resources.
This is the other way to get to 10.
You will see the combo, sorry.
Yep, throws away Spiritomb. Life is good for Christian Fontenot here.
Yes, for sure. Here we see the beach court as well. Nice little free retreat. Does put that mini or 2-1 retreat cost, however.
Yeah, this is a curious one, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like the Lost Vacuum may have been the... Maybe it's only... yeah, that was the only switch card anyway. The only switching option, I should say.
Yes. Oh, it does have the Lost Vacuum as well.
Yeah, Lost Vacuum, but you could have done this without actually going into Comfey.
Yeah, I think Escape Rope was in hand as well.
Yeah, you could have gone directly into the Sableye and not given the -1 retreat option here.
Yeah, that's right.
But the beach... so we're Lost Vacuuming away the beach court, I see.
Yes,
so we're keeping the pressure on.
I think taking the knockout on the Minior there. Yep. So
we are still knocking out the Minior.
Yes. And then
putting the remainder onto Iron Hands.
5 damage counters on the Iron Hands. So now putting that Iron Hands up to 130 damage, only 100 damage remaining. A switch card can save it from a Lost Mine. Top deck in the Colress's Experiment. I feel like you're still clutching at straws here, Joe.
It's a lovely top deck, but we're about 4 turns behind. That's the issue.
Does
some
have
easy choices with Colress's Experiment. We're getting to 5 cards, I think, now.
Yes.
Hey, the Hisuian Heavy Ball's a big one. You've got 3 great Pokemon to pick from. Got 2 Comfey and Radiant Greninja.
Take your pick. I feel like I wouldn't know what to select here, really. I mean, you can select the Comfey, but it's a nice little Lost Mine target for later turns. Yeah, I do like the Radiant Greninja.
You're going to manually attach anyway this turn,
Yes.
so you don't need to get to 7 from Mirage Gate.
Yeah.
So you can still swing with your Iron Hands. And also, I think just the low hit points of Comfey at this point is actually more of a detriment to you, because it allows more Sableye to come onto the board for easy prize cards. The fact that you have 130 hit points on this Radiant Greninja is actually going to become relevant for you, trying to deny an easy route for Christian Fontenot to close out their last 3 prize cards.
Yeah, here we see the Radiant Greninja hitting the hand from that Hisuian level ball. Going to put that down. Conceal cards now active. Does have a few, well, just only the 1 energy.
Won't be very much time.
Yes,
going to be well, a quick town store first. Just reset the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's even any targets here. We've got rid of a couple of our super effective glasses. There's the Forest Seal Stone already in the hand. But at least we're taking some prizes back here, Ben.
Yes, well, it's something at least. It's something.
It's honest work.
Yes, it's honest work. But of course, if Christian Fontenot is able to take the knockout with the Radiant Charizard next turn, it'll only put him 1 prize card away, Joe, from taking this game.
And I think it's pretty much all in hand. Again, we have like a 20 card or so hand. We know there's the Radiant Charizard. We know there's already well, there's also the option to spit innocently through this. 130 damage already on Iron Hands. We don't even need Charizard here. You could load that in the back if you needed.
Yeah, strong position here from Christian Fontenot. How does he want to deal with this? Is it a spit innocently? Is it a Radiant Charizard?
Yeah, the world's your oyster. You have all the options.
Does have the Clara here. Opts for the Sableye.
Yeah, that's all you need as well. Just another backup attacking option.
Keeping the Fire Energy in the discard as well for that right hand. Here we see a Flower selecting as well. 2 Colress, I believe.
Throws away the Colress because they just hit the switch card anyway.
Yeah, I mean, already hitting 13 into the Lost Zone as well. You know you're going to be keeping that hand as well. So you can definitely see why.
Switch card or Escape Rope, it's basically the same thing, because you're always going to be targeting the Iron Hands. Means that you just get to keep more potential healing cards if ever Sableye does come into play from Christian Hodas. But Christian Fontenot is going to be going down to a single prize card remaining, and is also able to get a little dinky damage counter onto this Radiant Greninja, which doesn't seem like much, but it completely sets you up.
It's relevant.
Yep, it completely does.
Yeah, Spit Innocently and a Lost Mine will be able to take the knockout here on the Radiant Greninja, and Christian Fontenot only 1 prize card away, Joe, from taking this game.
Can Christian Hodas come up with anything from this position?
I feel like he's, you know, although he's been having this unfortunate start, he's managing to keep on colorlessing, but just not finding anything, Joe.
Yeah, it's still so awkward. We're finally getting to 7 cards, so Mirage Gates are online. Ideally, we can make another Iron Hands here. And from Christian Hodas' perspective, you just hope that there's no sign of Charizard. It's low percentages once again. We're in the same position as last game, where you're kind of just crossing your fingers at this stage, because it's so likely with the hand size that Christian Fontenot has that they can close against you here with no hand disruption.
I mean, you've got to be thinking with the size of Christian Fontenot's hand that Radiant Charizard is going to be an option. Even has the double colorless energy in hand as well, just in case Christian Hodas just wants to take the one prize as well.
We have Super Rod, we have enough Mirage Gate, so it will be most likely Iron Hands recovered and back into the active position. So we're doing everything we can here to go just 2 prize cards away from winning.
There are so many ways of winning, though, for Christian Fontenot.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know. I'm trying to make it interesting, Ben. Trying to make it interesting out here. I feel like Christian Fontenot is in a really solid position.
Yeah, for sure. And you with the Super Rod going for that Iron Hands, like you said.
Yeah, has Nest Ball in hand, has these Mirage Gates. They've been clogging the hand all game, but they're finally unlocked. So it will be the return of Iron Hands EX. Another Ampy very much lined up.
Another Ampy very much, putting himself only 2 prize cards away if he's able to take this knockout on the Sableye. Does have the Mirage Gate in hand, too, actually, in hand. So can just get this Ampy very much up and running with 4 energy attachments. But I think, yeah, it's just a 3 energy in deck left.
So yeah, I think we have some switching cards in here as well. As we can move the Greninja, we can manually attach a Lightning for turn.
Doesn't want to escape rope either, by the way.
Yep, unless you have switch cart.
Yeah, wants to be removing the threat of the Sableye as well. But without a
we have the switch cart?
I don't believe so.
Oh, no.
No, this is even worse.
It's going to be the draws from concealed cards. Switch cart would be huge here. We do hit the switch cart.
We hit the switch cart. We have the manual attachment as well.
That's something. We can celebrate that at least.
Yes, we can celebrate that, but now it's all about whether Christian Fontenot does have the Radiant Charizard next turn to take the response knockout on the Iron Hands, I guess.
I would guess.
Yeah, I would guess.
I would guess so. Why not? Could also be a scapegoat for the Greninja anyway. Doesn't matter at this point. Just 1 prize card remaining. Christian Hodas, a valiant effort here. They've had a very poor opener, and they've brought it down to just this situation where if the Iron Hands EX can tank for a turn, it will be their game, but it feels like Christian Fontenot has the answers already prepped in their hand here.
Doing what he can. Doing what he can. You know, playing to the outs. You know, valiant effort, like you said. Here we see the Hisuian level ball just getting out of Comfey here as well.
Nah, just not even taking it.
Not even taking it? Oh, yeah, it was the prize card from the previous.
It's going to be another Raikou V coming onto the board. There's Forest Seal Stone, and it's going to be the Ampy very much for 2 prize cards.
And here we see Christian Fontenot.
As long as we play the cards in the correct sequence, there should be no issue here whatsoever.
Does have a Nest Ball, the Radiant Charizard coming down with the Fire Energy.
There it is.
And the switch
card brings the Radiant Charizard back into the active position to knock out the Iron Hands EX. Christian Fontenot going to win 2-0, taking themselves to the final.
Yeah, what a fantastic game that was. Christian Fontenot showing the power again of the Radiant Charizard Lost Box variant. It's a deck that we haven't seen very often coming into these tournaments lately, but Christian Fontenot bringing it back, showing just how powerful it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, what a game.
And it seemed, honestly, just a lot more consistent than the amalgamation that Christian Hodas was having. Obviously, they had a fantastic record. They made top 4. Their deck list was consistent in its own right, but it felt like the combination of just very early pressure with Cramorant, having the Sableye still being such a big threat, and the Radiant Charizard, what a key component to that archetype that was just such a difficult Pokemon to deal with for Christian Hodas. Even having like 6 or 7 different attackers in their deck list, they still had no real answer to this Charizard.
I think that was the name of the game, right? It was baiting these 2 prizes to come out. And, you know, Christian Fontenot able to just basically gobble them up and take another 2 prizes. Thank you very much. And it seems that that strategy of taking that Ampy very much game plan over and over again was just not a viable option in the end.
Yeah, and some really good choices from Christian over the course of the weekend. Has some tech inclusions like the Jirachi if you do come up against them Lost Zone mirror matches. You got Spiritomb to help out against Mew in your deck. There was a couple copies of the Technical Machine Devolution that can help you with your own Lost Zone quest because it gives you some Lost Vacuum targets to help ramp yourself, but also it's going to really help out against Gardevoir. It's going to be fantastic against Charizard EX as well. One of the few Pokemon that can tank a hit against Radiant Charizard is this big EX, so if you just poke it for a chunk of damage and then devolve it later, that can also give you a good chance in the matchup, and that's actually what they beat in the top 8 as well. So definitely constructed the list to have answers to the entire field, and it's really paying off.
Multiple game plans, I think that's the name of the game, right, for Christian Fontenot here. And having the addition, like you said, of the Technical Machines Evolution, giving it a little bit of an edge over certain matchups, that those big HP EX Pokemon like the Charizard, like the Gardevoir as well, you know, it gives him a little bit more flexibility in this meta. But I think with having that single prize approach as well in the current format that we have with a bunch of strong 2-prize, 3-prize Pokemon, I think that, you know, it's taken advantage of the meta, really.
Certainly is. Let's have a look at the updated bracket to see how the other side is going on in our top 4 game, because we have confirmation that Christian Fontenot is going to be making it into the finals. And our other game has also concluded. Simon was able to win 2-0 against Alberto. That's going to be Alberto out of the tournament with that Giratina archetype. It's going to be Simon making it to the final here.
I think that's really surprised me, because I think that usually we think that Lost Box has a great, well, Lost Box Giratina have a fantastic matchup against the Miraidon. But I think now with that Miraidon having the option of the Iron Hands, maybe that was how Simon...
That Iron Hands again, Ben.
Ooh, that Iron Hands coming out again was the trump card in that game against Alberto.
Simon's had a really tough run through this bracket as well, having to overcome a Mew VMAX as well as a Giratina. You don't really think these are the matchups you want to see as Miraidon. So to make it to the final is really exceptional from them.
What a final we have in store as well. Miraidon, Lost Box, who do you have, do you think?
Well, I do think Radiant Charizard is phenomenal in the matchup. We've just seen how Christian Fontenot is able to overcome an Iron Hands EX quite comfortably, actually, with a double Raihan, with 1 copy of Mirage Gate, with double Turbo Energy in the deck list. You can get a very fast response with a Radiant Charizard. So the Miraidon does have a few more tricks up its sleeve. Finally, there is going to be some hand disruption coming their way, as well as possibility of Path to the Peak as well. So if you can make it more difficult for Christian to build and rebuild a Radiant Charizard, that's going to be the key to Miraidon's success.
Talking about taking advantage of the prize trade, you know, Christian Fontenot having all of those single prizes available to him, the Radiant Charizard, the Sableye, the Cramorant. The majority of the attackers from Miraidon will be 2 prizes, right? So again, it's the same game plan that we saw here, is whether you can keep up that engine of getting the Radiant Charizard out over and over again, keep using the Combustion Blast and taking big knockouts.
Yeah, and I do think it's a bit trickier when you're coming up against Miraidon, because there are Ionos, there are going to be judges in some lists as well. So there are going to be some more hurdles, I would say, for Christian as we go into this final. So it should be a really nail-biting one. I can't wait for that. Before we get to hear from our 2 players in the final, we have a quick video to show you so they can get ready.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 U.S. National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item-locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item-locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item-locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item-locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item-locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flair's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that? Uh-oh. Bring a Vileplume, that's the whole game? What?
Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome, viewers. You're joined by myself, Shea Burton, Alex Dow, and Freya Pierce. Now, we just had an incredible regionals event. Sacramento, no one was expecting those results. So I'm here to ask you, Alex, on the back of those results, would you be changing your deck?
I mean, definitely something to consider. You have to take into account all of your sort of information that you can get from any sort of events that you either keep an eye on other streams or any other sort of tournaments in the local player base. But I'm one of those few people who like the idea of sticking to your tried and tested. Making sure you know exactly your deck ins and outs. Make sure you make as few mistakes as possible. You can obviously make alterations, but I'm one of those that if you've been playing a deck for a long time, you tend to make fewer sort of mistakes throughout the game and actually can play it to the best of your abilities.
Well, unfortunately, Alex, I'm here to tell you that you are wrong. There's no way you can see 4 colorless Lugia in top 8 and think, yeah, we're fine, we can just carry on. No, get those Temple of Sinnohs in, get those special energy denial in, because we can't be 4 in top 8. People will see that and think, wow, Lugia's really good, I have to play this now. So I think I'm on the reaction hype train. We are changing our decks, we are getting the Temples in, because I can't be letting Primal Turbo go crazy like that.
If I may take a bit of a centrist position, I guess, I think you're both right, actually. So having been playing the game for a long, long time, I think there's something to be said about playing to your own strengths. And for some players, that will mean sticking to one deck, playing it over and over again, making sure that you don't make misplays with it, and just playing that deck to the best of your ability. And especially if you're just starting out as well, I think that's a really great approach to take, because you'll iron out those misplays. But the more experience you get, the more ability you'll get to pick up on those changes in the metagame, and you'll have the confidence to say, actually, looking at this, maybe I do need to change my approach slightly and switch either my cards in my list or to a different deck. And that comes with experience. So I think you have to do a very honest evaluation of yourself as a player to decide whether you want to stick with your guns or make changes.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think anyone's right or wrong, Shay, but I will agree in certain aspects. As I kind of touched on, you know, you can make alterations to the deck that you do play. You know, that kind of 1 or 2 techs that you want to maybe incorporate. We saw with the 4 colorless Lugia in that top 8. Maybe you can make a tweak where you play a Temple of Sinnoh in your Guardi lists again, for example. There's loads of things that you can do, but can still keep the core of what you try to do with your deck relatively similar. And that's, I think, a better way of maybe adapting a lot of the times, because we're in such a diverse meta at the moment. Any deck can really come to the fore and actually take an event down. So it just means that you don't really have to cater for a deck which is maybe 20% of a meta share. You're only catering for everything being 10 to 14%. So that's my view anyway.
Interesting. You might have convinced me a little bit here. I think Freya coming in with the centrist approach, as you said, probably the safest way to go. But I think that wraps up our discussion here about whether we should be changing our decks on the back of Sacramento Regional. So I think we're going to throw it back to casters and get back to our gameplay as soon as possible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships in Stuttgart in Germany. My name is Ross Gilbert, and we've got a final to have in a minute. But before we get to the final, I thought it'd be fun to meet our finalists. We've got Christian Fontenot and Simon Chan. How you doing, guys?
Doing good.
Doing good.
I mean, I'm assuming by now we're quite kind of hyped up. So, Christian, how did your top 4 go?
Pretty well, honestly. I felt pretty good at going into it because going into top 8, I knew my side of the bracket was 3 Lost Box decks, including myself, and a Rapid Strike. So I was just kind of assuming that I'd hit Rapid Strike in top 4 and it'd be over, right? But when I sat down, my opponent wasn't playing Rapid Strike. I'm like, okay, cool, this is fine. I felt that a good matchup. I feel very confident into Iron Hands decks as long as they don't hit me with it turn 1, because my Radiant Charizard just responds really well. So yeah, I felt good going in. I knew I was favored because he plays 22 prizers, and he just kind of bricked game 2. So that helped a lot. So yeah.
Sounds pretty good. I watched big bits of it, and yeah, game 2 wasn't the most exciting game we've ever seen.
No.
I think if it puts you into the final, you're probably quite happy about that.
Maybe worse.
And Christian, I caught a bit of your top 4 game as well. I actually picked Miraidon as my deck for the tournament this weekend, so you're making me very happy. How did your top 4 go?
It was going very well because game 1 he bricked, and game 2 I made a cool play. Yeah.
You did make a cool play. Tell us about the cool play.
I could use the attack from you to copy the attack from Greninja and take 3 prizes.
And you actually waited a turn. You passed with the Mew and the active with the energy, and like, not this turn, but next turn. Next turn's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's true. And I was lucky that he missed the card he needed, and then I could win.
Yeah, that was very, very good. So expectations coming into the tournament. I mean, Christian, coming into this tournament, obviously you wanted to win, but what were the expectations?
Right. Mixed there. I was expecting day 2, right? But I was also going in with a deck that I admittedly didn't have very much experience with. I locked this deck in, I think Wednesday night is when I decided this was what I was going to play. I just felt it was a good call and that I could play it, well, and to just kind of see where it went. But after day 1, where I went 8-0-1, my expectations were if I don't win this event, then I guess, well, it's not a failure. That's a little too harsh, right? But I felt like if I can get first seed by the end of day 1, I should be able to win the event. And well, I mean, I'm here, so.
I mean, you're in the final. You've got a pretty good chance of winning from where I'm sitting. And yeah, you were top seed. You didn't take any, was it 8-0-1 in the end?
8-0-1, yes.
8-0-1, so undefeated in day 1, top seed. Yeah, you should have that expectation of doing well. And, Simon, same question. How did you feel coming into the tournament? How did you feel about Miraidon?
Yeah, to be honest, I just wanted to come here with my friends, play Pokemon and have fun. And yeah, I did really well. I didn't expect it. Yeah.
I love that attitude, and yeah, that is the main thing, coming here, having fun. Well, you've both done spectacularly well, but we're not done yet. We do need to have a final, so I'm going to go and let these lovely people go and get ready for their final. Grab yourselves a nice warm beverage, get yourself comfortable. This final is going to be a doozy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I said we got a final to get to. I was not lying. I've run to the desk. I found a Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great, yes. A fantastic top 4 feature match there and a great interview as well. Definitely 2 different approaches here. Christian saying, I can't believe I'm not going to win this tournament after having such a good day 1. And then Simon just here to have fun, and they found their way to the finals. What a great story for both players.
Yeah, I did really enjoy that. Well, let's take a look at the deck here, just so we can kind of have a look at these players. And of course, do make sure you check us out on social media. Don't ignore that banner. So here were the top 8 decks coming into our top 8. And you had a nice variety of decks, Joe, but we're down to Miraidon and that Lost Zone box, which most people refer to as Sablezard.
Yeah, especially Christian's variant. There are other Lost Zone decks that made it into the top 8, but the Sablezard came out on top. Yes. It's all the way back when Lost Origin first came out, when Sablezard was kind of most popular, but it's been brought back recently because it has such a great instant response to Iron Hands EX, and we did see that in the top 4 match from Christian Fontenot, using it to great effect to take multi-prize knockouts turn by turn.
Yeah, that was very good. Of course, it can be quite stressful playing. I mean, we saw it right from Ross Cawthorne back in Worlds 2022.
Right.
Back in London, that's when the deck first came around, and it's an awkward deck because it's just constantly getting that Charizard back. That Radiant Charizard has been around since then, and it's just, can I get it set up every single turn? Can I recover it? Can I keep doing it? And apparently, if you can, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's not just a late game card. You would think that with the Excited Heart ability, it would only come into the game later on, but with so many ways to accelerate energy, we found means of getting the Charizard online early and then having that great recycle. It's such a powerful attacker in the Pokemon TCG right now with so many very powerful basic two-prize Pokemon. That's exactly where Charizard flourishes.
And we saw in that previous game, Iron Hand. We've seen a lot this weekend, chucking an Iron Hand in the active, because 230 and 220 are very different in the game at the moment. And Iron Hands has 230 HP, and it's been tanking some hits. And then Charizard was like, lol, no.
I do think there's more likelihood that it does happen possibly during this match, because there are opportunities for Simon to weave in Path of the Peak to turn off the Excited Heart. There is Bravery Charm to have another hurdle of hit points, so you push yourself out of 200 hit points. So I do think that there is going to be a really interesting final, back and forth with many pieces to be found. Let's see how both our finalists made it there in the top 8. Definitely a different run for both players. Simon had a really tough time of things, having to best a Mew VMAX matchup, which I think is one of the toughest ones out there for Miraidon in a 2-1 fashion. We showed that on the stream earlier, and has also been able to overcome Alberto Conti with that Giratina. But not just any Giratina. Alberto really is one of the pioneers of Lost Zone. Very early on the Turbo Lost Box train and piloting Giratina this weekend, so a very experienced Lost Zone player.
Yeah, I was trying to watch the one top 4 while listening to the other one, and it was a little bit awkward, but I think I got the gist of it. But the players are ready, so let's go over to the table and we can start getting ready for our lovely final. I'm excited about this one. Apparently they played in round 10, I understand, played to a tie. Ain't no tie in the final, Joe.
Can't tie in a final, that's the issue with it. So we are going to have a victory here, and I think it's going to be a really close matchup. You would think the power of that Radiant Charizard is going to be the win condition for Christian here. So it's going to be down to Simon to not only keep up in the prize race, weave in your Iron Hands when possible, but also throw the Judges, the Ionos, the Bravery Charms in the mix at the same time.
Yeah, and we see Christian Fontenot there. Actually, a really interesting list of accomplishments, because you'll see we've got Gdansk and EUIC, and then we've got Arlington and Milwaukee, and they're not that close to Europe, Joe. They're quite far away.
And you might notice from Christian's accent that they have hailed from that region as well at times and have moved over to Europe recently. And Simon there, this is their best accomplishment to date. There's no doubt about that. I think they're actually only on 20 championship points as of right now. So if they win this game, they get an immediate invite.
I love that, coming in like 20 championship points, but don't worry, I'll just win a regional. That'll be my route to an invite. I don't need any championship points.
Miraidon coming this far once again. We've already seen it in a final in the Paradox Rift format at the LAIC, so seems to be, again, a great choice for this weekend.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. We've got Miraidon, we've got Iron Hands, we've got Sableye, we've got Radiant Charizard, and yeah, I think the Radiant Charizard is obviously going to be key, because if you can trade 2 for 1, you're absolutely ahead there, but you do need to make sure you keep recovering it, and that Iron Hand is going to be something you're looking out for. Prizes,
Roxanne's
3 energy.
Yeah, 3 energy does hurt the ratios of the Miraidon with Electric Generator. Roxanne's the only hand disruptor that Christian has in their deck list, but should be able to cherry pick it from the prizes pretty early.
Yeah.
As we have liftoff here in the Masters final here, and we have a Mew EX lead for Simon, who's going to be kicking off game 1.
He is indeed. Mew's got free retreat. Mew's got a nice little ability to draw cards. It's not a bad one to start with. But we do see the Raikou going down straight away. You could always retreat into that and use fleet-footed if you so wished. What we're really looking for turn 1 is a Miraidon.
The only draw power is this fleet-footed, so it is going to be an early retreat. 1 card for Simon here. Can we get towards any ball search? Or is it just going to be an attach past turn 1?
Oh, what do we see?
Nest Ball, that's exactly what we wanted to see. That unlocks the Miraidon EX.
That's perfect.
Begin tandem uniting here.
Yeah, love that. Miraidon gets yourself 2 basic lightning, but as we mentioned before, one of those can be a Miraidon, and then that Miraidon can use its own tandem unit, and that would actually fill up the bench.
That's really going to, yeah, that changes the fortunes of this hand quite nicely, because you have Judge Path after this, so you can use Miraidon's setup, get a turn attachment in, even onto the Raikou V that's in the active position right now. You're setting yourself up for a really easy attack next turn whilst throwing hand disruption at Christian. That's exactly what you need in this matchup.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. That is exactly what we're looking for. So that Judge's going to come down next turn with the attack, which is going to be lovely. And that's going to be, yeah.
This is the alternative option. Could be going for Squawkabilly EX instead here.
Ooh.
You would just dump the hand. You'd lose a Path of the Peak. You'd lose a Judge. These are cards I actually really like in the matchup, but it does mean you can see a fresh 6 cards here.
You do
This
run
is
the
already
risk.
an interesting choice.
And you do run the risk if you don't hit a Miraidon from the Squawkabilly, then you do get put back. I mean, I know the odds are in your favor. You play many outs to it. You play 3 copies of it. But there is always that possibility that you do whiff the Miraidon, and then you end up with a Raikou, a Squawkabilly who served its purpose and does nothing for you, and a Mew.
The big issue here is that Squawkabilly and Mew EX both have such low hit points that Christian may find avenues to weave in Sableye attacks over a number of turns to also find easy knockouts. As we're going to see a quick switch from Simon back into the free retreating Mew EX. And it is going to be most likely just an attachment to Raikou, and then the Squawk and Seize for 6 here. Getting rid of a Zapdos as well. Sometimes you weave in a single prize attacking Pokemon, but usually you want to just get 1 Mareep developed on the board, and that's the only single prize that you'll show your opponent.
Yeah, and be given that choice of they can take out the Mareep, but then they're going to have to still take out 3 X's as well. Good news is, naturally drew into a Miraidon, so...
That's worked out really well.
Yeah, that's worked out lovely. And you only have 2 bench spots left, but that's good, because Miraidon can get you whichever 2 Pokemon you want to fill them.
We've also got a couple Ultra Ball in the hand, so we could go down even to 0 cards and draw 3 more from restart. So that could be pretty handy.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Speaking of handy, is there going to be an Iron Hands EX coming onto the board early on here? We know it's such a crucial card at threatening the Lost Zone players. Yep, straight away we're going to have the Iron Hands EX on the board, and let's start working towards an Amp You very much. There's already an electric generator in the hand here.
I like getting the Iron Hands down early because it can be a bit of a pain to get those 4 energy on, getting it down, using that electric generator. It's much easier to power it up over this turn and next when you can actually attack with it than just trying to do it all next turn. So, yeah, big fan of getting this one out. And then, of course, hopefully you've got your Flaffy next turn. But now comes the electric generator. Double hit!
Here we are, game 1 of the finals. First electric generator, full value, 2 lightning energy immediately attached. That's 3 for the turn here. And wow, just how much more threatening is this board state looking now?
I mean, it's kind of annoying when I say, whoa, there's 3 energy prize, that could hurt. And he's like, no, I'll still get 2 off an electric generator.
No problem.
Works out.
Grab Flaffy here just to have in the hand for next turn. You could get 1 card from restart. Looking really well set up now, Simon. Really good lead here.
And an energy in the discard we've got ready for the Flaffy as well to accelerate next turn. So Iron Hands next turn is not going to be a problem. You're going to have Dynamotor, you're going to have the energy from hand. That's literally all you need.
Yeah, I was questioning the choice for Squawkabilly, but look how it's paid off. Look at this board state. That is so much better than what I was planning.
And hopefully you can still hit a Judge and a Path next turn anyway.
And there's already a piece of Path as well that you can hold on to. You probably just want to keep it in hand and pass things over. I like to see this. Let's see how Christian's opener is looking, because they're staring down a pretty intimidating board state.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see. You know that Iron Hand is coming out next turn. You know your opponent literally just needs an energy from hand in order to actually pull it off. So it's not going to be difficult to do that.
Christian already identifying that Radiant Charizard is in the deck. Fantastic. And we do have Battle VIP Pass to lead the turn here. Shouldn't be too difficult with a Comfey lead to get towards 4 cards in the Lost Zone to unlock your Spit Innocently from Cramorant. And that could be really handy with the low hit points of Mew EX. It could be a way that you could set up this Pokemon for a 2-prize knockout over a couple of attacks, especially with Sableye weaving itself in at some point during the game. So it is certainly relevant if we can launch an attack turn 1 for Christian here, as they're going to do their due diligence with their deck search. Some key cards to keep an eye out for: the 1-of copy of Mirage Gate, the double turbo energy in the deck, Raihan. These are the ways that you can get your Charizard into the mix as early as possible to insta-respond an Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely crucial. The double turbo brings Charizard's attack down to 230, which is the magic number for getting Iron Hands. So that can actually get it pretty gosh darn nicely. So
look at this early Charizard coming down. Even just getting a manual attachment this turn could be huge.
Well, it's very similar to what we saw in the Iron Hands on the other side of the board. And yeah, get the Cramorant hopefully this turn, get 110 down. And you know, then there's a 2-prizer on the bench that you can use to KO with Sableye at any point in the future. If you need 2 prizes, whack an energy on Sableye, off you go. Or a Cramorant or whatever you might need. What's the decision here?
Getting rid of energy with the first flower selecting. I'm not sure if there is access
to... Or was a fire energy.
A fire energy in the hand now, so that's at least something to attach. There could be an attached retreat to unlock Raihan for you as well. It's always nice to bank a fire energy in the discard pile. That's exactly what we're seeing with this first retreat here. So you can Raihan. There are 2 copies in the deck list of Raihan. It's a great card to have. I think the Raihan's in hand, actually. Battle VIP Pass going to go in favor of a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, we did
have a big poker gear now.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did just Lost Zone a Psychic Energy from the last flower selecting.
Also true. Yep.
So you can't really Lost Zone 2 in a row and you're only playing 3. It doesn't really work. But gets a Colress off the Poker Gear. And like you said, Joe, probably not going to be hard to get 4 cards in the Lost Zone.
We've made it, and Colress should help us get there. At this stage, we're just looking towards getting Cramorant into the active to get a bit of tempo going. And we have seen the banked Fire Energy. I really like this choice from Christian. It's not easy to find these Fire Energy just naturally as you draw through the deck, so getting a Fire banked really early is exceptional.
Yeah, it's always nice to have it in there. So here comes the 5 cards for the Colress's experiment.
Not getting easy Lost Zones here. The Devo as well as a Fog Crystal can find their way into the Lost Zone. I think the Hisuian Heavy was taken as well, and that can be a means to cram.
Absolutely could. We've got a Nest Ball here as well. So that could...
That's also going to get Cramorant.
Yep, there are 2 copies in the list.
Yeah, that's because we have no mid-range. We have the 4 breakpoint and the 10 breakpoint. Nothing in between. We have 1 Mirage Gate, but normally it's just Charizard using right-hand things.
Yeah.
As we see the switch carts for Cramorant here. Still some actions to be done for Christian, perhaps. They could just attach the Devo tool, but they don't go for it. They're going to keep that option available for Lost Vacuum shenanigans and get this tempo poke onto Mew EX. I really like this choice because it does enable Sableye later. There's a Bravery Charm pickup.
Oh, that's nice.
Here. This Iron Hands is going to be so threatening. 280 hit points with the hit point buff of Bravery Charm. There's already a Flaffy. They can get us to 3 energy cards.
And we talk about the fact that Christian is generally trading kind of his Charizard for 2 prizes. Well, if you can get 2 attacks off with the Iron Hands here, that is going to get you pretty much over the line. So if it can take 2 prizes off the Cramorant and then go and tank a hit and take another 2 prizes off of something else straight afterwards, that is going to be a huge deal.
We only have 1 card draw for restart unless we switch cart first into Raikou, and then we could restart for 2 and then have fleet-footed after the fact.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go for here, because we're all in on Iron Hands, let's face it.
Yeah, you've got 3 cards, and all you need is a basic energy. So I think we're going to be... Oh,
there's Judge. Now we have Judge Path as a combo. You can fleet-footed first and see if you hit a Lightning Energy. Judge Path has decent odds of finding a Lightning to attach for the turn. You obviously have 1 Lightning Energy in the discard pile already for Flaffy. And there's the Lightning
hits
Energy.
It off the fleet-footed.
This is a monstrous turn. We can turn attached to our Iron Hands, load it up with Dynamotor, and then do the combo of Judge and Path. This is huge here for Simon.
And I said if the Giant Hands can get 2 attacks in a row, that's going to be huge. Well, this makes it a lot more likely. Path Judge combo, it's one we're very familiar with, and this is about Christian's worst nightmare in this matchup. I'm not perfectly set up here, and my opponent's taking 2 prizes with a Pokemon I probably can't KO, and they're Judge Pathing me.
The Doomsdayers were right. Iron Hands EX looking really dangerous right now. So many pieces required for Christian to overcome this Iron Hands EX, which is bearing down and taking multiple prizes every turn when it's not immediately dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, 3 attacks, it wins the game.
Yep. It really does speed up the prize race here. But interestingly, Simon is basically all in on this 1 attacker. So they basically said, I really, really hope you can't deal with this EX because I've got all my eggs in this basket.
And I mean, it is possible for Christian to respond here. You can get a Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm, and then you just need to get your Charizard, which will need 3 energy at that point.
And the Path of the Peak's got to go as well, let's not forget.
Yeah, which...
That's a lot of, you know, tool and stadium removal.
Yeah, I mean, double Lost Vacuum maybe, Joe?
Yeah, there are a couple stadiums in the deck list as well.
There are indeed.
So we do have outs, we just need so many of them, and we need them on the spot. That's the real kicker here.
Yeah, off the Judge to 4. We need to get rid of the Path, we need to get rid of the Bravery Charm, and then we need the attacker.
Speaking of which, that's a good 4 cards for Simon as they continue their turn here. They can Generator again. There's at least 1 double
hit
lightning.
Again!
Wow, this is huge, because now even if the Iron Hands is dealt with, that could be another easy response here. If these energies find their way onto Raikou V.
I mean, you know, we spoke to Simon a minute ago, and Simon said, I'm just here to have fun playing Pokemon. This looks like having fun playing Pokemon.
I was having fun right now. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of fun to be had when your starts are like this. Incredible scenes.
He's got so much energy. He's actually like, now where do I put all this energy?
I think also just totting up how the bench damage works with your own Lightning Rondo, just making sure that you can get through a Charizard if required. And it is going to be a 2 prize amp you very much knockout here. and it's come alongside a lot of hand disruption. This is the nightmare scenario for Christian Fontenot. How can they find their way out of it?
And they need to respond right now. If they don't respond right now, you can expect there's probably going to be a 2-prize KO coming next turn as well. It was a Fog Crystal top deck, which is not really what you want to see here.
Saw Lost Vacuum. What else do we see? This Charizard's... Oh, wow, we have Raihan. Is this a... There's no shot we're getting there.
I mean, you can search any card with Raihan here. You will still need the double turbo, and you need to get rid of the Path to the Peak, and you need to get rid of the Bravery Charm. So Stadium, Lost Vacuum, double turbo are the 3 cards you're looking for here.
Worst case scenario, you can at least bounce the Path and hit the Iron Hands for 230, then look to find your other Lost Vacuum later. And I think that's already available. With the Raihan attachment, you could grab double turbo energy if you wish. And then you could try to... Oh, wow, eyeing up Mirage Gate. I don't think they'll be able to get to 7 here. Only 4 cards in the Lost Zone right now.
No.
I think there's only 1 Lost Vacuum available. So yeah, it's going to have to be the double turbo, and we'll get rid of Path of the Peak. And you just hope that the size of Radiant Charizard is too large, and that you're nullifying the Iron Hands EX.
And it is worth pointing out that that Bravery Charm gives extra hit points. So if you get rid of it next turn in the middle of the turn, the Iron Hands will just be immediately KO'd.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be huge. And you're just hoping that the Radiant Charizard with 160 hit points cannot be amp you very much for another 2-prize knockout here. So Christian honestly did pretty well from that judge to even launch any attack here. Even though they're not immediately responding on the Iron Hands. This is almost the best case scenario, I would say.
Yeah, there isn't really... I mean, to be fair, we could see a 4-prize turn from Christian next turn. If he can get rid of the Bravery Charm, and then you say Sableye to get rid of the Mew, would need 5 in the Lost Zone, so it's a bit of a long shot. But my point is, there's lots of prizes that are there for the taking for Christian without having to go for giant Charizard hits.
One thing that will be a little bit awkward is that Simon is holding on to Escape Rope. So you can just continue to amp you very much, ignore the Charizard, and just go even further ahead in this prize race.
And that is absolutely, I think, probably the way you want to play this. Go up, you know, take 4 prizes and almost make Charizard attack twice into the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
And that's going to be absolutely... Well, that's not going to be fun, frankly.
Could be boss's orders as well if you'd prefer. You could always just go into your Raikou V, get a quick fleet-footed card in and retreat back out after an Escape Rope.
That's always a nice plan.
Yeah, I feel like just doing the Escape Rope feels best here. Hold boss's orders for later. Going to get an attachment onto Miraidon EX here. Just keep loading up other attackers across your board.
And there's a Dynamotor coming down as well, probably onto the Miraidon. I mean, he's certainly eyeing it up, hasn't used it yet, but now we've got, yeah, it is onto the Miraidon. So you've got the Iron Hands ready to attack, you've got the Raikou ready to attack, you've got the Miraidon with Bravery Charm, 1 basic energy away from attacking now. I mean, there's a lot of attackers in Simon's hand, and Christian needs to be trading 1 for 2 faster to keep up with this.
The option is Escape Rope or Boss's Orders. It's a tough one. I feel like Escape Rope's the best thing to hold here, just so you can guarantee, yeah, I do like this rope most, but we are debating it.
No, I kind of like this. Me's Boss's Orders open for next turn for whatever you might want, so...
We're just jumping in and out with the Mew EX with that free retreat, so Iron Hands is going to be using that Ampy very much once again. Simon going to put themselves possibly 1 attack away from the game here, especially because they do play 2 copies of Iron Hands, so there's the option to tandem unit another one out. There's already double turbo and generator from the prize cards.
Oh, wow.
So even if this Iron Hands is dealt with this turn, which Christian kind of has to do, there could easily be another Iron Hands bursting onto the scene. Is that a top deck of a Chorus? Oh, it's from the Flower Selecting.
From Flower Selecting, but it's still a similar kind of deal. What have we got here? You have to KO the Iron Hands.
Do we have Escape Rope? Do we have Lost Vacuum here? These are some big cards.
Lost Vacuum is the absolute crucial one here. You need to draw into that because you don't want to have to... You have to get rid of Iron Hands this turn or you lose next turn. But also, you kind of don't want to attack into it because then you're 2-hit KOing for 2 prizes. It's not how Christian Fontenot's deck actually tends to work. So, yeah, you need to try and work towards that. You didn't get it off the Chorus's experiment here.
I think the window of opportunity is already shutting on Christian.
He's used Comfey and he's used...
Yeah, that's everything. That means all we have to do is swing into this Iron Hands. And Simon doesn't need to get an Iron Hands this turn. They can just attack 2 times to take their final 2 prize cards. But there is still the opportunity to immediately win this game with 1 hit from Electric Generator. If you tandem unit out your other Iron Hands EX, you can hit 1 Lightning Energy from Generator, you can use a Flaffy for 1, and you have double Turbo Energy, and there's already Boss's Orders in the hand.
Yeah, I think you've got to try it.
Yeah, we could be closing this game out very quickly in game 1 here.
Because you get the Iron Hands out, you play the Electric Generator, if you hit, boom, I win the game. If you don't, okay, fine, plan B.
Yeah. And plan B ain't bad either.
No, it's really not. Because you're going to KO with your Bravery Charm Miraidon with 270 HP and force Christian to have a response Charizard, which is annoying in and of itself, on the Bravery Charm. This is it. A single energy will finish out the game. We saw 2 double hits earlier. We can't feel too sorry for that one.
The crowd are oohing as if that was a big miss, but we're still in such a great position for this stay.
Now the game is 1 turn longer.
And still plenty of time. Still plenty of time for Simon to close this one out. I like still taking out the Charizard here most with your Miraidon EX.
Absolutely.
Because even though you're giving your opponent some draw with Comfey, like the Charizard's the thing they want to rebuild anyway. That's their best attacker no matter what.
They're going to be rebuilding the Charizard, and it's not enough just to take out the Miraidon. So again, there's a Bravery Charm they're going to have to deal with, as well as just recovering the Charizard. Remember, it's a Radiant Pokemon. You're only allowed to play 1 Radiant Pokemon in your deck. So if it's your main attacker, you have to keep getting it back again and again. There's the energy on Miraidon. Mew's already got free retreat, so the KO is on the board and ready to go.
It's going to be a ton attachment, possibly to the Iron Hands EX. I actually like holding the double turbo energy just in case there's a random counter catcher on Flaffy or something like that, and a panic play that Christian can go for. I do like a manual attachment onto the Iron Hands though.
Oh yeah.
Even though you're able to take just 1 prize to close the game once you've used this Miraidon EX, it's just another attacking option and has the highest retreat cost anyway.
Yep. It's got the highest HP. There's just, you know, basically give your opponent no options. Just make sure you've got so many attackers.
Fine. I do like this option too.
Yeah.
You're just making sure that nothing's going to get randomly trapped. I mean, Iron Hands has the highest retreat cost, but still. You have Switch Cart as the extra outs to move it.
Yeah, which doesn't work on the Flaffy with it being an evolution Pokemon. So here comes the Miraidon into the active. It is going to do more than enough damage to KO this Radiant Charizard. And that is going to put Christian Fontenot on a single turn clock. Simon is 1 prize away from winning game 1. And Christian, I mean, it's asking a lot. You have to deal with this Miraidon. And even then, you've got the Raikou staring you down. It's a lot to ask to keep Christian into this game. This might be one of these games where you look through the discard pile, you get yourself some information for, you know, get as good a look at the deck list as you can, and then start working towards game 2.
Well, there are some shenanigans. We have Counter Catcher, we have Roxanne. We can bring up the Iron Hands. That's got a monstrous retreat cost.
Yep.
You can start working towards Sableye. And actually, you know, you need a few bits of luck go your way, but if you can do this disruption, maybe Sableye can just sort of start wiping out the Mew EX. That's also the draw engine, and you could win over a couple of turns. Chris is not quite out of this just yet. The Roxanne was taken from prize cards, let's not forget.
So there's a Super Rod. That's going to get the Charizard back and the Fire Energy as well as a Comfey. And yeah, I mean, Sableye is another one of those Pokemon that people are not terribly happy about all the time. Drops a bunch of damage counters wherever you like. And, you know, like you say, traps something in the active. Sableye comes up, uses Lost Mine, drops 10 damage counters. We will need 1 more card in the Lost Zone to do it.
Yeah, I think we do have Lost... No, we just have Roxanne, so we're still looking for pieces here. But Christian really trying to just buy time at this stage. If they can use Sableye this turn, knock out the Mew EX, that takes off a lot of the draw power. And then you do have the route to use Charizard that's just been recycled back into the deck to win in 2 turns.
Oh, yes.
So this Roxanne is huge here. It's a panic play, your back's against the wall, but there are lines to win in 2 turns. All it would take was a miss of a switching card on this Iron Hands that has such a chunky retreat cost. And actually, Simon, in trying to win the game with an electric generator, you can understand why, has now found themselves in a tough position.
Yeah, there's usually downsides to these plays, and like you say, we could have had a double turbo on the Iron Hands last turn. That would have opened up a Lightning to retreat, or a Lightning on there to open up a double turbo to retreat, but it could have made that option there, so Raikou comes up and takes that last prize. So
Let's
not
see
an
the
option.
big 6 cards from the Roxanne. Can we get a way to remove this Technical Machine Devolution to get to 10 cards? That's the first question. I believe there's Mirage Gate for this Sableye to start Lost Mining.
There is a Sableye. We need 1 more card in the Lost Zone before it's on
there's
board.
nothing else. So I think you're just going to have to, well, you can Artisan and get another Comfey. You can retreat into that. But I don't think we're going to be able to Lost Mine here. I didn't see Energy. I didn't see Switch Card already in hand. You need that combination to get this Comfey in the active to Flower Select and then get back out of the active for a Lost Mine.
No, yeah, absolutely right. You need to use Comfort to get the card in the lost zone, but then you still need to have the Saberlight in the active with a Psychic Energy attached in order to do it. That would be amazing. You take out the Mew.
That's what's so important. You're taking away a lot more draw power.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Take 2 prizes, take out the Mew, and then you give your opponent 1 turn, and then Charizard comes out and takes out the Iron Hands, and that's the game.
Yeah, it's an unlikely story, but it hasn't really come off for Christian. We are getting to 10. It's a Rope versus a Charizard. You have to keep the Charizard around.
Yeah, that's an absolute no-brainer, that one.
Just drew into all of their supporters, basically, from that Roxanne. Quite unfortunate. As we pass over to Simon, who has to try and close out this game.
Got double turbo, Iono, and a basic lightning energy.
They have a bit more time now, at least.
I mean, do you attach to the Iron Hand and then Iono and just, if you hit the switch, brilliant. If you don't, you just need 1 energy next turn?
Yeah. It also means that you're Ionoing to 1. You could possibly even play that card, which means you're maximizing your restart draw power from the Mew EX.
Yeah, that's always fun. There goes a double turbo. Of course, it's much more difficult to find a double turbo than a basic lightning. That's why you have to attach that one. And then you can restart here, or you can Iono and restart later. There's the Iono. You're going to get yourself 1 card, but it's really free because of the restart.
Yep, and happy to just allow Christian to put that to the bottom. Let's see the card. It's a Professor's Research.
Oh, that would have been great a minute ago.
Would have been great, yeah. 2 cards from the restart, though. Can we get over the line here?
We cannot.
Beach Court does not get us there. We have a 4 retreat cost on Iron Hands EX. That guy really is quite large.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to. We got the Beach Court, we got the double turbo. So look, just 1 energy next turn will absolutely do it. And you've got the Professor's Research. So it's looking good for Simon next turn. So Christian needs to get a KO on the Mew with Sableye this turn. And preferably some more hand disruption.
Yeah, they only played 1 Roxanne, though.
Yeah, there's a
I believe they've already power padded earlier in the game, so I don't think there's any more hand disruption possible.
No,
it looks like Simon will slowly edge over the line here. But let's see if Christian can come up with any other shenanigans.
Sableye?
A Spiritomb early,
as I say,
just to deny fleet-footed, I guess. When you're getting down to these scrappy moments, every card matters.
Yeah, and at least your deck is a little bit thinner now, so maybe you can draw what you want off of things like your flower selecting. It certainly is starting to look quite awkward. There is your flower selecting. We got Nest Ball in the lost zone. It was a switch card that we got off, so you can switch into another Comfort flower selecting again if you need to.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't Sableye this turn, there really is.
We've got the Clara, so we can get the Psych Energy back and start lost mining this Mew EX at least. Christian has to go through these motions. They're pretty close, honestly. And we know that Simon's holding on to Beach Court, but then would still have to research towards an energy attachment to move.
Yeah, or a switching card, which would negate all the other efforts.
But Christian's done a really good job of keeping in this game. And Iron Hands really went haywire. It took way too many prizes on its own. So for Christian to find this small window of opportunity is already fantastic.
And in this matchup, like, that's your MO if you're Christian. You're like, don't let Iron Hands go silly on me, right? Don't let Iron Hands just have its way. And that did happen early in the game, but you're right. We've got Sableye here. KO the Mew, take away that restart, and take yourself a couple of prizes. Basically say next turn, Charizard wins the game. Simon has so many outs, so we're going to see a draw to 7. And of course, we got our draw for the turn. All we need is a basic energy in order to actually finish this off. So
I like the 2 damage counters most on Miraidon EX, by the way. That's a very small passing comment. But we move over to Simon, who has the draw for turn, doesn't quite have the game. They can tandem unit out an extra Pokemon to improve their odds of a Professor's Research here. Like we said, a switching card or just an energy at this stage, as long as you play the Beach Court, will be enough to move your Iron Hands out the way. The tandem unit first. There are still a decent number of energy, just a couple actually.
2 energy in the deck, plus however many switching options are left.
There aren't that many. There is still Forest Seal Stone available though, and there's a couple of those rattling around.
I don't think there's any switching in that. I think we've literally just got the 2 energy in the Forest Seal Stone.
So this is still a risky Professor's Research then. There's no guarantee we're going to hit this from 7 cards. It's a lot of cards.
This is a lot less likely.
Yeah, eyeballing it, there's still 20 or so cards in the deck, I would say.
This is going to be a lot less likely than we thought it was. So you play the Beach Court, you play the Professor's Research, and then you cross your fingers.
Yeah, it has to be energy or Forest Seal Stone. Close out game 1 here.
So there is a Professor's Research. What have we got here? We got 3, we got 6, we got 7. Do we have the game?
No, it's a miss!
Oh my goodness, 7 cards, missed it all, and that actually opens up the door for Christian here from, and you know, I know we say a lot of unlikely comebacks where the player is, you know, really biding their time. This was an actual comeback.
What a phenomenal comeback. And Christian, I'm going to spoil it, they're holding Charizard Fire Energy. So I can't believe it. The research has missed, and Simon, from such an incredible position, has found the way to lose, which was trying to go early with your Iron Hand, your second copy of Iron Hands EX. You tried to win the game very proactively, and you found the loss condition, which was a huge, hefty retreat cost of your second Iron Hands.
And we had the double turbo. Any other Pokemon in the active could have been retreated with that double turbo. Even the Flaffy, if it had no energy on. And after all of that, and you know, what we're going to see from Simon here is just improving odds for next turn, using, you know, using
this, looking through and just seeing what outs they had. Yeah, unfortunate. There's no doubt about that, but Christian found the line. You have to give them great credit for this.
Oh, amazing,
Don't get to a final without plays like this. You make the Hail Marys, and every now and then it gets there.
Yeah, getting the Sableye to KO the Mew. And we did say that Cramorant ping turn 1 could be quite relevant.
It always matters, Ross.
It was incredibly relevant. Set up the Sableye. It wasn't exactly how we pictured it happening, but it worked out pretty nicely in the end.
Well, it's going to work out great because Christian's going to go 1 game up. Even though Simon had everything they needed, it's going to be the pass from Simon, and you can see they're looking up at the sky. They cannot believe that they've not found victory here. I'm almost certain that, Charizard's not currently in hand. We have to thin for it.
So there's
I thought Charizard was already here. The Artisan, well, wouldn't get the Charizard anyway because it's a rule box Pokemon.
Unfortunately so. So yeah, Charizard is
digging. Well, I thought it was game over.
Not yet, unfortunately. Charizard not in the hand as it stands at the moment. It might have been before the Iono.
That's true.
Which was played, so maybe it was the Iono that put it back into the deck. Either way, we are still playing here. We have shuffled the deck, which helps a lot here, because it means Charizard's not necessarily on the bottom. There is a Colress's experiment. It does get the Charizard.
Christian is going to close out this first game from what an unlikely position. Fantastic scenes. It's going to be a huge combustion blast to really have an impressive victory in game 1 here.
Oh, and that is what Simon's showing. Like, I had 2 Forest Seal Stone, I had 2 Basic Lightning, but unfortunately neither of them were hit from the professor's research. And Christian Fontenot, I mean, goodness me. I was saying, well, you know, he's gathering information for game 2, and Christian's like, well, hang on a second.
The Roxanne from the prize cards opened the door. The counter catcher, a huge card from Paradox Rift, gave us the avenue. And the Iron Hands 4 retreat cost certainly was an issue there.
And didn't we see in the top 4 Christian playing Roxanne to great effect?
Yes, exactly.
He only plays 1.
Oh yeah, but sometimes you just have it.
I mean, Roxanne absolutely putting in a shift for Christian Fontenot here. This is quite ridiculous stuff, and I mean, that is one of the best comebacks I've seen on stream in a long time.
Yeah, it really looked like Simon was in pole position. There's no question about that. They had to just launch 2 attacks, maybe getting excited with the Iron Hands EX coming down, trying to win all in 1 turn. I really understand it. You're in the Masters Finals, everything's going well. You've had a really good game 1 up to that point, but it opened the door, and you always have to be aware of the comeback mechanics in the Pokemon TCG these days. Roxanne Counter Catcher, a new combination that really gave Christian, you know, 3 turns to get the job done. That's a huge comeback.
There's no way I would not have made that play going for the Iron Hand. Definitely.
Let's just get it over with.
Oh, yeah. If I can go fast and aggressive, I will. But the thing is, like, I've just realized, you know, while the players are in between games, I'm pretty set here. Because either Miraidon wins, and I was right in my caster prediction, or Miraidon loses because of Counter Catcher.
Your other prediction.
And I was right in my caster prediction.
You can't lose. I guess that means I need Christian to win because they've got a random Spiritomb in their deck list.
It's technically in the deck, Joe.
It counts, it counts.
But we need to focus more on the players. We're heading into game 2 now. It does look like we are getting set up here, and here come the prizes. Oh, Spiritomb not doing much this game, but Mew being prized.
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward, especially because there's no Zeraora in Simon's list. They only have Mew EX as their only free retreat Pokemon. As we're getting into game 2 here, we have a Mareep start for Simon, and oh no.
Oh, that's...
Ross.
Is that... I can't see much
there's
in that
supporters,
hand.
there's energy, there's beach court. It's an attached pass here.
Oh, and we know Cramorant loves a nice attached pass from your opponent. This is what Cramorant does. Nice and simple. You get 4... Well, it's Comfey, Chorus's experiment, like we've seen so many times, 4 cards in the Lost Zone, Cramorant comes active, and Christian becomes your Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Christian's already in the think tank. Do you take a Pokemon out of the deck with Artisan early? Yes is the choice. To have a look through the deck now. As you said, Ross, we need to see double Comfey, we need to see Cramorant and Colrus. I don't think there was many of those pieces in the hand, though, so even though it's quite likely, we still need to allow the flower selectings to get us over that line.
Yeah, we've seen turn 1 Cramorant for 110 over and over again. We literally saw it in the last game. So it's something that happens quite a lot. It is one of the reasons these Lost Zone decks flourish, because it is so good at that early game pressure. Most decks don't have 110 for 0 energy on turn 1.
Big flower selecting. Can we work towards Colrus? There goes a Comfey. There's a Colrus's experiment!
Oh, that's huge! So, we need a switching, we need 2 switches and a Cramorant.
I didn't see Battle VIP Pass, I didn't see Nest Ball. I don't think there's a Cramorant yet. I think there's switching outs though, so we can dig one more time with flower selecting. Even getting rid of the Roxanne, the crucial card that won game 1 in order to try and get this early victory. There's a Fog Crystal that can fin for an attached retreat here as well.
Yeah, that is gonna be nice. You get just 1 less card in the deck, it means you can retreat. So there we go, on the Psychic Energy, you retreat into the Comfey, you need a switch and a Cramorant, and that will be the game.
Yeah, any ball search card, including Hisuian Heavy Ball, will work here.
Oh, that's a nice...
Cramorant in the prizes.
Yes, that's an excellent point there, Joe. Hisuian Heavy Ball will work very nicely here.
It's a +1 out, I suppose.
I mean, this is actually a perfect situation to have a Cramorant prized and 1 in the deck.
Let's see the attached retreat. 1 more flower selecting. Can we win the game on the spot here?
It's a Hisuian Heavy Ball! He's hit it from the flower selecting, so we can play that. Pardon?
Does Christian know? Are they mapping it out? Are they just...
I think, does he know his...
crowd may have helped.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of a giveaway.
Here we go.
There's a Hisuian Heavy Ball. He's going to see the Cramorant in there. There's the Cramorant. Where's the switching card? There's the switching card. And Christian Fontenot is your Stuttgart Regional Champion. Apparently, Cramorant is also good.
Phenomenal scenes from Christian there. I know it was an awkward game too, and no one likes to see it finish like that. But let's take you back to that game 1. Being in Christian's seat there, being against the wall with an Iron Hands, Bravery Charm, Judge, Path combination, and finding the tiniest niche situation to get back into that game. That is top competitor. Fantastic play from them, really deserving victory.
That was phenomenal, and yeah, you can say, well, got a bit lucky in game 2, his opponent attached pass, and yeah, but there was nothing lucky about game 1.
No,
game 1, you played to your outs, you played phenomenally. It's almost like game 2 was a bit of a reward, like, you know what, you played well enough to be a regional champion, here's game 2.
Well, fantastic scenes, and Christian said after their day 1 performance, anything but a victory would feel like an upset. So getting that victory, gotta feel good. Let us know what you thought about that game. What a thrilling final. That game 1's gonna go down in history, Ross, for one of the best comebacks in the Pokemon TCG that we've seen in finals history. Christian, what a fantastic line of play to close out that first game. And, well, a new regional champion has that invite now, has $10,000 in the back pocket as well in prizing, nice. And a ton of booster packs to open tonight as well.
And that's not bad for a weekend's work, quite frankly. I would say yes to that in a heartbeat. So here are the final standings. Christian Fontenot there sitting in first place. Simon Chan, and look, we've got to have a bit of commiseration there with game 2 ending like it did, and then not even, game 1, sorry, ending like it did, and then not even getting to play in game 2. That was absolutely heartbreaking stuff. But then we got Alberto Conti, Christian Hodas, Ethan Wild, Teo Grimold, Gino Pili, and Dustin Bachman. That is your top 8. It was a fun top 8 this weekend. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, just another week where the top 8 is so diverse and so different from the previous weeks. We are reacting week by week in this metagame, and it's constantly different. And let's not forget that San Antonio is next week. So
that was going to be
players have to react to this huge result here from Christian and the other competitors in our top 8.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to have to see all of those players in North America. You've basically got 6 days from now to try and figure out.
Countdown is on.
Countdown to San Antonio is on. You've got to figure out how to react to this. Sablezard, it was more of a niche kind of Lost Zone deck. It's not one that we generally see as one of the top Lost Zone builds, and yet it's just going to want a regional. And, you know, 2 weeks ago we made them deal with Snorlax, and now we're like, have this.
Yeah, it's another big change in the metagame. The Paradox Rift format is not disappointing at all. So many twists and turns, so many new cards in the deck list, which has changed Sablezard's fortunes around as well, having the Technical Machine Devolution, having those counter catchers. You know, we just saw it in action, a phenomenal addition to the archetype. It allows you to use your Raihans, your Claras in the late game to weave in Charizard a lot more effectively, but it's also a great combination with Sableye.
It worked absolutely beautifully. And one of the things Christian said in our interviews, you know, I was expecting to see an Inteleon in top 4, and I can't beat Inteleon. That's a terrible matchup. So he didn't expect to get past top 4 once he saw the bracket. But when that Inteleon went down, that really opened up the path there for Christian to kind of run all the way through. And I mean, we've just seen 2 games in a row from Christian. Absolutely phenomenal play. And I kind of love it when we see a regional champion and we can sit and watch their games and go, oh yeah, no, they play phenomenally. They earned this.
Yeah, it's not going to be for lack of trying. Christian really put their all into that second game and finding the narrowest margin to try and close out that game. Again, phenomenal stuff. It's not the first time we've seen Christian at the top tables. They've had a ton of results in the past. I actually kind of remember them for playing Reggies for like an entire season, but they've moved on to a different single prize archetype, and it's really paid off for them.
It really has. They'd never won a regional before. That is no longer true. Let's have a quick look at their deck. Let's take a look at this Lost Zone box build, and yeah, you can see there we've got the key cards of Comfey and Sableye, and you've got Colress and Comfey to accumulate combos in hand and fuel your Lost Zone. We've got Cramorant, which offers a fast attacking threat.
Certainly does.
We got proof of that. Sableye can spread damage counters efficiently. We had proof of that.
Yeah.
Mirage Gate less so.
Yeah, it turns out that the Sableye and Charizard combination is still just so rock solid, because having that big burst potential on a single prize Pokemon is another way that you can take advantage of this single prize approach. We've seen Mirage Gate in other builds, obviously making the top 8 as well with the Giratina archetype, and alongside Christian Hodas's list, which was an amalgamation of basic attacking V and EX Pokemon with all sorts of wacky energy going on, and let's not forget super effective glasses. So there are still so many ways that Lost Box is finding a way to navigate a number of matchups and still be very, very strong in this metagame.
Yeah, it really is. And we do see, you know, on the bad matchups there, Rapid Strike, that was something that Christian, like I say, really pointed out. This is not a matchup I particularly want to play against. There's too much little damage going around. We've got your, you know, you've got your Urshifu, which can take double knockouts all over the board. And then, of course, you've got Yoga Loop. Yep. And you've got plenty of Pokemon that are in easy range of being Yoga Loop. Your Sableye, your Comfey, you can't really avoid playing if you're going to make the deck work.
Yeah, Christian's doing their best. They're playing Jirachi and they're playing Manaphy, so they're trying to give themselves a decent chance. They naturally have a ton of switching cards in their list as well for little chips of healing here and there, but possibly one reaction, like you say, to seeing Lost Box do so well is more players diverting towards the Entei Valiant lists that also has Yoga Loop as a combination, or the Rapid Strike builds, which also, you know, kind of flew under the radar this tournament and got a couple of top 8s. I think that's also an untold story of this event as well, that it was a really good pick.
Yeah, we talked about the conversion rate of the of the Rapid Strike box deck. 7 of them made day 2. 2 of those 7 got up into top 8. That is a conversion rate we just don't see from other decks. That was quite amazing. They did both lose in top 8, mind you.
Yeah, and that's a surprise to me because they were both up against Lost Zone engines. And I actually got to watch one of those top 8 games. Christian Hodas using Iron Hands just to hit weakness on Inteleon VMAX was really interesting to see. It's actually helping you cover a matchup, which is really cool. So it gets a lot closer with some new inclusions from Paradox Rift.
No, it does. I like Christian Hodas's deck. That was a really fun deck.
Everyone's going to be playing that. It's got 2 copies of super effective glasses, for goodness sake. Everyone's going to be playing that.
It's super effective, Joe.
It's a stunning combination of cards.
It's one of those deck lists, you look at it and you're kind of a little bit confused, and then you just kind of start smiling. You're like, okay, fine, I can see what you're doing here.
Yeah, you're up to something.
You're up to something. It's got a lot of good matchups, but actually you look at the top 4 and you're like, well, of course Christian beat this random pile, because you've got...
You can't call it a random pile, Ross. It just made...
Oh, it was a... No, I say that with love, Joe, just to be clear.
Top 4 even.
I mean, all of my decks that have ever been any good have been random piles. What I mean by that is you've got a Tropius in there and you've got an Iron Hand. You've got lots of different Pokemon for different matchups. It's like, oh, I'm facing against this. This is like the one Pokemon in my deck which is going to be really useful. I love those kind of decks. They are my kind of decks. But against a really consistent deck which can take advantage of that, like we saw with other Christian, then that was just absolutely phenomenal. And, you know, in that top 4, it was a good matchup for Christian Fontenot there, and no real surprise that was able to take it home in top 4. The final, yeah, the final was interesting, but We're going to be wrapping this up in a moment. We've got some prizes to give and some chats to be had. So watch this video, grab yourself a nice warm beverage to keep yourself warm, and we'll be back very shortly indeed. How's it going, trainers? My name is Ross, and I'm joined by the lovely Amy and the lovely Shay, and we're going to ask a very simple question. If you had to get rid of either Battle VIP Pass or Boss's Orders from the format, which one would go and which one would stay? Now, we had a bit of a heated discussion before we came on camera here, so Amy, start us off. Which one would you want to get rid of?
I'd really happily get rid of Battle VIP Pass. I have a really massive love-hate relationship with the card. When you hit it, it's golden. However, it's 4 cards that aren't needed in your deck past that turn 1 if you're running it, and especially in a mirror match against, let's say, Gardevoir, if one player gets it, the other doesn't, it just spells doom for the player that doesn't, and it feels bad.
But then again, you know, we've all seen Gardevoir likes discarding cards to draw more with refinement. We've got Comfey coming in, you know, needs to lost zone some stuff here or there. It's a great card for Discord fodder or lost zoning after turn 1. Shay, are you in agreement or are we going to argue?
No, I can't stand Battle VIP Pass, quite honestly. I don't like how polarizing it makes games. Like you said, if 2 players are playing, they both play Battle VIP Pass, one player gets it and the other player doesn't, that game's going to get wrapped up real quick. And I think you touched on an interesting point now. I feel as if all the decks that can effectively use Battle VIP Pass now, Gardevoir, Lost Box and Mew, all have effective ways of getting rid of the Battle VIP Pass in the mid to late game via Cramomatic, Lost Zone and Refinement. So I feel as if you're a deck like Chien-Pao, for example, which can struggle to get rid of those Battle VIP Pass, its effectiveness gets a little bit less, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I got 2 counterpoints based on what you've said then. First of all, Amy, you said, you know, in the mirror match, especially with one player hits and one player doesn't, it doesn't work. But there's a good argument to be made, I think. There's some decks like Gardevoir, if it wasn't for Battle VIP Pass, they might not even be decks. We need good turn 1 Pokemon search, especially in an evolution deck. If you finish with, you know, 1 routes out and your opponent hits a Boss's Orders, then it's turn 2, you've got none to evolve, you lose the game. So surely we can forgive Battle VIP Pass for some of its intricacies because it's literally making decks work.
I think that's a really good point, and that's why I have a love-hate relationship with it, because it does create viability for decks that may not have it otherwise. But on a counterpoint to that, I do believe that some decks that don't really need more consistency get granted it, like Mew. Mew already has fantastic consistency, but Battle VIP Pass just makes it even better. If you do not see many basic Pokemon on turn 1 and you do manage to get that Forest Seal Stone, then you can just go for Battle Pass and it fixes it. And Mew already has insane draw. It's so fast. Mew takes massive turn 1s, and I think this exasperates that.
So we need an errata to Battle VIP Pass that just says not you, Mew.
Not you, Mew. Yeah, specifically Mew.
All right, Shay, my other counterpoint, talking about Boss's Orders, we said with Battle VIP Pass, well, some players hit it, some players don't, and that can be a little bit unfair. We've all been casting this game a while, right? How many times have we said, oh, they just need Boss's Orders for the win? And how many games have we come down to whoever gets Boss's Orders next wins? So could we not make the same argument for Boss's Orders that whoever hits it at the right time just gets that advantage?
Yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from. I guess Boss's Orders tends to be your supporter for the turn, though. So, you know, at least players has some sort of relative downside for playing it, even if it's on the crucial turns to win. But I feel the difference between Boss's Orders and Battle VIP Pass, though, is that games can be decided turn 1 or just from your opening hand if you haven't got a Battle VIP Pass, right? At least with Boss's Orders, the game has normally got to some, you know, level of play, and, you know, a Boss's Orders for game might not be as, demotivating as not having Battle VIP Pass, and you've just led, you know, 1 Frigibacks, and you're like, well, this game pretty much over, so I'll go first game 2, my friend.
And then, of course, we've got those games where one player doesn't hit Battle VIP Pass, and they start with one of their basics, and then their opponent has a Boss's Orders, and it is unfortunately all over. These are both cards with which we've all got a bit of a love-hate relationship. So I suppose we've got the rest of the season to figure out exactly which of these cards are going to make and break so many players' tournaments. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far. There is plenty more wonderful Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
Lost Zone Box, despite losing Scoop Up Net, is still a massive threat in this format. Corvus' Experiment and Comfate allow you to get cards in the Lost Zone fast. Comfate, when it's in the active, can use its flower selecting ability, which lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes into your hand and one goes in the Lost Zone. This, in combination with many switching cards, allows you to grow your hand and grow the Lost Zone extremely fast. Corvus' Experiment is a supporter card, which lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Then you get to keep 3 and put 2 in the Lost Zone. This opens up the door for cards like Cramorant to attack for free, Mirage Gates, which allow you to accelerate 2 energies from the deck, and Sableye, which will allow you to place 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon for 1 energy. Honestly, it gets a little bit silly. This makes Lost Zone box decks extremely versatile, and they can even make use of Radiant Greninja's attack, Moonlight Shuriken, to Grief Evolution decks, or go extremely aggressive in the active position with Radiant Child's Combustion Blast attack. Cards like Snorlax and Zamazenta can also be used in Lost Zone box to add extra offensive pressure also. No matter what happens, Lost Zone box will be a top tier contender, and it's something that quite honestly you have to keep your eye on as a player. Another thing I want you to keep your eye on though is this stream, so don't go anywhere. Next round coming up soon.
Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in at home. And here in Stuttgart, we have come down now to the final ceremony presentation for our winners and our finalists here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. So first up, let's give a big round of applause for our runner-up, Simon Cheng. So I imagine you've got to be feeling hugely proud of yourself. Your first huge accomplishment. This is your breakout moment onto the Pokemon stage. I know, obviously, falling at the last hurdle must be a little bit disappointing, but otherwise, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good.
Just short and sweet, you love that. So what's next for you? You got your finalist position here. Are you going to be going for more points? You're going to try and get to you were a little bit short for the Worlds invite, but are you going to try and get all the way?
I will play Cups and League Challenge in Switzerland and play with my friends and hopefully get the invite for Worlds.
I'm sure everyone at home will be rooting for you. One more round of applause for Simon Cheng, our finalist. And now, our Stuttgart TCG Regional Champion, please, everyone, a huge round of applause for Christian Fontenot! Christian, you have been clamoring for this win for so long after so many top results. What's going through your mind right now?
I have no idea, if I'm being entirely honest. It doesn't feel real. I'm elated, right? But it really hasn't processed, honestly. I've wanted this for so long. And obviously I want more. I want to win bigger, better tournaments, right? But this is such a huge step for me. and it doesn't feel real yet. I'll be completely honest.
No, I can absolutely imagine, and I think everyone wants to know, when you found that Hisuian heavy ball off of the flower selecting, what was going through your mind?
I was immediately thinking back to when I price checked, because obviously when my opponent goes Marie Patach pass, I'm like, okay, I need cram, it needs to be now, right? But obviously off the Artisan, I was like, okay, I want to price check. I want to make sure I have the information to play this game, assuming that I whiff, because I obviously didn't have the Coal Rice, I didn't have plenty of tools. I had the Switch cards, but it's just not enough, right? So I was price checking and checked my energies, I typically check my attackers, key cards, right? And I checked, and I remember taking note. I priced an attacker that's not Charizard, and I'm like, okay, cool. Shuffle up. Play as you saw. Flower selecting, see the heavy ball, and I'm like, I don't remember if the crabs are there or not. Oh my goodness. I remember, okay, I remember feeling like the cram was in the prize cards, right? Like,
it's good enough, right?
Right, but the problem was the other card was a Switch card, and I felt like if I don't remember, I think I had another Out to Comfy in my hand. I really can't remember anymore, I'll be entirely honest. But I felt like if I took the heavy ball, didn't see cram, and then wasted a Switch card I could have used to get into a Comfy to see an Out to cram, I'd have wasted the potential. But I trusted my gut. I said, I swear I only saw one cram in that deck. I played the heavy ball, draw the first two, no cram, see the second two, and rest is history.
History indeed. That's going to be one for the record books. Again, one more round of applause for our regional finalist and champion rather, Christian Fontenot from Denmark. Guys, what a regional it has been. I don't know about you guys at home, but I am completely exhausted. We're not going to go home quite yet, so we've got one more wrap-up to do back in the sofa, so don't go away. You're not going to want to miss our final wrap-up. Hey everyone, welcome back to the lounge here. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm joined by Joe, Benjamin, and Ross. And gosh, what a regionals it has been. Like, any of you go ahead and just say anything. I mean, what can we even say about that finals?
We got a good final. I like having a good final. We don't always get them. The finals are a little bit hit and miss sometimes. And okay, fine, game 2 was not that good, although it was hype. Game 1 was fun. We saw a proper comeback from a near unassailable position. And I just like having a hype final.
Hype final is always fun, and I think that one is going to be remembered for many, many years to come, I'm sure. Joe, what do you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, it blew me away. It really felt like Miraidon was in the ascendancy the entirety of that first game, and Christian found a really niche line, and it very rarely comes off. But when it does, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one last reminder, let's take a look at our finalists and the decks so we can sort of summarize this regionals once and for all. So there he is, Christian against Simon, and Christian taking the win in phenomenal style with that comeback in game 1, and then with the Cramorant turn 1 win in game 2. What a way to do it.
Yeah, and I know, speaking to what Joe said earlier in the final, you don't get to the final without making those certain plays. Christian found an out and was able to find those, able to find the counter catcher for the Iron Hands, really playing to all of their options there and able to make an amazing comeback to take the game.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Now, that is it for Stuttgart Regionals, but there are plenty more regionals to come in the rest of the season. So let's bring up that schedule one last time to remind everyone at home. We've got Liverpool coming up next. That'll be over in January. Dortmund, Utrecht, and then, of course, we have our internationals and all finalizing in that World Championships in Honolulu. Like, I don't know about you, but going back to Hawaii after so long, I'm really looking forward to that.
I played at Worlds in Hawaii in 2012. It was one year I played at Worlds, and they had a stream there. And that was where I first decided, like, hang on a second, I like stream. I could do that. That sounds like fun. And well, now I'm in Stuttgart, and it turns out I can do that. So, yeah, Hawaii holds a really special place in my heart. That's when I realized casting Pokemon's a thing.
Wasn't that also when you grinded into Worlds?
It might have been. We don't need to talk about that right now.
If you didn't mention it, I had to, right? So, yeah. Now, let's have another look at the schedule for the upcoming up on Twitch. So, you know, it's not just, of course, our stream here that you can watch. There's going to be plenty more coming up on the Twitch channel soon. So it's going to be San Antonio Regionals next, I believe.
Yeah, really looking forward to that one. Players having to react to this regional, of course, but also, you know, if they've been having more time since the LAIC and a couple other tournaments to make adjustments to their own deck lists. Still in this Paradox Rift format, of course, so we're getting towards that sort of developed point in the metagame. But so far, every single top 8 that we've had in these regionals and the LAIC has been vastly different, so still a really tough one to call.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go. There's a schedule for you guys. So on Tuesday at 2 p.m, you can watch the Holidays Together special. Why not? If you want to have some, watch some Pokemon watching fun at home. We got on Thursday as well, the series of season 2, and then next weekend, San Antonio Regional Championships. The times are there on the screen. Convert as appropriate for your home time zones. Now, it's going to be very important to mention, of course, Liverpool is coming up in January. We already mentioned that. Ross, how are you feeling about Liverpool?
I love Liverpool. I mean, I was in Liverpool a couple of weeks ago, as it happened. I was in the docks area. It was lovely. There was a giant reindeer lit up with Christmas lights. There was a mermaid. I showed my daughter pictures. She absolutely loved them. The drive wasn't fun, so I might train up this time, but it was really fun. Liverpool's a fun city to go to. There's lots of cool stuff around there. I think the people who visit are going to have a good time.
It has almost become a UK home for Pokemon, hasn't it? Also, to be fair, with regards to the drive, is any drive a fun drive for you, considering where you are?
No, I live in Cornwall. It's miles away from anywhere. It's really beautiful, but it's miles away from anywhere, except other places in Cornwall.
Now, very important to note here, of course, so it's not just Liverpool coming up next. Dortmund Regional Championships is coming up very, very soon, and tickets will be live for that soon as well. So make sure you bookmark arcanine.gg. So if you want to register for Dortmund, very, very important to get your registrations in. If you can't register, you can't play.
No, for sure. A lot of people joke around round 1 being getting a ticket. I think that's the joke going around among our player base. So yeah, definitely stay tuned on the website to try and get your tickets as soon as possible. So even you can try and become the next regional champion.
Even me?
Even you, Ross.
Oh, nice.
Don't underestimate yourself. Come on.
I mean, it would be pretty sick to win a regionals and then cast the next one, right? Imagine that.
Yeah, doing a bit of both. Doing a bit of both for sure.
Taking what we've learned from this weekend.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Golf.
I mean,
of course.
That's what we've learned.
I've got to mention it.
Still Claw.
I've got to mention
We're
it.
in day 2 now, Ben. We've moved on from Claw.
I've just seen too much, Joe. I've seen too much here. Yeah.
Behind the curtain. One last time. Come on. Lest we forget. Come on. It's earned it. It's earned it. All right.
It really, really has. Now, one last time, make sure you're following along on all the social media. So you got at Play Pokemon on X, /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon on Facebook, and the hashtag Play Pokemon on both X and Instagram, and that /Pokemon account. So make sure you're following on. Tell us what you thought of this weekend, your favorite moments, your highlights, your favorite players, what you'd like to see next. We'd love to hear it all. And also, most importantly of all, make sure you're following on YouTube and Twitch there at the Pokemon channel. If you want to Pokemon TCG, that's specifically the Pokemon TCG channel there. So make sure you follow that. You can follow the Pokemon channel as well if you want to watch some video game action, and there on YouTube at /Pokemon as well. Guys, it has been a phenomenal regionals, and it's been such a festive. It's really been. It has felt like a celebration, really, with the festive theming and all that. I'm going to go around the table now. One highlight from each of you, starting with you, Ross.
The video stinger we've had where we have clips of us for that festive music. Every time that comes on when I've stood at the desk, that makes me happy. The video team did a phenomenal job on that. That's been my highlight.
Absolutely phenomenal one. What about you, Ben?
I mean, coming to these regionals...
Wait, Clorf!
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to say Clorf. No, I think, with these regionals now, we're getting... The player base is just going up and up and up, and it's fantastic to see. The atmosphere is great. We're having a lot of fun here. Competitors, obviously, in our main tournament side events. You got VG, you got Go. There's so much action going on, and it's so fun. It's so great, to see so many people having fun, just in general.
Yeah, it really is. What about you, Joe? quickly.
I've loved our scenery. Look at our backdrop. Look at what we've done here this weekend. It's a fantastic festive feel, and it's given this tournament a real difference for me for the season. It's going to be a landmark event that I'm always going to remember.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that one. And then also quickly from me, honestly, seeing Amy's reactions to Ethan's game.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Cam was amazing.
Amy Cam, yeah, that was good.
That felt really special. That'll be all from us here at Stuttgart. So everyone at home, all Pokemon trainers, aspiring and future champions, thank you all so much for watching. But from all of us here in Stuttgart, it's goodbye and good night.